In the beginning, there was nothing. A figure with long, white hair stands in a desolate landscape. And then, the figure is shown in a darkened panel, a slight smile on his face. He wonders what the other man's name was again. The man sits on a cliff, trying to recall the name. He mutters to himself, trying to remember. He continues to try and remember the name, rejecting Faleda, Amabu, and Thrindle. The man looks up at a shooting star. Meanwhile, a figure kneels on the floor, reaching for something. The figure is told that the captain is looking for her. She sighs and wonders why he isn't shouting at her. The figure grabs some food and begins to eat. She thinks about how strong knights are and wonders if she should take the knight's test, too. The figure continues to eat. There she is. Plutia is asked what color her sword style is. She is told that the blue sword style does not care about avoiding attacks, and that she should learn a sword style that incorporates dodging. She is making the other figure nervous. Plutia is told that she has been expelled. She is shocked and asks what. Plutia is told that she breaks one weapon a week and eats 3 times as much food as the others. The other figure says that they can't handle someone like her. Plutia trembles and yells, expressing her frustration and disbelief at the situation. Plutia yells that they are the ones that got cheap, flimsy weapons and are blaming her. She also asks who even counts how much someone eats. Plutia grabs something and says that she will hang on to this. Plutia thinks that the bald captain is kicking her out because she saw him take his wig off. She exclaims that if she knew this would happen, she would have told everyone. Plutia yells at the bald captain, calling him stupid. She wonders if he is bald. Elsewhere, 2 figures crawl on the ground. Plutia wonders if they are bandits and realizes that they are targeting old people. Plutia eats something and thinks that Grandpa is in danger as a former knight in training. Plutia realizes that she forgot her sword is broken and that she doesn't have a choice. Plutia tells the baldies to stop right there. She brings her weapon down on one of the bandits. The old man watches with concern. Plutia kicks Stella, sending her sprawling. Stella considers drawing her sword, but decides against it, opting for a more threatening approach. Plutia continues her assault, landing 2 powerful punches on another bandit. Stella notes that one of her comrades is down. The other bandit is still recovering. The old man's field of vision is obscured. Plutia shouts at him to move. Plutia's expression hardens. Stella slashes at the old man. Blood splatters. Plutia, enraged, prepares to strike Stella. She clashes swords with Stella, the sound of steel ringing through the air as they trade blows. The bandit's blade hisses as it cuts through the air. Stella realizes she misjudged the distance between them, leaving herself vulnerable. The sound of a blade slicing through the air fills the space. A hand clenches tightly around the hilt of a weapon, knuckles white with strain. Plutia's face is marred with scratches and bruises, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. Her eyes narrow with determination. Grandpa holds someone tightly, his expression unreadable as he shields them from harm. Zeebel's eyes narrow, his grip tightening as he asks, "Were you?" The man with the head wound wonders if he imagined what just happened, recalling the moment he thought his head was cut off. He demands to know why someone is mute now. Then what could he be? 2 figures stand atop a rocky cliff. One of them is Huan Dang. The old man demands to know why someone isn't replying. He insists that if someone asks a question, they should answer it. The old man flinches. A bald man throws a dark orb. The old man's eye widens in shock. The bald man is attacked with a white substance. Is it poison? The man with the head wound realizes someone is gone. The man with the head wound thinks he must be Rusty. Plutia stands nearby. Plutia realizes that the wound on his hand is gone, too. He wasn't imagining it. Plutia states that it's not Stella, noting that they look similar, but there are subtle differences. The man with the head wound states that she's dead. Plutia asks how he did it. The armored girl's expression is one of annoyance as she calls out to her grandpa, wondering if he's ignoring her. She reminds him that he was just scolding someone else for not answering questions. Plutia continues, asking if he's deaf, and questions why he's sitting alone staring at nothing. She warns him that the place is dangerous and not like it used to be. The girl asks what he's looking at. Her grandpa replies that he's watching a shooting star. Another shooting star appears in the sky. Plutia points out that it's still daytime and there are no stars during the day. Her grandpa responds, annoyed. The armored girl asks if he was thinking about how annoying she is. The old man flinches. He tells her that it's dangerous here and to come with him. Grandpa grabs Plutia's arm, causing her to exclaim in pain. He tells her to stop acting like a little kid. Grandpa tells her to stop talking back and just follow him, reiterating that it's dangerous. Plutia wonders why he was looking for a shooting star to make a wish. Grandpa says that there are subtle similarities and then asks why she tried to save him, wondering if she might have been enticed to, but Plutia states that as a former knight in training, it's basic chivalry to save a person in need. She adds that she doesn't need another reason to save someone and to walk on her own. She says it's a pain. Grandpa asks what she wanted to ask him. He then says, well, before, your head was cut off, right? Plutia asks how he is still alive, stating that he should have died instantly. Grandpa simply responds, so? He asks if she saw it for herself. Plutia explains that she is asking because she saw it and can't understand, wondering if it was an illusion. Plutia flinches, asking if he is a dragon. She then asks if he believes dragons exist. Plutia laughs, saying she's kidding, but then admits it's embarrassing. The grandpa mumbles that they do exist. Plutia says she was just kidding, of course. The grandpa mutters, dragons. The grandpa continues, saying that they do exist. The grandpa states that he is not a dragon, but he's raised one before. Plutia wonders what he's talking about, scoffing at the idea of him raising a dragon. She thinks they're not all that different from humans. The grandpa says, ah yes. He then adds that they still get hurt and die in the end. Plutia wonders if he is actually a dragon, thinking there's one other interesting thing. She believes he's probably just changing the subject to avoid telling her the truth, adding that it's a little rude since he could have just said he didn't want to talk about it. She then asks if he knew dragons. The grandpa tells her to be safe. He apologizes, saying he's in a bit of a rush, so he has to get going, realizing he got excited and talked too much. Plutia says, ah, okay. He wonders, me? After decades of inactivity. Why now? Stella smiles. The elder's eyes narrow, observing the armored figure walking away. He thinks they just look a little similar. She sways, losing her balance. With a burst of speed, the old man dashes forward, grabbing her before she can fall. He examines her face, muttering about what's going on. An ambush? No, there are no wounds. A disease? The symptoms are. He pauses, realizing this child isn't Stella. The girl thinks to herself, what other reason do I need to save a person in need? Right, I don't need a reason. The girl lies prone on the cracked earth, her body still. Her grandfather kneels beside her, concern etched on his aged face. He mutters to himself, assessing her condition. Based on the symptoms, it seems to be ugh. The old man winces, his fingers pressing against his temple. He fears he might end up collapsing too. The seizures are becoming more frequent. Plutia collapses, her body racked with tremors. I need to find a cure quickly, since I've even been expelled from the academy. Her fist clenches, frustration and desperation warring within her. Her eyes dart around, unfocused. Where am I? A wave of panic washes over her. You scared me. She snaps, her voice trembling. At least say you're there. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. The old man replies, I'm here. Not right now. Why didn't you go to the castle, like I said? She asks, her expression hardening. I was going to, until someone started coughing blood and collapsed. You don't need a reason to save someone, after all. She snatches a skewer of food and begins to eat. I thought all the caves nearby were sealed during the war. I guess they missed one. She chews thoughtfully. I wonder how they missed it. This is the Kilf Gorge. We're going to the capital. The grandfather states. What? Plutia exclaims, surprised. She wonders if she was out for a few days. Plutia demands to know if she was brought here on her own, expressing gratitude for being saved. Plutia munches on something. The old man explains that he wants to repay her for saving him, mentioning a brat who owes him a favor and will treat her well once he asks for help. Plutia asks if they will give them food. The old man responds, probably. Let's go. Plutia offers her hand, stating that it's a way of showing trust. She introduces herself. My name's Plutia. You can call me that. The old man seems confused by the gesture. Plutia insists that she is not a pig. The old man asks if she was asking for more food, but she denies it. The old man offers his hand. Plutia explains that they hold hands like this, clarifying that it's not a weapon and is basically what this gesture is. The old man says he sees, understanding that it's a way of showing trust. Plutia asks the old man for his name, wondering how else she will know what to call him. The old man hesitates, wondering if his name is really necessary. Plutia urges him not to be like that, joking that he doesn't have a weird name like ramen or bread or something. The old man says he couldn't give her a name. He stated that he didn't need one. The sun was rising, and they should move. The capital of Myok, Valinor, sprawled before them. Plutia wondered where that person lived in the capital. Her grandfather responded that he was probably in the castle. Of course, the castle entrance was right there. They continued onward. An old man told the grandfather that he couldn't be there, and that the king's retinue would soon be passing by. The timing was perfect. The grandfather thought they should wait. The king's retinue passed by. Plutia asked her grandfather what he meant by perfect timing. She questioned what was happening, and he told her to go. Plutia grabbed her grandfather's arm, telling him to wait, and asking where he thought he was going. There, the grandfather saw him. He muttered, praying. Plutia observed that praying had grown old, remembering when he was just a boy back then. He wonders who the old man is. The guards state that a lot of time has passed, and that they are sorry to ask this out of the blue, but they have a request. Plutia and her grandfather are in jail. Behind the bars of their prison cell, the old man stands beside the young woman. A close-up shows the young woman's annoyed expression. The young woman grits her teeth, a vein throbbing in her forehead. The old man muses that something is strange. She wonders if he has forgotten about her, considering how much time has passed. The young woman thinks that the old man's memory doesn't seem too good, and she should have known when he started rambling about dragons. She thinks that she can't waste time here, and she sees something. The young woman looks confused, wondering what the old man is talking about. The old man points to his beard, stating that's why she didn't recognize him. The young woman sighs, wondering if he is really still. The old man asks if she has a knife of some sort on her, because he needs to shave, wondering how he would have a knife. The young woman exclaims, incredulous that he saw them take everything away, while the old man says he sees, but that's not important right now, they need to. She peers through the bars, a plan forming in her mind. The old man beside her glances back, seemingly oblivious to the urgency of their situation. Get away? He wonders. Seizing the bars, Chartlutia prepares to put her plan into action. This should work, she mutters. A guard watches from the shadows, questioning what she's about to do. Meanwhile, Char Grandpa readies a makeshift razor. Shave, he declares, seemingly more concerned with grooming than escape. With a mighty heave, the bars begin to bend. The bars are wrenched apart, creating an opening. Char Tlutia begins, ready to make her move. A guard's eyes widen in disbelief. Breaking out? And how is this even possible? Two more guards approach, their faces a mixture of shock and alarm. The guards advance, the clinking of their armor echoing through the corridor. How? One of them exclaims. Lunging forward, Char Tlutia grabs one of the guards. They saw us. Not good, she shouts, before pleading, excuse me. We'll put the gate back the way it was, so please don't hurt. Char Grandpa strikes another guard. Gramps, get back H-. The fight is on, Char Grandpa battling the guard with surprising ferocity. Char Grandpa continues his assault, determined to clear a path to freedom. He sits among the fallen guards. Tlutia looks surprised. A hand wipes blood from the floor. Tlutia asks what he is doing. He replies that he is shaving. Tlutia is shocked. Tlutia exclaims that he is not her grandpa, and that he lied to her. He thinks to himself that they only fainted, and that should be fine. He recalls saving Prang during a war between this kingdom and the neighboring kingdom of Nehusel. He thinks that the boy owes him his life. Tlutia asks what he is talking about. He thinks that if she still doesn't believe him, he can't help that. Tlutia says that he disappeared over 100 years ago. He thinks that the current king isn't Prang, it's Zeeble. Tlutia wonders if he is bluffing. She thinks that she needs to get out of here and that she'll go on ahead. Tlutia notices that there are two paths and wonders which one it is. She and the old man approach a large, ornate door, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the vast space. Are we there? She asks, peering ahead. A door. The doors swing open with a resounding boom, revealing a grand throne room. A figure sits upon a golden throne at the far end of a long red carpet. Her eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. We weren't running away, she shouts, her voice echoing in the chamber. Tlutia confronts the old man, her expression a mix of anger and betrayal. Are you a demon? Were you telling me to follow you to hell? The old man raises a hand, his face etched with a strange mix of sorrow and resignation. He begins to speak, his voice barely a whisper. I'm Zeeble. Plutia's eyes widen in shock, the realization dawning on her. What? But Zeeble's. The old man's face appears in her mind, and she remembers. Now I remember. A man with a golden crown gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable. Now he remembers. The name Gilgamesh appears in bold letters. Huandang recalls his grandfather always telling him the same story. At the time, he thought it was just a story, but now he thinks he was dead. Huandang's left eye burns, and he is so exhausted that he can't move a single finger. And then, he was saved. Huandang reflects that it's thanks to him that he's standing here right now. If it weren't for him, Huandang would be dead. And you, Zeeble, would never have been born. Huandang wonders if he was strong. He wasn't strong, but he was someone who would never lose, even if he couldn't win. He was his savior, his teacher, his most valuable friend, and his brother. Then why did he do that? Huandang recalls that he said he disappeared without a word. He doesn't know why. He's still not sure why he did that, but his guess is, as it approached the 10-year mark since they were together, Huandang noticed he still hadn't changed at all. Huandang recalls first meeting him. He hadn't changed at all. It's almost like he doesn't age. He's jealous. And then he disappeared a few days later. The young Huandang realized in the back of his head that he was somehow different. He wanted to be sure, so he asked him. That might have scared him. Maybe he thought he betrayed him. He wondered if he thought he was trying to discover some secret of his. No way. You said you were friends. You said you were brothers. Huandang exclaimed. I'm sure there was a different reason. He's going to come back to see you. I know it. Zeeble placed a hand on Huandang's head. Thank you, Zeeble. When he comes back, ask him for me. Ask him why he left me. Finally back. Lord Zeeble. Zeeble thought. I abandoned that name. The day I left this place. Whoa, he was telling. He wondered till the end. Don't tell me it's because you have a weird name like ramen or bread or something? Call me ramen. So I was right. Ramen. Yum. Ah. Huh. Zeeble said, I see. So you were Prang's grandson. Time truly passes by so quickly. He wondered. He wondered till the end. Why did you leave? I was afraid. The girl with black hair stares intently, lost in thought. Below, a blonde-haired figure grins widely. The blonde-haired figure remarks that it's almost like the other doesn't age, admitting to feeling jealous. A close-up reveals a character's back, the dialogue bubble expressing a desire to handle Prang. Tlutia speaks of death, her expression unreadable. The blonde-haired figure sighs, stating that he understands. Below, the man with gray hair says he's glad. The blonde-haired figure, wearing a crown, declares that someone was wrong. A plate of food sits on a table. Tlutia eats with gusto, exclaiming that it's amazing. Grandpa urges her to eat up. A close-up shows someone eating a meatball. Tlutia slurps noodles, while in the background, Grandpa walks down a hallway. The text bubble asks how the child is. Grandpa, partially obscured by a mask, pauses and is asked if it's serious and to be honest. Grandpa explains that the child should be kept away as much as possible, describing something slowly absorbed inside the body, closer to a curse than a disease. It causes immeasurable pain until the patient dies, and even the cause has not been discovered yet. He insists that they must cast her out before the problem spreads, even if it means sacrificing civilians. Meanwhile, Plutia munches on a piece of food, savoring the taste. She looks down at the food, a shadow of sadness crossing her face. If only she could handle Prang's death. Her fist clenches, the word death echoing in her mind. Zeeble states that they will be going then. He thanks Zeeble. The old man responds that it was nothing, and that he wanted to give her some clothes or weapons, but since she doesn't want them. Zeeble continues, saying that she should have accepted, since she is barefoot. Zeeble replies that it's fine, this is more than enough, and that he's never even met her before. The old man asks Zeeble to please give him his name, since if it weren't for her, he never would have. The title card for Gilgamesh, by Huan Dang, is shown. Zeeble says, and thinks that he could have eaten more. After everything he ate, Zeeble could have just stayed there. She asks why he's following her, but he replies that actually, she's leading the way. Zeeble calls him Gramps, but then corrects herself, saying no wait. Mister. She asks who he is. Zeeble says that it sounds like he's lived for a long time, and that she doesn't even know who he is, so she should really be TR. He pauses. Zeeble asks if he said something wrong. The old man tells her not to. The old man tells her to call him Mister. Zeeble is shocked, thinking that that's it, and that she was scared for no reason. She thinks that Gramps is okay, but Mister isn't. Zeeble asks what she should call him then. He tells her that he told her, Ramen. She yells in frustration, saying that he chose that to make fun of her, didn't he? He replies no. Zeeble says arg anyway. She says that she can't follow someone who won't tell her who they are or where they're going. The old man pauses. She says that she's going to go her own hack. The old man thinks about where he should start, and that at first, he didn't know anything. Zeeble gasps as she falls to the ground. She stood on the beach, the vast expanse of sand mirroring the emptiness within her. There was nothing to know. She began to walk, driven by an unknown purpose. As she walked, she saw something. The first thing she saw was a beast, or perhaps beast wasn't the right word. It was a creature one cannot see today. And then she learned her first lesson, that if she faced that creature, she would die. She wanted to live, so she avoided the creatures stronger than her and ate the ones weaker than her. And then, for the first time in her life, she met humans. The way they looked when they saw her was surprise, confusion. She looked much different then, you see. And her own feeling was relief. As she thought, I am not alone, she felt relief. She adjusted more quickly than expected. They accepted her willingly. She also gained friends. It was a great time. She still remembers them. They grew older. At the time, she didn't know they were getting older. She just thought they were changing. And though she didn't change, she assumed she would eventually, and dismissed it. Until that incident. She doesn't remember. And then, her friends began to. What actually happened? But she did understand one thing. She thought to herself, I was the only survivor. Put another way, she was the only one who didn't die. The villager's death saddened her, but she was also glad that she didn't die, because she was scared of dying. And so she continued surviving. Her ability to dig graves only got better. She lost friends. And made new ones. As she saw countless deaths, the relief she'd felt for surviving began to change into suffering. Her hand trembled. She lost them again. Each time, she would think, this time will be different. But all she could do was watch as the number of her friends' graves increased, and all she could feel was sadness. And just as she began to think her immortality was a curse, she met someone. A blonde woman asked, Muitin. Heya, you crying? The woman was right. He was the great first mage. A girl exclaims, realizing that Muitin was not a myth. She notes that this means he is older than a couple hundred years. The silver-haired man says not to call him Mister. The narration explains that there are different types of mages, including ordinary mages. The narration continues, stating that there are also archmages, who are quite rare and change the magic world significantly. The narration explains that there have only been 3 legendary mages so far, and these are the people who changed the world of magic forever. The title card reads, Gilgamesh, by Huan Dang. The narration states that they knew they were different from the moment they met them. The blonde-haired woman says that since he's different, she'll also be different, and maybe she'll become normal around him. The silver-haired man thinks this. The narration states that the only way to describe his extraordinary talent is to say that he was loved by mana. It is said that Muitin was the first in human history to discover and define mana, but the truth is that nearly everything was accomplished by his little sister. Mushia says that when you channel for more mana, the durational difference isn't just linearly proportional. The current perception of her is very different from what she was actually like. The narration states that unlike Muitin, she had 0 talent for manipulating mana. However, she was brilliant in observation. First of all, she was not a mage. The narration states that another aspect was observation. The narration states that adding elemental attributes like fire and water to pure mana, and defining what mana is, was all accomplished through her observation and research. As the genius Muitin expelled his mana everywhere. While people think Muitin was the person who revealed magic to the world, the ordinary Mushia observed and researched it. Mushia observed, interesting, isn't it? Muitin exclaimed, Ahaha, we did it, Maltoon. If it weren't for her, we would never know about the existence of mana. Mushia was full of curiosity. She stated, I'm jealous of you. Muitin wondered, what? Muitin recalled, this is what she said to me when I confessed everything about myself. I know you weren't saying it to make fun. Mushia said, It was actually all thanks to the talentless Mushia. I just wish I had that much time, too. Muitin thought. I think ordinary people's lives are too short. He glanced at Mushia. Muitin remembered Mushia's words. I was only surviving, and life had no meaning for me. I decided to change that. I'm still so curious about so many things. Mushia asked, Are you sure you don't want to come with us? She waved goodbye with a smile. Yeah, thanks for everything. They left. Muitin watched them go, thinking. They said they were going to teach others about magic. The first person to impact me. That was how he sent them off. And so, he began to learn. It was an attempt to give meaning to his long, meaningless life. In other words, he studied. First, he studied his body. He did this to find out why he wasn't dying, but naturally, he began to learn about anatomy. And he used that knowledge to save another person's life. He found himself saving a life, and it felt far better than he'd ever imagined. When he decided there was nothing more to learn about medicine, he became interested in another field. It was fun, exciting, and he felt alive. And then he began to research the separation of memory. It wasn't something he was interested in, but indeed, he was forgetting many things, so he didn't want to lose any of his knowledge. This gave him an interest in medicine, and he gained more and more knowledge as he treated people in his travels. But he failed. He couldn't separate his memory. He understood why Mushia wanted more, but he thought of an alternative right away. As he kept studying and filling his brain, he was worried that his other memories would disappear or some other problem might happen. If separating memory was impossible, he thought locking the memory in his head would work, sealing memories. At the time, the magic he learned from Muitin was quite helpful. Unless a key is used, the memory remains sealed. And so, he succeeded in sealing his knowledge of many things including medicine, astronomy, swordsmanship, and magic. And that is why. But why? Mushia said there might be a problem. What if you die? That is also why he is doing this. He now desired death. The silver-haired man continues forward, his steps measured. Plutia watches him, a thoughtful expression on her face. She wonders if he wants to die because he can't die. The woman clenches her fist, her expression hardening. Plutia asks if that means they're going to where the medicine key is. Zeeble confirms that is the end goal. Zeeble tells her not to call him Mr., questioning the end goal. The silver-haired man continues walking, his eyes narrowed. Plutia puffs out her cheeks, insisting that she bets she's right. She asks if she is right. Zeeble recalls about 100 years ago, he could not handle living anymore. He tried everything to kill himself, but in the end, he couldn't. Zeeble recalls that he reached his limit. His mind could not handle it. Zeeble recalls that he doesn't know how many decades passed after he went mad, but when he came to his senses, he was surrounded by ruins. His power probably escaped his control and went on a rampage. Zeeble recalls that's when he thought his power was too dangerous for him. He might even have killed someone. Since there was no knowing when this would happen again, that's why he decided his memories of swordsmanship and all other memories should be sealed. Plutia asks if he decided. His hand throbs, the memories proving difficult to manipulate. Zeeble realizes he must have made a mistake. The memories were embedded too deeply for him to seal away. Or so he thought. Mumbling to herself, Plutia admits that maybe she didn't want to forget. It turns out there are memories that won't disappear. Plutia questions if sealing away his memories is pointless. Zeeble responds that all he did was seal his memories away. His physical abilities remain as they were, and there are some things his body remembers, too. Zeeble explains that it was also a certain recoil after, and the severity of the recoil is unknown. Plutia stares, thinking that if you try to force open a locked door and it opens, the handle will break. Walking alongside Zeeble, Plutia wonders where they are going now. Zeeble states that they are going to Valhalla, to the easternmost end of the continent, which is the eastern border's port city. Plutia expresses her disgust, saying that place is so. Zeeble explains that Valhalla is lawless and that place isn't the border port city anymore. Zeeble continues, explaining that a new border port city was created and Valhalla lost its purpose. Now it's been nearly abandoned, and it's where criminals that are trying to travel to the eastern continent gather. Plutia exclaims in disbelief. She states that Zeeble really hasn't been paying attention to what's been happening the past century. Something happened that made those criminals want to go to the eastern continent. There's no way the Easterners will accept them. It's basically suicide. Plutia flinches, telling Zeeble not to tell her he's going to the east, she means. Zeeble remains silent. The two girls behind Plutia excitedly ask him to tell them all about it. They mention the Easterners being beautiful, having long ears, and being good at shooting. One of them also heard that they don't use magic, but something else. Zeeble states that what's important right now is the key. He believes that once he finds the key he's looking for, he'll remember where the rest are. Plutia sulks, asking if there is any clue at least, so they can find the medicine key. Zeeble explains that the key is in the shape of a blade, or rather, it is a blade. Plutia realizes that's it. She asks Zeeble about the length of the blade. Zeeble gestures with his hands, indicating the length of the blade. Plutia wonders how they are supposed to find it like that, and that she thought it was supposed to be important. Zeeble snaps a branch, stating that he left all of his keys with certain. Zeeble continues, saying that he remembers who he left the last key with. He draws a face in the sand with the branch, and Plutia comments that he looks like this. Plutia wonders if that is a person. She tells Zeeble that he said he studied various things, but clearly art was not one of them. Zeeble explains that this was the main drawing style back then. He says that they're nearly there, so let's get going. He tosses the branch away, and Plutia looks annoyed. Plutia says that Zeeble is such a kid, and that his drawing style is terrible. Zeeble sighs, saying that he should just. The panel shows the abandoned city Valhalla. A blond man, brandishing a whip, demands, "You crazy? You dare try to escape?" The captive's hands strain against the ropes that bind him. The blond man grabs the captive by the neck, snarling, "I'll let you live this time. This won't happen again." The blond man sits down, as another man with red hair asks, "Are you sure about just letting him go? Break his toes, at least." The blond man replies, "Look, you idiot. We're going." The blond man says, "I am sorry." The red-haired man responds, "To sell him off tomorrow. You trying to lower his value?" The blond man says, "Take him away." He thinks to himself. It was almost like he was calculating something. The ropes snap. She tilts her head, curious. What does she think decides strength? The old man stands nearby as the girl considers the question. Speed. Personally, she thinks speed is more important than power. Plutia considers the matter. Judging how strong someone is about whether you can beat them in a fight. The old man listens intently. All the strong people he saw had an amazing sense of judgment. Power or speed is only a means to an end. He reminds her that she said she was a knight in training, and knights may be outrageously strong and talented, but their ability. Plutia touches her chin, thinking. To make decisions in a split second, and the accuracy of those decisions are what sets them apart. That's why they're so strong. A silhouette of a swordsman stands ready. How will she fight him? Plutia considers her options. Since her dagger has a much smaller range than him, that's not bad, but the better option is making sure they can't draw their sword at all. Naturally, that's not the only right answer. Other alternatives include attacking them before they draw their sword or disarming them. The important thing is being able to think of these different strategies in the first place. The old man turns to her, explaining that he's telling her this because there may be more fights in the future. As long as she makes the right decision, she can still win. Plutia nods, a determined look on her face. She will never forget this. "I won't, mister." She adds, "Don't call me." "No, never mind." The old man and Plutia stand in what appears to be a ruined city. This place has changed a lot. It looks like no one's in. Plutia looks ahead, warning that the place has been abandoned and to be careful, as they could be attacked at any moment. Charge. She notes that the area has become a hideout for bandits and criminals. The old man remains silent. Plutia questions how he knows it's here, suggesting the key might be elsewhere. The old man replies that it's been a while since he left it here, and the state of the place is a mess, as she can see. The old man walks away, huffing. Plutia tells him to say something, knowing what he's doing. The old man holds up a tracking stone, stating he got it from one of the court mages. Judging by the way it's reacting, it should be here. Plutia wonders what if it's broken or crushed to pieces. The old man says it's possible, but they still need to find it, right? A blond man yells, "Mister, behind you." A figure lunges forward. Plutia tells him to be careful. The old man says all right. The old man thinks that attacking head-on like that should be fatal. The old man says he'll wait for him to die, then take the girl. He asks the blond man if he's with him, correctly? The blond man is fighting. He thinks, will you be fighting too? He also thinks, healing magic? Or does he just regenerate quickly? Regardless, he'll hell well. But maybe he'll be a hassle. He seems used to fighting. I don't have much time. The old man says all right. He asks if he'll be fighting. He'd recommend against it. Plutia's eyes widened in surprise as something flew past her. Below, a blond man declared he would eliminate his target before things became complicated. Plutia realized she couldn't see a thing. Beside her, a white-haired man looked equally concerned. A sword whizzed through the air. A pink-eyed figure flinched. The pink-eyed figure was knocked to the ground. The white-haired man smirked, stating that in that case, they should stay back. A blond man, his face twisted in a sinister grin, asked which year someone had joined. A staircase led to a brightly lit doorway. A figure was knocked to the ground with a thud. 10 minutes ago. Plutia raised her hands in surrender, stating that she gave up. A sword was swung. A figure stated that they couldn't talk and that they would get the other out of there later. Another figure wondered if the mister should still be alive. A figure lay prone on the ground. She crawled along the cold stone floor, the sound of her movements echoing in the silent chamber. Plutia muttered to herself, I was careless. She stepped forward, the sound of her footfalls soft against the stone. Plutia thought to herself, since it's just my blood here, and there's no other signs of battle, I guess. She gripped the handle of a weapon, her knuckles white with tension. That was definitely. Her eyes widened, a glint of triumph in their depths. Plutia thought, found it. A determined expression settled on her face. Now that I've found it, let's go get it. The blood was still wet. It couldn't have been long since they were here. They even took the tracking stone. Kneeling on the stone floor, he wondered how he should find them now. He wondered what the man was carrying and if there was a problem. A knife, arrows, some arrow components. Even the arrows were incomplete. Were these even arrows? Arrow tips on both ends. He had never seen an arrow like this before. Something was off. The red-haired man asked if he should bring his clothes, too. The blonde man told him not to take it. He walked down the hallway. He told him he'd get him out, but how? Getting out. As long as he's taken care of, he was sure he could handle the rest. He guessed there was no other option than to work together. Even this was too tight to get out of. The woman told the shirtless man that when she gave him the signal, she wanted him to. Damn, why now? He had no choice. To think positive. How he didn't have to call him here in here. He was sure he understood, too. Who are you? Well, take him down. The man with the blonde hair takes a step forward, towering over Ramen, who is kneeling on the ground, bound. An unnamed figure stands guard. What the hell are you dash? Huan Dang begins, before trailing off with a simple, hey. Huan Dang stares intently at Ramen. This is really important. See my cheek. If you dash. Huan Dang kicks Ramen hard, sending him sprawling. Gasp. Huan Dang mutters to himself. Interrupt me? Gah. Huh. Huh. God damn it. The patch on my left cheek. You'll regret it if you don't take it off. Fall for it. Please. You all might die. Huan Dang stares down at Ramen, his expression unreadable. Let's see, just I'm sure. Huan Dang grabs Ramen's hands, his grip tight. Huan Dang yells, now. Ramen jumps into the air, thinking, this might work, if he just uses this chance well. Ramen dashes towards Huan Dang and the other figure, thinking, we can both. Ramen dashes away, thinking, get out safely. Or not. Ramen kicks out. Huan Dang wobbles, thinking, did he think I meant he should get away instead of attacking? No, even if that is what he thought, he should have attacked just to be safe. Look, as long as I show him the cursed disease, he won't be able to attack me rashly. He grimaces, clutching his chest. I have a cursed disease. Huan Dang shouts, there he goes. After him, boss. The mute suddenly ran. The boss barks away. He even took his equipment with him. Did you send anyone after him? Huan Dang replies, yes, sir. The boss, dragging someone by the hair, orders, I sent 5 men. Send another 5. Ramen coughs violently, blood flecking his lips. The boss, clenching his fist, questions, a cursed disease, you say? Ramen retorts, Teach, that's right. And you could all get infected. So I suck act. The boss grabs Ramen by the throat. You pulled a stunt like that, relying on this little thing? The boss continues, to see so many things here. In fact, I bet I know more about cursed diseases than you. Did you think I wouldn't attack you? Or perhaps you thought I'd be afraid, and let you go? Sorry, but... Ramen prepares to attack, his eyes narrowed. Ramen attacks. The boss, unfazed, says, excuse me, do you not see my face? You're late. I'm sure I cut off his head. I don't know how you survived, but this time you won't be so lucky. Catch them. The boss declares, I have to catch them both. He brings the blade down in a slicing motion. The blade slices across Huan Dang's neck, blood spraying from the wound. He wonders how this could be, as he's never heard of this before. Huan Dang clutches at the wound on his chest, declaring that there is nothing he wants more than death. The man with slicked-back blonde hair declares that he is ready. The sword begins to glow. Huan Dang demands to know what was done to his sword, noting that it is still sharp despite the passage of decades, as expected of a named sword. Huan Dang hisses, stating that he didn't do anything to it. He just got his memories back. Huan Dang observes his breathing, posture, and every minute movement, noting that something has changed, but it will not be enough. Huan Dang thinks that the other guy isn't as strong as a knight, thankfully, but he's still around a semi-knight's level. Objectively speaking, against that guy, even his current self is... Huan Dang declares that it is not enough. Huan Dang thinks that if Tlutia enters the equation, they'll have the upper hand. Huan Dang states that he is alright. Tlutia is present. She asks what is going on, noting that he smells like blood. Huan Dang tells Tlutia to listen closely, as he is going to tell her the plan. He notes that the leader will probably attack him, since he is an unknown, so she should take care of the others. He explains that he needs her to quickly defeat the 2 of them and back him up. Tlutia asks if he is sure he can last that long. Huan Dang replies that he won't lose so easily now that his memories are back. Tlutia says that after what he said about judgment, her faith in him just increased. She agrees to the plan. Huan Dang thinks that the calculations are perfect and says okay, let's. Huan Dang prepares himself for the upcoming battle. 2 figures approach, ready to engage. Tlutia watches the scene unfold. It doesn't happen every time, but there are certain things that can follow a calculation. A splatter of blood appears. A figure reacts to the events unfolding. Variables are being calculated. Huan Dang dashes forward. Huan Dang engages in combat with the 2 figures. Huan Dang slashes at one of the figures. One of the figures bleeds, and a blonde-haired figure says good, that's it. The artery is severed. Blood sprays as the blade finds its mark. The man cries out, wiping the blood from his eyes in a desperate attempt to see. A fist connects with brutal force. The impact sends him crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. Wiping sweat from his brow, the white-haired man steels himself. The blonde man raises his sword, ready to strike. He stops, a look of horror washing over his face. Stop. Did I make the same mistake? The blonde man looks up, his expression unreadable. Variables. A red slash tears through the air. The blonde man throws a spear with deadly accuracy. The spear wobbles, embedded in the table. The locations of the objects. The number of opponents. The time it would. The blonde man shouts, get away. The time it would take to get captured, and... A blonde-haired figure stands, a serious expression etched on their face as they grip a metallic device. The sky is a pale blue, contrasting with the jagged rocks in the background. The archer stands poised, muscles taut as they draw back the bowstring. The best position to shoot from, they think. The landscape stretches out before them, a mix of rocky terrain and a fiery orange sky. None of this was calculated. With a focused gaze, the figure meticulously measures and adjusts their weapon. And in measuring, there are no variables. The archer meticulously slices the fletching of the arrow, ensuring a clean cut. Calculation is counting. Measurement is being gauged as the archer slides the arrow into position. A click indicates it is set to be specific. The archer draws back the bowstring, the tension building as they aim. Calculation is when one acts according to their prediction of the distance and movements of the enemy. These variables change the outcome, whether they're hit or not hit. On the other hand, measurement is knowing the exact distance to the enemy as the archer stretches the bowstring. The arrow is released with a resounding twang, and there is only one result. The arrow hurtles towards him. The arrow pierces through the target, leaving a gaping hole. So he shot. This much destructive power despite the distance. Could he be in? Mister, did you beat him on your own? Are you hurt? You're bleeding. The woman exclaimed. I told you. Don't call me. Mister. This again. You're the one who ran away. Well, She turns her head, facing the other person. The man expresses his gratitude. The woman agrees, and a close-up reveals a scar on someone's neck. The man wonders if he is mute, also commenting on the archer's marksmanship. The other asks if he is an oni. It appears someone has kept their skill with the bow, as an arrow pierces a head. The woman yells, questioning what the other is doing. The man says he understands how she feels, but asks her to calm down, stating he is not her enemy. He's not listening. The man asks what that is, as the woman communicates through sign language, the language the oni use. The man wonders who he should say he is for him to understand, also wondering if they cleared away his portrait. The woman thinks it should be hung up in their training hall as the founder. Yeah, I get it. Calm down. So I'm trying to get my memories back too. Save her. Then why are we still here? If you recovered your memories, let's get going already. Wait. The old man asks what an oni is, reminding the knight that she promised to tell him. She finds the question annoying. Elsewhere, it's revealed that the man is from the Eastern continent and is part of an elite squad. They are extremely gifted with the bow and have timers and measuring sticks inside their heads. Someone notes that his ears aren't long and he doesn't look like a fairy. The old man states that the rumors about the Eastern continent are due to how reclusive it is. The knight accuses the man of lying to her and asks why the reclusive Eastern continent sent him here, questioning if it was for military reasons. The man shakes his head. The old man is silent. The man asks if they have a specific destination. The old man sees a chance. The knight says she will help him find his sister, and in exchange, he can lend them his strength. The knight says there's no way he's just going to accept. The man nods. The old man says that he says he's here for his strength. He adds that they need to get out of here, but the whole place is swarming with the soldiers of the man they just killed. The knight questions why he accepted, wondering if he shouldn't be suspicious. The old man explains that they can't write, so they can't pass on any information to the enemy. The only thing they can use to communicate is through sign language. Since they can't communicate, he's desperate for their help. The knight realizes that he can't speak or write. The old man adds that the East has always been cruel, and it's not the kingdom of fairies they think it is. The knight is impressed. The old man says that as long as they have him with them, this kind of incident won't happen again. He then asks what she meant by timers. She watches as Huan Dang walks away, thinking that it will be better if she watches how he fights. Now he'll know for sure, if he has the skill of the oni he knows. He could have gone for the neck, even at that distance. He was either off his mark or, if he deliberately didn't kill him, why? Why did he not aim to kill? Plutia steps forward, her eyes focused on her opponent. She draws back an arrow, the bowstring taut with potential energy. The other figure grabs a sword, preparing to defend himself. He yells, his voice filled with determination. Plutia releases the arrow, the bowstring twanging as the projectile flies forward. The arrow hurtles towards the swordsman, a blur of motion. He trembles, realizing the arrow is coming too fast. The arrow flies past him, narrowly missing its target. Plutia stretches the bowstring again, preparing for another shot. The arrow is drawn back, ready to be released. The swordsman cries out as the arrow pierces his shoulder. Plutia looks up, her expression unreadable against the fiery sky. Several figures stand in the background, their purpose yet unknown. Below them, the word Gilgamesh is displayed. Huan Dang is shown in multiple panels, with dialogue discussing the situation. One of the figures explains that having a timer inside him is exactly as it sounds, and that the amount of time that passes after a certain event is all imprinted in his body. The other figure admits she still doesn't get it. The figure elaborates, asking how many seconds have passed since he was shot in the head with an arrow, or since he dashed forward and shot his arrow. He knows the answers to all of it. The figures discuss these questions without even having to think about it, and if they go one step further, he can also sense when his enemies will reach him. It could be called prediction. A figure stands on a grid, with the word naturally above them. It's the same with distance. One of the figures says that when he's fighting with both time and space on his side, that's what he means. An arrow is pulled back with a yank, ready to be fired. Plutia is present. The arrow is fired. A figure dashes forward. The bow snaps. A figure grabs Plutia's face. A resounding thwack echoes. Someone calls out, urging the other to wait up and keep going. Huangdao tells her that she's not even giving him time to rest, reminding her that he's wearing armor. The armored figure sits down with a thud. Huangdao watches her. Huang Dao thinks to himself that he isn't bad enough to miss, and that he's obviously one of the best Oni. He can't figure out why, but he needs to use him as much as he can. Plydia continues to run. Huang Dao wonders what they should call him, thinking that this might be harder than he thought, him being illiterate. Plydia guesses they can just call him Hadar. Plydia nods, thinking she's got it. Wangel's face suddenly turns to stone as he tells her to call him Mr. Plydia thinks he's so sensitive, wondering what she should call him then. Huang Dao tells her he told her so. Plydia yells at him to stop it. Plydia asks how about this, saying they'll take his opinion into account, but then tells him not to call her Ms., and that they're taking it into account. Plydia snaps her fingers, saying Ram, and asking how that sounds. She listens as Huang Dao asks if she doesn't like it, if it's not that bad. He urges her to say something. A text box reveals that he has a new name. It's been quite a while, as Plydia yawns twice. Stella gulps down the water, relieved. She remarks that it's more like it. She then asks where the others went. Zeeble states that he will scout ahead and keep an eye on the mute. Stella is annoyed that he's already gone, even though it's only been a few seconds. She wonders if he did that measuring thing by looking at when she drank water, so he could get away while she was yawning, exclaiming that he scared her. Stella yells at Huan Dang to stop scaring her and tells him to stay still, asking where he was. Huan Dang flips off the mountain, calling it Mountain. Plydia looks at the mountain, repeating the name. Plydia wonders why it feels like someone's making fun of her. After scouting the area, Huan Dang knows now. Zeeble states where they are, asking if they were lost. He says it's not his fault it's so different from the past. Stella asks where they are going. Zeeble wonders if their destination should be Findel, and if their route should be that way. Huan Dang says they have pursuers, and Zeeble asks what he did and if he attacked them. Huan Dang says not yet, stating that there's no need to fight them and make things worse. Huan Dang says they should kill them. Zeeble says no, they should ignore them and go. Huan Dang states that they are working together and that he is not Zeeble's to command, telling him not to order him around. Zeeble says he told him no. Huan Dang says it appears Zeeble is scared. A wounded man lies on the ground as the knight stands over him. She declares that she will do it herself, having told him not to. The knight squeezes her fist, stating that those people cannot be stopped through normal means. They must show them how much stronger they are. Meanwhile, a figure stands in a barren landscape, calling out for someone to wait. Another asks what he will say and if he is going to kill them all, questioning if he is understood. The figure responds with a question of whether he should kill some of them. Another states that he is right, and they need to show them how strong they are so they don't follow them again. The knight states that something is not wrong. She says no, then questions something. The figure states that something is different. The knight hopes he is wrong and suggests they go. Dripping water is heard. The figure and the knight are seen walking through a forest, breathing heavily. A group of bandits are killed by a figure with a bow and arrow. One of the bandits states that they were just bandits. The knight is asked if she was scared of these weaklings, and the figure states that these aren't the ones. He adds that she probably hasn't met them before. The knights. The knight is shown with a determined expression. The figure questions something. It is asked how soon they'll arrive or where they'll arrive from, or what will happen once they arrive. The figure states that knowing this will change nothing. The figure states that she'd be better off never fighting a knight. He questions something. She wonders why they would be pursued by a knight. A bowstring sings as it is released. The bow snaps as the string is released. The bow creaks. The bow continues to creak. She wonders what it was, magic or something else. Zeeble states that it is magic. Zeeble continues, wondering why he thought Easterners couldn't use magic, which is why they use the key or whatever in their body. Plydia asks if it is because the body thinks it's a disease. Zeeble says it's similar, then asks how he used magic then. Plydia wonders if he is some kind of fake. Zeeble explains that it's probably because of the bow, that Oni bows are made from dragon horns, and that he used the mana inside the horn. Plydia says that he had her until the dragon part, and asks if dragons exist. Zeeble says that he told her when he first met her, that he raised one. Plydia is kneeling on the ground, urging someone to keep going and asking what happened. She tells the other person to be quiet, stating that they are making the ground shake. Covering her mouth, Plydia thinks that it's not particularly impressive. Scratching his face, Zeeble says that he met a dragon before that, too. He guesses he'll start with that. It was 1,000 years ago. No, long before that. Huan Dang trudged through the seemingly endless desert. Maybe walking across was a bad idea, he thought. He didn't have money to buy an animal, anyway. It'll only be tiring, he mused, but it's not as if I'll die. And even if I do die? And then suddenly, Huan Dang was startled. Honestly, he was scared. It was the first time he'd seen something like that. It was graceful, he thought. He could also feel it was full of dignity. And that, very obviously dangerous creature, had landed before his very eyes. Anyone would have been scared. So it is you. A massive dragon loomed over Huan Dang. What are you? The dragon asked. Instead, Huan Dang was curious. Shouldn't that be my line? Let's test it, Huan Dang thought. Or are you ridiculing me? Huan Dang wondered. That, my fear disappeared, as if it never existed in the first place. It's a simple answer. Can't you see that I'm human? Huan Dang thought. That's right. Human? The dragon scoffed. Liar. I saw you 1,000 years ago. With a whoosh, a dragon appears, recognizing him from 300 years ago. The dragon continues, stating that it is seeing him again, exactly as he was 1,000 years ago, and that he cannot be fooled. The dragon questions if he is human, stating that humans cannot live for more than a century. It demands to know what he is if he is not one of its kind. The dragon hisses, wondering if it was wrong about him. He recalls thinking he was going to die. He flew off to the west, then went to the east, deciding he'd rather not see it again. He continued east and eventually reached the eastern continent. He then recalls the next time he met a dragon. A woman states that it couldn't have been that easy, as the eastern continent isn't some neighboring mountain, and that's it. Another person says that he just shortened it, that it was very difficult, and that he died over 10 times. He adds that he talks about dying like it's falling on your face or something, and that's the end of the story of the first dragon he ever met, and that he was annoyed, too. The woman says, okay, go on then. The other person says that the next dragon he met, and then asks what about the eastern continent. He says he'll tell her about that later, and that he told her this is about dragons. The woman says, okay, but that she wants to know more about the east. The narration states that the second dragon he met was around 500 years ago. The man says that perhaps meat is the wrong word. He says and then the narration states that he didn't know it was a dragon. Starving for a long time by then, he wasn't his usual self. All he could think about was eating it. He wonders if he can eat the whole thing, and then a dragon egg cracks open, and a small dragon cries out. He felt a strange, swirling sensation as the small dragon approached. Huan Dang paused, confused by the creature's presence. The baby dragon flapped its wings, looking up at Huan Dang. It called out, wondering if he was its mama or Momo. The dragon continued to call out, before finally stating that it was Felesta. Huan Dang told Felesta that he wasn't its mama. He added that he would wait with it until its mother appeared, even though it wouldn't kill him if it bit him. He felt a little bad that it must have hurt. Felesta continued to flap its wings, asking Huan Dang to at least call it dad. The narration box stated that the kid's mother never showed up. The kid's mother never showed up, so Huan Dang began to raise her. It was also out of scientific curiosity. The dragon child called out for her mother. The dragon child continued to call out for her mother. Huan Dang heard a scream. Huan Dang was surprised and scared. The dragon child called for her mother. Huan Dang grabbed her. The dragon child called for her mother. Huan Dang told her to be quiet. Huan Dang told the dragon child that she can't attack things weaker than her. He said that he was saying this for her sake. The dragon child said okay. The dragon child realized that she was not human. Huan Dang thought that if all dragons were like this, humans would know of their existence already. He guessed that the parents do educate their young. Based on the one dragon he met a long time ago, there should be more than one of them. He wondered if her parents died, or if she was abandoned. Huan Dang thought that humans are weak and not like her. He thought that they were both lonely beings. The dragon child asked Huan Dang to take her with him. She said that she could hide her tail and horns. She looks up at Huan Dang, who tells her that even the smallest distraction can cause her to lose control. He instructs her to wait there like a good girl. Felesta remembers the rules, avoid people. Huan Dang tells Felesta to cheer up, promising to buy her some pretty clothes. She is surprised and excited. Huan Dang says he'll be back soon. Meanwhile, Huan Dang walks through town. Huan Dang picks out a ribbon, thinking it should be good enough. He pays 5 coins for it. The shopkeeper asks if he lives in the Western Mountains, and he confirms. The shopkeeper wonders if that place is safe, and Huan Dang thinks that they haven't noticed. Felesta thinks that the area is rugged and has a lot of beasts, so ordinary people might find it difficult to live in. Huan Dang says that he is slowly adjusting, but that's not what he meant. He guesses she hasn't heard, then. Huan Dang recalls when the Lord went out hunting a while back and got a huge scar on his face. Everyone kept laughing at him, so he's formed a squad to capture the dragon. He thinks it's a waste of taxes. He wonders if he should tell her. An unnamed character sits on the ground, wondering if there's any news. Huan Dang is angry, thinking that there's no way a human could beat a dragon. He realizes that the guy was the Lord. Huan Dang thinks he was lucky to be there that time, and wonders what would happen if she kills the Lord. Felesta is happy that she did it. Huan Dang wonders if he should tell her. Felesta is happy that they're not popping out. Felesta twitches, wondering what's going on. She walks through the woods, hearing the clinking of armor. Felesta sees the soldiers and thinks that was close. Huan Dang thinks to himself that rule 1 is to stay away from humans. She peeks from behind a tree, her eyes wide with apprehension. There are so many of them. Soldiers patrol the woods, their armor glinting in the dappled sunlight. One pauses, his helmeted head turning. Did something happen here? Phew, I'm glad they didn't see me. A voice cuts through the quiet. Hey kid. Felesta flinches, a startled cry escaping her lips. A man with silver hair gives a rule. Rule 2. If you are around humans, never show your true self. He stares, his gaze intense. I don't suppose. You've seen a big lizard around these parts? Her heart pounding, Felesta shrinks back, pressing herself against the tree. Didi, don't come out. Don't come out. The blonde-haired figure asks. I don't suppose you've seen a big lizard around these parts. The blonde-haired figure asks. Are you okay? She replies. I don't know. The blonde-haired figure thinks. Gotcha. She attacks the blonde-haired figure with a knife. Meanwhile, Nephron runs through the forest, yelling. Nephron yells, Ren. She is impaled by spears. She is surrounded by armored soldiers. One of them says, I said, transform again. She says, and no, I pro. Why? What are you? P promised. Nephron says, and rule 3. No attacking things weaker than you. It's because of her promise with me. She yells, Mama. Mama Ea. She sobs, oh Ra. guttural sound tearing from her throat. "She get me," she cries, the words choked with fear and desperation. Snot runs down her face as she sniffs, whimpering, "Mama." A hand reaches out, bathed in an ethereal light. A voice echoes, laced with anguish. "This is my fault." He reflects, the memory a cold weight in his chest. That was probably the first time I killed someone. A grim realization dawns. That's when I knew. Even dragons aren't immortal. They might not grow old, but they do get hurt. She might end up dying sometime. When he realized that, he thinks, the guilt a sharp sting. I left her. A younger Tlydia, wrapped in bandages, calls out weakly, "Mama?" Tlydia clutches a piece of cloth, her small hands squeezing it tight, as if trying to wring out the pain. Her eye glistens with unshed tears, reflecting a world of pain and confusion. A single word escapes her lips. "Mama." He admits to himself, the truth a bitter pill. "I was scared. I wasn't sure if I could handle the pain of her dying." He continues, the confession laced with regret. "I wasn't scared of her dying. I was scared of the pain from losing her. I was a fool." He lies back in the grass, the sound of his body hitting the ground a soft plop. He sighs, the sound heavy with self-reproach. "Ugh, I'm pathetic. If only I could." He continues to lie in the grass, lost in his thoughts. Be the one to die? He stares, his gaze intense and unwavering. The word stare hangs in the air, a silent accusation. He wonders, the question heavy with unspoken meaning. Doing here? And that's when a figure stands atop a rock formation, while another sleeps soundly below. A character with white hair looks on as Tlydia prepares her bow. With a twang, she releases an arrow, but it's deflected by the monster's shield. Tlydia is warned to get up, as they are under attack. She gasps, wondering where the threat is coming from. Her eyes widen as she hears the word captain. Ram muses about the immeasurable strength, believing it must mean he's a knight. Tlydia wonders why the captain is here. Hadar wonders if he caught it, knowing nothing of knights. He knows nothing of that immeasurable strength. And that difference is like heaven and earth. The word Gilgamesh is displayed. Tlydia is told that she should learn a sword style that incorporates dodging, as it's his last word of advice. She is told that they can't handle someone like her, and that she's expelled. Tlydia wonders why the captain is here, realizing that it means he's their enemy. She wonders if it was Tlydia. Someone tells Tlydia to remember her name. Hadar is seen from a low angle. Hadar declares that this is an emergency, and he has no other choice. Tlydia prepares to attack. A large pillar of earth and lightning is summoned. The pillar of earth and lightning dissipates. Hadar says, "Oh ho." Tlydia asks if that was magic and if Hadar is okay. Hadar says he forced it out, but can't do any more and is on the verge of collapsing. Debris explodes around a hooded figure. Tlydia watches, asking why the captain is attacking them. Tlydia's companion curses. Arrows rain down on the hooded figure and Tlydia. The hooded figure is called immortal. Tlydia asks if her companion knows him, but she only knows him as Malto. An archer prepares to fire an arrow. The archer thinks that if his arrows aren't enough. The archer fires an arrow. The hooded figure says that the attacks are starting to get on his nerves. Another arrow is fired. The hooded figure says, "Oh ho." The archer says, "Not bad. In that case, you flee." The hooded figure, Tlydia, and her companion flee. The archer says that fighting him would be pointless anyway. A man clenches his fist, preparing for a fight. Another man declares he'll use his fist as well. A hooded figure grapples with another person, the sounds of their struggle echoing in the air. A man clutches his chest, gasping for air. Another man clenches his fist in anger. A man looks around, confused. The hooded figure continues to fight their opponent. A woman screams, calling out, "Hadar." A hooded figure glances in her direction. A figure steps forward, then dashes into the darkness. A man falls to the ground, defeated. A woman's face contorts in anger as she says, "You're running AG dash." A sword slashes through the air. The woman pants heavily, her expression strained. The silver-haired man's hair flutters slightly in the breeze. The black-haired girl asks about his hair, wondering if it's important. The red-haired man, cloaked and concerned, wonders how they are supposed to beat a monster like that, now that Hadar has run off again and they don't even have a weapon anymore. Tlydia thinks to herself that she didn't do anything wrong. She wonders if the captain is a bad person, even though he's a knight. The silver-haired man hands her a weapon. The red-haired man identifies the weapon as the captain's dagger, the one he threw at the silver-haired man, who is now without a weapon. The silver-haired man insists that they are not at an advantage and should move defensively. The red-haired man admits he sucks at defense, but will try. He then asks what the silver-haired man is going to do. The silver-haired man tells the red-haired man to use his sword over there and asks him to hold the captain off until he can get it. The red-haired man says he can try, but wonders what they will do after. Tlydia asks if they even stand a chance against a knight like him. The silver-haired man says nothing. The red-haired man initially says no, but then admits, well, a little. The red-haired man thinks that, based on the captain's actions so far, his plan must be to first incapacitate him, remove any witnesses, then take him with him. He tells himself that it's better for them and that he just needs to make sure he doesn't lose consciousness, focusing on staying alive. The silver-haired man dashes forward, thinking that not only is he unarmed, but the captain can't make him lose consciousness by cutting off his H-dash. The silver-haired man miscalculates. He's strong enough to blow his head off barehanded. The red-haired man exclaims in shock. The white-haired figure swings a sword, the blade whistling through the air. The red-haired figure blocks the attack with a gauntlet, the impact echoing. The white-haired figure grabs the red-haired figure's arm, a desperate attempt to gain control. With a swift motion, the red-haired figure rips off the white-haired figure's sleeve. He exclaims, "Ah, he's gonna be our dash." Elsewhere, the black-haired figure swings a sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. The sword strikes, the force of the blow evident. The black-haired figure falls to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. He thinks, "Why does it feel like Mr. hit me?" The white-haired figure grabs a sword, his expression grim. The red-haired figure looks surprised, a question forming in his mind. The white-haired figure attacks with magic, an energy blast hurtling towards his opponent. The red-haired figure reacts to the attack, scrape marks appearing on his body. The white-haired figure prepares to attack again, his movements swift and deadly. The figure with black hair exclaims that his sword is here. Another figure states that the sword isn't his. The sword is shown to be broken. The figure with white hair stands opposite the hooded figure. The hooded figure is shown up close, and the sound is empty. The figure with white hair is shown with the broken sword. The figure with white hair thinks that he just needs one thing, but there is a difference in thought. The hooded figure prepares to attack. The hooded figure thinks that it would be enough to create a small wound, but all is a desperate attack. There is a cut on the hooded figure's forehead, or rather, a cut above his eye. The tiny cut was part of a larger plan. More specifically, a way to block his sight. The figure with black hair thinks that there's their chance. If Adar hadn't run away, now would have been the perfect time to do the same thing as. The figure with black hair thinks that he might be a knight, but let's see if he can dodge. The hooded figure attacks in his blind spot. The elderly man observes, wondering if he might be a knight, but wanting to see if he can dodge. An attack comes in. The hooded figure avoids the attack, targeting his blind spot. The elderly man notes that it was a good try, but that it is a knight's ability. A man with dark hair states that if he can even dodge that, normal arrows will never hit him, but he'll still have to do it. The hooded figure stretches a bow. The hooded figure fires the arrow, doing the best he can. The elderly man observes that the hooded figure is quite good with the bow, but it's starting to get on his nerves. The hooded figure dashes forward. The elderly man watches as the hooded figure approaches. The hooded figure grabs a knife, thinking that miracle won't happen again. The hooded figure continues to run as a woman with black hair yells. The woman with black hair exclaims in surprise as the hooded figure approaches. A figure cries out as they are struck by an unseen force. The force of the blow sends tremors through the air. Huan Dang stands cloaked, a silent observer. He takes a stance, ready to unleash another attack. Huan Dang faces his opponent, the air crackling with energy. A blinding blast of energy erupts. A woman with black hair watches the battle unfold, a look of concern etched on her face. "So it didn't reach you. I wasn't expecting much from a broken blade. That was close." The figure, overwhelmed, cries out, "We can't beat him. How are we supposed to fight against? I surrender." Huan Dang stands over the surrendered figure, considering his next move. Good thinking. It would have ended up like this anyway. But those. Huan Dang declares, "Two must be left alone. You aren't in a position to strike a deal. I can just kill them all and take you away by force." The other figure responds, "Of course you can. How about this then?" Huan Dang seems surprised by the offer. The woman with black hair says, "Say he didn't know? You all know nearly nothing about me. What? How could you? When I've never." One of them says that if they let those two live, there's nothing to lose by doing that. Another states that eliminating witnesses is their law. He wonders if the knight is hesitating, just a little more. It's the knight's choice, but if he does that, he'll keep his mouth shut forever. He is told to think about it. A few witnesses versus the long-time wish of Malto, which is more valuable. He gets what he's trying to do. Ram's side has no options, but he's offering the knight a choice, as if bluffing. He's the one on the winning side. Then, one more thing. If they're doing this, he has to go to where his memory's been sealed. That's the only way he can talk about his immortality. He was right. There was no chance. Against the knight from the start, he clenches his fist. But, and where is that? Success. Findel. The silver-haired man states that they cannot beat a knight. Plutia insists that she knows they can win if they fight seriously again. Someone wonders what they are up to, while another says it's just a kid's fight. Someone else wonders what they should do, trembling. One of the figures asks another to lead the way. Someone wonders what's up with this group. Knights. The emperor, who stands above all other kings, appoints knights himself. In other words, they belong to the emperor. Unlike the free knights who were given the title so they would not point their swords at the emperor, these knights are in a class of their own. They must go through a rigorous test to earn their place. They are also known as Knights of the Order. Judging on combat skills alone, they are generally much stronger and more consistent than free knights. The silver-haired man asks if he's a Knight of the Order. Plutia responds affirmatively, and the red-haired man asks what else. The silver-haired man asks if they know him and anything else about him, like his personality. Plutia says that he's the captain of the Knights in Training, which is basically a school for people that want to be knights. She adds that he was demoted or something, and that he was the Knight of the West Bridge before. The West Bridge is the border with the demons. If he's from there, he must be a strong one. The silver-haired man guesses that they could call it a religion. Plutia tells him to tell her what that is. She says that guy isn't a knight anymore. He's just Malto. He attacked them without any warning, and he's been covering his head this whole time. She realizes that means he's embarrassed by what he's doing right now. She notes that he has a hood and that he's a little simple. Someone asks what Malto thinks he's doing and tells him to keep moving. Someone demands their bow back, saying that someone took their arrows. Someone says that he can't just stay still. Plutia says that he's an odd fellow. The red-haired man says that Lord Immortal, that ranger seemed to be saying something to him. Someone says that he asked for his bow back and that he can't use it anyway since someone took his arrows. Someone thinks that it's preposterous and tells him to keep moving. Someone hits another person. Someone says that it's so immature. Someone thinks Lord Immortal. The figure with the beard snaps, irritated. He warns the figure with black hair not to play games, threatening to cut him down if he does anything suspicious. The figure with black hair stares back. The figure with black hair reacts with exaggerated fear. The figure with the beard questions how a knight could break his own promises, while the figure with red hair's eye twitches. The figure with red hair tells the figure with the beard to watch his mouth, clarifying that he is not a knight right now, but a member of Malto. The figure with the beard acknowledges this. The figure with the beard watches the figure with red hair walk away, remarking that he keeps digging his own grave like an idiot. He muses that his combat ability is better than a free knight. The figure with red hair states that he can't say the same for his intelligence, relieved that combat ability doesn't equate to strength. At least he's naive. The figure with red hair thinks that he needs to take advantage of the figure with the beard's simple and innocent nature, as power isn't everything. The figure with red hair remembers that he should ask the figure with the beard, since he told him to. He asks if he can tell him why he was demoted, then pauses. The figure with red hair recalls speaking what he thought was right in front of his superior. He was told to follow orders and cut them down, even though they have no horns and don't look like demons. They might as well be. The figure with red hair is surprised that they might well be humans, just like them. The figure with red hair decides to never mind and leave. He thinks that the figure with the beard is young but talented and believes strongly in right and wrong, but he's not strong enough to take responsibility for his own actions. The figure with red hair tells the figure with the beard to wait. They pause, wondering where that ranger went. The figure with red hair asks if this is what the figure with black hair was planning, stating that the girl will die now. The figure with black hair says it's all a misunderstanding, and that he's just ahead of them. Let's go, that damn Oni. Two figures stand in the distance as the old man watches. A knight like him, the man in black is told to slow down. The hooded figure states that he should be able to feel his presence if he's nearby. Exactly, a voice responds, and since I can't. The old man yells out in frustration. That damn Oni, the hooded figure says as he draws his sword. He'll be cutting her down now, he thinks as the old man looks on. A hand is patted. Stop trying to cover for me all the time, the man in black says. But, the old man starts to say. The old man is surprised by something. A figure stands before a large creature. The word Gilgamesh is displayed. Huan Dang's name is displayed. The hooded figure is shown. The figure stands on the large creature as two figures look up at them. Huan Dang says he's sorry and that he won't do it again. He demands his bow back, smacking his hand. Grandpa asks if he can let it go just once. It only took an instant. The hooded figure brushes past. Grandpa took another look at him. He's no ordinary knight. The hooded figure walks with a sword. Huan Dang is sure he had no choice. He had to hide his presence because that thing was chasing him. Isn't that the obvious thing to do? Grandpa says let's go, grabbing his weapon. Huan Dang says but my bow? We're lucky he's not particularly smart. Plutia asks what's wrong. Huan Dang says I don't care if you use me as bait, but Plutia is a different story, don't do that again. Huan Dang says don't tell me what to do. This is the Oni way. We are hunters. Grandpa says damn Oni. He asks mister? Arrive soon. Huan Dang asks what are we gonna do? Grandpa says right, but. Grandpa says don't worry, I have a plan. Huan Dang says nothing has ever worked out when you said that. He gestures, asking if the other looks like someone who's invincible and has no weaknesses. Huan Dang nods in agreement. Grandpa continues, stating that in a battle, and against people like them, he might as well be invincible. Huan Dang asks so what? Grandpa says but that doesn't mean he has no weaknesses. Huan Dang retorts that he just said he's basically invincible. Grandpa clarifies that he's not talking about in a fight. It's a weakness that can beat him before it even gets to a fight. Huan Dang wonders if he should believe him one more time. Grandpa states he's seen knights since they were created, and they all have a weakness. Meanwhile, Huan Dang stares intensely, thinking about his bow. Plutia wonders about a weakness. The text speaks of one known as the Emperor, being so powerful they could shake the very foundations of the world. As more individuals of this caliber began to appear, the Emperor considered that if these individuals assembled with a goal in mind, the world could fall into complete chaos. Plutia is told that a trainee like her should know about the system. The system is. The text states that knights are far stronger than our wildest dreams, and the question is posed, how are such powerful beings controlled? The name Huan Dang appears, followed by the word honor. Honor is what completes a knight, not only completing them, but also being the first thing they must have to become a knight. This system of honor is what the Emperor used to confine them. The older man pats the younger one on the shoulder, telling him that he'll understand after he tells him this. It happened a long time ago. Knights were first created, and one knight in particular stood out from the rest. He was far stronger than any other knight. No matter who was asked, all would agree he was superior. But his personality wasn't the best. In fact, it was the worst. The Devil Knight. That's what they called him. But the knights couldn't say anything. He was far too strong. He announced that one of the outskirting kingdoms was to his liking, and proceeded to slay the royal family and took the throne for himself. Anyone who complained met the same fate as the royal family. It was a complete massacre. That was the moment. A crowd cheers. Knights from throughout the continent came together to draw their swords against the Devil Knight. Honor was established. But this honor would also come to restrict the knights. Because knights must keep their honor, they must never break their word. Shackles that would become known as heias. The knights are kept under control thanks to heias, unable to participate in any wars or fights without permission. Since the knights would dominate the battlefield if that happened, and also, one of the knights says that's enough of those strange hand movements. Another knight asks if he noticed, and then says, fine. One of the knights thinks it's because he thinks he can beat them no matter what they're doing. How cocky. Two figures walk down a path. One of the knights pulls up their hood. One of the knights says, that's enough. Get some rest. I'm going in. Another knight says, 2nd Regiment, 7th Company, Unit 3, Unit 9. Findel thinks to himself that the key should be in Findel. Someone off-panel realizes that this is Findel. Findel knows he shouldn't, but he feels kind of excited, come to think of it. Someone asks if they could buy some clothes, and asks Findel what he thinks. Findel wonders where honor comes from. Someone wonders if Tlutia always knew how to use sign language. Another asks if they have seen knights fight. Someone says that when you see knights fight, they rarely ever attack first. To them, things like honor and justification are important. A disabled mute glares, and a young girl looks on. Someone mentions an old man wearing rags. Another wonders if a knight can cut them down. Someone says that it has no meaning if there's no one watching from now on. Findel refuses to take one step from this spot. A group of figures stand around. Their voice is a low murmur. They question what is happening and who the others are. The figure with red hair states that this is their only solution. They believe they have a chance, but are unsure if he should be a knight or a malto. The murmuring continues as the figure with red hair is identified as the one who was removed from the West Bridge. They question why he was removed, some refusing to believe it. The rumors say it worked better than expected. Tink is told that he is a knight, especially now. Someone wonders if Ram's plan was that effective. The murmuring masses suggest that all that did was make this possible, but the real effect came from elsewhere. Their attention and whispering reminded Tink of his past trauma, and made him, who normally wouldn't have budged. A figure looks surprised, and then seems to budge. Someone brushes off another, saying it's just a little. Someone asks if they thought he would give up like this. He states that he'll keep the promise, and will be in noon, 2 days from now. He says he can't break his promise to them, after using their honor. A simple push is enough, but he tells them to make sure they don't. Someone says all right, let's go. They stare, wondering what just happened. Explaining would be too annoying, so they decide to go buy some clothes, telling the other to stop thinking they're annoying. The old man asks about Hadar, while the young woman notes it's been a while since she's worn proper clothes. He responds that he doesn't need clothes, as the cloak from his homeland is enough. The woman asks what they should do now. The old man states that they need to find the key, recover his memories of healing, and fix her disease. The woman says that in 2 days, she'll be heading out on her own. The old man questions her decision, stating that fixing her disease and saving her life was his goal, and he can't let her get into any more danger after that. He adds that once he cures her, it's over. The woman simply replies, okay. The woman wonders what kind of person would live here. She then states, isn't this? Footsteps echo as the woman walks. The old man grabs a stone slab. He thinks to himself that it's been a while. The old man recalls that he thought she said she left the keys with someone. He then wonders whose grave it is, and if it could be Stella's. The old man smirks, mumbling that he can't stop thinking of the past. The woman thinks to herself that she'll be taking back. The old man thinks to himself to get some rest. He then looks at a necklace and squeezes it, thinking about that necklace. The old man tells someone to drink this, stating that it might be bitter. The woman drinks it, and he thinks that she'll start to fall asleep now, and it'll be all over. The woman thinks that by the time she wakes up, she won't have to live with the pain anymore. The old man thinks that was his first time seeing her smile. He wonders why he's trying to. She walks deeper into the cave. The question hangs in the air. Don't you want to know the results? Not really. The silver-haired figure admits that they couldn't do anything. A fist clenches. Tink's too weak. That's why he's useless. The red-haired figure asks if they weren't too rude. The blonde figure responds that his honor should be an example to all those who are knights. And Tink. She had been summoned by the Lord of Findel. Her identity as a knight was exposed. After all, what brings them here? Not much. So, should they wait for Tink? She might be lower ranked within Malto, but she's still a knight, and one of the strongest of them, too. The red-haired woman believes waiting to face him is their best strategy. It sounds like a pain, she thinks. She wants to. The blonde knight reads about the immortal. It said he can even regrow his head when it's cut off. She sees. Amazing, isn't it? The red-haired woman smirks, unable to wait to find out. To think it's not a disease, but not a curse either. It's something much higher level. This complicates things. She can't just leave Tlutia in this state. Hey, what should they do? They only have 2 days. What is she? What will he do in 2 days? Is he actually going to let them take her? What about his sister? Of course not. That's why he has such a headache right now. That's enough. If they're going to suggest they do things the only way by killing or abandoning Flood, they should take a hostage. What? How long have they been? Don't look at them, they'll notice. Are they sure they're Malto? The woman doesn't know about Malto, but they mention the knight's name. Should she do it? Who's that guy? The one in the black cape looks stupid, doesn't he? She's not sure, he looks strong. Did someone use magic? Them. An arrow is fired. What? What the hell was that? It appears he's stronger than she is. Understood. Even those orders must be followed. That is, the knight's way. She clenches her fist, preparing to swing the large hammer. The hammer slams into the ground, sending cracks spider-webbing across the stone. Plutia swings the hammer in a wide arc as the black-haired figure fires an arrow. The black-haired figure turns, knocking and firing another arrow with practiced ease. The black-haired figure states, "You have no arrows." The black-haired figure draws back the bowstring, preparing to fire. Plutia is struck by something unseen. Something hit me, she wonders. The black-haired figure fires, and Plutia is knocked back by the force of the impact. Magic crackles in the air. The red-haired figure is shocked by the display of power. He shot magic, he exclaims. The black-haired figure dashes forward, closing the distance. Plutia shouts, "Watch out, Hadar." The black-haired figure and Hadar face each other, the air thick with tension. A close-up reveals Tlutia's intense gaze. She looks surprised, wondering what the noise was. Meanwhile, Hadar and Tlutia are engaged in battle. Hadar exclaims in pain. As the blonde-haired figure thought to herself, she declared that those orders must be followed, for that is the knight's way. The red-haired woman exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this one was the leader. The black-haired man observed how flustered she was, telling her to control her expressions. The red-haired woman thought to herself, except for him. The blonde-haired figure ordered the red-haired woman to get away from him, to get away from the Lord Mage. The red-haired woman poked the blonde-haired figure with a stick. Both the red-haired woman and the blonde-haired figure flinched. The blonde-haired figure pleaded for the red-haired woman to stop, saying she would get it here and that she wouldn't resist. A gray-haired man stood on a cliff, wondering if it was working. Plutia questioned what was going on, wondering how she was F-dash. Plutia fell. She finds herself in a blindingly white space. Plutia wonders aloud if she is dreaming, as a voice declares that she should not be here yet. She tilts her head, a question forming in her mind as a bright light flashes. A man apologizes, stating that it is too bright to see her, as a meeting is mentioned. Plutia's eyes widen, blinking in confusion. She clutches her head, wondering what that was. Meanwhile, a group of people stand in a forest. The gray-haired man wonders who they are and where they are, as he is told that this is Findle's western forest, the forest of the low clouds. Back with Plutia, she is shocked, wondering why they are here, exclaiming that it can't be. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure walks towards a mountain, as a voice declares that the gray weasel Tink will be here soon, noting that it has been 2 days. Back with Plutia, she is angry, stating that they shouldn't be staying here and should have run. Meanwhile, a woman with a ponytail says that he's coming, as a man with long hair is said to be here. A hooded figure stands in the foreground, while another figure approaches in the distance. 2 more figures stand to the side, observing. A character glances to the side. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand together, their expressions tense. One of the figures questions the claim of self-defense. The red-haired figure and the blonde-haired figure vehemently disagree, claiming they did nothing. Yet, at least. The hooded figure asks about the conditions this time. The white-haired figure responds, demanding they stop being chased. The hooded figure thinks that's too much, for a week. The white-haired figure says very well, then it. A voice says, "You tell us, your Hayas." A chained sword hangs suspended in the darkness. The sword hangs suspended, wrapped in chains. A voice declares that it is a Hayas. A woman questions if it is a Hayas. A man explains that a Hayas restricts a knight, defining it as the restraints of honor. It is explained that the emperor needed to control the knights with unwavering loyalty. The Hayas was created for that purpose. It is an oath. The emperor receives 2 oaths from all order knights. The first oath is the same for all knights, that they never raise arms against the emperor. It is a basic requirement. In other words, it's a weakness. The emperor needed to control them after all, which is why he gave them a weakness. There is an infinite variety of geeses, such as not killing with his back to the east. The man with white hair states that it's vital to know when fighting them. He knows this much, so he tells the other man not to think about acting dumb. If that's true, a Hayas might as well be as valuable as their life, or even more valuable than it. Will he tell it to us? Tink is positive that the Order Knight will reveal his Hayas. Giving away a Hayas might as well be giving up his life, but for him, it's a sure thing. Principle over his own life. Tink exclaims to kill them all, because they're here. A vast army stands poised on the edge of a cliff, ready to descend. Wiping blood from his face, the red-haired man hears an apology. The woman with red hair shouts that she told him to kill them all. In the distance, 2 figures walk away. One of the characters with white hair is scolded for letting them waltz away like that. Another character says not to scold him too much, as he was only doing his knightly duties. The red-haired woman is frustrated with the knight. The blonde woman declares she's had enough of it, asking if the red-haired man is a knight, and to stop acting like one. The gray-haired man says everything, and that the red-haired man is a low rank who had to shave his hair off because he can't use magic. The red-haired man says he is aware. The gray-haired man says good, good. The red-haired man runs through the forest, declaring they should go after the immortal. One of the characters wonders if he will keep his promise. Another character says he will, because he's a knight. One of the characters says it should be right, that the white-haired man prioritizes his group and the knights over his own life, even though it's contradictory. Another character asks if he won't chase after them, since the Malto are after them. The first character says it's contradictory. One of the characters says the knights are as important to the white-haired man as the Malto. He needed to make his duties to both organizations compatible. When he was told not to chase them at all, he didn't reply. One of the characters says one-sided, watch the sand. Another character says ugh. Long story short, he won't. The red-haired man looks back. A figure in a hooded cloak declares that the pursuit will begin in a week, at least for them. Another figure, a knight, is told that considering their combat capabilities without the hooded figure, they should leave a week from now, too. The knight is seen in the distance with the hooded figure and others. A red-haired figure laughs, their eyes narrowing as they glare and mutter, "You little." Muitin laments that they've been walking for 3 days, wondering how much further they have to go. He admits to being hungry and thirsty. Hadar questions where they are even going, saying he thought he was going to leave him. He states he never thought the healing wouldn't work and tells him to be patient, as they'll arrive tomorrow. Muitin wonders what's waiting for them there. Hadar states there is a key. A bright light shines, accompanied by the words, "The key to magic." The group continues their trek through the desert. Hadar states that they'll reach the end of the desert tomorrow, and they should get ready. Zeeble turns to face Hadar. Muitin peers inside something, remarking that all of that came out of inside there. He finds it interesting, wondering if he minds if he takes a look inside. He realizes it was a mountain, questioning how it could be a mountain all of a sudden, stating that it's not a mountain at all. Hadar fumbles with something, stating that they still have 4 days till they come after them. He says it's not just the weasel, and that they're going to reach the end of the desert. Muitin states that they don't have a choice since they're crossing the desert. Stella smirks. Tink shouts to kill all the bastards. Hadar says let's go. Following through with his order, Tink calls out. Hearing Tink's voice, the cloaked figure turns to face him. 2 figures watch the exchange. The cloaked figure taps their sword against the others, a silent question hanging in the air. The hooded figure seems to consider the meaning behind the gesture, a flicker of understanding in their eyes. A smirk plays across the cloaked figure's lips. The campfire crackles, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding rocks. In the distance, a lone figure walks across the desert landscape. The figure with the light, gray hair gazes out at the horizon, preparing for what's to come. Their hand clenches into a fist, gripping the sand. The figure begins to cast a spell, muttering incantations under their breath. The spell takes form, energy crackling around their fingertips as they prepare to unleash it. A fist clenches tightly, the sound echoing in the stillness. Concerned, the figure with lavender hair asks, "What's wrong?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered as the focus shifts to their eyes, reflecting a deep-seated anxiety. The woman with black hair, arms crossed, wonders what's keeping the other from sleeping. The lavender-haired figure responds, dismissing the idea that crossing the border is a big deal, stating that's not the reason. The black-haired woman admits she was just wondering why the other was going so far for her, stating that no matter how she thinks about it, the debt has been more than repaid. The lavender-haired figure responds, stating that it's time she told her why she's doing this. The woman asks why he is doing this for her. The man responds that he thinks it's time he told her why. A woman's face appears, twitching. The man says it's just because. The woman says not to say that nonsense about not needing a reason to help someone, that it's way beyond that now. She asks if he has a reason. The woman asks if it has something to do with that person from the past. The man says he wasn't going to talk about this, but the woman is surprised and asks what it is. She wonders if she was his first love. A woman stands on a hill, looking out at the stars. The woman's hand reaches out. The woman asks what he is doing here. The woman smiles. The woman yells at him to open his eyes and asks if he is just going to ignore her and if he will just go. The man greets Stella as she arrives. She asks if this is his land. He replies, asking if she wants him to leave. Stella denies that's what she meant. The man snaps his fingers, annoyed, and asks why she keeps bothering him. She says she was just curious. The man says he was lying down and asks if she didn't see. Stella looks concerned, saying it's just that he looked like he was worried about so many things. The man scoffs, calling those who tremble at the thought of death insignificant. Stella asks how she could hope to understand his pain. The man asks who she thinks she is. The man stares intensely. Stella states that's her name. The man asks if he asked for her name. Stella says it's pretty, isn't it? A match is lit. That could be snuffed out with the smallest breeze, and would soon die out even without a breeze. The man's expression is stern. Even the dragons, which were known to be immortal, were nothing more than a campfire. The man gazes upward, lost in thought. Distant lights twinkle in the darkness below. The lights remain, small and distant. Fires die out, he muses. They're all fires that will die out eventually. He squeezes something in his hand. Both matches. And campfires. Neither were enough to brighten his life. The man stares into the distance, his expression unreadable. He wonders what he saw in her. Stella. A blonde-haired man faces Tlutia, who smiles gently. Tlutia grabs the man's arm, looking concerned. Arrows protrude from the man's arm. The man asks whose bad side he got onto. Fludia asks if he's okay. The man wonders if it's him. The man thinks that no matter how much he thinks about it, he doesn't think it's him. He asks if she is. Fludia exclaims, "Oh no," and grabs the man's arm, asking if he's okay. The man looks concerned. Blood trickles down the man's arm. Fludia yells that they need to find a doctor and tells him to stop moving. The man grabs his arm. Fludia yells that he shouldn't just. The man looks at his arm and asks if he's a monster. He looks down, lost in thought. Fludia's companion believes he is something completely different to other people and tells her to stop worrying about him and go. The man mumbles, questioning if he is a monster. Fludia stares at him, unsure of what to say. Fludia stomps her foot, exclaiming that they are not different. Fludia grabs Hadar's arm, insisting that they are the same. She asks if it hurts. Hadar states that even if it heals right away, when you're hurt, you feel the pain. He insists that the pain is the same and that they are not different or monsters at all. Fludia shouts that they feel pain all the same. Hadar clenches his fist, looking at Fludia. Fludia grabs Hadar's hands, causing him to exclaim in pain. Fludia asks if he is the same as her. Hadar explains that when he gets hurt, it gets better right away, and that caused him a lot of trouble. Fludia grabs Hadar's arm again, stating that she is happy too, and that it's her first time too. Fludia thinks that now she doesn't need to worry about when the fire will go out. She can't believe it. Hadar looks to check something, clenching his fist. Hadar asks if she is insane, telling her that she doesn't have to do the same thing. Fludia tells him that she showed him, asking if they can please do it. Fludia tells Hadar that he moved so quickly earlier, asking if he is a knight. Hadar asks what a knight is. Fludia exclaims that Hadar doesn't know what that is, stating that the knights are causing a huge fuss all over the place. Fludia asks if Hadar doesn't know, then asks if he knows about the great first mage Muitin or the sword Saint Suldan. Fludia says that she knows all about the past, stating that a knight is like a position directly controlled by the emperor. She continues, saying that anyone can be personally knighted by the emperor as long as they're strong enough. She adds that it has a lot of perks, but the best part is that everyone respects you. Hadar thinks that he doesn't know any recent news, then thinks about becoming a knight. Fludia rests her head on her hand, gazing off into the distance. She declares that it is her dream to become a knight. Huan Dang's eyes widen slightly, and he questions her dream. Huan Dang's name is displayed. Fludia stands in the distance, and Huan Dang asks her how she doesn't know what a knight is, finding it strange. Huan Dang asks if she has never left her home before. Fludia replies that it's the opposite. Huan Dang states that he doesn't have anything to call a home. Huan Dang sits at a table with food on it, looking contemplative. Fludia asks Huan Dang what he is waiting for and tells him to eat. Huan Dang asks why they are here. Fludia reminds him that he said he doesn't have a home. Huan Dang asks if she wanted to show off her house. Fludia tells Huan Dang that he is so negative. She says she just wanted to eat with someone in the same situation as herself. She adds that it's not really her home anyway, and real estate prices are so high nowadays. Huan Dang eats. Fludia asks if becoming a knight is her dream. Fludia confirms that it is. Huan Dang pauses, his gaze fixed on Fludia. Wait, annoy you? He seems to consider something. HM? Yep. Fludia chews thoughtfully, her red eyes meeting his. Why? What do you think? It's probably because I'm different. Has that never happened to you? Huan Dang's expression hardened slightly. No, that's not my question. Why are you letting them annoy you? Fludia continues to eat, lost in thought. Asterisk, she would have naturally gotten stronger as she grew hungry and fought the monsters over food. Or does she not get hungry? Asterisk, Huan Dang watches as she finishes her meal. That was good. Fludia burps softly. That can't be it. Huan Dang leans forward, his gray eyes intense. How was it? Better than it looked, right? He sighs. I never got to try it. A hand grips a knife, the blade gleaming in the dim light. A voice narrates, watch closely. Huan Dang looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Fludia glances up at him, a flicker of something unreadable in her red eyes. The knife flashes in Fludia's hand, a blur of motion. Her hand moves with impossible speed, the knife a silver streak. The knife dances in her grip, a whirlwind of deadly precision. Fludia holds out her hand, fingers spread wide, unharmed. There, see. Huan Dang stares, his mouth slightly agape. Oh. A man with slicked back hair smirks, a glint in his eye. He knew it. Fludia observes the kneeling figure. That's magical regeneration. A woman with dark hair touches her chin, a thoughtful expression on her face. Really? She didn't know that. A man with light hair contemplates the use of magic, a faint glow emanating from his hand. Is that even possible? A man's eyes narrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. He sees. That makes sense. Fludia looks down at the kneeling figure. What was she even expecting? The characters converse, their expressions unreadable. A figure declares, you're a demon. A cloaked figure contemplates their next move, remembering the legacy of Lady Mushia. A man calls out, Malto. A pale hand points down at a figure cloaked in black. You're. The woman's red eyes stare upwards, a slight frown creasing her brow. Huan Dang places a hand to his forehead, his expression troubled. He thought, I knew something was off from the moment you mentioned your dream. Someone with eternal youth and immortality wouldn't flinch. The woman with red eyes speaks. Talk about dreams like that. Eternal youth? How could you say that? She then adds, don't worry. Demons aren't that different from people, and I don't discriminate. Damn. Damn, goodbye then. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs Huan Dang by the collar. Wait. Huan Dang is asked, Mister, do you really have eternal youth? What is it this time? It's true. I'm so jealous. Monster, teach me. Teach me too. Teach me the secret to immortality. The woman, Gilgamesh, smiles, her red eyes gleaming. All right, let's see which one you are. Tell me about the past. Huan Dang looks up, a confused expression on his face. Gilgamesh smiles, revealing that she knows of the sword Saint Sultan. She expresses her respect for him, but laments that it was so long ago that it's hard to find any books on him, and the stories about him all feel like myths. Gilgamesh grabs Huan Dang's hand, squeezing it tightly. Huan Dang sits in a chair, looking apprehensive. Gilgamesh demands that Huan Dang tell her the story. Huan Dang looks confused, wondering what in the world is going on. Gilgamesh stares intently, her red eyes gleaming. Huan Dang notices those eyes and agrees to tell the story, whether she believes him or not. For some reason, whenever he looked into Stella's eyes, he couldn't reject her. It's not an amazing story, he thinks. It was probably around 2,500 years ago, or maybe it was even longer. He was killed by some bandits. This again. They even took his things. Back then, he was sure that he knew all there was to know about various fields, thanks to his research. He recalled that he still died, on a day like any other. He wasn't interested in learning how to fight, but his interest in fighting grew suddenly at that moment. It was a little annoying to die every time, so he thought he should learn to fight. And that's why Huan Dang searched for the most renowned swordsman of the time, the one known as the Sword Saint. Huan Dang became Sultan's second disciple. It turns out Thrindle was his friend. And so 10 years passed, training with Sultan. His first disciple was Tazal. Whoosh wobble. Sultan told him that was enough. It looked like Tazal won even the last bout. Sultan asked why he was so rushed, and that when his heart is impatient, his body slows down, and to be patient. Huan Dang said okay, yes master. As always, Sultan told him to never stop until he told him to. He must always know when to stop before someone else tells him to. And Tazal. Huan Dang was jealous of Tazal. He had overwhelming talent and ability at such a young age, a true genius. He could never beat Tazal, despite him being blind. Thrindle asked Sultan if he called for him. Sultan asked why he was acting like that. It's just us two here. He told him to come and have a glass with him. Sultan just wanted to do it for the last time. He is asked if he is leaving tomorrow. Huan Dang confirms, stating that he has finally become interested in swordsmanship and plans to learn from various masters. He adds that he has always been bad at staying in one place for too long, and it's a good idea, although it's a pity. The other man asks what he thinks about Tazal. Huan Dang responds that Tazal is the greatest genius of this age. It's enough to make someone who isn't even interested in swordsmanship like him jealous. He apologizes, but feels like Tazal will even surpass the Sword Saint Sultan. The man states that he is going to need to train for centuries to reach Tazal's level. He affirms that Tazal is a genius, but he's too dark. Huan Dang says that even fixing that should be the master's duty. No? He guesses it's to be expected, having lived in the dark all his life. The next day, he looked for another master. And 12 years later, he heard that the Sword Saint had been killed by his disciple. The mountains were once known as the Sword Saint's Mountain. And instead, Sultan stood atop the mountain. He was there. Tazal, the apprentice, stood before him. Amabu spoke, his voice strained. Is it true? The sword demon that murdered the Sword Saint. Amabu continued. The murderer, Tazal. Your voice hasn't changed at all. It has been a long time, brother Amabu. Sultan stated. I believe it's been over 10 years. Amabu replied. And yet, strange, your voice is exactly the same. You'd be surprised if you could see me. I look even younger than before. Amabu continued. Of course not. I wanted to know if you'd forgotten our master's teachings. Did you come here to make that childish joke? The Sword Saint Sultan is dead. Sultan, leaning on his walking stick, said, I killed him. I have now surpassed him. Amabu thought. So it was true. Sultan's walking stick. Master always said. Amabu, disciple of the Sword Saint and friend of Thrindle, wonders to himself. Sword demon Tazal glares intensely, her eyes burning with determination. Tazal declares that she will stop him in the Sword Saint Sultan's stead. A memory surfaces of his master's words, that he rushes too much. The memory continues, Sultan questioning if he is being too hasty and asserting that he won't be able to beat him. Amabu prepares to strike, wondering if what he's about to do is true. Another memory surfaces, Sultan asking him to think of something he used to ask him. Sultan practices his sword swings, the air whistling with each pass. Sultan explains that normally, people read the swing of the sword and avoid it, but before that, Amabu steps forward, the ground cracking beneath his foot. He recalls Sultan's lesson, to read the footsteps that precede the first strike, the sound of the body shifting to increase the force. Sultan continues, explaining that these aspects, which are covered by the swing of the sword, are visible to him because he cannot see, and allow him to be a step ahead of his opponent. The clash always occurs within 3 steps of distance. Vision is not important. Sultan states that he can reduce your sight, and that is why. He faces Tazal, his sword raised, ready to strike. Tazal mirrors his stance, her own blade gleaming in the dim light. Steel screams against steel as their swords meet in a shower of sparks. Tazal grits her teeth, feeling the force of the blow. Was it too shallow? The clang of their blades echoes through the air as they trade blows, each strike carrying the weight of their resolve. Recovering her stance, Tazal feels the connection. No, I felt it connect. Amabu presses his attack, his movements fluid and precise, each strike aimed to cripple. This time I'm sure. I hit every one of his vitals. Tazal's eyes widen, a flicker of desperation crossing her face. Suldan watches intently, his expression unreadable. You said Tazal's in the dark. If it's what I think, it won't change easily. Yes, that's true. You're right. One's nature does not change easily. Suldan's gaze hardens, a sense of grim determination settling over him. But I trust the boy. If it's him, I believe he can beat the darkness and become a swordsman that surpasses me. I'll be long dead by then, but I want you to watch him. Amabu stands over the fallen Tazal, his sword pointed at her throat. Cannot beat me, Amabu, and observe the birth of the greatest swordsman. Tazal's face contorts in a mask of disbelief and rage. Impossible. Suldan's words echo in her mind. Sorry, Suldan. It looks like I won't be keeping that promise, but do you think it can change? With a surge of power, Tazal rises to her feet, her eyes burning with a fierce determination. I can't let something like that stay in the world. The air crackles with anticipation as Amabu faces Tazal, the sound of their impending clash echoing in the tense silence. Did he mention he could never beat Tazal? How many times has this happened? How many tens of times did he die? He is sure he got his vitals countless times now. What is he? Why won't he die? Footsteps echo. What am I? Right now he is nothing more than the hidden lashes of your master's love. A figure dashes forward. It's his first time moving in first. Does that mean he's running out of energy? Damn it, is he even tired? He's no match for him, even when he's exhausted. He'll go for that stick first. 2 hands. And by throwing away the stick? A figure recoils, the force of an unseen blow sending them staggering back. Another figure stands firm, a sword held ready in their grip. Panting heavily, the figure struggles to regain their composure. A sharp hiss cuts through the air. The figure's eyes widen in disbelief. That's impossible. That can't be. No, but it's impossible. A close-up reveals the sword, its blade gleaming ominously. The figure grits their teeth, a silent determination etched on their face. Lashes born of love never break. A roar of fury erupts. You, monster. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. Eyes dart back and forth, fear and desperation warring within. 2 figures stand locked in combat, the tension palpable. The figure cries out in pain and confusion. Irk, my eyes. I can't see. What should I do? How can I? The sound of an attack cuts through the air. Was that an attack? Did he avoid it? No, Tazal can't see either. He has to try, too, concentrating on the sound of his eyes regenerating. The sound of the wind, the sound of the grass moving, the sound of a bug. And this is the sound of a sword being swung. He can hear so much more. With his eyes closed. He's starting to dodge it? It was so rushed. Now he knows why. He couldn't beat you. The memory of the past battle resurfaces. Tazal thinks, it looks like he couldn't beat you in the end, Tazal. No, you won, Amabu. What is that? Now he gets why Master told him to run away. The words echo, accusing her of being a monster. The memory stings, a fresh wound reopened. No, she couldn't beat them, not even until the end. That's when Tazal realized she was different from them all, an exception. Tazal recalls someone saying she beat him, but that's not it. He just collapsed. And since he died like that, she can't win because they all die. She is just a pool of stagnant water. And the place where that water flows is the destination. The destination known as death. And that's why they can all run towards it with all their might. But she's different. She has neither an end nor a destination. All she does is wander around. Even if she runs, she gets tired easily. That's the knowledge that this road never ends stops her from wanting to run. Why did she rush so much? Because she thought she'd realize this. But she was wrong. Having no limitations means there's no wall to overcome, and that there is no goal. Countless hours, and a boat that's adrift during that eternity. That's what she was. And she never thought about this before. In fact, she used to think she was better than them all, and even looked down on them. What is she even saying? It was getting late, and Tlidia considered leaving, wondering what she should do about the situation. Gilgamesh jolted, realizing Tlidia wasn't sleeping. Tlidia wondered aloud. Gilgamesh glanced at Tlidia, questioning why she didn't know. Tlidia clenched her fist, the action not changing anything. Gilgamesh wondered if Tlidia was regretting killing Suldan. Tlidia admitted it was her fault. Tlidia knew she shouldn't have done it, admitting it was wrong of her. A figure stood, claiming to have pretended to be Suldan. Gilgamesh accused the figure of being a con artist. Gilgamesh argued with Tlidia, stating that what the figure taught them wasn't true and that they had scammed history. Tlidia reacted to the accusation. A voice echoes, declaring a lack of desire for Suldan or Tazal. Tlidia stands beside a man, the memory tinged with a sense of being remembered in a certain way. A figure stands over a fallen body, expressing a desire not to be remembered for tragedy. Tlidia is labeled as Murderer Tazal, questioning why she was called that and if she murdered others. A man admits he doesn't know, stating that she just started being called that. Tlidia is seen arguing with the man, declaring she doesn't want to do anything or even breathe. Tlidia is told she'll die if she doesn't breathe. The man smirks, stating he won't. A girl with horns calls out, Mom. A close-up of a man's eyes reveals a sense of confusion as he wonders why he is laughing. Plutia looks back at the man, a question mark floating above her head as he walks away. A voice wonders why it is chatting around. A small figure calls out, Mom? A voice questions if it has the right to laugh. The guilt, nearly forgotten, slowly begins to seep back in, or even. A woman stands with her back to the viewer. Gilgamesh fumes, blaming a girl for making him weird. He admits he's jealous of someone. His eyes narrow with suspicion. Gilgamesh's jealousy is palpable. A woman states the obvious as someone approaches. The woman reflects on having a friend who understood her, someone who understands her. Gilgamesh declares he has to go now. Someone is scared that she'll make him change, scared that she's already making him change. A woman asks where he's going, noting it's getting dark and dangerous. Gilgamesh opens a door, reminding her that he doesn't die. The woman clarifies she meant him, not someone else. A narration box indicates the Lord Mage's door is opening. Gilgamesh is finally showing his face. He wonders if the door opened, and then accuses someone of interrupting him. The doorknob turns. A cheerful escapes someone's lips. Suldan thinks to himself, in that case. Felesta asks, what? What are you Suldan, lying down thinks, what did you think? This is all there is to it. Suldan continues to think. Looks like even this rundown little cottage has another room. Not that I was having any other thoughts. Not at all. Felesta asks, what is it, Mom? What were you thinking? Suldan thinks, my guilt. I wasn't thinking of anything. Toilet. I need to ask her where the toilet is. I'm sure I can't sleep because I haven't gone to the toilet yet. I've always been like this. Felesta exclaims, you never had that habit. Suldan replies, I said shut up. Suldan thinks, stop badgering me. I know. Suldan's hand is on the doorknob. He thinks, it's locked. Is she sleeping? The door creaks open. A woman with long black hair says, you fell asleep again, didn't you? Another voice says, I'm serious. He's urinating right now. Yeah. Stop talking crap. Urine is piss, sir. Suldan thinks, I see. I'm beginning to fall for her. I might end up liking her at this rate. And she'll eventually end up dying, too. Suldan thinks, the sorrow of losing someone you love. The unimaginable pain. Felesta is shown with a sad expression. He had been running away from all of that, up till now. The horned woman closes her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. This time, I want to conquer the fear. Suldan, standing beside the horned woman, says, I'm sorry. Suldan continues, I'm sorry I abandoned you. The horned woman turns and walks away. Don't run away this time. Suldan watches her go, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. A foot steps forward, a click echoing in the silence. Let's see. You're really getting on my nerves. Suldan looks up, his expression a mix of annoyance and sleepiness. Gilgamesh asks if he is awake, then bursts into laughter. She remarks on his messy hair, saying it looks like he had a good sleep. Suldan responds with a simple, I guess so. Gilgamesh suggests that his hair is too messy and offers to cut it for him. Suldan tells her not to be daft. Gilgamesh declares that she is done. She asks if it's better, and Suldan admits that it is. Suldan tells Gilgamesh to watch the house, or clean, but Gilgamesh opens the door to the room, pulling it open with a creak. Suldan looks on, a question forming in his mind. Gilgamesh walks away. Someone notes that someone just came out, but they can't tell who it is. A subordinate asks, what should we do, Lord Mage? Lord Mage instructs, Ranger, you can come out now. Your punishment's over. Lord Mage commands, shoot properly this time. The Ranger responds, understood. Thank you for forgiving me. The Ranger is told to aim for the leg in the canyon. The Ranger confirms, affirmative. Lord Mage reminds the Ranger, don't forget, we're shooting to check, not to kill. Lord Mage says, the leg. Don't miss. The Ranger responds, yes. Someone wonders what the plan is about, hoping nothing happens this time. The target decides, I should cover my face well. Thud. The Ranger confirms a bull's eye and wonders about the regeneration. Lord Mage says it looked a little different than yesterday. The target groans in pain as an arrow is yanked out. The target exclaims, fair. Are they trying to kill me? Wait, are they hunting demons? Did they find out? I have to. A swirling portal of light appears, the air crackling with energy. Now's my chance. The cloaked figures trudge through the canyon, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. The way back has a swordsman, and ahead is a ranger and one other person. It's two people, but that side should be easier. Turning back won't make it one-on-one. The ranger will still be there, and the sword. Then I'll have to go forward. Lord Immortal. We are here to escort you. We are the secret organization Malto. Immortal? Do they know him then? No, that doesn't make sense. They're here to fight, and they fired their arrow first. Then, I have to go back. My instincts are screaming at me. That side's weaker. I have to tell him. The Lord Mage is being scolded. Another figure in a hood tells him not to act on his own. The Lord Mage apologizes. The hooded figure thinks about the woman, realizing she is the Lord Immortal. The Lord Mage realizes he was wrong, and that it was definitely regeneration. The hooded figure asks if they should at least take her with them, stating that he won't hear her scream from here. The Lord Mage says to take care of her, stating that just because she regenerates doesn't mean she can replace the Lord Immortal. The hooded figure acknowledges that she knows about their organization now and states that he understands and is firing. An arrow is fired. Someone dashes out of the way. The figure who dodged the arrow exclaims that they dodged it. An exclamation point is shown. Someone realizes that's what she meant by the room door and that she knew what he was doing. Someone wonders what if she misunderstands. The wind howls, carrying with it the scent of ozone and the distant echo of battle. A figure in a brown hooded cloak stands, a long sword held at the ready. The grip is firm, the stance balanced. Seen from the side, the hooded figure remains still, the sword a silent promise of violence. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. Plutia raises her sword, ready for a fight. Her jaw clenches in determination. She slides to a stop, adjusting her stance. Plutia realizes, he's way faster than I was close. She thinks, she's inexperienced, but good. She might get away if I'm careless. I need to be careful. Plutia grips something tightly in her hand. In the distance, several figures can be seen traversing the rocky terrain. Plutia wonders, that's odd. He's not shooting at me. She realizes, it's because his ally's right there. She thinks, in that case, this might work. Plutia prepares for another action, thinking, one more time. A twang sound effect indicates something has been launched. She parries the incoming strike, the force of the blow reverberating through her arm. The clang of metal echoes through the forest. A glare pierces through the shadows. One of the figures states that he was told to shoot. The other responds that it's fine and he can handle it, understanding the order. Plutia is shocked by something. One of the figures declares that he is going and fires a gun, the click of the trigger preceding the shot. Plutia is surprised. Plutia wonders what she should do. The figures clash, swords meeting in a flurry of motion. One of the figures is shocked. The clash of weapons echoes again. One of the figures says that he is lucky he could change positions, but his shoulder is numb. One of the figures asks if the other is all right. The other figure responds that Lord Immortal is here, and they are running. The blonde man's companion realizes he is not listening. Another man, wearing a hooded cloak, says that he needs orders from Lord Mage. Someone shouts to counter him, or else they will die. The blonde man clenches his fist, wondering if countering will be enough to avoid death. A loud impact echoes. The cloaked man flinches, realizing it won't cut him. He can't move, and the closer he is to the hilt, the harder it is to use his strength. Someone declares that this will be a lesson. The blonde man snatches something. Lord Immortal arrives as two figures beg him to listen. The blonde man tells them to stop whining, declaring he will teach them a lesson too. The cloaked man thinks that he's really strong, and he will show something very special. Someone attacks. A blade hisses. A stone flashes. A hooded figure prepares to unleash a spell, energy crackling around their hand. Hooded figures advance down a narrow path, surrounded by arcs of magical energy. Another hooded figure unleashes a torrent of magical power, the air crackling with energy. The hooded figures conjure stone magic, sending projectiles hurtling forward. A man with light hair stares in disbelief. Magic? So you weren't common bandits. The man continues, a woman standing behind him. We were sent by Lady Mushia. The hooded figures react with surprise. Sultan wonders if he is hearing things. Lord Mage assures him that he heard correctly, and they were sent by the wise second mage. Impossible. Sultan says that Mushia is still alive. No, she was always smart. She might have found a way. Lord Mage asks if they finally got her attention. Plutia says at the very least. She asks if it's okay if she's listening. Sultan tells her to come here. Someone says that she already heard it, and they have to eliminate her no matter what. They add that the magical world was in a slump. Someone says that the first discovered mana and the second defined magic. Someone says it was still too difficult for people. There weren't many people who understood mana, and even if they did, if their knowledge of magic or familiarity with mana was lacking, they couldn't wield it. The narration speaks of a time when only 1 or 2 mages existed per century, and even they were barely worthy of the title, as magic was in decline. That is, until the appearance of the third great mage. The merciful third mage is shown. The first and second mages discovered and defined magic, but the third organized it, using circles and incantations to improve it immensely, or so the story goes. But magic was still difficult, and mages were still ever rare. A voice declares, Malto. The figure asks, so? Lord Immortal asks how much the figure thinks they know about the source of magic, mana. Sultan says that he knows, of course, because Muitin told him. He adds that these mysteries of the past are slowly being solved thanks to ages of research, though Muitin already knew that. The hooded figure declares that they may have this great calling, but there is something they always need, but never have enough of. The figure states, time. Even if they have a successor, handing down the knowledge and the continuation of magic is always risky, so they want to research the figure. Before a towering rock face, he declared his intention, speaking of his immortal body. Another figure, standing nearby, responded with a simple, yes. Exactly. The first figure commanded, leave. The second figure questioned, are you rejecting us? The first figure, holding a strange device, stated, in that case. A click echoed as he activated it. We'll have to take you by force. One of the figures raised a sword, the tap of metal against stone ringing out. A figure was suddenly surrounded by crackling lightning, a look of surprise on their face. The lightning struck, accompanied by a whooshing sound. A figure below sneered, "You fools." The figure, crackling with energy, shouted, "Stop looking down on us. We've improved constantly over countless generations." Another figure exclaimed, "If you don't follow us, we'll kill the woman." One of the figures smirked, thinking, "Even though we're going to kill her anyway, aren't you?" The first figure, looking down at the others, thought, "The one's looking down on me? Brats." Another figure shouted, "Be by time. We can't let him use magic." Plutia and the others dashed through the vault, the air thick with the scent of dust and forgotten magic. Plutia's eyes widen as she takes in the scene before her. A sudden noise echoes through the vault, the sound sharp and unsettling. Lord Mage examines a strange device, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Is that it?" he wonders aloud. A voice booms from the shadows, revealing a hidden truth. "Perfect properties established. Did you know?" The group steps into a chamber filled with ancient texts. Were texts that Lady Mushia kept hidden from the world? Lord Mage asks. "They're kept in our organization's vaults." A voice explains the nature of the texts. And those texts, the scale will be defined by the staff's circle, contain spells too dangerous to be revealed. Spells begin to manifest, the air crackling with energy. Like this. Ranger recoils, shielding his face. "WH. What's that?" he exclaims, as the ground shakes beneath them. "Haha, are you lost for?" A massive, glowing orb pulsates with power, illuminating the faces of Plutia and Ranger as they stare in awe. Lord Mage stares in disbelief. "No way." Plutia wipes her brow, a look of grim determination on her face. "Is this what you were talking about?" A whooshing sound fills the air, suggesting a swift passage or a sudden gust of wind. A blinding flash erupts, momentarily illuminating the surroundings. A massive, glowing structure crackles with energy. Huandang wonders how the spell could have been cast. The formula alone should have spanned across this whole area. And to imbue the properties to an area that large, not even a few hours would have been enough to cast the spell, Huandang thinks. And he didn't even have that. So how did he? Huandang winces, still trying to understand. Huandang realizes something. Gilgamesh. Huandang. Gilgamesh's eyes narrow. Gilgamesh clutches her head in pain as a figure is struck down in the background. Huandang wonders how he could use magic this large so quickly. Gilgamesh states that he still has a long way to go if he can't see through that. He asks if she can see. Gilgamesh replies, remarking that his recovery rate seems fast in general. Huandang suggests they start by cleaning this up and then getting out of here. Gilgamesh states that they should go back now if they have anything to take care of, but it didn't look like they had anyone to say bye to. She pauses, confused. Gilgamesh asks what he is doing, questioning if he is going to kill them. Huandang replies, stating that they are fanatics and there's nothing they can do for these kinds of people, no matter what age they're from. He adds that they'll follow their target to the ends of the earth. Huandang suggests that they might as well get rid of them now, including her. He acknowledges that she is not used to this. Gilgamesh says that it's okay. Gilgamesh states that they don't have a choice. Huandang says that they can't light any fires because they'll see them. He adds that he's good at this kind of thing, mentioning that he used to be a spy back in the day. Huandang explains that what he's trying to say is that they're doing this because they have to. Huandang tells her to stick closer to him, but then says that's too close. Huandang states that they should have killed them. He questions why she stopped him, saying that they're going to follow them. Gilgamesh recalls that her mother used to say that all life is precious and killing should be avoided at all costs. Huandang reveals that her mother was the demon, leaving her shocked. She listens as Huandang explains that the people of the central continent are the ones that cause more harm, and that he doesn't know why people hate the demons so much. He pauses, then agrees with Gilgamesh that she is human to him. Huandang suggests they go further west. Gilgamesh asks if he means the West Bridge, but he clarifies that he means further. He explains that they should go where the demons live, the Western continent, because they'll accept her, as she has their blood running in her veins. He adds that it'll be difficult for them to track them all the way to the Western continent, and Huandang states that since it's his fault she's being chased, he'll go with her if she's okay with it. Gilgamesh assures him that she will protect him. She asks if it's okay with him, what he's talking about. Gilgamesh asks if he thought she'd let him just leave her there, stating that it's her turn, and she'll become stronger and protect him. And so they left. They headed further and further west, meeting some knights who had formed a group to head somewhere. A woman declares that they're going to kill that bastard. Two people look surprised. Two figures huddle together, their voices hushed with fear. "Mister, I'm scared, me too," one whispers. "I guess knights are all scary." Elsewhere, a lone figure sits slumped on a grand throne. The words above declare it an infamous incident. Centuries ago, a crowd surges forward, their faces obscured in shadow. Above them, a title, the campaign against the demon knight. As the historic event unfolded behind them, two figures, small against the vast landscape, continued westward. Suddenly, a shooting star streaks across the night sky, a fleeting flash of light. Remembering his mother's words, a man clasps his hands together, making a wish. "My mother used to say people became stars when they died, and a shooting star was a person coming back to the world, a demon superstition. But he knew that. If you make a wish during that, it comes true. But he knew that. People don't become stars when they die." Centuries ago, he had already researched this and proved it wrong. Wishes not coming true. Needing no comment, a figure smiles, encouraging another. Go on, you do it too. But his expression is unreadable. But his lips are slightly parted. And so, he collected his hands quietly. And so, time passed, and they arrived at the Western continent. Crossing the water proved easier than expected. The Western continent, where the demons live, stretched before them. Demons, they should accept her and myself. Among them, right? That's what they thought. They had hoped. At that time, Huan Dang was present. A stone rolled across the ground. The figure looked down, a flicker of concern in her red eyes. A man yelled, demanding to know what was happening. The tension escalated as accusations flew. They were told to go back, that this child was closer to their kind. The figure's regeneration was noted with alarm. Sultan's expression is stern. A man with dark skin shouts, she stinks. Stinks of those disgusting people. She has the dirty blood of the right flowing through her. Sultan flinches as the man continues. Enough. To me, both your kind and the people of the central continent are all the same people. Sultan holds the man's hand, saying, if it weren't for this token, saying you were. The token is revealed to be the Demon King's friend. The man continues, both that wench and yourself would have died the moment you stepped foot on this land. The man holds up a vial. See this? This is my daughter. He recalls, she was playing on a boat when the people of the right took her away. I crossed the water as soon as I could to get her back. But all I could find was a pile of ash. Tears well in the man's eyes. You say we're just like those scum? Do you have any idea what they did to us? She was only 13 years old. He continues, and yet you say we're the same? A woman cries, yeah, my son was out foraging when they ambushed him. Another voice cries out, my friend too. A woman stands with her back to the group, shouting, give me my wife back. They'll. She vows to make someone pay, denying any personal involvement. A hand reaches out to Stella. Someone urges her to be grabbed, while another suggests they should go back. A boat sails through the water, creating a splash. They remark that things weren't like this before. He expresses a cynical view, stating that people are all self-centered and that mentioning the central continent stirs up conflict. The woman says she is just like him. She questions her own identity, wondering if she is a demon. He wonders if she is human or something else. She recalls that he said everyone looks the same to him. She wonders what she is if every side keeps pushing her away. A reflection in the water suggests, you're. He tells her that she is human, just like him. And so, they ended up. Returning to the central continent, the narrative describes the border between the demon's continent and the central continent, the western bridge, and Lechun, a place covered in snow all year round. A place with few inhabitants, and for that reason, it was also a beautiful place. We made our home deep within Lechun, where no one would ever find us. The seasons would have changed almost 10 times over. When we had a guest, the sound of clashing swords echoes through the air. The blades continue to meet, a dance of steel. The rhythmic clang of metal on metal fills the silence. Each strike is precise, each parry calculated. The clash of steel rings out once more. A sword hangs suspended in the air, reflecting the pale light. Heavy breaths punctuate the training session. Huan Dang and Stella face each other, swords at the ready. Huan Dang says again, I knew it. Stella. Huan Dang observes, you definitely have talent. The name Gilgamesh is displayed. Huan Dang reflects, I was teaching Stella the sword. Stella laments, I keep losing all the time. She is told that it's her fault for being careless. Huan Dang continues, asking how she can never win and that she doesn't have talent at all. Stella huffs, stating that she wanted to win. Huan Dang smirks. Huan Dang says that there's mana flowing through her body and asks if that means she has talent. He adds that magic is pretty cool, so it's to look cool. Stella doesn't think so. Huan Dang explains that using magic and having mana in your body is completely different. The most important thing for magic is the ability to control mana. Huan Dang continues, saying that even Mui Tin, the most talented person he knew when it came to magic, didn't have a single drop of mana flowing through his body. He adds that demons can naturally use the mana within their body freely, but her ability to use magic is weakened. Huan Dang explains that as a half-blood, she's a kind of mutant. She's in an unstable state where mana shouldn't even exist in her body. Stella asks about using mana unconsciously to heal herself. Huan Dang confirms, stating that's why she needs to use sword fighting. Stella is confused. Huan Dang explains that regeneration and using magic aren't really related, and that demons don't even have that ability. It's unique to her, probably something like a defense mechanism for mutants. He adds that using magic is the same as throwing away that advantage, and if she uses up the mana in her body, she won't be able to heal. Since humans have no internal mana, they borrow it from their surroundings, so she should embrace it. Huan Dang says that she's in an unstable state where mana shouldn't even exist in her body, and that she has that advantage and focus on close quarters combat, and she has talent in that aspect, too. Huan Dang says that leaving the stable mana in her body and doing that might end up ruining her eyesight, or make her go bald if she's not suited to it. Stella wonders if she can just borrow mana from outside like humans then, and comes to think of it, that's a dit. Huan Dang says that she's fine, and that he's suited to it. He has some talent at magic, she sees. Stella says good for him. She listens as Huan Dang explains that roles also make sense, and that magic takes time to cast, so someone needs to buy them time. He adds that thanks to her regenerative abilities, the risk associated with that role is lessened, asking who will buy her time if she's the one using magic. Stella looks away, considering his words. Huandang states that she has no talent at that, and it's boring. He tells her that he lost it to Zhao, so he's learning from someone like that right now. Huandang says it's okay, that he's good at teaching, and that he used to be Sultan, reminding her. Stella retorts that he shouldn't brag about something so shameful, adding that he hasn't been able to beat someone like that even once, asking how that's talented. Huandang looks surprised. He asks what's wrong, but Stella says it's nothing, thinking that he's so cute. Huandang pats Stella on the head, saying it's okay. He assures her that she'll catch up in no time, and that she'll turn the tables on him all of a sudden, adding that's what geniuses are like. Stella looks surprised. She flinches. Huandang asks what's wrong. Stella tells him to stop showing off. She throws a punch, declaring it's her opponent's fault for being off guard. Huandang chuckles, observing the scene. Huandang begins to glow, a mysterious aura surrounding him. Stella, panting, calls for a timeout. Huandang shouts, encouraging her to use magic if she wants. Stella, under attack, demands that he stop. Magic crackles into existence. Stella asks if he was told to stop. Magic swirls around her. Huandang dashes back to his position, stating he'll stop. Huandang slumps to the ground. Stella sulks, accusing someone of trying to trick her. Someone thinks that it can't be someone looking for shelter. There's no way they'd have come this far. Stella walks forward, wondering who is there. A close-up of a shoulder is shown. Someone says that they had a guest. A figure with red eyes and dark hair stands, looking off-panel. Gilgamesh is seen crouching on the ground, looking towards a doorway. Gilgamesh turns his head, looking more alert. Gilgamesh draws a weapon, telling Stella to get back. The dark-haired figure says, "Forgive the intrusion, but I'm lost. Which way is the capital of the empire?" Gilgamesh looks surprised. Stella declares, "We're going to kill that bastard." The dark-haired figure exclaims, "That night." The dark-haired figure asks if they are sure they are in the right place, Lechun, and wonders how far away it is from the capital. Gilgamesh thinks, "I've never met someone this bad." Gilgamesh thinks he never thought a survivor would come this far, and that maybe knights aren't that amazing after all. He tells them to listen carefully. The hand points to the capital, Nigel, on the worn map. The hand then indicates Lechun, marking their current location. Gilgamesh wonders aloud if it takes a long time to reach the capital. The map illustrates the campaign against the Demon Knight, and how, after it ended, she got lost on the way back home. And so, she stubbornly continued straight forward. And then, Gilgamesh finds the explanation perfectly reasonable, chuckling to herself. Gilgamesh thanks Stella for the information, stating that she must leave now. She asks which direction Nigel is. Stella suggests that she take a break before leaving, but Gilgamesh explains that she has a lover waiting for her in the capital. A man interjects, stating that she won't reach her destination by going in a random direction and offers to take her there. Gilgamesh is surprised by the offer. The weather is too harsh to even find their way around. Stella agrees that he's right, and Gilgamesh will get lost again. She asks her to stay a while, as declining one's protection repeatedly is also dishonorable. Gilgamesh relents, stating that she will do as they say, happy to have found a solution. She states that she should be the one thanking them, but admits she's unsure how to react. Stella expresses her admiration for knights, declaring her desire to become one later. Her companion seems confused by this statement. Gilgamesh is recognized as the Crimson Hippo Hincher, the one who crushed the Demon Knight's legs. That was a tragedy. Gilgamesh says that what happened to him was a tragedy, and it is not something she can laugh about, asking for forgiveness. Someone thinks it must be nice to meet Stella's favorite knight, before realizing that she might be referring to her husband. Stella's husband is shocked by the revelation, coughing in surprise as Stella seems to confirm the statement. Someone asks what her name is, pausing before the answer. The characters react to the previous events, with Gilgamesh looking confused. Gilgamesh is sleeping in the snow. Stella remarks that she must have been tired, having fallen asleep right away. Stella says that she made her a bed, and she kept saying no, wondering if all knights are like that. He is told that he doesn't need a name. The man reflects that he's had countless names. As he's lived countless lives, normal lives, lives as a scholar, a sword saint, a doctor, a merchant. Eventually the people that called him by those names all died, and now there is no one left. And then he moves on to a new name, and a new life. And every time, it's just him that remembers those names. Names that no one ever calls him. Names that no one will ever call him. His hands crackle with energy. A figure asks, "Say that I'm alive?" The snowy landscape stretches out, a vast expanse of white under a pale sky. The wind whispers across the frozen ground. Plutia shivers, pulling her scarf tighter. She can't believe the snow stopped after only a single day. Stella tells her not to be so disappointed. Stella adds that they will meet again if fate wills it. Huandang says he'll be back after he shows her the way. Huandang asks if she won't be cold in that, but Plutia assures him she'll be fine. Plutia reaches out, her hand outstretched towards the sky. Huandang tells her to stay inside, warning that she'll catch a cold. Stella remarks that he is worried about her. Huandang denies that he thinks she's waving to him. Stella teases him, saying he's really good at making people uncomfortable. Huandang replies that he gets that a lot. Stella states that Plutia will be a good knight. She asks if Huandang saw her sword skills, but he says he need not see it for himself. Huan Dang says he only needs to see the eyes, then he can tell what they value and what they hold in their heart. He guarantees that she will become a righteous knight with a just heart. Stella asks if he's saying he saw all that in her eyes. Huan Dang confirms that it's all in her eyes, adding that he saw Stella's eyes, too. He asked what she saw. Huan Dang asks what Tlutia is so afraid of, stating that it's enough. Tlutia apologizes, saying she was prying too much. The pair continues their journey across the barren landscape. Huan Dang states that they need to go from here to somewhere else. He then asks where the map is. Meanwhile, Stella realizes she left the map at home. She calls herself a dimwit. Tlutia tells Huan Dang to wait there, saying she'll get it and come back. Huan Dang asks if she absolutely needs it. Huan Dang says they need it to find their course, not for him, but for her. Tlutia asks him to allow her to go, saying she can be back in an instant. Stella wonders what she should do and if she should bring it to him. Stella says she does stuff like this, realizing someone is knocking. She says he's here. She sighs, clearly in pain, and clicks a small device. Stella chuckles, a hint of malice in her voice. Did I surprise you? Did it hurt? Here's your map. As Stella walks away, a hooded figure grins, their eyes gleaming with sinister intent. Found you. A man with slick-back blonde hair speaks with a serious expression. Listen closely. I might not be with you when they come for us. Naturally, I'll try to make sure that doesn't. The man continues, his tone firm. What you said you'd protect me. I'm saying this just in case. We always have to prepare for the worst. Well, I already prepared everything. So, the hooded figure bursts through a door with a resounding crash. Stella, you just need to. The hooded figure peers into a small, ornate mirror. Stella stands within a glowing magic circle, her expression determined. So I need to think of that sensation when I regenerate, and try to bring that feeling back a tiny bit. Hands activate a complex magic circle, causing it to glow with ethereal energy. The blonde-haired man looks off to the side, a hint of concern in his eyes. What do you mean? The man sighs, attempting to explain. It's a little difficult to explain. It isn't anything amazing. A blinding flash of light fills the area. She stands with her back turned, a question hanging in the air between them. The man's expression hardens, muttering a curse under his breath. He glances back at the blonde woman. The blonde woman focuses, energy crackling around her hand. Another man declares that he will go first, his face grim. The man looks off into the distance, a silent question forming on his lips as the wind whips around him. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Energy gathers in a hand, while a hooded figure clenches their fist, preparing for what's to come. It seems many preparations have been made, the figure observing with a calculating gaze. Two figures in hoods discuss planning for the worst, their expressions hidden in shadow. A burst of energy erupts, a sign of power being unleashed. With crimson eyes gleaming, the figure wonders if someone knows of this man. The Black Lynx, Paon, is identified as a knight, but within Malto, he is a subordinate. A pale figure with crimson eyes declares that he brought someone along to avoid another humiliating defeat, questioning if it is the knight. A hooded figure states that it needs to be at least this bad to be the worst, don't you think? Huan Dang stands firm, his sword glinting in the dim light as he faces an unseen threat. A faint crackle of energy emanates from the barrier behind him. A sharp hiss pierces the air as Huan Dang's eyes widen in response. He thinks to himself, they really did their best making this circle. Can you break through? Nothing. With a swift whoosh, Huan Dang moves, preparing to meet the incoming attack. The shing of steel echoes as Gilgamesh raises her sword, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. I don't think I can beat a knight, she wonders. With a resounding slash and crackle, Gilgamesh's blade tears through the protective barrier. Gilgamesh lunges forward, her sword whistling through the air with a whip as she aims for Huan Dang. In that case, the answer is to attack first. Huan Dang observes. Instead of running away, I respect the bravery, but... Gilgamesh slashes. Huan Dang parries the blow. He thinks, let's see, if this is bravery or foolishness. Steel clashes against steel with a resounding clang as their swords meet. Gilgamesh moves with blinding speed. The demon unleashes a flurry of sword strikes against Huan Dang. He grits his teeth, realizing the power of his opponent. He thinks to himself, he's too strong. I can't beat him. Gilgamesh sneers, calling him impudent. Tlutia pants, sensing a powerful attack is coming. She realizes, I can't block this. I can't parry it either. So how? Stella observes the fight with Sultan. She thinks to herself, in this dangerous, life-threatening situation. Stella realizes, Stella made a dangerous choice. Huan Dang closes his eyes. Gilgamesh attacks with her sword. Sultan watches. Tlutia realizes, I saw it, because I closed my eyes. She dodged it, just by turning her head. Did she predict the swing with her eyes closed? Such extreme and dangerous choices can be the path to truly realizing one's full potential. A hand grips a sword tightly. A fist clenches. Or rather, perhaps I should never have looked down on her to begin with. I was wrong. I recognize you as my opponent. I will now fight you with my full strength. Insurmountable wall. This time, it's really over. That they are called knights. I don't want to die. A shiver runs down his spine. Magical energy crackles in the air. A powerful blast erupts between the combatants. A look of shock crosses her face. Hinsher gasps, Hinsher? He wonders what the Crimson Hippo is doing here, and asks if it is Lynx. She states that she owes her a debt, hissing. Someone thinks to themselves that this is not good. One of the men tells the other to wait and move aside, Night Lady. He snaps his fingers. One of the men wonders what he is doing, stating that it would be hard enough trying to talk their way out of this. She states that if they back away now, they won't hurt them. Plutia asks, sir? One of the men flinches. One of the men states that their gazes are enough for him to know that they came with wicked intentions. Hinsher states, very well. I am a woman, and I am also a knight. Hinsher states that she is not a Night Lady, and that she is Hinsher. One of the men states that even a knight like her will not come out of this unscathed, not with a single hammer. Hinsher stands ready. The two men flinch. Hinsher examines a device, stating that it is not a hammer. The device is labeled as the master craftsman Noja's experiment and masterpiece, specifically, the hippo's jaw. Hinsher calls out, mentioning the hippo's teeth. A sword materializes, described as beautiful. Two hooded figures react with surprise. Hinsher takes a breath. Hinsher shouts, demanding to be heard. The hooded figures recognize her as the Crimson Hippo, Hinsher. One of them wonders about his heias. One of the hooded figures reveals that she cannot kill anyone to whom she does not converse, revealing her oath and most critical weak point. One of the hooded figures wonders what Hinsher is doing. Hinsher states that if they want to live, they should not reply to her. A figure in a hooded cloak is sent flying backward by an unseen force, a startled exclamation escaping their lips. Recovering quickly, the hooded figure intercepts a follow-up attack, their blade meeting the unseen assailant with a resounding clang. Plutia retaliates, swinging her hammer with explosive force, the impact sending the hooded figure reeling. Skidding backward, the hooded figure struggles to maintain their footing. One of the observers wonders if Plutia knows who they are facing, identifying the hooded figure as Hinsher and commenting on her eye of discernment. Another observer states that Hinsher can see through everything, even what people are thinking. One of the observers believes it, but another says that's not what's important right now. He's right, figuring out how to beat that monster comes first. Since they've already exchanged words with her, knowing her heias changes nothing. One of the observers asks if Plutia didn't participate in the campaign against the Demon Knight. Plutia continues her relentless assault, swinging her hammer with devastating force. The hooded figure is struck again, sent hurtling through the air by the sheer power of the blow. With a desperate parry, the hooded figure manages to deflect another strike, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the air. The hooded figure thinks that this hippo's jaw is a pain, and the hippo's teeth, too. Plutia and the hooded figure clash, their weapons locked in a deadly stalemate. She gathers mana, preparing to unleash another blast of energy. The attack collides with an unseen barrier, a shockwave rippling outwards. Hinsher's blade meets the magical force, a resounding crack echoing through the air. The clash explodes in a burst of raw power, the air shimmering with displaced energy. A hooded observer wonders how there could be such a difference in power between two knights. Another spectator remarks that this is what a fight between knights is like. A man with a fur collar pants, remarking on how strong the knights are. Huan Dang observes that the hippo's teeth are definitely made from mana, meaning the jaw is gathering mana for her. Plutia prepares another attack, gathering energy. She unleashes the blast, aiming it directly at Hinsher. Hinsher realizes he needs to use magic, preparing a counterattack as Plutia's blast approaches. Plutia unleashes a burst of raw energy, the force rippling outwards. Hinsher glances at the display of power. He acknowledges, "You used magic in that brief instant? Impressive. I respect that." A cloaked figure clenches their fist, muttering, "Hurry. This will not work on me." They continue, "Did you say we were surrounded by magicians?" Frustration mounts as they realize, "Damn it, everything's broken." Hinsher considers their situation. Magic is indeed strong. Even I would be beaten by strong magic. But strong magic takes time to prepare. So, I merely need to crush them before they can cast it. A sinister thought crosses his mind. I could prove her wrong, right? From a distance, a figure observes. The immortal is within range, that might end up working against us. Another figure urges, "Lord Mage, give the order right now." Plutia and Hinsher react with surprise. The mages chant in unison, "Magicians. Now, increase the mana density." A massive spell circle begins to form, the air crackling with energy. Plutia stares in disbelief. A mage explains, "The magician's incantations will help create a large-scale spell circle and drastically increase the density of mana. That will reduce the amount of time needed to prepare magic and increase its strength, too." Another mage adds, "This is something only the Malto can do, because of our many magicians, but..." A blonde-haired figure notices, "The mana's changing?" A head flies through the air, severed from its body. Black Link screams, her voice filled with rage. Compared to most knights, he was one of the more intelligent ones. But the more dangerous thing is the immortal. Black Link's face is shown, splattered with blood. Pay on is of him first. Thanks to the mana increase, powerful magic should be easier to cast. Based on Mushia's notes, the time it takes for the immortal to regenerate, no, rather, the time it'll take for the immortal to act, is... Their only chance for victory was if Payon defeated Hinsher in that time. Hinsher says, "Come, Hippo." Due to the mana change, the hippo's teeth should be unusable. Her mobility and strength should be reduced significantly. And she's extremely agitated right now. The time till victory could be decided. 00:07:73. Now fight. Plutia and Soldan face each other, the tension palpable in the air. She dashes forward, closing the distance between them. Skidding to a halt, Plutia prepares to strike. A sudden explosion erupts, throwing debris in all directions. Soldan thinks to himself, the hippo's teeth isn't as dangerous anymore. Now the hippo's jaw is. Swords clash with a resounding clang, sparks flying from the impact. The cloaked figure declares, I have the advantage now. The sound of clashing steel echoes as the fight intensifies. Plutia's sword slices through the air, finding its mark. Soldan moves with surprising speed, attempting to evade the attack. Another deafening clang as their blades meet once more. Soldan anticipates the next attack, muttering, here she comes. This is going to be big. He observes Plutia, noting that she's slower and weaker than before. Soldan believes she'll have way more openings. Confident in his assessment, Soldan attacks, intending to cut her down. But Plutia stops his attack halfway. Soldan is shocked. Plutia prepares to strike. She unleashes a powerful attack. Plutia declares that just because she can't control it, doesn't mean she can't use it. The attack connects with a resounding boom. Soldan is sent flying by the force of the blow. Struggling to his feet, Soldan realizes she's a monster. The blonde-haired knight lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. A swirl of energy surrounds her as she asks if he has anything to say. He flinches, surprised by her sudden question. Soldan is told to move, or he'll get hurt. Dashing forward, Plutia moves with incredible speed. Soldan hisses, attempting to defend himself from the onslaught. Plutia continues her assault, her movements a blur of motion. She unleashes a torrent of ice magic, the air crackling with energy. The ice attack slams into Soldan, the impact echoing through the snowy landscape. What the? He's still alive. Soldan struggles to maintain his footing, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tilting her head, Plutia prepares another attack, her expression unwavering. Another blast of ice magic erupts, the force of the attack immense. She continues her relentless assault, her power seemingly limitless. How's that? Soldan stumbles, a blue glow emanating from his hand as he asks if mages scare her now. She kneels amidst a field of ice, the air crackling with frozen energy. The blonde-haired man faces Plutia, the timer above his head ticking down. Soldan breathes heavily. It was a close call, but we bought another 8 seconds. Plutia whirls, her expression hardening. If he's that obsessed, looks like you haven't been hurt enough. A sword clatters to the ground. Water drips, echoing in the silence. Once more, she is surrounded by crackling ice. The ground cracks under immense pressure, the sound echoing like thunder. A figure plummets downwards with incredible speed. Gilgamesh grits her teeth, dodging the incoming attacks. Huandang thinks to himself that she is just like a lynx. Gilgamesh, struggling to focus, mutters that just one hit will be enough to end the fight. Huandang stands his ground, preparing for the next exchange. The force of Huandang's blow sends Gilgamesh flying backwards. Again, Huandang's attack sends Gilgamesh hurtling through the air. Huandang strikes with a cube, aiming to crush Gilgamesh. The cube shatters upon impact, sending fragments scattering. Huandang follows up with a sword strike, pressing the attack. He swings his sword down with force, aiming to strike. Gilgamesh prepares to block the attack. Her grip tightens on the hilt of her sword, ready to meet the incoming blow. The swords collide with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. The cloaked figure's sword strikes Gilgamesh's blade with a heavy thwack, testing her defenses. The fight intensifies as they exchange a flurry of blows, each strike echoing through the snowy landscape. Another strike lands, the sound of steel on steel ringing out sharply. The swords meet once more, a flash of light illuminating their fierce struggle. The cloaked figure's attack overpowers Gilgamesh, the force of the blow snapping her guard. He continues his relentless assault, pressing his advantage. Skidding back, Gilgamesh struggles to regain her footing and defend against the onslaught. The swords clash again, the sound a desperate clinch as Gilgamesh tries to hold her ground. With a final, decisive strike, the cloaked figure sends Gilgamesh crashing to the ground. A blade descends with lethal intent, the glint of steel promising a swift end. The attack triggers a cataclysmic explosion, the force of which threatens to tear the very fabric of reality. Skidding backward, Gilgamesh struggles to regain her footing, the impact of the blast still ringing in her ears. Two figures, cloaked in shadow, advance with measured steps, their presence radiating an unsettling calm. The cloaked figures draw closer, their faces obscured by shadow, their intentions masked behind an impenetrable veil. With blinding speed, Gilgamesh narrowly avoids another strike, the air crackling with displaced energy. She realizes she has to avoid that. Her eyes dart upward, searching for the source of the relentless assault. A flicker of fear crosses her face, a silent acknowledgement of the overwhelming odds. Her grip tightens on the hilt of her sword, knuckles white with strain, a silent vow of defiance against the encroaching darkness. One of the cloaked figures smiles, a chilling expression that hints at a cruel satisfaction. With a surge of power, Gilgamesh strikes, the impact sending tremors through the arena. A blade cuts through the air with a resounding whoosh. A voice echoes, wondering if they'll ever meet again as a timer counts down. A man's face is contorted in pain, sweat beading on his brow. He looks around, confused. What happened? The mana density is still? The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. He stands in the snow, the wind whipping around him. The man's face is framed in a small box, a question mark floating beside him. Two men stare intently at something out of view, their faces etched with concern. The man's face is partially obscured by a dark shape, his expression grim. He looks down, hearing a thud. He looks down again, hearing another thud. Stella? Hincher is presented with a weapon. He is told that it is named after his knight title. The white-haired man explains that he put an ability in it that he was testing. It was voted a masterpiece, so he had to fight to be able to give it to Hincher. Noges expresses his gratitude. The white-haired man presents Noges with the robe he requested. Hincher's name is spoken. A woman asks why crimson, questioning if it is too eye-catching. A close-up of the woman's face. The white-haired man says that's why. Hincher states that he is satisfied with his enemies attacking just him, and that's what it means to be a knight. Hincher looks through a cracked surface. Crimson Hippo, Hincher, is in the middle of a fight. The white-haired man says he sees. He is addressed as the coolest, Hincher. A close-up reveals hands clad in black gloves and red sleeves. The name Gilgamesh appears in stylized text. The name Huan Dang is displayed. A hooded figure laughs, declaring it's their loss and that knights aren't so strong after all. The figure realizes someone was behind her, noting that the hippo could have easily avoided that. The hooded figure thinks that this shouldn't be called a victory, from one knight to another. The figure salutes, stating that as a member of the Malto, they have a duty to attend to. The figure declares they have no ill will towards them. The figure says, see you in the next life. The figure coughs, realizing they pushed themselves too far, even their hair is falling out. He knew increasing the density of mana would be effective, but the burden has also amplified. This won't do. Perhaps researching that Hincher, or whatever's, hippo's mouth or something. Sultan asks what Payon thinks he's doing, his voice laced with fear. He is scared. Gilgamesh crackles with energy, her red eyes glowing brighter. What is that? Sultan realizes he has to do something. His wound throbs. Gilgamesh unleashes a blast of energy. Sultan realizes they barely beat the knight, and now they have to fight that. Stella looks on, lightning crackling around her. A man shouts at Stella to snap out of it. Trembling, Stella thinks something is wrong with her. Something stirs inside her. A surge of mana causes a man to cry out in pain. A hooded figure commands the magicians to undo the mana amplification, questioning how long they intend to keep it amplified. The hooded figures discuss the situation, one stating that they aren't amplifying anything. One of the hooded figures wonders how they are feeling the mana floating around them and how it is being maintained. The narration explains that the answer was simple. It wasn't being maintained, and the original amplification was the catalyst. The mana inside Stella's body was amplified and began to overflow. The reason the mana density was maintained. Stella apologizes, saying it was because of this, as black tendrils emerge from her body. Tears streamed down her face as Stella cried out, Mister, I feel weird. What should I do? How do I make it stop? Crackling energy surged around her, originating from within her mana. For demons, the appearance of horns is a sign of their awakening. Awakened demons become significantly stronger, but demons capable of awakening are few, even among the nobles. That is the extent of my knowledge. And Stella is a half-blood. Even if it's actually an awakening, for Stella, who can't even contain mana, this is closer to poison. The name Gilgamesh appears. Huan Dang's name is displayed. Crackling energy erupts across the desolate landscape. A figure reacts with shock as the energy surges. The crackling energy intensifies, and a figure is thrown backwards. Someone cries out, Stella, as Stella herself reacts in pain. Stella cries out, it hurts, as the crackling energy surrounds her. A figure observes the scene, muttering, it's almost as if the mana serves as fuel, burning her up. Stella feels the intense heat. A voice cries out for help, the situation growing worse. They can't take it anymore. Awaken demons. Until the day they die. In other words, once a demon has been awakened, there is no turning back. Two figures are seen in the distance, their purpose unknown. The pain intensifies. It hurts so much. That was when I realized. The knowledge I had gathered this whole time had already provided me with an answer. Damn it. What's going on? Payon's dead, useless bastard. And my left arm won't even move. What's going on? Why are they? Was there really no other way? No. A voice echoes with regret, contemplating a different path. If she had been left alone, she would have kept burning up, destroying everything around her, suffering until there was no mana left, dying in agony. Stella offers a quiet, thank you. The other responds, you don't have to. A voice reflects on breaking her mana core, reducing her suffering. The one thing learned after living and gathering knowledge for an eternity is just how powerless he truly is for leaving her with this memory. He whispers, I'm sorry. He could feel her fear, even as she told him she was okay. All he could do. A voice contemplates stabbing her in the heart and watching as her life faded away. Some may wonder how he could kill someone. Even as they were suffering, he just wasn't strong enough to watch someone he loves. He preferred taking. Stella wonders if he's going to be a star too, right? She wonders if he'll find her. There are so many stars, after all. She knew that people didn't become stars once they died. Shooting stars aren't a sign of someone being reborn. She knew. These were truths that he had discovered centuries before, and the fact that they did not grant wishes. Will he come back to life, too? Did not need saying. But he swears he will find her, even if he has to check every single shooting star. He will find. It had been forgotten. People are weak. Lives are weak. That's right. People always die. Even if they appear to be full of life, their lives can be snuffed out, without warning, in a single moment, before anyone is even aware of it happening. Until all that is left is complete emptiness. She doesn't care anymore. I am tired. The sky is pitch black. I can't. Do you have a dream? The pain is the same. We're not different at all. What am I? A demon? A human? Or will we ever be happy? Or maybe we already. I'm sorry for leaving you with this memory. A pair of eyes narrowed in grim determination. Bound and restrained, a figure is held captive. And so, time went by. A lot of time. Gilgamesh. Malto. The Malto took me. I didn't resist. I had no will to. She recalled the religious organization that followed Mushia and researched magic. Gilgamesh wondered if Mushia was still alive, admitting she wasn't even particularly curious. They tried to analyze her body, cutting her, burning her, even attacking her with magic. They did whatever they could think of. There was no way these kids could solve the riddles that, even after an eternity, she herself could not solve. Time passed on and on. She wondered how much time had passed, a century? 2, maybe even more than that. Even the arrogant mage. The people researching her got old. It's been a while since she last saw him. He probably died. Things also changed, a few times, until eventually their numbers began to shrink. Humph. She couldn't believe she was even thinking of this. She needed to empty her thoughts, and so, more time passed. She didn't know what happened, but it seemed as more and more time passed. The size of the Malto was beginning to shrink. And at around that time, they began to use her. It was their very own Malto that was the very proof of their existence. Not as an experimental subject, but as some kind of symbol, the immortal. Perhaps it was because she had been there for so long, but it seemed they thought of her as something they owned. So this is why they cut her beard. Stella. Compared to her own lifetime, the time she spent with Stella was barely an instant. She wondered why Stella was taking up so much space in her mind. No matter how much time passes, she can't forget Stella. She takes up so much space in her mind. She can't erase Stella. Another generation passed, but even then, she couldn't forget Stella. And so, she decided to find the reason. Or rather, instead of deciding, it was closer to her realizing she might as well. It's been a while since she's woken up to ruins. For the first time in ages, she got up on her own. She walked on her own. As she had no destination in mind, she merely looked up. And walked, looking at the stars. Step, step, looking at the stars. She walks through the starlit expanse, the silence broken only by the soft crunch of her boots on the unseen ground. Each step carries her further into the inky blackness, the stars like distant embers in the void. The air is still and cold, carrying the faint scent of ozone and distant rain. A sudden flash illuminates the darkness, a brief, intense burst of light that leaves afterimages dancing on her retinas. She continues her trek, unfazed by the strange occurrence, her gaze fixed on some distant, unseen point. The silence deepens, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the rhythmic cadence of her footsteps. She walks onward, towards the stars, a solitary figure against the vast canvas of the night. A sudden realization strikes him, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind, causing him to gasp in surprise. A gust of wind rustles through the grass, carrying with it the faint echo of a forgotten word. A younger voice echoes in his memory, a question posed in the heat of the moment. What is your name, O hero? The question, hero? Zeeble, reverberates in his mind. He was shocked, having not heard that question in a long time. It meant sword in an ancient language that was long gone. It was the first word he could think of. The memory fades, leaving him alone once more under the watchful gaze of the stars. The woman remarks that he hasn't changed at all, as if he doesn't age. He reflects that he was jealous and that it was a mistake. Zeeble stands in the rain, wondering if he'd forgotten everything over time. The fact that he's different, that he can't be the same, that this would result in misfortune, and that he'd never be happy plague his thoughts. He ran away, paused, and despaired. He wanted to die, but he couldn't. He sealed away the rest of his memories. He wonders what had gotten into him, so he could forget the pain, or at least he tried to. But it didn't work the way he thought it would. Either he didn't want to forget, or he couldn't. He stares at the stars. A shooting star streaks across the sky. There were some things he couldn't forget. He looked up and stared, as if his thoughts had stopped. As if time had stopped. Stopped, do they? So he still remembers the Malto, as a hand grabs another. He stands over the fallen figure, observing. I see their hair problems still there. The sound of impact echoes. 2 figures are shown. A close-up of a figure's face is shown. A close-up of eyes is shown. The text reads, began to flow again. The text reads, to be continued. Claudia looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on her face. Huandang looks at her with a concerned expression. Plutia and Huandang walk across a vast desert landscape under a starry sky. Huandang begins. So basically, you think I'm the reincarnation of your former lover Stella? He seems flustered by the suggestion. He continues. No, that's not it. Plutia crosses her arms, her expression unreadable. That's a little. Huandang looks down, seemingly lost in thought. Plutia asks, then what am I? Your dead lover's replacement. Huandang replies, like I said, that's not it. Huandang looks away, a conflicted expression on his face. Plutia continues, regardless, it means you see someone else when you see me, right? Huandang looks down, a shadow falling across his face. Plutia stands alone in a dark landscape, a small figure against the vastness of the night. She thinks, looks like it. Plutia says, I thought there was a reason you saved me, but I never imagined you weren't even doing it for my own sake. Huandang replies, don't tell me you actually thought I'd enjoy hearing this. I never even thought about it. Plutia clenches her fist, her expression determined. I want to live too, okay? I really want to live, and that's how I've always been. Plutia stands in a desolate landscape, filled with swords. She thinks, I was desperate. The reason I wanted to become a knight was so I could use that privilege to find a cure. She confesses that she has been living and surviving just to keep living and surviving. Huandang wonders how it felt for her to hear that, explaining that at first, he thought she must have her own reasons and tried to understand. He couldn't even deny it. Huandang realizes that, as always, he was the only one who didn't know. Plutia just. She guesses she doesn't need to be grateful anymore. Huandang admits it might have been selfish of him, but he did help her, so it's not like she can really complain. He says, you see. Plutia admits that she really liked him, Mr. Huandang realizes that she was looking past him at the person who overlapped with her. Plutia says it's like he's been using her to survive. She wonders why she is the way she is. Huandang yawns widely, then tells Plutia, let's go. The pair continues onward. Hadar notices something has happened between the two, but he doesn't really care. Plutia states that they need to cross that canyon, noting that it might look poorly defended, but that's only because of the. Huandang says they'll need to cross that bridge to fully cross the border. He adds that a knight might be able to, but he doesn't think they can just waltz across. Huandang then tells Hadar to hide and get down. Huandang states that there is a way, explaining that he learned something back when he was a spy. Two guards call out like cuckoos. Huandang explains that there are no cuckoo birds around these parts, and if they hear that sound 3 times, they'll open the. He then asks who goes there. Hadar thinks that they literally just caught them. He then asks, huh? Plutia asks when was this, stating that it was around 500 years ago, and that's 2 kingdoms ago. Huandang suggests that they talk their way through. Plutia asks if Huandang is serious. Plutia demands that someone drop the sword, her expression fierce. The guard responds, his face a mask of anger. Another guard states that it's Sir Tink's sword. The man with black hair responds with a simple, yeah. A voice asks for forgiveness and requests that they be followed. Someone squeezes their hands together, muttering about 1 week. A close-up of a man's eyes reveals his intent. He wants to kill this guy, and soon. A hooded figure sits alone, shrouded in mystery. Sultan asks what brings the other here. Gilgamesh seems surprised by the mention of a mission. Sultan confirms that they are referring to Pires Hills, stating that it's close to where they're headed. The group pauses, considering the mission. Stella declares that she is not going. Sultan seems confused by Stella's statement. Stella grabs Gilgamesh, asking what's the problem this time. Hadar insists that Stella is just being a brat about this, but she tells him not to tell her. Huandang states that he doesn't like that place and suggests they go somewhere else. Gilgamesh expresses frustration, stating that they wasted a whole day and that the weasel is going to come for them in 4 days. Stella holds up a piece of paper, looking annoyed. Huandang tells her that she doesn't know how scary goblins can be and tells her to shut it. He then tells her not to scold him too much and suggests they plan their next move while they're here. He adds that it'll take the weasel a few days to find them, so they can relax. Huandang continues, saying that they're only going past Pires Hill on the pretext of catching that goblin. He insists that they won't go anywhere near it, whether it's a goblin or not. He adds that goblin is probably their nickname for a bunch of bandits. Stella remains silent, her expression unreadable. Stella is held back, looking frustrated. She tells someone to hold her back. Stella yells, saying that someone thinks she won't do something. A close-up of Stella's eyes reveals her anger. Stella wonders why she can't hit something, expressing her frustration. Gilgamesh asks Sultan to teach her how to fight. Stella asks Hadar if that's how badly she wants to hit him. She then says, well, that too, but. Stella, surprised, says that it feels like she's going to need it in the future. She adds that she doesn't want to drag them two down because of her own weakness and that she'll tell them later. Sultan says, all right, fine. He adds that there seemed to be a courtyard for soldiers to train back there and that they can. He states that he will teach her, so she never forgets. The training area is quite large. Gilgamesh remarks on its size, and Sultan asks if that isn't a good thing. Sultan explains that one doesn't always fight in open spaces like this. During that time, Hadar wasn't interested in the two, not even a little, as he lays in bed listening to music. Sultan states that they will start with the basics. He asks Gilgamesh what color her sword style is. She responds that it is blue. Sultan says, of all things, let's start with the basic stances. Gilgamesh twirls a stick and says, okay, of all things? Sultan watches Gilgamesh. Sultan exclaims this. Sultan thinks that she has good form and no wasted movements. Her intuition is better than he expected, too, but Gilgamesh asks how it was. Sultan is surprised, stating that she is much better than he expected, but her strength control is almost non-existent. He continues that if she fights like that, her weapon won't last. Gilgamesh responds that he is right. Sultan states that the blue sword style never suited any of them in the first place. Plutia wonders what he means by any of you. Sultan explains that the blue sword style is a very imbalanced technique. It completely ignores dodging and focuses solely on attacking. There's no defending, either. He asks if she never thought it was a strange sword style. Plutia guesses that it's the oldest sword style, but none of them are even capable of regenerating. Sultan looks at her with a serious expression. Plutia responds with a simple well the. Plutia stares blankly. Plutia is confused. Plutia is shocked and says no way, yes. Sultan says that the blue sword style was developed by him. Sultan explains that's why there's no defending or dodging, there was no need to. But he never imagined it'd be used as a fundamental sword style. Sultan says he'll explain later. Sultan tells Plutia to think of him as her opponent and asks how she will beat him. She's faster than he thought. This fight is more than just a game to her. Sultan is caught off guard by her speed. He realizes that the end he envisioned was wrong. He doesn't die, remember? Plutia coughs, winded from the fight. Sultan advises her to think of this as a real fight, to figure out her opponent's characteristics and adapt to it. That's the most important thing, he says. Sultan realizes that perhaps this won't work after all. The sound of metal on metal rings out. Plutia looks at a dagger, considering her options. She decides to use it and try. Gilgamesh slashes at Plutia with a knife. Gilgamesh stares forward. A slash effect fills the air. Gilgamesh continues to stab Plutia repeatedly. She thinks to herself, that's one. You're dead again. You can't attack like you would normally. Gilgamesh says, your enemy is an immortal who can regenerate small wounds instantly. You need to think about that and plan your attack accordingly. An unknown character adds, all opponents have different ways to attack them. Even if you attack the same person, they have changed since you last met them. Never be so complacent as to treat your opponents. Gilgamesh says, those people all end up dying in no time. TCH, just because you don't die? I don't die, so I don't care. She thinks, geez. A narration box states, Plutia's progression was rapid. A hand lies on the ground. The narration continues, just like the passage of time. And on the fourth day, couldn't even touch Plutia anymore. Gilgamesh hisses. Plutia thinks to herself, you pass. At your current skill level. Even a knight won't be able to beat us as easily as last time. I was honestly surprised, Plutia. One states that it's both by their talent and their growth. Another responds that it's because they taught them so well, implying they might be weak. The man with slicked back blonde hair thinks to himself that he is good at teaching, and that's because it's already been 4 days, someone says, adding that they need to prepare themselves to leave now. A man with blonde hair notes that someone cut their hair. He also shaved. Gilgamesh states that she regenerates slower when her hair is long, then clarifies that she didn't mean it like that. Gilgamesh says that they are ready, asking if they shall go. The blonde-haired man responds that it is time, and he has to overcome it. A blonde-haired man in armor asks someone to please travel safely. One guesses that someone thinks they already know, since they said they came because of that. Another says that they never got to hear what the goblin was, and there's no need to worry because they won't be seeing it anyway. She thinks one of them is worrying a lot. The woman calls out to someone, saying she has something to say. The woman shivers, sliding slightly. Someone peeks, saying gob, gigob. Someone was thinking. The woman wonders what if he comes even earlier, referring to him as the weasel. She continues, saying that if he leaves a few days earlier. Someone wonders if he wouldn't get here on exactly the 7th day. A figure is attacked. Someone steps forward, saying GUH. Someone wonders if she has gotten stronger. Someone says she was right. Someone notes that Ranger is fast at running away as always, then wonders what it was in a goblin. A man with blonde hair declares that it's time to get ready. Another man with dark hair states that their opponent is a knight. A hooded figure declares that it has been a while. The blonde man agrees, stating that knights are geniuses among geniuses. The dark-haired man agrees. The dark-haired man says that it has been 7 days, and he will explain carefully. The text indicates the story will continue with an explanation of how to beat a genius. What is a genius? A genius. A genius is one who stands out. 1 in 10,000. There are those whose talents outshine those of others. And those individuals are known as geniuses. That is what a genius is. Out of those 10,000 geniuses, there are those who stand out. Even amongst them, those individuals are called knights. Gilgamesh. Huan Dang's name is displayed at the top of the panel. Gilgamesh wonders how to beat an absolute genius. Plutia considers the question. She wonders if effort is the answer. Gilgamesh states that effort can never beat talent. Plutia thinks that if that were the case, she would be the strongest since she has infinite time. Gilgamesh wonders if enjoyment could be the answer, then asks what that is. Plutia says that geniuses can't beat people who put in effort, and people who put in effort can't. She then wonders why talent or effort would be necessary if enjoyment were the answer. Plutia asks if Gilgamesh is suggesting geniuses don't try or enjoy themselves. Gilgamesh replies that she doesn't know and asks what it is. Then, Plutia thinks the secret to facing a genius directly is winning. Gilgamesh states that the secret doesn't exist. Plutia is surprised. The girl wonders what the next step should be. Gilgamesh is told that she promised to reveal how to beat them, but now she's saying they can't. She retorts that they can never beat them. The girl questions why she would say that if it's a head-on fight. Gilgamesh states that there's no way for them to win. Gilgamesh suggests thinking about it, stating that geniuses have a talent they have no hope of beating, and the whole battlefield is heavily in their favor. Gilgamesh asks if they have to join them on that battlefield. Plutia thinks that it's the same thing as going to someone's hometown to fight them. The whole terrain might be new to them, but it would be familiar to them. She then asks what it is and how they beat geniuses. She takes a step forward, a determined look on her face. Gilgamesh watches her. Gilgamesh states that they have to drag them into their battlefield. Plutia declares. Plutia grabs someone's arm, while Gilgamesh looks on, surprised. The words hang in the air, to our territory. A figure dashes forward, determined to stop the immortal from escaping. A blade flashes, ready to strike. Two figures stand together, their expressions grim. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted, the text above them declaring this a battlefield where they hold the advantage, where a genius's talents cannot affect them, and where they need to take advantage of what they're better at. The key to beating a genius, the man thinks, is by not fighting their talents head-on, but using their talents to fight them. A figure runs across the desert landscape. A blade is drawn, ready to strike with deadly precision. Their first advantage, the hooded figure states. Unlike before, if they fight with a plan, numbers will be on their side. Their second advantage, Heia's. Their numbers advantage will feel like more of a threat. They cannot attack those he cannot see with his naked eye, and therefore, they will attack him from the front and back. Now that they know his Heia's, it's easy to know who is the one he's. The target will be looking at what is his target. The one who isn't under attack will be offensive. What a pain, once the weasel turns around. Switch roles. Third, Hadar's presence. His range attacks and depth perception are not only a threat, but also a weapon. Thanks to the Malto's experiments on me, I was able to learn more about my regenerative abilities. When a part of me is cut off, the general rule is that the smaller body part disappears and regenerates on the bigger part, almost like it reattaches. If the smaller body part cannot regenerate in a given time, the priority is moved to the smaller part. But what if the bigger body part cannot regenerate? Perhaps because something is blocking it? Hadar's range attacks and depth perception are not only a threat, but also a weapon. The arrow signals when that time is up, since Hadar's sense of time is completely exact. Toss. So, what's that interesting thing? He studies something in the distance, his expression unreadable. A white, tentacle-like appendage emerges, hissing menacingly. A figure collapses to the ground, seemingly unconscious. A character's eyes widen in shock and pain. Three figures stand together, one naked and seemingly empowered by swirling tendrils. Someone grabs something, intent on blocking a vital line of sight. A voice declares that she will be free to attack. The final advantage is you, Plutia. A character expresses surprise, realizing something important. You might not know this, but I'm sure of it. Hadar states, you're also a genius. Plutia launches herself forward with a resounding rumble. Hadar watches intently, his expression focused. To be continued. Could it be that Ram actually teleported? The truth was, he didn't. As Tink moved in and attacked Plutia, Ram acted immediately. Cutting off his little finger, Ram tossed it towards Plutia in that moment. It was his finger. Meanwhile, Ram was clenching his fist so that his finger wouldn't regenerate. And similarly, Plutia was doing the same. And so, the 1.7 seconds required for the finger to regenerate passed. And the countdown began for his body to regenerate from the finger. 3 minutes and 5.7 seconds. The signal that 3 minutes 5.7 seconds had passed came from Hadar. Since the regeneration was blocked, Ram's finger underwent an incredibly quick transformation. Regeneration. Speed. This plan should be enough to reduce the gap between the night and us. In a single instant, Gilgamesh stares intently at Tink. A sudden impact rocks Gilgamesh as she thinks, work on the gray weasel Tink. Or not. A projectile slams into something with a resounding clang. Gilgamesh's face contorts in pain. Something heavy falls to the ground with a thud. Another projectile streaks through the air. Tink stands ready, poised for another attack. Lord Immortal and Plutia stand facing each other, the air still swirling around them. A shift in the atmosphere occurs, the air rippling with unseen energy. Lord Immortal flinches, reacting to the sudden change. Plutia tells Lord Immortal to put on some clothes. Plutia glances down at a sword lying on the ground, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Elsewhere, Grey Weasel Tink stands ready, a determined look on his face. A hand reaches out, fingers flexing in anticipation. The hand closes around the hilt of a sword, a click echoing in the silence. Not as a Malto, but honorably. Plutia and Lord Immortal are shown again. A close-up reveals a sharp, focused gaze. A hand grips a neck tightly, a silent threat hanging in the air. Plutia and Lord Immortal are shown again, the tension palpable as they prepare for what's to come. Will the plan work again? Wait, did it even work the first time? She assures Lord Immortal not to worry, stating that they are quite even right now. Lord Immortal explains that his plan is the same, to wait for a gap in her defenses. Fludia steps forward, ready to fight. Lord Immortal attacks with his sword. Lord Immortal is surprised by something. Fludia attacks with her sword, whirling it around. Lord Immortal blocks the attack. Fludia attacks again, the blade whistling through the air. Their swords clash with a loud clang. Lord Immortal's sword breaks. Lord Immortal says that they are a little weaker. But they have Hadar. She stretches something taut, the sound echoing through the trees. A shiver runs down Fludia's spine. Fludia thinks she needs to get away. The goblin. The man with long black hair is told that the goblin is coming. Another figure flinches, thinking that they need to get away. The man scoffs, finding the idea of being called bandits ridiculous. He declares that they can't possibly be considered human. Someone sniffs the air. A figure smirks. A figure announces that someone is here. The man with long black hair realizes that something is fast. There is a rustling sound. The name Gilgamesh appears. The name Huandang appears. Someone wonders if Hadar is present. A clang rings out as someone takes a step. With a sharp intake of breath, Fludia draws her blade, the sound slicing through the air. She raises the weapon high above her head, the steel glinting in the light as she prepares to strike. Fludia brings the blade down in a swift, decisive stab. The blade sings as she whips it through the air, practicing a wide, sweeping arc. She follows with a horizontal slash, the movement fluid and precise. Lunging forward, Fludia executes another powerful swing, the air whistling around the blade. Again, she prepares to strike, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Meanwhile, Hadar's eyes widen in alarm as he shouts his own name. He stammers, questioning what he's seeing. Another voice cries out, calling him Mr. Hadar's expression contorts in shock as something unseen crashes nearby. He gasps. Hadar's eyes widen as he feels a jolt. He shouts Fludia's name. A figure moves with incredible speed. The figure continues to move quickly. A cloaked figure stands inside a rectangular barrier. Fludia clashes blades with the cloaked figure. Hadar screams Fludia's name. She is struck from above. She screams Fludia's name, her voice raw with emotion. Her eyes reflect a deep sorrow as she thinks of their eyes. They met. And in that instant, it was as if time had stopped. Her voice couldn't possibly have been heard. Her feelings couldn't possibly have been conveyed. She didn't mean to make you feel that bad. She doesn't know why she did it either. Fludia apologizes, that's what she wanted to say. All came to her. Am I going to lose her again? In that moment, time froze. I'm sorry for leaving you, and my memories combined and came to me anew, with this memory. During this long life, I'd met countless individuals, and had also lost countless individuals. The man reflects on those who died at his own hands, those who died because of him, regret etched on his face. People from so many different walks of life. And sometimes, he even met a brat who considered him their parent, those who weren't even human. It was all his fault. Rule 2. If you're around humans, you can't show your true self. And Rule 3. There's too many rules, and my arms hurt. Can put them down now. Then just remember this rule. Rule 3. No attacking things weaker than you. Boom. That's a relief. You. Look strong. The man with slicked back hair asks, his voice strained, if someone is not weak. He stutters, barely whispering the name, Neff. A voice calls out, filled with anticipation. I was waiting, Mama. He finds himself alive, but a question lingers in his mind. Who is that person? A tail? There's no way. The name Gilgamesh appears. Huandang sees a kid with a tail and a horn. She swings something with a flip sound. She says, not a chance. A rumble echoes as several figures stand together. What is this? Absurd strength? The air itself is getting heavy. You're scary. A boom echoes as an explosion erupts. An explosion rocks the landscape. A blonde-haired man watches with surprise. The man wonders if everything is going as planned. He muses that even a knight's servants are on another level, stating that they are not even human. A close-up of frightened eyes. Gilgamesh spins into view, wondering what she is seeing. Gilgamesh stammers, acknowledging that someone is really strong. A foot steps down, crushing something beneath it. A voice sighs in relief. Gilgamesh realizes what is happening. A hooded figure declares that they can hit her as hard as they want. The hooded figure is shown in a dynamic pose. A cloaked figure stands tall, a sword at their side. A narration box states that knights were first created a long time ago. The narration continues, stating that knights were given a nickname as a token of respect and that they are the rivals to dragons. In other words, dragons. Gilgamesh is shown in a dynamic pose, surrounded by energy. The narration states that dragons are ridiculously strong. The cloaked figure is shown again. A distant explosion rocks the landscape. The figure emerges from the crumbling remains of a structure. The hooded figure glances back, admitting to himself, I was careless, but it really is strong. The figure prepares to strike, drawing his blade. I have to go all out. Canine 2 dash. His eye narrows, considering the situation. Fludia's attack, that arrow, and that one hit just then, at this rate. My chance of victory against that thing is too uncertain. Felesta looks up, exclaiming, why you're not dead? The hooded figure wobbles, deciding, there's no other option. I have to retreat. Felesta watches him flee, confused. He ran away. Fludia observes, that guy's strong. Tink retreated. A man with black hair thinks, it's annoying, but does that mean we won? Felesta looks up, her expression unreadable. Felesta smiles, calling out, Mama. The sky stretches out, vast and empty. Someone stumbles through the trees, muttering in frustration. The hooded figure sighs, resigned. It seems he's going to get hit by that staff again. He calls out, Sir Tink. Another figure asks if someone came to check, or perhaps took care of it themselves. Regardless, a group of people owe someone their lives. The hooded figure is amazed that someone got rid of that goblin so easily. The hooded figure curses. It wasn't a goblin after all. Someone calls out, Hey Hadar, where are you? Why didn't you shoot? Get over here. I'll kill you. Then what is that? To be continued. Nefren thinks of her mother. She wonders where her mother is. Nefren continues to think of her mother. She misses her mother and no longer stutters as much. Nefren thinks that she can hide her horns and tail better than before and vows to be a good girl and follow the rules. Nefren asks her mother to come back, thinking of the foolish dragon, Nefren. Nefren thinks that her mother might have been abandoned, but she never once doubted that her mother was out there somewhere looking for her. Nefren wonders if she is at Pires Hill and twitches, assuring herself that she is sure of it. She thinks that her mother is at Pires. Nefren sees a goblin. She realizes that they saw her horn and wonders what to do. A disembodied voice states rule number 3, no attacking things weaker than you. Nefren, panting, expresses frustration at losing something, acknowledging how tough it was and that they'll never beat it on their own. Nefren giggles. Nefren insists that she didn't break the rules. She thinks she should tie her hair too, hoping that he'll be able to find her real soon, wondering if that's right. She can't wait to see him. Nefren smiles brightly. A blonde-haired man and a black-haired child stand with another figure, seemingly confused. The black-haired child is struck, but says that the person is the best mama. Nefren says that it hurts and asks them to stop. The blonde-haired man holds Nefren, thinking that it might not have been his full strength. The black-haired child and the blonde-haired man are confused, noting that most knights attach a name and the fact that it has a name. Noges holds a small, pink-haired figure, observing it closely. He remarks that imbuing masterpieces with special abilities became popular after his appearance as a master craftsman. He notes that this weapon is a masterpiece. Tink might not have used his weapon's ability yet. The pink-haired figure is being petted. She thinks to herself, why only me? She says that would be ideal, but Tink hasn't used his full strength even once, he thinks, remembering what he's seen. He doesn't know if Tink is stupid or soft-hearted, but he's always only ever fought them at a slightly stronger power level than them. That's the only reason they've survived until now. But it'll be different from now on. The pink-haired figure giggles, saying they have a strong ally with them. He probably won't go easy on them anymore. He'll come at them with full force. They need to prepare countermeasures. Let's start off by My. He wonders what in the world happened to their dear knight. The hooded figure looks down, sighing. He admits that he lost. He explains that a brat with a horn and a tail appeared out of nowhere. The other figure laughs, questioning how they expect him to believe that a knight lost to that. The hooded figure says he understands their disbelief, asking them to please heal him, saying he's sure he can. The hooded figure holds a stick. A close-up of the hooded figure's face. The other figure asks how many times he's said that, and what, heal him? A close-up of the other figure's eyes. He says he's gotten cocky, even his eyes. The hooded figure says he's sure he knows what will happen if he continues behaving like this. A fist clenches. A boom sound effect. The hooded figure apologizes. The other figure says that it's not necessary if he would heal him. A figure with pink hair declares that they shall go after them right this instant. A figure with blonde hair states that they will bring them back, no matter what it takes. A figure with red hair states that they are kidding, but before that, a single, piercing eye observes the world with an unreadable intensity. Kneeling before Huan Dang, Plutia begs for forgiveness, offering her apologies. Plutia reflects on the situation, her expression unreadable. Her hand clenches into a fist, a silent struggle against the weight of honor. Huan Dang urges her to keep moving, questioning what she's waiting for. Plutia stands, gripping a long staff, her resolve hardening with each step. Huan Dang's gaze remains fixed, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of stoicism. Plutia wonders if someone like that can even be called a knight, stepping forward. A question hangs in the air. Why does he do this? A voice calls out, Mama. Tata strikes a pose, her tail wagging excitedly. The man with glasses stares blankly ahead, his expression unreadable. A piercing scream echoes through the air. A figure spanks another, who cries out, I won't do it again. Someone demands, Hey, what are you doing? Why are you hitting a kid? The scene shifts to a distant view of the confrontation. He wonders if she's too old to be spanked, then realizes she's 20 times his age. The pink-haired girl lies prone on the ground, her expression blank. He reflects on his sin, realizing that even her stuttering is probably because he hit her head with a rock, and her tantrums are because he didn't raise her properly. He cradles the girl in his arms, remembering that her centuries of suffering were because of a single promise he made with her. His eyes narrow with regret. But all I do is. Two figures walk away, their backs to the viewer. This foolish self-justification. And as if that wasn't enough, now someone is trying to use her. Plutia is being stroked on the head. Plutia is being squeezed. Nefren apologizes. You don't have to. Fight because of me. Just do whatever you want. I have no right to be squeezed. I don't want to go anywhere, but if I do, I want to go with Mama. And I'll protect Mama from anyone that tries to hurt Mama. Plutia reflects. I tried to abandon her. Again. I'm sorry. I won't do that again. They look happy. I still didn't get a chance to apologize yet. She contemplates their situation, a silent HM escaping her lips. Dano asks, Mister, how long are we going to stay here? Plutia replies, a few more days. She thinks to herself, better if we spend a few days here and change the time difference to confuse them. Plutia states, let's leave after 2 days. Where's Hadar? Dano replies, Dano. Plutia gazes into the distance, lost in thought. Dano's gaze follows hers, his expression unreadable. Dano asks, are you really giving this to me? He then thinks, I'm pretty good at this, aren't I, brother? Maybe I should have become an Oni. Dano thinks, I'm gonna leave this damn country. Plutia thinks, let's run away. Dano exclaims, to the left continent, brother. A shout echoes. The shout intensifies. He is suddenly pulled, a silent protest forming on his lips as an unseen force yanks him away. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the world blurs around him. He tries to speak, but the words catch in his throat as he's dragged further into the unknown. A deafening whoosh fills the air, signaling his abrupt departure. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Tink remarks that it is time to go. A map shows their destination, Pinta, a place where memories of magic are sealed. They are heading west towards it. Huan Dang believes their pursuers should have lost their trail, as they stayed in the mountains for 2 days. Tink tells Nephron not to relax just because of that, urging her to move on. Nephron wonders if she can fly. Nephron laughs, stating that she cannot fly, as she is not a bird or something. Someone realizes that Nephron is a dragon. She thinks she was a goblin. Someone asks if Nephron is not a dragon. It's an awkward story to tell. Huan Dang slumps, stating that he is not human either. Someone asks if Huan Dang is a dragon too. Tink replies, yeah right. Someone yells, brother. He grunts. The heat is intense. The desert is not a pleasant place. The man with the blonde hair suggests they take a short break after they get past the desert. The woman with the bandage on her face says they need to hurry up, as the weasel might catch up to them. She adds that she has been thinking. The blonde-haired man is asked if he isn't a little weak considering how long he's lived. He muses that if age was an indicator of strength, all knights would be old men and women. The woman with the bandage asks if that isn't a little different, since he doesn't age, and if he lives that long, he should be stronger. The blonde-haired man replies that it's not that easily calculated. The blonde-haired man asks Tlutia if she is good at drawing. She replies that she is not at all. He says that if she lives 100 more years, she might get better, but it probably won't be much different. He adds that if she has no interest or talent in it, there's no way she can be good at something, no matter how long she lives. Tlutia thinks to herself that because there's no time limit for her, she guesses she could say she's more lazy, so her rate of learning is slower. Her 100 years isn't the same as his 100 years. The blonde-haired man says that he's much stronger than ordinary people, and that knights are just illogically strong. The woman with the bandage agrees that that's true. Tlutia thinks that knights feel like a kind of insurmountable wall. The group finds themselves in a bustling area. Someone wonders where they went. The group continues their journey through the desert as the sun sets. A glint of light reflects off something in the distance. Someone steps into Pintus. The group continues their journey. Nephron finds the place refreshing. It's her first time coming to the west of the continent. Someone asks how much further they have to go. They're nearly there. Nephron confirms she's hidden her horn and tail. A bird flies overhead. Someone glances around, surprised. She calls out, Hadar? He suddenly moves away, a burst of speed kicking up dust. The figure continues to accelerate, leaving only a blur in their wake. A hand snatches something from the ground. Plutia shouts, Hadar, where are you going? Huan Dang asks, what's gotten into him? Tink wonders, what happened? Someone mutters, that guy's so. Tink warns Huan Dang, mister, behind you. Huan Dang's eyes widen. No way. 3 figures dash down the path. They continue their pursuit. Tink exclaims, it's the guy from before. He is whisked away, the wind rushing past as the figures carrying him make their escape. A pursuer slides to a halt, kicking up dust. How? Another figure scales the cliff face, determined to keep pace. A dark-haired man stares ahead, a question forming on his lips. He glances upwards, his expression unreadable. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupts, crackling with power. An arrow is loosed, the twang of the bowstring echoing through the air. A foot presses down, the ground giving way slightly under the weight. Figures stand silhouetted against the sky, watching the unfolding events from the clifftops. 2 figures dash forward, their expressions determined. A voice wonders how their arrival could have been predicted, but the narrator insists it was pure coincidence. The narrator explains that they didn't predict the others would be there. After losing the immortal, they visited Pintas to report to the Malto branch. The narrator emphasizes that it was just a coincidence, as a sinister smile appears. 4 figures walk down a long corridor, their destination unknown. The narrator states that they will meet there. The name Gilgamesh is displayed prominently. A man shouts the names Tlutia and Nephron, declaring that they have a plan. The man states that they have only one plan. The man explains that he's only going to say a random number, so they think they have a lot of contingencies. The narrator states that the first thing they need is boxes are used to block their vision. Dust fills the air, obscuring vision. Naturally, he'll move to recover his vision. And while he's doing that, they'll run. A hooded figure remains. Someone barks. What the hell are you waiting for? Are you going to let them get away? Two figures dash forward. Someone catches their breath. Someone says, I'm so tired. Panting, someone asks, is it in a grave? A voice responds, that's right. No place better than a grave when you want to hide something for a long time. Someone exclaims, found it. Someone asks, really? Someone says, then let's get out of here and attacks. A distant explosion echoes. One man states that if they are caught again, they will face their pursuers head on. He believes they will have a better chance if they fight. The red-haired woman's eyes widen in surprise. She wonders if the figure she is facing is not a demon, as she previously thought. The woman grits her teeth, realizing she can't use her strength. A figure is thrown back by an unseen force. Another man yells, Nephren. The blonde man's expression hardens as he draws his sword. Magic crackles in the air as the blonde man's eyes twitch with focus. A blonde woman stands on a high platform, looking down at something below. The blonde woman fights against a pink creature. The red-haired woman's blue eye reflects a grim determination. The red-haired woman winces, her face contorted in pain. A powerful impact shakes the area. The blonde woman and another figure are struck by lightning on a tall structure. Crashing through the wall, the red head leaves a trail of destruction in her wake. She screams, her voice filled with anger and frustration. Ark, I can't take this anymore. Moving with incredible speed, she continues her rampage. Cracks begin to appear on her face as she pushes herself further. And she got stronger too? She crashes into the ground with a resounding boom. Meanwhile, a man in a suit speaks with authority. The ranks, within the Malto, are absolute. No matter who you were outside. He continues, his expression serious. Once you're in the Malto, none of that matters. Even if you were a knight. Magic is might within the Malto. He elaborates on the hierarchy. The better you are at magic, the higher rank you are. A symbol of their servitude. That means Tink is the lowest ranked. And based on what I've seen so far, the highest ranked one is. Back to the red head. She rises to her feet, dust swirling around her. The dust swirls around her, obscuring her form. She charges forward once more, a determined look on her face. She pauses, her expression thoughtful. In other words, while Tink is distracted, the red head walks away, leaving him on the ground. The blonde man holds the red head, a glowing energy surrounding them. This is checkmate, he declares. We will make the red head our hostage. As long as the red head is theirs, Tink won't be able to do anything. Phone. The blonde man looks surprised. What? How? A figure slashes at the blonde man, who is holding the red head. The red head puts something into a box with a click. Inside the box is the blonde man's head. The red head hisses. They're blocking his regeneration by putting his head in the box and blocking his neck with the sword. What do we do now? Nephren looks shocked. Ma, Nephren had not seen Ram die yet. The stupid dragon. Ma, Nephren. Nephren's eyes glow with power. Did not. You killed him. It is revealed that Ram was immortal. Gilgamesh, the stupid dragon, begins to power up, blue energy crackling around her as the ground rumbles. Her eyes widen, a fierce determination burning within them. She wonders if Nephren did not kill him. The dragon unleashes a blinding surge of power. A character exclaims in shock as a flash of light erupts. The unleashed energy detonates in a massive explosion. Someone cries out in alarm as the shockwave expands. Two figures watch from a distance, one exclaiming, "What the hell was that?" Another character observes the destructive power with wide eyes. Gilgamesh grits her teeth, a low growl escaping her lips. She whips around, her expression a mask of fury. The pink-haired demon faces her opponent, ready to strike. The hooded figure hisses, preparing for the onslaught. Gilgamesh grits her teeth, vowing, "I am gonna kill you." The force of the blow sends the hooded figure reeling back, grunting in pain. The red-haired woman watches, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. How does she have that much mana? Gilgamesh's eyes narrow, her voice dripping with venom. Die. A blinding flash erupts as the battle intensifies, momentarily obscuring the combatants. The hooded figure gasps, a look of shock on their face. Fong. Gilgamesh is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, crackling with power. The red-haired woman's eyes widen in disbelief. That thing again. What kind of ability is that? With a burst of speed, Gilgamesh dashes forward, closing the distance between them. The demon prepares to strike, a weapon crackling with cyan energy materializing in her hand. She clenches her fist, a determined look on her face as she prepares to strike. A blonde figure stands behind her, holding a large hammer. Gilgamesh glances to the side, a question mark appearing in a speech bubble. The sound of a powerful impact echoes, the word wham filling the air. A splat sound resonates as something hits the ground. Gilgamesh exclaims in surprise. Another character, panting heavily, wonders why now. The blonde figure takes a step forward, lamenting how close she was to fixing something. A close-up reveals a character panting, thinking about how they could have lived. A character asks what would happen if they couldn't regenerate, questioning what they heard about regenerating quickly if they block for a while. Another character wonders what would happen if they kept blocking, recalling that they lose consciousness when their head is cut off, and questioning if they'd be basically dead if kept like that. One character asks what happened, assuming the other must have tested this, but the other admits they never tested that. A character admits they don't know what will happen to their body if that happens. A bright flash of light fills the scene. A series of expressions flicker across multiple faces, a silent chorus of confusion and alarm. The ground trembles, a low rumble echoing across the desolate landscape. Earthquake, someone wonders. A figure in a hooded cloak glances skyward, the glint of light reflecting off something unseen. What's going on? A deafening boom shatters the silence, a shockwave rippling through the air. A blinding flash erupts, bathing the world in an intense, momentary white. The hooded figure squints, shielding their eyes. A thunderbolt, too? Another flash, brighter than the last, scorches the landscape. A figure with long, tied-back red hair gasps, eyes wide with shock. A high-pitched hiss cuts through the air, like steam escaping a pressure valve. The red-haired figure stares, a flicker of blue light dancing in the distance. So, it was magic, was it? Another figure, blonde-haired and pale, stares in disbelief. What was that? Across the cracked earth, a small figure sprints forward, relief flooding their voice. Mama, why you were alive. Nephrin, was that you? I don't think so. The blonde-haired man calls out, wondering who he's addressing. Pludia's name echoes through the desolate landscape. She wonders if what she witnessed was not magic after all. The red-haired figure stands beside the hooded one, declaring that it is of course not magic. The red-haired figure thinks there's no way that could be magic, urging the hooded figure to move before they lose them. A pink-haired girl exclaims that someone is bleeding and must be hurt. The blonde-haired man considers the situation, wondering what to do and if he should leave it to Nephrin. The red-haired figure is questioned by the blonde-haired man. Dark figures appear in the distance. Hadar is called out in alarm. More dark figures appear behind Hadar. The blonde-haired man realizes that Hadar is being pursued by Oni. It was pure chance. One wonders if the clothes are the same, and if they are his comrades. It seems that man is strong, so Hadar made some strong friends. No wonder he ran. He had allies to rely on. Fire. And that misunderstanding made them fight each other. Arrows rain down, but something unseen deflects them with a shower of sparks. More arrows streak through the air, aimed with deadly precision. A figure in a hooded cloak dashes forward, a blur of motion against the stark landscape. The red-haired archer, eyes narrowed, thinks, they're reusing the arrows they just fired. I need to break them next time. With a twang, another arrow is loosed. Pludia's brow furrows in confusion. A sudden impact sends Pludia reeling. Pludia's eyes widen in surprise. Another arrow whistles past, narrowly missing its mark. A deafening explosion rocks the area. Dust and debris fill the air in the wake of the blast. Pludia lies prone on the ground, battered and bruised. The hooded figure stands triumphantly over the fallen Pludia. A figure plummets from the sky, descending rapidly towards the desolate landscape below. The figure continues to fall as arrows strike the ground nearby, kicking up dust and sand. With a swift motion, the figure slashes downwards, the blade cutting through the air. A man with dark hair and glasses exclaims in surprise. From a distance, a group of figures can be seen. A pink-haired girl with a horn asks, "They're fighting each other?" A voice declares, "We'll use them." A flurry of slashes fills the air. A figure aims and throws projectiles with deadly accuracy. The figure stabs downwards with immense force. The figure slashes, the blade whistling through the air. A bead of sweat trickles down the face of one of the figures. A figure in a dark cloak draws back an arrow, preparing to fire. Hadar wonders why the archer is helping him. Just when they were close to having second thoughts, Hadar thinks to himself that now is the time. The archer releases the arrow with a twang. One single arrow. The archer stands at a distance from the two figures. Hadar thinks to himself that he is accurate, as always. The arrow scraped both of them, just barely. And because of that, the two of them were sure they were the target. The reason they were both sure of this was because they thought they were being used as bait, because of Hadar. Hadar smirks, thinking that he was that kind of person. The figure in the dark cloak walks away. She draws back the bowstring, her eyes narrowed in concentration. What's important now is, with a burst of speed, the red-haired figure dashes forward, sword at the ready. Time. The archer looses her arrow, maintaining an all-out offensive. And thanks to that, the fight. The intensity of the battle grew even more intense. The red-haired figure pauses, a frown creasing their brow. What the hell's going on? And the sound of clashing metal echoes across the desolate landscape, swirling in the wind. It was only after hours had passed that Tink realized that Ram and his party had already gone. The cold wind whips around Tludia, her expression unreadable. Zeeble asks Tludia how she is feeling. Zeeble notes that they have crossed over to the western snowy mountains, the air biting at his exposed skin. Tludia replies that the blizzard should help them stay hidden, and that they should bear with it, inquiring about Hadar. Stella remarks that he is the same as usual, adding that she doesn't like him. A cloaked figure walks through the snow. It seems he has found a trace of his sister. A hand holds a compass, the needle spinning wildly. He doesn't think he's taking it well. Flutia thinks to herself that at least everyone's safe, for now. The group huddles around a fire, the flames casting flickering shadows on their faces. Zeeble says that Flutia shouldn't be worrying about anyone else. Flutia's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. Nephrin is told that if she has another seizure, that could be the end of her. She is told not to interfere with Mama. She refuses to accept something, her expression firm. A blonde-haired man apologizes to a pink-haired girl with a horn. The blonde-haired man asks what he is apologizing for, his expression confused. The man speaks of jealousy and immortality, suggesting someone is dying soon. The pink-haired girl retorts that it's her line, not someone else's fault. The blonde-haired man says he might not know how to fix someone, but he should be able to find a cure now that he has his magic back. A close-up of the woman's eye reveals a determined gaze. The blonde-haired man declares that he is going to save someone. A red-haired figure asks if saying something wasn't magic. The red-haired figure wonders if they are making themselves repeat themselves, noting that the earthquake and thunderbolt only hit the immortal. The red-haired figure expresses surprise and questions if magic can do anything, asking if saying poof will make everything go poof. One figure states that just like math needs an equation to have an end result, magic can't just make a result out of nothing. Another figure says that they see, but they don't get it. The first figure adds that the third great mage isn't called that for nothing. A red-haired figure explains that just because it involves equations, it might seem straightforward, but it's not that simple. They mention mana. A blonde-haired figure says that they guess you could call it nature's will or emotions. Another figure responds with, well anyway, that's how it is. The blonde-haired figure explains that the ability to draw mana to you is something you're born with, and it's extremely rare. They add that magic is drawing in the mana and asking it to do something for you. The red-haired figure says that magic completely changed after the third organized everything. The blonde-haired figure says that's why people who could use magic were rare, and cases like mutants were nothing less than a miracle, and that she almost removed the need for talent completely. The red-haired figure states that while magic used to be exclusive to the talented, by cleaning it up with spell circles, she made it detailed, specialized, and easy to approach. A blonde-haired figure explains that spell circles are divided into sentences and incantations. They specialize in incantations, and the third was probably influenced by their work. A figure with dark hair says that they never organized it, but that's how they used magic. They add that the fact that she organized it is amazing in and of itself, and wonders if she knew the third, too. The dark-haired figure explains that the difference between a sentence and an incantation is quite simply the difference between speaking and writing. The blonde-haired figure says that while writing is logical and safe, speaking can convey emotion better. A figure explains that one way to look at it is that sentences determine scale, and incantations determine intensity. They add that what they've been writing here. A red-haired figure says that the spell circle formula they'll be using is to analyze your body. The dark-haired figure asks if that means anyone can use magic as long as they're taught, and if they can use it if they know spell circles, too. The blonde-haired figure explains that dragons and demons have mana in their bodies and can use magic easily, but for humans, it's all up to. The red-haired figure scoffs, declaring that talent is essential for drawing mana. Without it, even a spell circle is useless. The red-haired figure continues, stating that this is the difference between them, while the blonde-haired figure listens intently. The red-haired figure wonders if Lady Mushia knows about this, stating that they're going back to report this. The red-haired figure declares that what they experienced was beyond strange, not magic, but something more. Flutia asks if it was a rule. Flutia asks what the red-haired figure had said back then, inquiring what it was. Flutia says that it was similar to a dream, but too clear to be an illusion. Black Lynx asks if it was a dream. Flutia states that she met someone. Flutia corrects herself, saying that she didn't meet them, but rather they found her, explaining that they were too bright to even look at. Black Lynx exclaims, stating no way. Black Lynx slams a sword into the ground with a thud. Mage Perrin, Adept Tancherin, and Initiate Tink stand before a superior. Perrin states that they have completed their report. A grand staircase leads to a doorway. The three figures stand in a large room. A shadowed figure sits in a chair, listening. The shadowed figure's eyes narrow. He sees. The red-haired figure looks down, thinking about what happened. The red-haired figure begs, whispering for one more chance. The red-haired figure continues to beg. The red-haired figure falls to their knees, pleading for forgiveness. A knife spins and then taps against the floor. A hooded figure says that Tink may use the molar tooth. The shadowed figure's eyes are shown, stating that there are two conditions in exchange. A voice declares that an ally will accompany them. Someone with red hair flinches, muttering that they are a chicken. A distant landscape is shown, and a voice calls out the word night. A knight stands atop a rock formation, declaring himself to be a pitch-black chicken. He is Warren. Warren remarks that the weather is perfect. The wind howls. The red-haired figure, cloaked in gray, tilts their head, a question hanging in the air. And the second one? A shadowed figure, eyes glowing with an eerie orange light, casts a glance. A gleaming sword rests on the ground, its blade reflecting the dim light. The orange eyes stare intently, pupils constricted, as if focused on a distant target. A disembodied voice echoes, a chilling declaration. You will have to give up your sight. The name Gilgamesh appears, etched in silver against a backdrop of swirling darkness. A desolate, snow-covered landscape stretches under a star-strewn sky, the wind howling through the frozen peaks. Plutia wonders, her brow furrowed with concern. Where did he go this late at night? A figure startles another, who exclaims, "Aff, you scared me. When did you get here?" The first figure simply replies, "Now." The figure holds up an arrow, asking, "Is that an arrow?" A voice whispers, "I heard. You found evidence of your little sister." A flinch betrays the listener's reaction. The sword descends, a silent promise of violence, and slices through the air. The blade catches the light with a sharp shing as Plutia examines the tool in her hand, its edge honed to a razor's point. Her gaze lowers, studying something just out of view. She looks up, a question forming on her lips. Hadar. Her hands are shown. Plutia points forward, her expression thoughtful. This is... Her gaze returns to the object in her hand. What we call, Oni, this. She holds up the end of an arrow. Plutia continues, explaining the arrow's construction. You people, cut the end of the arrow to nock it, but we use a separate attachment. We aren't like you. The arrow is displayed, its design intricate and unique. Tools that can be consumed. Small, round objects are scattered across a surface and replaced at will. Plutia stands in the distance, her form silhouetted against a pale background. That is what we Oni are. She finishes, her expression unreadable. Tools that, the thought echoes, can be replaced. She became an Oni at age 7, so that her starving sister could live, and picked up her bow. She could count time and measure distance. She did her best so she wouldn't be replaced. If I'm replaced, my sister will die, is what she told herself. She lost her voice. Her sister caught the eye of a government official. Became his concubine. She was relieved. Her sister would not starve now, no matter what happened to her. Relieved? She barks. Are you crazy, brother? But her sister did not feel that way. And she might as well have been sold off, and you're relieved? Is not starving all that matters? Wait, you've always been like this. Why did you become an Oni? She did it, for you. Now you can't even sing. She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise. How is that for her? Lying on the grass, Plutia and her brother share a peaceful moment. Plutia smiles, but her happiness is tinged with sadness. This country has done nothing but take her happiness away. Plutia's expression hardens with determination. She's going to leave this damn country. Plutia is asked if she decided this on her own. She is also asked why she is trying to do everything herself. Does she think she can't do anything herself? She left the continent, brother. And so she left. And she followed her. Arrows are shown. That's all she has left. Plutia and her brother look at each other. She is jealous. Family siblings? Her bare feet tread on the cracked earth. She doesn't like anything like that. The battlefield stretches before Plutia. Plutia was too busy staying alive. Oh ho! A figure in armor exclaims, Weasel. The red-haired man asks, how have you been? You know her? Are you close? The armored figure says, that was a fun place. Catching the demons wasn't boring either. The red-haired man replies, I see. I didn't like it. The armored figure says, anyway, it's good to see you. I must be lucky. I always wanted to fight you. The red-haired man states, that will not be happening. A smirk spreads across a face. A desolate landscape stretches under a starry sky. How many manage to survive? A figure with slicked back hair reports, 8, sir. Another figure laments, we set out with 22, and now we're left with 8. What a disgrace to the reputation of the Oni. A hooded figure stares intently. A figure whispers, run away. You cannot beat me. Another voice seethes, that damn bastard. A voice threatens, I will carve your eyes out if it's the last thing I do. The name Gilgamesh is displayed. The name Huan Dang is displayed. A figure declares, you can't trust anyone on the battlefield. Everyone exploits each other. The figure continues, I'm sick of it. The figure says, I want to live. The figure continues, I want to trust people. The figure nods. Two figures sit by a campfire, the night air crisp around them. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows on their faces. The pair relax by the fire. A figure with red hair asks if they are close. The red-haired figure wonders if they knew each other, and what she was saying. Stella states that she has heard rumors. Stella and another figure whisper, making sure she can't hear them. Stella points out that she's a knight, so of course she's strong. She asks if the other figure considers this guy weak then, but the other figure says it's not that simple. A blonde-haired figure states that the darker the color, the stronger they are. And the spear she carries. Ranu. Ranu is a Naren weapon. The blonde-haired figure states that it's different from a masterpiece made by a master craftsman. A masterpiece is something made by a human. There are no exceptions. A Naren weapon is defined as something that has been handed down from above. It is an existence that has existed since the beginning of the world. They possess abilities of a different league to man-made weapons. The tip of a spear is seen as Stella says, so, you're saying that thing is, whatever you just said. Stella peeks from behind a wall, asking, is that it? So it's just a little special. Plutia states, that isn't all. I heard Warren seeks to fight strong opponents. Plutia continues, the reason she went to the West Bridge was so she could enjoy fighting the demons. And according to the rumors. Plutia trails off, but Stella interrupts, exclaiming, what? Don't just cut off like that. Stella, standing next to a hooded figure, asks, why were you butting in? The hooded figure says, don't mind me. Plutia says, well, this rumor is an insult to knights. Did you know that the only time knights can fight each other is in war, or? Plutia continues, when one person has abandoned their honor, they say the number of knights wherein has defeated number in the double digits. Stella's eyes widen as she says, no way, then the rumor. Plutia replies, yes. Plutia, Stella, and the hooded figures stand together. A text bubble says, in order to fight a fellow knight, she baits them into abandoning their honor and kills them. Plutia, Stella, and the hooded figure are seen again. Stella says, I wonder if it's just a rumor. The group stands together, a silent tension hanging in the air. A voice echoes, warning, maybe we should be careful around that one. The speaker's eyes narrow, a hint of concern etched on their face. Meanwhile, a figure stands within a complex spell circle, its purpose unknown. A blonde-haired man declares, there, spell circle complete. Another figure asks, so we're ready. The blonde man responds, don't you use that to summon demons? Another voice cries, no, you idiot. The blonde man stammers, why yeah, of course. The other figure questions, wait, what? A disembodied voice states, once the analysis is complete, the results will appear over here. The blonde man says, here we go. A hand reaches out, touching a surface. A figure in a helmet exclaims, ooh. Plutia crouches low, her spear held ready. A faint blue light emanates from the tip. She wonders what the other is doing. Her hands blur as she begins to twirl the spear, gathering momentum. The spear spins faster, crackling with red energy. It's something fun. The blonde-haired man in the black uniform finishes his task. He declares that he is done. The spear is now a blur of motion, ready to be launched. With a final surge of power, Plutia hurls the spear forward. The spear streaks through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The blonde man looks at a device in his hand. He says, all right, let's see. The blonde man's face is partially obscured. The blonde man flinches. A woman with black hair says that it didn't affect her as much as she thought it would. The blonde man grabs the woman's arm and yells to run. In the distance, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the ground. The guard, carrying someone on their back, orders the others to leave. A figure falls through the cracked surface as others shout for their mama and urge them to hurry up and run. A woman with a severe expression states that everything should be written inside and that they can't just leave someone behind. A blonde man, blood trickling from his mouth, exclaims that something won't come out and that at this rate, everyone will die. A character with red eyes says they are coming and tells someone to go. Someone wonders aloud what they should do. The problem is, Stella struggles, crackling energy surrounding her. This thing, why won't it come out? Plutia calls out to Nephrin. There's no time. You need to. Plutia shouts, if you stay, all of you will die. Now isn't the time for you to be stubborn. Stella cries out, run away. No, 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 and no. Plutia grits his teeth. I won't leave you. This isn't working. Plutia's eyes narrow. Everyone will. Let's go. Plutia looks at Stella with a pleading expression. Stella stands firm, refusing to budge. Plutia says, we need to go, Nephrin. A figure dashes through the snow, leaving a trail of disturbed powder in their wake. Leaping forward, they gain ground, the wind whipping around them. The figure's boots crunch in the snow. With each step, a faint blue energy emanates from their feet, marking their path. A voice echoes through the frozen landscape. Peek-boo. Looking down, the armored figure surveys the snowy expanse below. Below, a figure with blonde hair glances upward, their expression unreadable. The wind howls through the desolate landscape, carrying whispers of the chase. A voice calls out, laced with desperation. So you're on your own? What? Where did the others go? Another voice, filled with urgency, shouts, hurry up and catch them. A cold, metallic voice responds, no. The red-haired woman's eyes widen in disbelief. What, she asks. A stone doorway stands silent, ajar. The red-haired woman's expression hardens, her voice rising in anger. I agreed to help you catch the immortal. We need to take care of them, too. Tink. The woman grits her teeth, frustrated. That will be impossible, as I cannot see them. That damn tin can. I can't even say anything to her. Meanwhile, Suldan smirks, lying prone on the ground. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A fist clenches tightly, a low hiss escaping. Stella sprints forward, a determined expression on her face, accompanied by another figure. Another hand clenches, the tension palpable. A figure with dark hair and piercing red eyes speaks, their expression grim. We'll take your finger with us. The red-haired woman faces Felesta, urgency in her voice. We need to get as far away as we can to save him, Nephrin. Felesta nods, her expression serious. Got it. The dark-haired figure speaks with a tone of understanding. I know it hurts, but you have to be strong. She didn't just get stronger, thinking she would come up with that kind of plan. Plutia's definitely grown. This should be far enough. Plutia, with a determined shout, tosses something into the distance. She continues to toss the object. The object hisses as it flies through the air. The object crumbles. Someone looks on, confused. Suldan stands near a cracked wall. He thinks, you were. A spear flies through the air, someone planning something. A figure in armor appears. Suldan thinks, this one's smart. Really smart. In that case, mana gathers as the armored figure appears. A liquid splatters against the helmeted figure. The figure thinks to themselves, not again. Another trick? Plutia coughs violently, thinking, was he saying the incantation in his head? He's at that level? Plutia falls to the ground, her sword clattering beside her. She exclaims in shock. The helmeted figure whirls their weapon, the wind whistling around them. Your long life has clearly made you experienced, they think. The helmeted figure steps forward, their sword held ready. I want to see everything you've got, immortal, they say. The helmeted figure's sword clinks against their armor. That's the only reason I came here, you see, they think. Come, immortal. The armored figure's helmet clinks as he speaks, his voice echoing from within. He states that this is the only reason he came here. A woman with fiery red hair raises a hand, questioning if the armored figure is allowed to do something. In the distance, the armored figure stands opposite another person. Someone hoots, questioning if all the talk about honor doesn't go against the fact that she's a knight. The red-haired woman states that there is no set standard for honor. The woman continues, explaining that honor can be different for each person, and something dishonorable to her may not be to wear it. She slams her fist on the table. The armored figure walks forward, a whirlwind of snow kicking up around him. The armored figure prepares to throw his spear, the weapon blurring with speed. The spear pierces through the blonde-haired man's chest, blood splattering. The armored figure throws the spear with immense force, the impact creating a sonic boom. The armored figure observes the scene, noting the average reaction speed and assigning a score of 6 points. The blonde-haired man, now impaled, remarks on the expected range of a spear. To the shorter sword, long-distance fights are completely disadvantageous. Or so it may seem, a glint in her eyes suggests. But in fact, that isn't the case. Effective striking range compared to the spearhead. In other words, the sword has a much wider effective striking range. Distance. User is greater. The sword may have a smaller range than the spear, but it has a bigger effective striking range and smaller distance. The spear wielder clenches his grip on the weapon. The spear's point gleams, ready to strike. She thinks, I just need to avoid the tip. Plutia grits her teeth, deciding, I'll just let it hit me. If she can close the distance, then she'll be within range. Correct. Plutia stands face to face with the spear wielder. In that brief instant, she could hear her. When using a sword against a spear, this was quite a good answer. But you see, I'm not a spearman. I'm a knight. What ridiculous power. I'm possible. Rebound strike. Clench. Nice recovery. 9 points. Dash. What? She's not just a spear master. Even her martial arts skills are beyond my expectations. The knight-like figure says it's not bad. The knight-like figure says that points-wise, it's not bad. The figure asks if they've lived this long. How can they be so weak? The knight-like figure is beginning to feel disappointed. The blonde-haired figure asks if that isn't obvious. The knight-like figure says that they're all geniuses. The figure asks why they're so weak. The blonde-haired figure says that knights are geniuses among geniuses, and that they're all special. The knight-like figure says, wow. The knight-like figure says that hearing that they're special from an immortal is an honor, but they didn't expect to hear something so stupid from them. The blonde-haired figure asks, genius. The knight-like figure says that the word is pretty amazing, and that despite not knowing how hard someone worked to achieve something, they can use that single word to dismiss all of it. The blonde-haired figure says not to call them a genius. The knight-like figure says not to dismiss their effort. The blonde-haired figure says, and how? Plutia smirks, musing if someone who has worked for tens of thousands of years and is still nowhere near her level would feel anything if they heard that. A hand hangs down limp. There was never any interest in fighting from the start. The armored figure declares that's enough, finding Plutia boring. A fist clenches. Plutia wonders how to beat a genius. The armored figure questions what is happening. A flash of light erupts. The armored figure realizes there's a spell circle under them, wondering if it was prepared in anticipation of them coming here. Someone laughs maniacally, stating that this is more like it, and that preparation is worth 10 points. Plutia points, welcoming the armored figure to her territory, calling them a damn genius. To be continued. A flash of light erupts as a complex spell circle materializes beneath the combatant's feet. A figure within the circle notices the runes glowing beneath them. A voice echoes, questioning if this was planned in anticipation of their arrival. Laughter rings out. Antagonist Gilgamesh finds the preparation to his liking, awarding it 10 points. Neutral Huan Dang points forward, declaring, welcome to my territory. Inside the circle, the figure exclaims in surprise as the spell intensifies. A figure whirls into action, declaring they won't allow it. A figure bursts through a barrier, the impact echoing through the area. Rubble rains down as the structure collapses. A woman with red hair reacts in shock, exclaiming in disbelief at the unfolding events. She cries out in alarm as something rushes past her. Debris rains down from above. A blonde-haired figure descends, landing beside Stella. Tink says that he thought he was going to die, and Stella thanks him for his work. The rubble continues to fall. More debris tumbles down. A figure wonders where someone is. The figure demands to know where someone ran off to, insisting that he is completely fine. He then asks if the other person's spell failed, wondering what will happen now. A voice whispers that it didn't fail. Tink thanks someone for letting him hide. Tink prepares an attack, declaring that it is coming. The attack is a mana bullet. The mana bullet crackles with energy as it is launched. The mana bullet strikes its target, sending shards of debris flying. The helmeted figure dashes forward, leaving a trail of motion. The figure continues their advance. A voice declares, "There you are." The helmeted figure stabs downwards with a sharp, decisive motion. The attack creates a resounding boom. The energy from the attack continues to surge. A red-haired character reacts with surprise. The red-haired character asks, "How can a Malto member not know what a mana bullet is?" Another character explains, "Put simply, a mana bullet is a projectile made of condensed mana." The character continues, "It's a simple spell that doesn't need a sentence or an incantation as it's just mana." The helmeted figure's helmet creaks, a sound of exertion or anticipation. "But," the figure exclaims. The red-haired character states, "Its destructive power is no more than a tossed stone, though. If he wants to take down a knight, that's..." The helmeted figure smirks, declaring, "Not good enough." The helmeted figure dashes forward once more, a blur of motion. A powerful explosion rips through the ground. The ground is left shattered and broken. The helmeted figure peers through the bars of their helmet. Not there either. Then, another explosion rocks the ground. The helmeted figure stands amidst the destruction. "I'm pretty good at hide and seek, you know? Don't tell me you think you can hurt me with a few tossed stones." A man with blonde hair looks on. The helmeted figure clenches their fist. "Here I go." The helmeted figure prepares a stone toss. The stones fly towards their target. Stella watches the stones activate from different locations at once. "Wow, I've never seen that many activating from different locations at once." Stella expresses disbelief. Not that a knight would get hit by that. A stone strikes the helmet. The armored figure's eyes widen behind the helmet. The figure in armor gasps, "Irk," as a barrage of spears hurtles toward them. The figure deflects several of the spears, energy crackling as the weapons collide. One spear continues its deadly flight. The armored figure exclaims, "Oh ho." The figure breathes a sigh of relief. "Phew." The figure narrows their eyes, muttering, "One more time." The spear stops abruptly, a shimmering energy field halting its progress. The figure watches as the remaining spears are stopped midair. The figure thinks, she avoided the ones coming from behind. So why couldn't she dodge that one? It came from straight ahead. The figure observes, and the spear stopped moving at exactly the same time. The figure's eyes widen as they realize, "I think I see an answer." The helmeted figure stares intently. A soft chuckle escapes. Pludia's eyes narrow, her expression unreadable. A voice wonders what is going on, questioning why the figure disappeared. Something crumbles, and a figure wonders what happened. A pink-haired girl asks what it is, urging them to keep going and running. Pludia's eyes widen in distress, wondering what they should do, lamenting their failure. A voice declares that they should save him. Pludia's eyes dart to the side, a thought forming. The pink-haired girl asks what they should do, and Pludia responds with a question. Pludia realizes they hadn't. Pludia, her expression resolute, declares that they will save him. She resolves to save the person, deciding to trust. But in that moment, they were gone. A low hum vibrates through the air as two orbs of energy begin to coalesce. The energy intensifies, building to a blinding flash. The gathered power erupts, slamming into the ground with earth-shattering force. A figure clad in dark armor is caught in the blast. Another blast hurtles towards the armored figure. A red-haired woman watches, marveling at the display. She thinks, "Wow, he's so good at magic. He's activating so many of them simultaneously." Another flash of light engulfs the armored figure. The barrage continues, each impact shaking the ground. Amidst the shattered earth, the armored figure stands, unfazed. Another blast strikes, the humming sound growing louder. The armored figure thinks, "This is getting annoying." The panel displays the name Huandang. Streaks of magical energy tear through the air. A figure stands atop a pile of shattered rubble, poised for action. The figure, gripping a long spear, muses that their stone tossing is nearly over. Huandang, holding the spear, asks if someone ran out of mana, then states that he will assume that is the case. He wonders if he should end this then. Huandang's eyes narrow. He thinks to himself that this is it, and commands himself to throw it. The figure, clad in dark armor, prepares to hurl the spear. Huandang's eyes are filled with determination as he commands himself to throw it. Huandang's expression hardens. Huandang thinks that she is smart, but he doesn't think she's noticed. He thinks to himself that he knows that. The spear spins rapidly as it flies through the air. He lies among the shattered rocks, seemingly vulnerable. An armored figure observes, a low chuckle escaping its helmet. A projectile streaks through the air, aimed directly at Huandang. But Huandang is ready, conjuring a mana bullet with a flick of his wrist. The mana bullet explodes, sending shards of energy in all directions. The armored figure realizes he was hiding in the dust, calling it crude. Another projectile spins towards Huandang, the armored figure vowing to find him in no time. The armored figure dashes forward, closing the distance. The armored figure realizes that Huandang wasn't using the spear to hide, but to attack. The armored figure dodges the rest of the bullets. And simultaneously, Huandang launches the spear. Huandang notes that the armored figure is closing his eyes. The spear, under his control, hurtles forward, guided by an unseen force. The armored figure, face set in grim determination, declares, "It's too late." The spear continues its deadly trajectory, undeterred. Its path will end with the armored figure. The armored figure, unfazed, gathers energy in their hand. "I don't mind being stabbed, but I wonder if you feel the same?" The armored figure braces, their stance widening. A smirk plays across the armored figure's face. "This is fun." The spear closes in, mere moments from impact. A flicker of surprise crosses the armored figure's face. "What?" The spear strikes the ground, sending rock and dust flying. The armored figure prepares a counterattack. The real rebound strike. The armored figure unleashes a powerful rebound strike, a surge of red energy erupting from their position. The armored figure assesses the situation. "It's weak?" A heavy thud echoes. A figure is blasted by a surge of red energy. Agony contorts the victim's face. The red-haired man observes. "What's that? It looks awesome." The man continues, musing, to think it would be the real rebound strike. "What is it?" A diagram explains, "A skill that has ridiculous destructive power when you use it on an enemy with a wall behind them." The man questions, "Is it special?" He then answers himself, "Rather than being special, it's a legendary skill that is thought to be lost." A woman with blonde hair recalls, "Centuries ago, when the last inheritor, Hincher, disappeared." A voice states, "I thought the line was broken." A figure in full armor stands amidst a swirling vortex. A spear plunges downward, shattering the objects below with a resounding crash. The armored figure pauses, a silent contemplation hanging in the air. The armored figure wonders aloud, "Is it over?" A voice echoes, laced with boredom, "That was more boring than I expected." The blonde-haired figure hisses, questioning, "Why do you think I attacked you instead of hiding?" The armored figure retorts, "That's what I want to know. You would have lost to my rebound strike anyway." A smirk plays on the blonde-haired figure's lips. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the armored figure's armor. The armored figure exclaims in surprise, "Huh." A hand touches the armored figure's armor. The armored figure realizes, "Back then?" But nothing's happening. The blonde-haired figure states matter-of-factly, "Of course. You're just the target." Across the rocky terrain, the ground begins to tremble. Rocks wobble precariously. A rock begins to glow with an eerie light, then launches forward. In other words, the rocks are coming. More of them launch forward with incredible speed. Huandang prepares another volley. Here it comes. This time, the armored figure stands firm, bracing for the attack. It's the real deal. A rock slams into the ground, narrowly missing Gilgamesh. More rocks explode around him. Gilgamesh remains unfazed. "But did you think this rock would be enough to defeat me?" Huandang looks up at Gilgamesh. "Beating you was never my intention." Huandang continues, a glint in his eye. "Once you accept that you cannot win, you begin to see a path." Gilgamesh stands amidst the rubble. "I can't beat you." He is struck by another volley of rocks. "But I can still hurt you." A helmeted figure stands motionless. Someone falls to the ground amidst shattered debris. The helmeted figure muses, finding the situation a little annoying. The helmeted figure crouches. The figure on the ground declares that the helmeted figure can dodge all they want, but wonders if the magic will ever stop. The helmeted figure hums. The helmeted figure, Tink, finds this really annoying. Two figures walk away in the distance. The red-haired man asks a question. The red-haired man declares that honor is meaningless and that everyone is doing whatever they want. A sword clangs. Someone says, "Fong." He swings whatever weapon he has, causing destruction. The object being destroyed begins to crack. The object being destroyed is crumbling. The object explodes. The blonde-haired man looks on, surprised. "It was dispelled?" The man in the helmet says, "Looks to me like the one who will be hurt is you." The blonde-haired man smirks. "Sorry, but I already got what I wanted." The man in the helmet asks, "Got anything else up your sleeve?" "Judging by your laughter, I'm guessing you do." The blonde-haired man glances to the side. "While I was distracting you, everyone else ran far away from here. Who knows?" Then, something is slashed. The blonde-haired man looks surprised. The man in the helmet says, "Came back for him, huh? Such touching loyalty." The blonde-haired man says, "Even though you made your comrade's efforts to buy time meaningless." So she knew. The armored figure declares, "You came back to save him." As a blue energy emanates from their weapon, a staff shatters against the ground. The armored figure wonders what happened, unable to see it. The armored figure observes that something looks a little smaller, wobbling. Plutia and the red-haired man stand on a cliff, overlooking the scene. The armored figure thinks this looks fun. A blonde-haired man cries out in disbelief, "Why? Nephrin." The armored figure wonders what is happening. A figure with sharp features grits their teeth, declaring that someone needs to control their power. A pink-haired girl, eyes glowing with power, insists that she won't. The armored figure wonders what the hell this is, realizing it's not good. Energy swirls. A voice trembles, pleading, "G, give me back, my mama." Nephrin begins, reflecting on a past event. Nephrin recalls a time when someone was told not to attack those weaker than them. She wonders if that's why the person suddenly stopped being able to use their full strength. The red-haired character responds, seemingly agreeing with Nephrin's assessment. Nephrin wonders if the person became possessed and now can't use strength beyond a set level. The red-haired character insists that, regardless, Nephron should go all out without holding back this time, emphasizing its importance. Nephron considers the red-haired character's words, wondering if obsession might be the reason, but also considering other possibilities, such as forgetting how to use her power or losing it. A close-up reveals a man with slicked-back blonde hair, his expression unreadable. Nephron reflects that it feels like she's becoming like him. A close-up of Nephron's eye reveals a newfound strength. She gathers energy, preparing to unleash another attack. The energy explodes outward with a thunderous rumble. The hooded figure is struck by the blast. Tink cries out, "H holy! Hey, Tink!" Tink steels himself, muttering, "Not yet." He grits his teeth, determined to make this attack count. Not yet. The attack fails to connect. The red-haired mage prepares another attack. She realizes it didn't work, just like last time. A crackling sound fills the air. Stella prepares to dash forward, exclaiming in surprise. With a burst of speed, she launches herself toward the red-haired mage. Stella slashes at her opponent. The attack connects with a resounding clang. The clash of weapons echoes through the air, energy crackling between the combatants. Stella prepares to strike, a determined look on her face as she gathers power. A hand reaches out, seemingly absorbing the ambient energy. The weapons meet again, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. The landscape lies cracked and barren, a testament to the power being unleashed. Stella's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed with fury. The power was absorbed. Wisdom tooth. Stella's eyes widen in surprise, a flash of light emanating from her hand. A massive explosion rips through the area, shattering the already weakened ground. Gritting her teeth, Stella struggles against an unseen force. Grr, growling. What a monster. Nephron's voice cuts through the air, calling out, "Nephron!" Stella, kneeling on the ground, hears the call, realizing, "We're done." A figure shrouded in darkness declares, "Let's go." The hooded figure raises their sword, preparing to strike with a whoosh. The figure clenches their fist, readying for the attack with a clench. The figure unleashes their attack, the sword emitting a resounding chong. Stella is caught off guard, exclaiming. Staggering, Stella is helped up by another figure, who urges, "All right, let's get away." Stella replies, "Why you go first?" Stella, her eyes glowing with blue energy, is surprised by the turn of events. "What?" she exclaims as energy crackles around her. "Go first." Blue energy surges around Stella, accompanied by a resounding shing. A massive explosion erupts, the air crackling with lightning and a deafening flash. Amidst the chaos, the hooded figure stands their ground, the air rumbling with power. "Fong," they mutter. The explosion continues to expand, a destructive boom echoing through the surroundings. Stella, reacting to the explosion, grits her teeth, muttering, "That again. TCH." A figure dashes across the snowy landscape, leaving a trail of footprints in their wake. The wind howls, carrying the sound of the chase across the desolate terrain. The red-haired woman stops abruptly, her expression one of surprise and frustration. "What now?" she exclaims. The hooded figure asks, "Did you lose them again?" The red-haired woman retorts, "We lost them again because that damn chicken didn't." The hooded figure interrupts, "Not this time." The red-haired woman asks, "What?" Another dash is seen, the pursuer closing in on their target. Nephron is grabbed by another figure, who asks, "Nephron, you're keeping up, right? Are you hurt anywhere?" The blonde-haired figure responds, "I'm fine now too. What about Hadar?" Nephron asks, "Hadar?" The blonde-haired figure replies, "Hadar's Hadar. I'm sure he ran away." In the distance, two figures can be seen running across the snow. A swordsman stands over a downed figure, his blade glinting in the dim light. He breathes heavily. The red-haired woman says, "We caught." The hooded figure finishes, "One." The hooded figure says, "I couldn't dodge it because of you. That nearly killed me, and I have a hole in my leg now." He smirks, a subtle expression playing on his lips. A helmeted figure returns the smirk. Yeah, it happens, right?" The man says, "You'll need to eat, even if you can't use your bow anymore." The helmeted figure replies, "I'll leave that hand." The armored figure is told that he needs to eat, even if he can't use his bow anymore. He is told that his hand will be left. The armored figure remains silent. The armored figure is patted on the head. The armored figure is told to ask his friends to feed him. The armored figure is unable to speak. The armored figure is identified as an Oni. The armored figure is asked if he is one of the mutes, and it is noted that this is why he is so good at archery. The armored figure is told that it is interesting that he came back to save his comrade and got caught. The armored figure is still going to be cut. Tink asks what the armored figure thinks he is doing. Tink states that he should be asking the armored figure that question, and that he is a prisoner of war. The armored figure is told not to act honorable now of all times. Tink says that the armored figure is really something. He wonders what's going on, noting that it doesn't look good. Redhead wonders what if they end up fighting. The figure states that they have the bow, but they've lost all their arrows and only have that dart left. The man wonders if he can get away. The figure asks what they should do. The man thinks Hadar was caught, and that he probably abandoned them and ran away. He recalls that Hadar was the first one to say they should save him. He wonders, he was? Nephron says right? And then states, I don't know. The man notes that Hadar said that, even though he's an Oni. They've cast aside their voices and letters to achieve that. Not only that. The ranger is as fast at running away as always. But Hadar the Oni said they should save someone? Is he changing? Plutia, what about the analysis of your body? This. I still have it. I haven't read it, though. Let's start with that. But Hadar, we're not sure if he's been caught, and there's no way to save him right now. Let's see what it says. Fwip. It says, it's a curse. It is a fundamental, just as water always flows downstream. You must die? This is, what? Is something wrong? No, the way it's worded is, this is the main part. It has the cause. The main cause is, the blond man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he mutters in disbelief. What? The woman with slicked-back black hair demands, her voice laced with urgency. Why? What? The blond man looks shocked as he replies, because she's alive. The woman finishes, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a figure encased in white armor stands before a hooded individual, their voice echoing with impatience. When are you going to let go of me? The hooded figure responds with a resolute, never. The hooded figure, Tink, declares, I won't let go until you promise not to hurt our prisoner. The armored figure retorts, boring. Let go, Tink. A pause hangs in the air before they continue. Promise me. Red energy crackles around the armored figure as they warn. Don't make me lose my patience. Tink, eyes narrowed, warns, don't make me lose mine. A surge of teal energy erupts between the two figures. The armored figure and Tink stand face to face, a tense silence hanging between them. Boots crunch on the frozen ground, each step echoing in the frigid air. The figure pauses, glancing back at two distant silhouettes trailing behind. A smirk plays across a shadowed face, hinting at a hidden agenda. The armored figure scoffs. And now you're back to save him? What a sentimental bunch. The blonde figure stands alone against the stark, white landscape. The armored figure asks, running away? The red-haired figure replies, don't tell me. He's drawing us in. The hooded figure declares, I'm going after them. Landing with a resounding boom, the figure kicks up dust and debris. From a distance, the hooded figure appears to be moving with incredible speed. So fast, must be nice to be young. The figure's pursuit seems to be a source of entertainment for someone. It does look much more entertaining over there. Crouching low, the hooded figure acknowledges a hindrance. I might be slower because of the hole in my leg, but... Dashing forward, the figure is determined. I still have to check it out. The hooded figure's feet pound the ground, a trail of dust left in their wake. It looks like too much fun not to. A swirl of dust obscures the landscape. The hooded figure stands in the distance, leaving Redhead and Stella behind. Redhead and Stella exchange glances, unsure of what to do next. Redhead expresses their frustration. They just left us here? This is so damn awkward. Huan Dang's name is displayed. He is running, chasing after someone. He continues his pursuit. He wonders how the other person is so fast. A figure attacks him with a sword. The attack lands with a boom. Another figure is running. The sword is blocked with a clink. He notices the swords. They definitely have some kind of ability. First, the sword with the blunt tip. Molar Tooth is what he called it. A sword is shown, labeled Molar Tooth. Its ability is probably the absorption of kinetic energy. And the hilt seemed to release the absorbed energy out again. What's more important is the other sword. The Fong. Fade. Cancel out magic multiple times. Affect something more fundamental, like the spell circle. And it looked like there's a set cooldown before he can use it again. Not yet. He thought, I need to. Nephron. Force out the Fong's ability. He's planning something. She raises a shimmering blue shield, deflecting the incoming attack with a resounding boom. Nephron stands firm, her gaze unwavering as the figure beside her prepares for what's to come. The force of the blow slams against the energy barrier, the impact echoing with a thunderous thwack. Sir Tink intercepts another attack, the clash of steel ringing out as he crosses his swords to block. Lines of power emanate from Tink, the air crackling with anticipation as he prepares his next move. Unleashing the Fong, Tink channels a surge of energy, the spell circle glowing with immense power. The unleashed energy erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, sending debris flying in all directions. Tink's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed as he assesses the devastation he has wrought. The landscape is scarred, the air thick with dust, and the acrid smell of ozone. Tink recalls that he already had a spell circle prepared, his thoughts turning to the Fong. A blinding flash engulfs Tink, his silhouette radiating power. The Fong hums with latent energy, its surface etched with glowing runes. The structure begins to crumble, the sound of fracturing stone echoing through the air. The debris continues to break apart, hissing as it falls. Chunks of the structure tumble downwards, pulled by gravity. The rubble rumbles as it hits the ground, the sound growing louder. A swirling vortex of dust and debris fills the air. Someone declares that this is a waste of time. Another voice responds, pleading for someone to come out, then agreeing to a request. Redhead looks up, startled by a sudden sound. He prepares for an attack, his stance shifting defensively. The man realizes something is weak, a thought dawning on him. A faint glint of light appears amidst the rubble. A powerful explosion erupts, bathing the area in blinding light. Redhead reacts in shock, his eyes widening at the sight. The hooded figure steps forward, preparing to strike. The hooded figure, now identified as Warren, is interrupted mid-stride. A strand of golden hair drifts into view. The main cause is that she's alive, the Crimson Hippo, Hinsher. Warren wonders who that is. Energy crackles around her as Tlutia braces for an unseen impact. She thinks, I can't avoid it. Not when. A figure glows with a bright aura, sensing a presence. There's someone behind me. Even if the light intensifies, it means I'm gonna die. A blinding flash erupts. Is my path of a night. A sharp shing echoes through the void. A flash. A hand reaches out, grasping for something. The blonde-haired figure gasps, a realization dawning. Does that mean I didn't die? Her fist clenches, a grim understanding settling in. So my hippo's jaw was taken. The blonde-haired figure surveys the desolate landscape, the ground scarred by some immense force. She looks around, a sense of unease washing over her. There, Tlutia, cloaked and hooded, wonders who she is seeing. The memory shifts to Stella, her blonde hair flowing as she issues a challenge. Come at me. The vision swirls, showing Stella from behind. A man's eyes widen in disbelief. She was really alive. The man wonders if the Malto ended up leaving her alive. Again, the memory shows Stella from behind, the swirling effect emphasizing the instability of the vision. If she woke up, it wouldn't have been easy to kill her. He guesses they decided to only take her weapon. The man is glad his memories weren't off. She was around here after all. The man whispers, Stella. The man exclaims. The man speaks, but his words are obscured. Stella wonders if she is okay, as the memory continues. The memory fades, showing distant figures in a desolate landscape. The red-haired knight wonders what she is talking about, and if they know each other. Huan Dang stares intently, his expression unreadable. The red-haired knight flinches. Hinsher and the red-haired knight clash in a burst of speed. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the very ground. The red-haired knight thinks to herself that Hinsher is strong, at least strong enough to be a knight, wondering if she is a knight and admitting she has never seen her before. Hinsher remarks that the red-haired knight is not bad, then questions her clothes, asking if she is a knight too. Tink states that he is the Grey Weasel, as Huan Dang questions if she doesn't know him and if she did not participate in the campaign against the Demon Knight. The red-haired knight thinks that even so, she should still, wondering why she is talking about something that happened centuries ago. The red-haired knight realizes that she was being arrogant. Hinsher declares that she is the Crimson Hippo, Hinsher, a knight like her. The red-haired knight is shown in a close-up. She is the Crimson Hippo, Hinsher. The armored figure exclaims, whoa, really? He continues, well, whether you're real or not doesn't matter. Warren declares, let's fight. He asks, did you follow me? The red-haired knight says, then does that mean you left them? Tlutia thinks, he was right. The blonde-haired man says, if Hadar's really there, I'll draw the knights to me. You save Hadar. He continues, those two will follow me. I'm sure of it. A voice declares, let's save him, no matter what. She wonders if she can take on those two. His eyes narrow. Crouching low, Tlutia explodes forward in a burst of speed. Redhead's eyes widen in disbelief. What the? An arrow stands planted in the ground. Tlutia slashes at Redhead. Redhead's face contorts in pain and shock. Holy crap. The attack continues. Tlutia shatters the arrow. She slides to a halt. Tlutia wonders to herself, did she even need to come here? Redhead yells, are you crazy? She warns that if Redhead leaves them alone, they might end up being prisoners instead. Redhead turns, stating that it's up to her. Tlutia pauses, thinking it's better to catch the immortal and do a prisoner exchange. She continues, believing that if that's what Redhead thinks, it's already too late. Meanwhile, a knight stands ready. Another knight prepares for battle. Hadar calls out, urging them to follow his lead. Stella and Hinsher follow behind. Hadar grits his teeth, an arrow clenched between them. Stella dashes across the cracked ice. Hinsher, panting, shouts at the others to go after them. Hinsher sighs, frustrated. Hadar continues to lead the way, wondering if Stella knows where she's going. Stella thinks to herself that the next step should be. Hadar urges them to keep moving, pointing the way. Hadar frowns, stating that he doesn't see anything. Stella dashes forward, wishing she'd at least untie him. A chilling wind howls through the desolate landscape. The wind carries a sinister presence. A metallic clang echoes as the armored figure speaks. I guess. Stella declares, I'll go first, and dashes forward. Her eyes narrow with determination. Another clang rings out. Stella grips a knife, ready to strike. Hinsher, unfazed, crushes the head of an unknown figure in his grasp. I guess you really are Hinsher. You're so strong, the figure gasps. A surge of red energy erupts from Hinsher. The blast slams into Stella. Oh dear, she cries out. Hinsher stands over the fallen Stella. That's Hinsher for you. Such power. Tink wonders if he is going to sit this one out as well, noting that he is not doing anything. Hadar watches the scene unfold, wondering if the shadow figure is planning something. The original rebound strike is indeed powerful. The shadow figure declares that he will have to go all out, crackling with red energy. A figure moves with incredible speed. Hadar and the shadow figure face each other, the air crackling with energy. The shadow figure unleashes a devastating attack. Plutia clenches her fist, realizing that was a mistake. Hincher prepares to strike. Hincher launches a powerful attack. The attack impacts with tremendous force. Plutia turns around, ready to face the threat. She faces her armored opponent, the wind whistling past. Plutia leaps forward, closing the distance. The attack is gone, leaving only the sound of crumbling stone. The armored figure states that her rebound strike is useless now, wondering if that's what she thinks. The armored figure asks what, questioning if she was hiding a weapon. Plutia stands ready. Plutia's attack connects with the armored figure. The two clash, trading blows in a flurry of motion. The armored figure says, "Oh yeah," stating that he has no weapon and that he had a hole in his leg. Plutia declares that there's still a wall under his feet. The armored figure thinks about the biggest wall, realizing he's in trouble. A rebound strike explodes with force. The author notes that some readers were confused and, due to popular demand, a special bonus world map has been prepared. First up is the leftmost continent, called the Demon's Continent. The Demon's Continent is inhabited by a group called demons, known for their black skin and red eyes. In this world, non-human races like elves or dwarves do not exist. They are all human, but the people of the Central Continent call them demons and do not consider them human. The second continent is the Central Continent, which is at the center of Gilgamesh's story. At the present timeline, the Central Continent consists of 7 kingdoms. The Central Continent is under one emperor and is where the main characters currently are. This place is known as Lechun, where it snows all the time. The third continent is the rightmost continent, the Eastern Continent, where Hadar and the Oni are from. It is mostly closed to outsiders and inspired by elves, dwarves, and the East. Unlike the Western Continent, which is always in conflict with the Central Continent, the Eastern Continent is more interested in keeping to themselves. The people of the Central Continent consider it a place of wonder where fairies live, but that is not the case. The author finds it a little embarrassing writing this because of how relatively simple the world is, but thinks what makes this interesting is how the people of the story consider their continent the center. The Eastern Continent calls the Central Continent the Western Continent, and the Western, Demon, Continent calls the Central Continent the Right Continent. The author's world is set in reality as much as possible and will try their best to explain the world in their story from now on. Plutia dashes forward, her boots kicking up dust as she gains momentum. She leaps into the air, leaving the ground behind. The knight soars through the air, a trail of blue energy following her ascent. Meanwhile, the text simply reads, Huan Dang. Rumbling sounds echo as a figure emerges from the shadows. A voice declares, next. Stella, her expression intense, says, come. A seal glows beside her. A hooded figure speaks, their words trailing off. The figure continues, muttering, it's Weasel. Stella, looking down at someone, says, whatever you are, bring it dash. Stella's eyes narrow, her expression hardening. A figure in dark armor declares it's still their turn. They wobble slightly, stating this is the real rebound strike. Stella thanks them, then asks if they want to die that much. The armored figure, Tink, replies that who knows, they guess they have no choice. They add that they were saving this for Tink. Stella states that she's up against the hippo. Tink replies that they can't help it. Tink declares that it's the successor's final move. A whoosh effect fills the air as Tink prepares to attack. Tink runs forward, readying their attack. A spear is revealed, glinting in the light. Stella is shown from behind, observing Tink's movements. Stella clenches her fist, preparing for the incoming attack. With a whiz sound, Stella prepares to counter. The spear flies towards Stella, closing the distance rapidly. Tink glances to the side, his expression unreadable. The two warriors face each other, the tension palpable as they prepare to continue their duel. Stella lunges forward, closing the distance between them. The sound of impact echoes through the air. Her fist clenches, ready to strike. Tink and Stella clash, their spear meeting with a resounding clang. The spear spins wildly, a blur of motion. Stella looks up in shock as blood spurts from a wound. Tink's fist tightens, his determination unwavering. The spear continues its dance, each strike carrying immense force. The clash of steel echoes as the battle rages on. Both warriors dash forward, their movements a blur of speed and power. The air crackles with the sounds of combat, each strike echoing across the desolate landscape. The relentless barrage continues, the sounds of impact growing ever more frequent. A dark figure presses the attack, its spear a blur of motion against Stella's defenses. A maniacal laugh echoes as the dark figure continues its assault. Stella grits her teeth, bracing for the next blow. The sounds of impact reverberate as Stella struggles to maintain her ground against the relentless attacks. Stella's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. A voice muses that she needs to close her eyes to control that spear. The voice continues, marveling at the thought of being able to do that in hand-to-hand combat, calling her a monster. The voice notes that it's no different to a 2-on-1, and the fact that Hincher isn't losing to this is even more amazing. Stella is slowly being pushed back, her losing only a matter of time. A hand twitches, a subtle sign of something about to happen. A figure with dark hair wonders what's going on. She stomps forward, her expression unreadable. A figure below asks, what is it? Stella nods, seemingly in agreement with a plan. Hincher plummets from above. A hand reaches out and grabs something. A figure strides forward, a spear held ready. They ask if their opponent is tired and if they are not surrendering. Tink declares that he will never surrender and tells his opponent to come at him. Someone flinches. Hadar thinks that he is at an advantage, but he is scared. He needs to change this situation somehow. Hadar looks up. Someone pulls back a bow, preparing to fire. Hadar realizes that he needs to use this situation. An arrow flies towards Hincher from above. She is confronted by Tlutia, who is cloaked and wielding a spear. A hand is shown, clenching into a fist. Someone thinks, I see. A red explosion erupts. Hincher realizes, but there's no wall behind me. Another red explosion fills the space. Tlutia runs. Stella is shown, a flash emanating from her chest. Another explosion occurs. Someone exclaims. Tlutia throws a hammer, shouting, Tlutia, throw the hammer. Tlutia continues to run. Someone shouts, this way. A hand clenches, as someone thinks, I can't let you do that. Hadar is shown, shouting, Hadar. She draws back the string of her bow, the arrow aimed true. The air vibrates with the thwang of its release. The arrow meets its mark, but not as intended. A resounding clang echoes as the projectile shatters against an unseen barrier. The armored figure stands firm, the blocked attack eliciting a frustrated curse. Damn. Stella leaps forward, her hand outstretched to grab something unseen. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by the declaration, the hippo's teeth. Stella lies on the ground, staring up at the sky. She murmurs to herself. A figure tells another to get as far away as possible once they start chasing them, and to not fight them. Another figure responds that they can't let them get hurt anymore. Stella looks up, surprised. Stella walks across a desolate landscape, thinking it's pretty. Two figures stand in the distance, watching a bright light in the sky. A figure stops in their tracks, looking up in surprise. A character wonders what they are seeing, noting they've never seen the hippo's jaw in that form. A figure decides to leave her for now. A figure reacts with shock, realizing what they are seeing. A figure stands ready, their form obscured by shadow. With a burst of energy, a blonde-haired figure is launched skyward. The force of the propulsion sends her hurtling upwards. She wonders aloud at the sudden acceleration. It propelled her? The sound of rushing wind fills the air as she ascends. Her expression is one of shock as she continues to rise. Below, the shadowed figure remains, their intentions unclear. A crackling sound echoes as the figure reacts. The figure exclaims in surprise, realizing something. The figure reaches out, grabbing something with determination. A resounding thud marks a powerful impact. The blonde-haired figure continues to be propelled upwards with immense force. The red-haired initiate observes the hippo's jaw, realizing its purpose. So that's the hippo's jaw. He attempts to activate the weapon. Fong. A clinking sound echoes as he manipulates the device. A flash of light erupts from the hippo's jaw. The red-haired initiate looks on with anticipation. The hippo's jaw activates with a resounding chang. He realizes something is wrong. The Fong won't work. A blonde-haired woman looks on in shock. The shock was absorbed? The narration states, the Fong didn't work. A diagram of the hippo's jaw is shown, labeled as a masterpiece. The diagram continues, questioning why the Fong does not work on the hippo's jaw. The diagram explains that the Fong's ability is warping spell circles and incantations. The diagram concludes that the hippo is an elaborate tool, a weapon that gathers and expels mana. In other words, rather than magic, it is close to technology. Which means, it is Tink's worst enemy. The clash of metal and energy filled the air as Tink and Hincher exchanged blows, the ground trembling with each impact. Hincher pressed the attack, her movements a blur of speed and precision. A blinding flash erupted from Hincher's weapon, threatening to overwhelm Tink. With a shout, Tink met the attack head-on, his hammer crackling with energy as it deflected the blast. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air. Molar tooth. A final, devastating blow landed, sending Hincher reeling from the force of the impact. She lands heavily, her weapon dragging against the ground as she comes to a halt. Hincher turns to Tink, her expression curious. Tink, was it? How old are you? Tink replies, 22. Hincher muses, that's young. You have talent. I'm not sure if I'll beat you in 5 years. Below, the hooded figure says, Teach, thank you. Hincher asks, do you understand what I'm saying? Hincher raises her weapon high, declaring, you can't beat me yet. A figure is struck by a powerful blow, the force of the impact shattering the ground around them. Tink, watching the scene unfold, thinks to himself, to think she'd be this strong. She's amazing, all right. The ground rumbles. A voice mumbles, weakness. A figure clenches their weapon, demanding, show me your weakness. He smirks, a glint in his orange eyes. The figure promises, his voice a low growl, that he won't miss. The armored figure clenches their weapon, the metal groaning under the pressure. Show me your weakness. A blonde woman looks on, muttering, Crimson Hippo. Gilgamesh promises, a smirk playing across his faceplate. I promise. I won't miss it. A red-haired child looks up at Gilgamesh. I saw this before. It's a kid. Gilgamesh turns his helmeted head, questioning. Was it you? The blonde woman, Hincher, says, I didn't know. You could use the hippo's jaw like that. A flash of light precedes a slashing attack. A low rumble vibrates through the air. A cloaked figure steps forward, their presence heavy. Hincher calls out, Get ready, otter. Tink's eyes widen, a silent exclamation escaping her lips. The crimson hippo prepares to strike, declaring, This is. She swings her hammer with incredible speed. The hammer glows with intense energy as it moves. Gilgamesh prepares to unleash his full power, a surge of energy crackling around him. The hooded figure, realizing the hippo is strong, thinks, She's strong. I can't beat her, but... The hooded figure declares, It's an honor. My name is Weasel. Gilgamesh retorts, Yeah, whatever you are. A voice booms, Here I come. The crimson hippo swings her hammer once more. Weasel prepares to attack, a rumble echoing around him. With a clink, Weasel blocks the attack with a tooth. A massive explosion erupts. A surge of energy builds, the air crackling with unseen power. The energy intensifies, a blinding light forming at the center. The built-up energy explodes outward in a cataclysmic burst. Amidst the aftershocks, a figure cries out in pain. The echoes of the explosion rumble through the frozen landscape. A swirling wind whips across the desolate, snow-covered ground. A hooded figure, head bowed, admits, I've lost. Two figures trudge onward, their silhouettes stark against the horizon. The blonde woman sighs, lamenting, Such a pity, for a person of this caliber to be. The blonde man calls out, Oi. Someone shouts, What are you doing, Nephrin? You can't bite that. It's dirty. Nephrin retorts, I'm not dirty, okay? The blonde woman asks, Do you want to keep going? The blonde woman glances at the small child. Nephrin observes the scene, noting the strange mood and the presence of the child. Huan Dang states that it feels wrong to fight in front of a child. Stella is seen inside a box. Nephrin states that she is the second oldest here. Hincher exclaims in surprise, calling out, Stella? Nephrin remarks that her short hair looks good on her too. Hincher corrects the assumption, stating, She's not Stella. Her name is Tlutia. Hincher looks confused. Two figures stand in the distance, one saying that they were stuck in the ice for quite a long time. Knights are humans, just special ones. Hincher says she is not too sure, but she understands somewhat, asking how many months have passed. Nephrin thinks it's so hard. If one were to change the wording, no matter how special they are still human. Tlutia wonders about something. A voice muses that it has been approximately 500 years. A pair of hands clench tightly, as if enduring a great strain. A voice hopes that she can handle this, pleading for someone to come back safe. Two figures hold hands in a distant scene. A man with white hair smiles, promising that he'll be waiting for the day that they can be husband and wife. Tlutia stands with her back to the viewer, a staff in her hand. A group of figures stand in order of age, their ages ranging from 19 to 31, plus 500. One figure is labeled as 600. Hands squeezed tightly. A man smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He thinks to himself, he'll be waiting for the day they can be husband and wife. A woman stands alone, draped in a red cloak. A close-up reveals the woman's sharp features. Stella stands beside Tlutia, her expression questioning. She asks what 500 years could mean. A man states that it's not Stella, it's Tlutia. Tlutia argues that the man is the same, too. She questions how it's possible to be exactly the same after 500 years, but then concedes that it is possible. The man reveals that he regenerated even when his head was cut off, and that he neither grows old nor dies. Tlutia hisses in response, wondering how he's still alive. Tlutia's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Tlutia stands alone in a snowy landscape. The man begins to speak. Tlutia finishes the thought, saying then. The red-haired man asks if they are separate. The armored figure responds that they are, stating that he is doing a job and is not the other's comrade. The armored figure states that's what he said. He tells the red-haired man to go over there and ask if he doesn't believe him, but she'll probably use that hammer to take his head. The red-haired man asks if the blonde lost the hippo's jaw. Hincher states that she did not lose it, and it just went back to its original owner. Stella curses, visibly trembling. Stella remarks that it looks like Weasel and the blonde are done fighting, and she doubts that the red-haired man will do anything alone. Stella asks if they are killing them, and the other figure tells her to stay still. Below, Hadar tells Tlutia that they need to talk, and she responds with HM. It is stated that Hincher is in shock right now. Stella states that they can't ask her anything. Tlutia responds that she can imagine. Hadar says that he thought he'd look into something that confused him. Stella asks if Hadar remembers how he was confused while he read the analysis, and states that he said the wording was off. Hadar states that's right, and that was the reason he was confused. The reason was because there was wording. Tlutia looks up, a question forming on her face. Hadar holds up a device. He explains that this is an analysis, and only the cause and effect should be written. In other words, information, but this had an odd wording. Tlutia asks what he means, clarifying what he's saying. Then someone has to have said it. Someone intervened here so they could say, you're dying because Hincher's alive. Tlutia considers the information. She guesses you could call it a letter. She asks what Hadar means by intervened, questioning if that's even possible. Hadar responds, not at all, but he thought of an existence who might be able to do it. Tlutia says that Hadar would have seen it, too, questioning what he means. A shadowy figure lurks in the darkness. Hadar states that it's that white being. He tells Tlidia that it's possible. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. Hinsher glances to the side, her expression unreadable. Boom. She wonders what the recent events mean. An explosion rocks the area. Stella wonders what's up with her. Tink asks what's going on. Hinsher stands with a large weapon, the ground rumbling beneath her feet. Hinsher wonders if she is losing her mind. Someone asks, "What's wrong, Hinsher?" Tink turns his head, listening intently. Hinsher's eye reflects a deep turmoil. Hinsher thinks, if only she didn't save you too, if only she didn't join the campaign against the Demon Knight, knowing she would never get to see him again. Hinsher thinks, almost, made her regret these things. Tink says she is like an utter fool, and Tlidia asks what he means. What in the world, knights were? Stella asks if they lost the fawn. Tink says no, it's right there. Stella expresses relief, then asks why Tink is just standing there, questioning what she should be doing. Tink wonders if losing means surrendering and becoming a prisoner. Stella asks what Tink is talking about. Stella asks what they're going to do about the mission, stating she can't do anything on her own and questioning if Tink is taking the immortal back. Tink sighs, wondering what to do now, then realizes something, asking about Hinsher. Tink confirms that it's the Crimson Hippo Hinsher. Stella recalls going through hell not to wake Hinsher when they retrieve the hippo's jaw. She says they're screwed and asks if they shouldn't just not go back, suggesting they'll probably be killed if they do. Huandang says no can do. Stella exclaims in surprise, asking if he was eavesdropping. Stella says she was here the whole time, questioning why they can't not go back, stating she won't go back to the Malto, suggesting they'll run away and that she won't chase them either. Huandang states that it is Malto. Tink asks what he means. Stella expresses her confusion. Tink questions why Huandang would go there voluntarily, reminding him that they needed him. Huandang tells him to shut up. Stella agrees with Huandang, noting that he doesn't look like himself. Huandang explains that it's because the answer is there. Huandang continues, stating that it's the method they'll use to find the answer. Stella asks what he's talking about, expressing concern about returning and stating that they've screwed up more than once or twice. Huandang says that's not his concern. Tink expresses his frustration. Tink thinks about the hippo's jaw. Nephrin asks if they can't return the hippo's jaw. Nephrin asks if they can't return it, stating that she talked to her. Tink is surprised. Tlidia says that if they make light of it again, she will not be forgiving. She finds someone amazing. The red-haired figure offers to tell a story. The blonde-haired woman declines, but the red-haired figure insists she hear them out. The red-haired figure begins their story. A long time ago, they wanted to become a government official, so they took a nationwide exam. It was a historical question about a country that was destroyed around a century before. They were in that age and even lived in that country, so they answered it without any problem. But that answer was wrong, and they failed the exam. The blonde-haired woman asks if the question was wrong, but the red-haired figure says no. The red-haired figure continues, stating that they rewrote history. The new country, that is. That's what the blonde-haired woman thought, too. But one day, the red-haired figure had a different thought. What if it wasn't that country that rewrote history, but their memories that are wrong? The red-haired figure concludes that they still don't know which is right, but the important thing was that they realized that they could be wrong, too. She considered the weight of self-doubt. It's natural to question yourself, but no one is ever completely right. The thought that you could be wrong is important. A voice calls out, Tink. The speaker continues, I trust you understood what I just said. Hinsher is asked if they have a destination in mind. The figure responds that they do not yet. Then, the figure asks if the other will come with them for a while. The armored figure says that if that is the case, then they will come too. Since he has to stick with Hinsher, the figure says he didn't ask. The figure grumbles, wondering what he is supposed to say to Lady Mushia. He doesn't want to go back. Tink tells the other that they should just run. Even if they can't beat them, they can still do that. The other figure says no, he has to go back. Tink responds with that's right. The group continues to walk through the snowy landscape. Lechun. It's where Stella lived, and where Stella died. Right now, he doesn't really feel anything. Footprints in the snow lead away from Stella. A voice promises to join them soon. The name Gilgamesh is emblazoned across the panel. The panel identifies Huandang. Werin stands with his back to Stella, who glares at him. Stella snaps, telling him to stay out of it, as Werin notes that the kid keeps glaring at him. A figure in armor says, ouch. Hinsher stands with Stella, who huffs. Hinsher asks if that child is Stella and Werin's child, as Werin says no, and thinks that the 500-year difference still hasn't sunk in. Hinsher says she isn't, and tells Werin to wait and listen. Stella looks on with a questioning expression. Tink suggests they take a break, asking if they aren't tired or cold. The group seems unsure of what they are facing. They see it, Lechun's border. That's where they bumped into each other. So that's where they are, the Malto. Mushia is mentioned. Someone yawns, stating they are sleepy mama. Someone suggests they can take a break, then. Someone grabs another person. Someone stares. Someone yells. She only does that to you. Someone says this is so dull, and they want to fight. The blonde woman mentions Hinsher. A hooded figure stands next to a knight. The hooded figure says they can handle the boredom with Tink, too. One of the men asks how so. The other man thought he'd be whining about finding his sister. Tlidia stares silently. One of the men thinks he's scared. The other man thinks ever since he picked up his sister's scarf, maybe he's scared that his sister's already dead. Someone is hesitating. The blonde woman tells the man not to worry. The man speaks. Flutia flicks her fingers. The blonde woman guesses he's shy. One of the men speaks. Someone says that's it. A blonde man wonders what something is and what it means. A woman with black hair listens. The black-haired woman thinks that something might be the key. The blonde man contemplates Hinsher and a connection. A woman exclaims. The blonde man stares intently at an arrow. The man states, Hinsher and your connection. The woman responds, what you have in common. The man squints, muttering, is. An arrow snaps in two. The blonde woman holds a staff, observing something in the distance. The man's eyes widen in surprise. The blonde woman gazes at two figures in the distance. A figure draws back a bow, preparing to fire. The blonde woman observes, the same clothes. Are they mute, too? Allies? No, it doesn't look like it. The red-haired woman says, they would have noticed our difference in skill, but they're still attacking? The armored figure questions, who are they? The red-haired woman exclaims, what? We have 3 knights. The dark-haired woman adds, is it a suicide mission? A hooded figure braces for an incoming attack. Arrows rain down, but the hooded figure deflects them with practiced ease. Flutia, eyes narrowed, wonders if they are surrounded. Her eyes widen as she realizes the danger. Waren spits on the ground, sneering, cocky bastard. You're next. Stella looks on, a question forming on her lips. A figure in the distance asks who is next. Flutia sees the enemies running away, but another armored figure notes that some are already gone, guessing they're Oni, too. Waren's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. A blonde-haired man looks off to the side, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Flutia asks where Hadar is. Stella thinks to herself that he must be hiding somewhere, especially if there's a fight. A chilling thought crosses someone's mind, alone. Someone realizes that they took advantage of that, thinking it's impossible. Flutia calls out for Hadar. Stella wonders why he isn't coming, hoping he wasn't really. The terrible truth is revealed, captured by them. A character looks confused. A group of figures stands together, an exclamation hanging in the air. Stella is sure she. Hadar thinks he has to get away, as someone asks what he thinks he's doing. Hadar shivers. A sharp sound causes the cloaked figure to turn, their expression unreadable in the dim light. The figure realizes that the attacker wasn't an Oni. The figure mutters in disbelief. Hadar clenches his fist, a vein throbbing in his temple as frustration mounts. The cloaked figure reveals that they've sent a general. The cloaked figure states that a general changes everything. A flashback shows the cloaked figure with a bow and arrow, a red target painted on a tree in the distance. The figure thought an Oni would be fine, since she was always strong. The cloaked figure states that a general is a different story, adding that they are sure Hadar has heard of him. The cloaked figure steps forward, revealing that this is General Warunsha. The cloaked figure explains that generals stand in the front line of battle and are the masters of frontal assault. The cloaked figure states that they are the Eastern Continent's knights. It's been a while, Hadar. A hand squeezes a wad of money. The cloaked figure declares that they have to protect their sister. The figure states that they are not happy to be here either. Generals and knights stand in silhouette as one asks, how are they different? Their difference, one states, does not lie in strength. Generals are soldiers, it is explained. They have no choice but to follow the orders of a government official. But knights are a little different. While they have to follow the orders of the emperor, it is not because his words are absolute. They follow them out of honor. But if, in the rare chance, the emperor's orders are far from honorable, and disobeying his orders is the honorable thing to do, turn on the emperor himself. The powerful knights of the central continent have thus taken the role of maintaining the world's order. In short, a general is a rank, whereas a knight is a part of a system. Gilgamesh, Huandang. Flutia declares that she will ask a question, demanding a truthful answer. Flutia presses, demanding to know the location of the forbidden book. The captive remains silent, prompting a reaction from Flutia. Flutia orders the captive to be untied, adding a threat to break his thumb if he tries anything. A hand grabs another's wrist, a silent power struggle unfolding. Flutia repeats her demand, her voice unwavering as she asks where the book is. The tension hangs heavy as the interrogation continues. Flutia's patience wears thin, her voice laced with urgency as she demands an answer now, repeating her question about the book. The captive's thoughts drift, wondering what she is talking about. A memory surfaces. As Flutia began traveling with Ram, she started taking after him, little by little. But that change wasn't just limited to Flutia. What is the forbidden book? It must be one of the things my sister took with her when she ran away. And if he's asking me about it, that has to mean he's assuming I've already met her, which means my sister is alive. It also means that the woman demands to know what in the world he stole, calling him a brat. She recalls failing to capture or kill someone. A close-up reveals the captive's narrowed eyes. The captive's eye is shown in a close-up. A voice echoes, reminding him to remember what he learned from Ram, the way to beat the enemy, and that he's the one on the winning side. The captive recalls being told not to be overpowered by them, even when they are much stronger, and that this is the way to a potential victory. Flutia coldly states that his thumb should be broken. A hand reaches out, and a voice tells them to wait. Two figures are shown. The forbidden book, she says, is with his party. Use others, she says, as leverage. That will cost him a finger, Flydia warns. Flydia says it's not his finger, but his sister's. She'll cut it off right in front of him, but in this case, she has fought countless battles, but she tells herself not to underestimate her opponent. The man wonders what happened to her, thinking there was no way he would fall for that so easily. The figure's eyes narrow as they command to break it now. A voice commands to stop, as one learns of the difference between generals and knights. They are then left with the question, as one of them declares that a certain man is their comrade. A figure demands that someone be handed over. One thinks of a knight, while another thinks of a general. If the two face each other in a fight, who will win? That man is strong. He's not an Oni, since he's not hiding his presence completely. The man thinks he'd rather not fight him, as something feels off about him. He supposes he's got nothing to lose. Close-up of a character's eye. Close-up of a character's eye. A question hangs in the air as Lady Hincher examines her open palm, a faint energy crackling around her fingertips. An unseen voice advises Lady Hincher, telling her, "You don't have to waste your time, Lady Hincher." Elsewhere, a hooded figure raises two swords, the sound of steel slicing through the air. A red-haired man watches with a furrowed brow, muttering, "What the hell is he doing? Not your cue, dude." A figure stands silhouetted against the sky, a sheathed sword held loosely at their side. A hand clenches tightly around the hilt of a sword. The sword is drawn with a sharp whip sound. A voice asks, laced with doubt, "Are you sure?" Flydia is asked, "You are a knight. Do you believe your actions to be honorable?" Another voice declares, "This man is a deserter from our land. We are dealing with him according to our customs and laws." A hooded figure demands, "What right do you have to stop me? Can you prove he's your comrade? And if so, does that justify your actions?" A woman with a scar on her cheek declares, "I am Warunsha, General of the East." Flydia is warned, "Know this. If you make me draw this sword, you may find yourself in war with the East. O knight, you must realize the weight of your actions." The hooded figure contemplates, "War with the East." The narration states, the word carries a heavy weight. The name Gilgamesh is displayed. Huandang wonders if the person in question is a general, noting that he's overwhelming them before they even get started. Huandang glances to the side, while in the background, Warunsha and Tink seem to be in agreement. Warunsha asks if they should act now, glancing at Tink. The group stands together, observing something out of view. Tink wonders why they are all looking at him, questioning what they want. Warunsha urges Tink to do something, and quickly. Huandang tells someone that it seems they've understood, instructing them to leave now, but then tells them to wait. Tink asks what they want, calling it a joke, and questioning if they want him to prove that the person is their comrade. The panel focuses on a close-up of someone's face as they mention a deserter from the East. Huandang finds the situation absurd. Huandang states that the man is an Oni, a mute, and belongs to the East's military, reiterating what he said before. A stern voice demands, "Prove it." Huandang questions the situation, asking, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Another voice replies, "Exactly. You're talking utter nonsense." The first voice retorts, "War, you say? You'll be the one drawing the blade. Don't threaten us by handing off your own responsibility." Huandang pauses, then asks, "Are you also a knight?" The sound of steel echoes as Huandang draws his sword, thinking, "Just an ordinary person. It seems I've underestimated them. Very well. Do not regret this." Tink steps forward, his own sword glinting in the light. He thinks, "For my sword is heavy." Huandang swings his sword in a wide arc. Tink's eyes widen, muttering, "Magic?" Tink scoffs, "TSK. I know nothing about him." Huandang prepares for his next move, thinking, "Guess I'll start by using the Fong." Huandang dashes forward, closing the distance. He declares his intent to disarm his opponent with the Fong technique and use the molar to counter. A flash of light erupts. Tink looks surprised by the sudden burst of energy. Blood splatters onto the ground. Huandang is taken aback. He wonders how his attack was countered. Huandang realizes his attack was countered in that instant. Tink remarks, "Not bad." Tink states that it's ki. Another character asks if he means ki, clarifying that it's different from magic. Unlike mana, which one borrows from outside, ki comes from within. Huandang thinks that power will make it very difficult for him to win. Tink explains that it's a special power that isn't magic. He declares that dashing isn't his style. A slash cuts through the air. The sound of a blade whooshing. The clash of steel echoes. A blade glints. The sound of metal striking metal rings out as Huandang exclaims about the damage caused by just the sheath. Tink stands ready. Tink and Huandang face each other, blades drawn. The sound of a blade being drawn. Another explosion of force. A voice muses that he could be a threat in the future. To be continued. The blade slides free from its sheath with a sharp shing. The hooded figure deflects the attack, the impact echoing with a resounding boom. Huandang observes the sudden acceleration, noting his opponent's keen battle sense. He realizes that Gilgamesh could pose a threat in the future. Huandang considers that Gilgamesh could be dangerous, not just in the future, but perhaps even enough to threaten him now. He resolves to take this seriously. Gilgamesh draws his sword, a flash of power emanating from him. Huandang prepares himself, the air around him swirling with energy. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. He is ready. With a clink, Huan Dang assumes his first form. He watches as petals drift down from above. Huan Dang wonders if it's a petal or an illusion. He is surprised. A blade flashes as Tlutia brings her sword down. The sword whistles through the air as the blade continues its descent. Tlutia slashes again. Huan Dang realizes he avoided the molar. That was close. His hand clenches. Tlutia continues her assault. Tlutia swings her sword, the blade whistling through the air. The sword cuts through the air with a resounding whoosh. But her attacks are precise. And it's not just her attacks, her defensive moves are useless too. Tlutia wonders what she should do. Meanwhile, Huan Dang and the others are moving quickly. One of the figures exclaims that the Oni are all gone. Another figure remarks that they're fast. Tlutia flinches. Tlutia slashes her sword, but it's too fast and dangerous. Tlutia thinks that she has to block it. A resounding clang echoes as Tlutia blocks the attack. Tlutia struggles to absorb the impact, wondering why it's so heavy. A figure in dark clothing prepares to strike with a sword, the blade glinting in the dim light. The figure thinks to themselves, not bad. The swords clash, the sound of steel on steel ringing out. A figure in a hooded cloak parries the blow. The hooded figure shouts, "Tooth," as they clash swords again, the clang of metal echoing through the air. The force of the blow sends the dark-clad figure flying backwards, a boom, echoing as they crash through the air. The dark-haired figure watches the fight, their expression unreadable as they grip the hilt of their sword. The hooded figure's eyes narrow as they watch their opponent fly through the air. Scattered petals drift through the air, illuminated against the darkening sky. The dark-clad figure falls, defeated. A figure surrounded by swirling petals prepares an attack, a cascade of energy building around them. The dark-haired figure braces themselves as a powerful force approaches, the air crackling with energy. The hooded figure declares, "Here comes another big one." A hand clenches, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. The figure thinks, if he's not using magic, the Fang is useless. In that case, Huan Dang clenches his hand around the hilt of his sword. He holds the blade aloft, declaring it his wisdom tooth. He discards it with a resounding boom. Tlutia stumbles. Huan Dang stands in a red-tinted environment. He slashes. Hincher walks away. That was a mistake, she thinks. Did he aim for that gap, knowing she'd make a big move? It worked. Well, Huan Dang stands with his sword. Hincher glares. What do you think you're doing? Is this not honorable one-on-one? Huan Dang's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. Or is this how you cowards fight? Tlutia's eyes narrow, a silent glare conveying her displeasure. The two figures visibly flinch, reacting to the unseen force or threat. One of the figures demands, "What do you think you're doing?" Tlutia questions, her voice laced with disdain. Was this not an honorable one-on-one? She continues, her expression hardening. Or is this how you cowards fight? The archer stretches the bowstring taut, preparing to fire. One of the figures asks a question. Tlutia's eyes narrow, a grim acceptance in her gaze. We die? One of the figures states, those men will die for helping you. A figure retorts, I never asked them to do that. Besides, they are expendable, as the sound of a blade being drawn fills the air. The figure plunges a sword into the ground with a resounding thud. Tlutia states that now is not the time to worry about others, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. Winter's chill fills the air as she draws her blade, the sound of steel on steel echoing in the silence. Huan Dang stands ready, his sword held firm, awaiting an unseen threat. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Huan Dang wonders what that was, unable to fully grasp what he just sensed. Tlutia realizes that this isn't good, a sense of dread washing over her. She thinks to herself that she must have missed her target, a throbbing sensation resonating within her. Huan Dang stumbles, barely maintaining his balance as he prepares for an attack. Tlutia draws her sword, the metallic clang echoing as she prepares to strike. A sudden dash indicates a swift movement, too fast to follow. A slash cuts through the air, a sign of a close-quarters attack. Huan Dang stands ready, his sword poised, prepared for whatever comes next. The initiate draws his sword with a sharp whip sound. He swings the blade, the whoosh of its passage cutting through the air. A blow lands, and a tooth flies from Tink's mouth. The shadow figure retaliates, swinging his own weapon. Tink reels from the impact. He slumps to the ground. The initiate wonders if it is over. He curses his defeat. The shadow figure demands silence, refusing to accept the outcome. He declares that he is a general. The initiate looks up, lost. A hooded figure questions if nothing will come of this. The man with slick back hair states that a knight just killed a general, and wonders if the other person thinks nothing will happen because of this. The figure in the hooded cloak asks if the other is back with the threats, or if they are begging for their life. The injured figure says that their wound will kill them soon enough, and adds, and you too. The figure with red hair responds with a simple. The seated figure states that the general lost, and suggests that they retreat. The figure asks where the other thinks they are going, exclaiming in surprise. Someone asks, huh, and then asks where Hincher is. The blonde woman steps forward, saying, let's have a chat. The figure looks surprised. The blonde woman asks, who? Someone asks if they are people, followed by a howling sound and the question of how they will. The aftermath of a coincidental fight lingers in the air. A hooded figure exhales, the weight of the recent events settling upon them. Could it affect this world in the future? The question hangs heavy, a looming shadow over what is to come. Two figures stand on opposite cliffs, the distance between them vast. The figure with long blonde hair faces the other, a dark-haired warrior. Plutia states, "I'd like to speak." She continues to look at the dark-haired warrior. Plutia says, "I suppose not." The dark-haired warrior says, "Get out of here." Plutia states, "I can't fight," which means Hinsher. She thinks, "I cannot harm those I haven't spoken with. Therefore, I cannot fight you." The dark-haired warrior wonders what she is thinking, seeing her stretch a weapon. Plutia thinks, "But if it's true, now's my chance. I might not be able to fight." Plutia declares, "But I never said I'd let you go." Plutia prepares to fight, energy surging around her. A fissure cracks the earth, a jagged line of blue energy. The crack widens, spiderwebbing across the barren landscape. The ground rumbles, a deep tremor shaking the very foundations of the world. The rumbling intensifies, a deafening roar echoing through the desolate plains. The earth continues to shake, the air thick with anticipation. The rumbling grows louder, a crescendo of impending chaos. With a final, earth-shattering roar, a figure bursts from the ground, a whirlwind of dust and debris swirling around them. The figure stands silhouetted against the turbulent sky, a dark and imposing presence on the fractured earth. The figure speaks, their voice a low growl. "Until I've found my sister." A sudden thud echoes nearby, and Stella's eyes widen in confusion. "Wow, I have no idea what's going on." Stella turns, her gaze fixed on the figure standing amidst the wreckage. He kneels beside the prone figure, a glowing orb held in his hand, muttering about the mess. Another figure watches as the prone form begins to burn from within. "What? Why is he burning up?" The prone figure lies still, now charred and lifeless. "I told you, he will die." Two figures stand together, observing the scene in silence. Stella breathes heavily, her expression unreadable. Standing over the body, one of the figures declares, "It's poison." The other responds with a simple, "What?" The blonde man explains that it's a rare plant that only grows in the East. A second voice adds that the ingredients for the antidote are extremely common, questioning how the first man knows that secret. The blonde man looks up, asking, "Who are you?" Huan Dang sits beside the body, recalling that he was hungry back then and was the first person to eat it and die. A figure watches on, their expression unreadable. A gloved hand strokes a smooth, cool surface. A figure holds a weapon, noting that it's not a Naren weapon, but something's different about it. It's so light and flexible, and they want it. Boots click against the stone floor as someone walks away. Tink urges Huan Dang to hurry up and make it. Plutia tells Huan Dang not to tell her that he's. Huan Dang tells himself to calm down and just think about it, reminding himself that he's an enemy. Plutia wonders what, so Tink won't make it. Tink questions, "It's all right, Lord Immortal. They'll figure it out themselves and can handle it." Tink asks Huan Dang to please heal him, Lord Mage. Tink stammers, but he can't cure poison with magic. Tink questions Lord Mage. Huan Dang is shown. A close-up of Huan Dang's eyes. Tink is bleeding and groans. He trembled, pain radiating through his body. A soft groan escaped his lips. Stella spoke, her tone suggesting a deal. "Mister, let's just, how about this?" Huan Dang added, "I will make the antidote, and in exchange." Huan Dang looked down at Tink, his expression serious. "Gray Weasel Tink, entrust your honor to me." Heavy breaths filled the air. Honor, for a knight, is in some ways more important than their lives. And entrusting it to another is to give up. And granting them a chance to command, with absolute authority. Gilgamesh. Two figures stand in profile, their expressions unreadable. Still won't talk? Man, they're stubborn. A bowl is being emptied, the contents trickling out. There, you should feel better soon. Thank you. A close-up of a character's eyes reveals a determined gaze. Let's hand it over. He tilts his head, questioning the statement. What? Tancheron states that they only have one left. He suggests that they can just give that to him. He wonders why he can't give it to them in the first place. The blonde-haired man questions why they should give him theirs, stating that it's not like it expires. He asks if Tancheron really thinks he'll entrust his honor to another after everything he's suffered under them. Tancheron is visibly annoyed. The blonde-haired man looks on with a serious expression. Plutia appears, calling someone cheap. Tancheron is shocked. Someone falls to the ground, creating a splattering sound. Tancheron questions what happened. The blonde-haired man and Tancheron look on in shock, with the blonde-haired man exclaiming, "Lord Mage." A figure stands in the entrance of a cave. Tancheron is named in a speech bubble. He asks, "Yes?" Tancheron states that he'll be telling the higher-ups about this, specifically about how they said they should hand it over. Plutia hears someone say, "As you wish." She watches as a figure walks away from her. Another figure stands nearby, thinking to themselves. A distant mountain range stands against a dark sky. Silhouetted against the moon, a lone figure stands atop a rocky peak. A hand grips a staff, the faint clink of metal on stone echoing in the night. A man smiles, his expression unreadable. Noges wonders what his life was like and how he died, questioning if he was happy. A lone figure stands in a vast, empty space, wondering if someone married or forgot about them. Plutia is curious and yet scared to find out something. A figure in armor asks what she is up to. Plutia says she was just thinking and tells the other person not to interfere. The armored figure says they want to give this a try. The armored figure asks why they don't have a little match. Plutia looks off into the distance. A hooded figure stands silently, their expression obscured by shadow. Plutia wonders, of course, who do they think she is? Hadar pauses, his hand hovering over a small object. Plutia stands in profile, her gaze distant. Hadar remarks, "All right, that reminds me." Hadar continues, reflecting on a past connection. "And I realized you do have something in common." Hadar elaborates, about how you don't know sign language, and yet understand Hadar perfectly. Plutia responds, "Well, that's just because I can tell what he's trying to say." A shadowed figure with glowing eyes speaks. Hinsher's powers of observation were so good. It was said she had the eye of discernment. Plutia says, "I see." Hadar asks, "But what does that mean?" He admits, "I don't know, to be honest." Blood drips from a wound, each drop a stark punctuation mark against the pale skin. Warunsha lies curled on the ground, her body a tight knot of pain. She clutches her arm, her face buried against her knees as the pain intensifies. Plutia's dark eyes reflect worry as she looks down at the injured Warunsha. Panting heavily, Tink grips a staff. A man observes, impressed by the display of talent. Tink is knighted. The figure bestowing the honor tells Tink to strive to be an honorable knight. Still catching his breath, Tink responds with a "Yes, sir." Someone grabs Tink from behind, calling out his name. Tink is patted on the head, assured that they will never have to go hungry again. Lying down, Tink pants, exhausted. Tink lies in bed with two other figures. Tink stands alone, cloaked. A man in armor asks if Tink volunteered to come to the Western Bridge. Tink confirms that he did. Tink stands before a portal. He hears someone speaking to him. Tink shakes in his sleep. He continues to sleep. Tink wakes up. Someone asks if he is okay, noting that he is hurt. Tink replies that he is fine and that they don't have to worry about him. He states that he is a knight, just like Hinsher defeated the demon knight, and that he will come back after he defeats the demons. Two figures are chained up. A man tells Tink that they are the enemy and to do his duty and cut them down. Tink thinks that they don't have horns and don't look like demons, and that this is not what he was told. Someone says that their skin may be darker, but they are no different to them. Tink exclaims that they are just like humans. Someone asks if this is what he calls an honorable knight. The man tells Tink that he is afraid he doesn't belong here after all, and to go back. The sky fades from a deep violet to a soft pink as dawn approaches. A fit of coughing racks Tink's body. He coughs, remembering Tammin. He remembers someone shouting at him to wake up, that he can be saved. He wonders who those people were, and if it matters if they can save his brother's life. More coughing. His eyes widen as he remembers Tammin's name. He rustles in the bedsheets, claiming he is fine again. He looks off to the side. He is lost in thought. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man greets someone with a yo. Someone asks if they two fought, but they deny it, saying they just had a bit of fun. The knight demands that the red-haired mage hurry up and heal him. The mage retorts that he is not a doctor. One woman tells another not to play along with him. The second woman replies that it's just some light exercise. Someone calls out to Sir Tink. One of the blonde women asks the red-haired character if he is all right. A dark-haired man cradling a pink-haired child demands that someone bring him his sword. The scene fades to black with the words, "To be continued." Plutia lies still, seemingly asleep. A man with long black hair orders someone to bring it to him. Nearby, a blonde man wonders where Nephrin is, noting that she was sleeping. A figure in full helmeted armor stands silently. A general is taking a hostage. The blonde man steps forward, exclaiming "Bah." The armored figure tosses a spear, calling someone a coward and demanding they just take it already. Suddenly, Gilgamesh grabs Plutia. Dashing away, Gilgamesh flees with Plutia in tow. The man with long black hair watches intently. The man with long black hair stares forward, his expression unreadable. The knight extends his remaining arm, a gesture of challenge or perhaps invitation. He laughs, a hollow sound echoing within his helmet. "When you only have one arm." The knight continues, his voice laced with mockery. "It limits your movements." With a deliberate scrape, Gilgamesh drags his sword across the ground, the sound grating against the silence. He slams the blade into the earth, the impact sending tremors through the ground. A flicker of surprise crosses Gilgamesh's face, a subtle shift in his posture betraying his shock. Huan Dang's eyes widen. That's... Plutia stands ready, a spectral blade materializing beside him, floating in the air. The floating sword slashes through the air, a silent promise of deadly intent. A trickle of blood runs down Gilgamesh's helmet, a testament to the floating sword's power. Huan Dang observes, "No, he's pushing himself. His key's a mess." Plutia pants, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Does he plan to die here? The floating sword slashes again, the air shimmering with its passage. The figure in the helmet observes, "Interesting. I didn't know you could do that." The helmeted figure smirks, stating, "I can do something similar too." The cave begins to rumble and collapse. The helmeted figure wonders if it's collapsing already. Plutia, amidst the chaos, urges, "Let's get out of here." The cave continues to collapse around them. The destruction spreads further. Huan Dang observes that the cave probably collapsed because of his key, but wonders why he is risking his life so far. A lone figure stands amidst the destruction. A group of figures stands together, observing the scene. One character addresses another. General here. Before being told to go. A character with a sword declares, "For this I am sacrificing my life to save yours, so remember." Two figures stand in a desolate landscape, their intentions unclear. The woman with dark hair declares that their expectations were wrong, and the knights are dangerous. A figure dashes forward, sword in hand, ready to strike. An armored figure charges ahead with equal speed. A sword is swung with deadly force. The blade pauses, a moment of anticipation before the clash. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the very ground. Amidst the chaos, an armored figure wonders if their opponent is giving up. Warunsha coughs up blood, a trickle running down her chin. The blonde-haired man realizes that the general is going to die no matter what, and is trying to take them down with him. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. It can't be. A figure plummets from the sky, a sign of defeat or sacrifice. A sword plummets from the sky, a streak of silver against the dark expanse. The weapon continues its descent, picking up speed as it falls. With a resounding whoosh, the sword hurtles towards the ground. The ground trembles in anticipation of the impact. Plutia, her eyes wide with alarm, shouts, "Get out of here, now!" One of the figures asks, "What's gotten into him?" Another responds with a confused, "Huh?" A figure smirks, a hint of malice in their expression. One of the figures remarks, "It's just a sword, isn't it?" Another replies, "It might as well be a meteor now." Two figures look on with a questioning gaze. A figure looks on with concern. The figure states, "Once that sword lands here, this whole forest will be wiped off the map. I'm more than capable of changing the trajectory by that much. Thanks to you, it looks like I." A figure in full armor declares, "Won't die a lonely death." A deep rumble echoes through the area. The tremor intensifies. The ground continues to shake violently. The knight considers the situation. The shadow figure takes a step forward. The knight, Huan Dang, is asked, "Isn't it fine as long as we kill him?" The shadow figure smirks. "Give up. It's too late." Huan Dang declares, "You're all going to die, knight." The shadow figure observes, "Well, judging from the look on your face, I'd say you're telling the truth." The shadow figure continues, "Anyway, thanks for the tip." The shadow figure taps their foot impatiently. A deafening boom echoes through the air as an explosion erupts. The force of the blast leaves a figure battered and bleeding. One of the figures remarks, "Here it comes." The landscape lies barren under a darkened sky. A spear hurtles through the air with incredible speed. Another explosion rocks the scene. A group of figures stands amidst the chaos, the ground rumbling beneath them. A smirk plays across the face of a helmeted figure as the ground rumbles. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the night sky, the rumbling continuing. A figure with long blonde hair looks on. A figure with glasses watches intently. The injured figure looks up as the lone figure stands in the distance. The armored figure strides forward, the sound of metal scraping against the ground echoing with each step. Broken weapons litter the ground. A close-up reveals a single, determined eye. The armored figure speaks, their voice muffled by the helmet. "Looks like mine was stronger than yours." Plutia slumps over, defeated. "Damn you." She kneels on the ground, her head bowed. The armored figure raises their weapon. "What the? I guess he pushed himself too far." The armored figure shouts, holding the pink-haired figure protectively. "Shut up." The pink-haired figure speaks, seemingly waking up. "Why you're being so loud? That you woke me up." The armored figure points. The pink-haired figure exclaims, "He's hurt. You cared about that stuff?" The armored figure says, "Why you better watch it." The blonde-haired figure speaks, "My arm. I think it's fractured." The armored figure asks, "What is she?" The blonde-haired figure says, "My daughter." A figure with a geometric mask stands silently. Blood trickles down. Plutia glances back, a bandage visible on her cheek. A hand clenches into a fist. Pay him no heed. Anything more would simply be an insult. Plutia looks down. "I know." A figure falls to the ground. A hand is adorned with a bracelet. A character fidgets with a bracelet. A hooded figure stands. Two figures stand facing each other. Throb. She clenches her fist, a throbbing ache resonating within her as a silent question hangs in the air. A voice echoes a desperate plea. "You must him." The command intensifies, a desperate imperative. "You must stop him." Her expression hardens, a resolve forming in her eyes. Turning away from an unseen presence, she begins to walk, a new path unfolding before her. She continues her journey, a solitary figure against a desolate horizon. Looking up at the starry sky, she wonders, a silent question escaping her lips. Plutia asks, "What's the plan now?" The shadow figure remains silent. The shadow figure says that he is pretty sure they met his sister, but they probably couldn't catch her. Plutia replies, "Really? That's a relief." Plutia thinks that she could shoot as well as him, and she could have been a general if she wasn't a girl. Plutia thinks that so girls can't become generals? The shadow figure replies that's how it is where he's from. He adds that her sister must have been quite strong. The red-haired man asks, "Then you?" The blonde woman replies, "No way." The red-haired man asks, "What the hell?" He then asks how are they understanding him? Am I the weird one? Huh. The blonde man thinks that they don't know sign language, but they can still understand him. He thinks that it has to be some kind of ability. Tink says that she's alive. The Crimson Hippo Hincher. Tink thinks then, does Hincher have to die? What is it trying to tell me? A hand wipes a blade clean. Lady Hincher remarks that it is a good weapon. Tink agrees, stating that she likes it too. Hincher adds that it was made by the master craftsman Noges. Hincher says she has never seen it before, and that Noges must have made it after the hippo's jaw. Tink holds the weapon, stating that this is the Fong and this is the molar tooth. The Fong breaks down incantations, and the molar tooth absorbs impact. Hincher explains that the tip of the molar tooth is the wisdom tooth, and it can expel the absorbed power. She adds that Tink shouldn't just tell people that. Tink replies that she is only saying this because it's her, Lady Hincher. Hincher notes that it's a little different to how the Noges she knew would have made it. Tink states that the Fong and molar tooth were made by the 11th Noges. Werin looks surprised. Tink thinks that it's much for her to handle. Hincher looks thoughtful. Werin is shocked. Hincher says that she is glad that Werin forgot about her and found happiness, Noges. She asks if he means the first Noges. The armored figure responds, stating that he bets she would be a total hit with the craftsman. They would be begging her to tell them stories of the first Noges. Tink states that he's a legend, after all, the one who opened the doors to the age of masterpieces. He's like a god to all the craftsmen. Nephron wonders if she is doing that on purpose or what. The armored figure says that it's not just the craftsman. Hincher thinks he's pretty amazing, too. Although it is a bit of a pity he never had children. Hincher asks what. The armored figure tells her to wait. He didn't have any children? What does she mean? The first Noges never married. Hincher listens intently. The amazing thing is that the Noges after, and the one after, and the one after that, all adopted war orphans and carried on the tradition of passing on their knowledge. Tink says that it's not just his weapons, but Noges himself that he likes. He never knew that. He thought to himself, but, if I were her, that would be even more painful for me. A figure in armor declared that even though they're getting worse, everyone still agrees Noges' weapons are the best, before stating, enough. A woman with blonde hair pleaded, please, be quiet for a bit. One armored figure asked another, what's up with her? She's a weird one, huh? The other responded, don't talk to me like we're close. A figure with red hair stated, we really ended up coming here. The desert stretched out before them, the town of Pintas shimmering in the distance. A figure with red hair observed, Pintas. The blonde-haired man with glasses complained, it's so hot. Another figure, with red hair, wondered, the hell am I going to do now? He remarked, man, it's boiling out here, huh? The armored figure turned away, saying, yes, it is, so please stay away from me. A lone figure in the desert sun wondered, you all really hate me, don't you? A lone figure stands in a vast, empty space. The figure's back is turned, the void stretching out before them. She turns, a question mark hanging in the air above her head. Plutia wonders aloud if this is a dream, and why she is always naked. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that it's to make her realize it's a dream. She recoils, startled by the unseen presence. You scared me. Plutia's eyes narrow, accusing the entity. What the? So you stripped me down. You pervert. The entity's voice persists, commanding her to stop someone. Plutia, exasperated, demands clarity. Who am I supposed to stop? At least make that clear. The entity finally reveals the name, Ram. You must stop him. Plutia's expression is a mix of confusion and frustration. Stop him from what? Be more specific. She stares intently at the figure before her. Who are you? Why are you saying all these things? The figure responds, its voice echoing slightly. I can't tell you that either. Plutia's expression hardens. Then how do you expect me to? Do you? The figure interrupts, its form unwavering. Trust. Ram. Plutia brings a hand to her mouth, considering the question. Yeah, I guess. She continues, her tone laced with skepticism. At least more than some random guy who shows up out of nowhere and tells me what to do. Plutia adds, her gaze sharpening. I'm talking about you, by the way. The figure remains still, its expression unreadable. I see. The figure's form seems to ripple, its voice taking on a deeper resonance. Believe. Plutia stares, her eyes widening slightly as the figure continues. He's lived forever. She lies in bed, eyes wide with shock. Plutia rises from the bed, thinking that someone should at least put some clothes on her next time. A man with slick-back blonde hair sits at a desk. He tells her that she should go get some air if she can't sleep, as they have a busy day tomorrow. The man continues to scribble on a piece of paper. Plutia responds with a simple, yeah. Plutia looks out at the night sky, thinking that it was just a dream anyway. The man at the desk mumbles to himself. Plutia thinks to herself that it's still nighttime. Plutia sees Hincher sitting down and exclaims her name. Hincher looks down, a troubled expression on her face. Hincher looks up and says, Plutia. Plutia asks Hincher if she is okay, and Hincher responds that she couldn't sleep. Plutia thinks that nights really are amazing, and asks Hincher how she can be so strong. She wonders if there was a trigger. Plutia reflects that her strength and willpower reached a completely new level. She thinks about that initial trigger. Plutia is sure it's the same for the other knights as well, a trigger. And Plutia mumbles that they are not always that strong. The night sky stretches above. Plutia is lost in thought. Meanwhile, A hand scribbles on a piece of paper. A man notes that it's already daytime. He says it doesn't matter, it'll be over soon. The sun shines brightly in the sky. Wherein asks if anyone ran away. Plutia stands with two companions. A blonde woman stands next to a figure in armor. The blonde woman stands with Plutia and a red-haired figure, who mumbles about the night always watching them. Wherein tells the group to lead the way. Plutia is asked why they are going to Malto. Wherein thinks it will take too long to explain. Plutia notes that he is not explaining, and then agrees. The group travels through a canyon. Weasel sighs, seemingly bored. He calls out to the armored figure. The armored figure refers to something as that Fong and molar thing. Weasel simply replies with yeah. The armored figure wonders if it could perhaps get cavities. Weasel glances over, a look of mild exasperation on his face. Weasel sighs again, questioning why he's sighing. He wonders why he would accept it if Hincher said it. The armored figure tells him to stop acting so friendly, but Weasel wonders why he can't be friendly. The armored figure states that since they'll be fighting soon anyway, shouldn't that be right? Weasel pauses, responding with a simple maybe. Meanwhile, Priest Perrin announces their return, along with Associate Priest Tancherin and Beginner Priest Tink. Perrin states that they brought the immortal, but without even restraints. He notes that there seems to be a lot more people. He decides he will inform Mushia separately. A blonde-haired figure tells Perrin that he's doing well, as instructed. Perrin internally panics, wondering what he should do now that it's over. Perrin and the others stand before a table where three hooded figures are seated. The man wonders aloud. So, Wherein states he'll be grateful if they just stay still. Only. Wherein clarifies that they didn't come here to use force, but to negotiate. The hooded figure states that as long as that side doesn't do something first, they won't use force. Wherein believes this should suffice, so there aren't senseless clashes. He then addresses Mushia, asking if they shall have a chat just between them. The hooded figures glance around. The hooded figures yawn and scramble. Tears stream down the woman's face. Wherein walks towards a table. Now first, a hand taps on the table. What should we talk about? Wherein asks who they are. A disembodied voice echoes, demanding, where is the real Mushia? A hand taps impatiently on a surface, as if urging someone to speak. The man with light blonde hair narrows his eyes, suspicion etched on his face. Who are you, he demands. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, where is the real Mushia? A distant view reveals Huan Dang standing in a desolate landscape. The woman with long blonde hair declares, in front of your eyes, I'm Mushia. The man with light blonde hair appears thoughtful, while a smaller panel shows Huan Dang in the distance. A close-up reveals the man's intense gaze. A close-up shows the woman's determined expression, a scar visible on her cheek. The man with light blonde hair shakes his head. No, definitely not, he says, his voice firm. You're a different person. He continues, his tone laced with concern. You're not the Mushia I know. Did something happen? She declares that the Mushia they knew isn't here. Huan Dang reflects on the statement, realizing what that means. He wonders if Mushia became conceptualized. The woman remains silent, offering no response. Huan Dang asks if she inherited the Mushia name as Malto's head. He then questions if Mushia is dead. Huan Dang states that the outcome is actually fortunate, implying that she is not Mushia. Huan Dang's gaze intensifies. He lets a handful of papers flutter to the ground. The woman places her hand on the remaining documents. She states that she will explain. Huan Dang replies that she'll understand quickly, since she's Mushia. A pink-haired figure with a horn yawns widely. The pink-haired figure complains about waiting for their mother. The pink-haired figure shakes their head. Mushia and Huan Dang stand together. Weasel is present. Huan Dang states that before he goes, he wants to make something clear. Mushia asks what it is. Huan Dang tells her to go with what she thinks is honorable and to choose what's right. Mushia is silent. Mushia thinks to herself that she is already living like that and never thought that it was wrong. Huan Dang says that it's not what's wrong, but what's right. Mushia questions and then agrees. Mushia is silent. Plutia states that they will do that. She thinks to herself that she doesn't want the members to get hurt. Plutia sits in a chair that is floating. Nephrin asks if she is operating it by using a spell and wonders if there was a skill like this. Nephrin thinks that they were a group that could only do manual labor. Plutia says that they do. She states that they research magic for these kinds of reasons. Nephrin asks if it is to levitate. Plutia says that it's got nothing to do with him. Nephrin looks confused. A cloaked figure says, what are you saying? Plutia says that it's just as she said. They will help the immortal in whatever magic he casts with everything they've got. One of the cloaked figures considers their options, thinking that even Hincher wouldn't be able to face two knights. Wherein admits that he can't figure someone out, and that there's no guarantee that he will stand on their side. He thinks that if a dispute arises, someone will get hurt, and that a magician is precious, so they can't lose talented people. The cloaked figure states that he has already given the summon orders. The cloaked figure orders the others to monitor them so that they don't go prying everywhere. The cloaked figures walk away, one asking what they will do. Perrin announces that he'll be going then. Another character tells Perrin not to go, but Perrin replies that it's Mushia's orders. The other character says, okay. The cloaked figure glances. A group of characters stand together. Wherein is shown in profile. Hincher is worrisome, but it's not the time to quibble over that. A hooded figure exclaims, calling someone a bull-headed idiot. A group of people stand in a desert-like environment. A voice notes that they are alone. A voice declares that they knew what would happen from here on out. A person stands in a desert-like environment, holding a book. A person with blonde hair and glasses remains silent. A figure reacts with surprise as something explodes off panel. The man wonders aloud. Did something happen? One man thinks it should be fine since there's insurance. Another considers Hinsher, hoping she doesn't do something first, since Malto's side won't be able to do whatever they want if she's there. Bullshit. One figure stands over a pile of rubble, remarking that it's become a mess. The other thinks that like hell there won't be any trouble. A figure walks away from another. In this kind of situation, the man wonders how long he is supposed to stay still, and if he knew the situation would turn out like this. The man states, of course, but a situation could arise. It seems like something is happening below, but the other man says it should be nothing, and to just keep doing what they were doing. One man asks if it is a division within Malto, but the other says that's not what's important. Another man wonders if Hinsher wouldn't have moved, and another says if she did, who knows what the guys that were driven to a corner would do. But more than that, a figure clad in armor laughs, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. A lone figure walks across the rocky terrain. The text bubble reads, if Hinsher makes the first move, it's obvious that he would charge in excitedly. Two figures discuss the situation. One says, if Malto makes a move while Hinsher doesn't, it would probably be more natural to be in conflict with Malto. The other responds, actually, it would be more advantageous if Hinsher stayed still. A narration box states, the situation rests on you, Hinsher. A figure with blonde hair stands overlooking the rocky landscape. Hinsher emerges from the rocky terrain, panting. She falls forward, struggling to maintain her balance. Hinsher clenches her fist, a determined look on her face. She holds up a tooth, the text bubble reading, third molar. Hinsher attacks, a burst of energy erupting from her fist. Her eyes widen in surprise. Energy crackles around Hinsher as her eyes glow with power. Huandang advises someone off-panel to go with what they think is honorable and to choose what's right. A hooded figure wonders what someone would know. A figure lies in bed, looking distressed. The hooded figure seems to be trying to say something. Standing in a blinding light, the hooded figure continues to speak. Elsewhere, the hooded figure stands in a desolate, rocky landscape. The hooded figure's eyes glint in a harsh light. Rumbling through the wasteland, the hooded figure runs. The hooded figure continues to run towards a bright, circular light, kicking up dust as they go. A figure plummets from the sky, their descent a blur against the stark landscape. The figure was extremely unsettled, something was off. Steel clashes against steel, the ringing echo reverberating through the desolate terrain. A voice declares, fine, this is also good. Nephrin is asked if she is okay, to which she replies that it stings. One of the figures states that their timing was a little off, and suggests they try again. The figure asks Nephrin if it is possible that she could also perhaps change into a dragon or something. Nephrin looks confused. The figure wonders what something is, but then dismisses it. The figure asks Nephrin a question, and then states that his guard is down. The figure turns around. A lone figure stands atop a cliff, overlooking the desolate landscape. Plutia wonders if they are knights. Tink asks if they are really heroes. Plutia stands on a cliff, looking down at Tink. Plutia says, well. Plutia and Tink stand on a cliff. Plutia says they could be heroes, or not. A hand grips a sword. The text says, we're knights. A knight is a knight. Plutia says a person fulfills their justice. Tink says if a knight's justice is to save the world, then they'd become heroes. Tink says at least that's what he thinks. Tink says, I. Tink says he doesn't know his belief. He wasn't like this at first, and he wanted to be like Hinsher. A hand points. An arrow flies through the air, propelled by an unseen force. The arrow pierces the cheek of a red-haired figure, drawing a bead of blood. The figure winces, acknowledging the small arrow that found its mark. Meanwhile, a figure in dark robes stands poised, a katana gleaming in their grip. The ground beneath the robed figure is etched with strange, glowing symbols. The air crackles with energy as the ritual nears completion. The cloaked figure gasps, a look of surprise on their face as the ritual pierces through. A voice calls out, asking if the figure is all right. The cloaked figure responds, confirming the ritual is complete. Elsewhere, a figure shrouded in a hooded cloak stands amidst swirling magical energy, a voice warning them not to look down. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, as the figure commands the magic to activate. The ground rumbles as the magic takes hold, the air filled with a strange, whirring sound. A blonde-haired figure is attacked, a look of shock on their face. She glances back, hearing a strange whirring sound. What could that light be? Is it a spell? That's it. Was a defensive spell activated? Defensive spell? In order to protect this place, a magic spell was installed a long time ago. Just why? Aren't they following me? Meanwhile, a hand pulls back the string of an arrow, ready to fire. A cloaked figure snaps their fingers. First, it'll be you. A dark-haired figure stands, gripping a weapon. Impudent bastard. A figure is engulfed in flames. Burn up. A pillar of fire erupts from the ground. An eye widens in shock. The dark-haired figure cries out, Hadar. To be continued. The figure in the hood demands, why didn't you shoot me? His eyes narrow, a storm of emotion brewing within their depths. His vision blurs, the world around him fading into a hazy outline. My eyes. The voice booms, laced with accusation. Are you planning to let your younger brother die, Tink? Tink's hands tremble as he grips the wrapped object, his knuckles white with tension. Younger brother. Meanwhile, a figure with long, dark hair glances back, a question etched on his face. He murmurs, older brother. The two figures stand silhouetted against a sunset-drenched field. A voice calls out, stop. The figure lowers his head, his expression unreadable. He continues, his voice laced with sorrow. I don't like older brother shooting arrows anymore. You're no longer able to sing. Because of me, you'll become a knock. His voice cracks with emotion. I don't like older brother being bound to me. Please don't live for me. He concludes, his back turned. I'm fine if older brother doesn't even protect me. Older brother should live older brother's life. The woman with the bun is losing her patience. She exclaims, why did you fall asleep all of a sudden? I'm really losing it. Huan Dang wonders, is Hadar all right? Could he have escaped successfully? He furrows his brow, concern etched on his face. The blonde warrior blocks an incoming attack with a resounding clang. The force of the block sends the energy attack careening upwards with a schwack. Huan Dang mutters, first, gotta dodge. Huan Dang surveys the battlefield. Huan Dang prepares his counterattack. Well, I'll just give it a shot. The warrior is sent flying backwards, a pained chua, escaping his lips. The blonde warrior's face is contorted in a grimace. The attack strikes true, accompanied by a sharp cry. Huan Dang is shocked. What the? The warrior crashes into the rocky terrain with a deafening crash. A figure in armor declares that they scored one. Looking up, Hincher exclaims her own name in disbelief. A figure plummets towards the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. The figure kneels on the ground, surrounded by crumbling earth. Pain throbs through the figure's head. The figure with short black hair asks, because of US? A figure in full armor stands tall, a voice echoing, what a hero. The armored figure continues, as expected of a hero of justice, it's Hincher. To let yourself get hurt so that your comrades don't get entangled. The armored figure declares, that's what makes you the best knight. The figure with blonde hair replies, you didn't dodge as well. Hincher states, well, I was just aiming for this situation. The blonde-haired figure replies, is that so? The figure's head throbs with pain. Hincher asks, what's wrong? Did you get badly hurt somewhere? Hincher raises her hand, a determined look on her face. Perhaps. She prepares to raise a weapon, energy gathering around it. But compared to what you're going to get, this isn't much. A voice declares, wow, definitely the best knight. A gust of wind blows. Tink stands on a cliff, looking down at someone below. You're not escaping today. He wonders, did the arrow go astray? Or did you miss? Someone exclaims in surprise. Tink, cloaked, wonders, did it just go astray? The shadow figure stands on the cliff with Tink. I thought you were going to say something. The shadow figure says, words won't even reach you. Tink replies, anyway, I never could communicate with you. I never knew what you were thinking. We ended up facing each other. Hincher's gaze is intense, her expression unreadable. A figure blurs in the distance as Tink watches with a look of shock. Hincher thinks that it's just a hindrance, closing her eyes. Tink is told that he can't be giving up. An arrow pierces Tink's head. Tink is shocked by the arrow. Tink definitely closed his eyes as Hincher smiles. Tink thinks that he has to attack. Hincher thinks that for reference, the arrow didn't go astray. Tink falls to the ground. Tink coughs as the shadow figure looks on. Tink collapses. The cloaked figure urges Tancherin to act and make the changes to the spell. Tancherin confirms. Tancherin glances intently. Two cube-shaped objects move with a pushik and shriek sound. Tancherin is startled. The cloaked figure questions what is wrong, asking if the spell is broken or if Tancherin used up everything that was gathered. The figure wonders what to do, asking if anything can be done without a weapon. Tancherin kneels, drawing symbols on the ground. Tancherin thinks that now is the time, changing the circuit and the spell's direction. The cloaked figure is surprised. Tancherin is called a bastard. Energy crackles around Tancherin's legs. Tancherin reacts in pain. The cloaked figure swings a weapon at Tancherin. Tancherin blocks the attack. The armored figure stands amidst the destruction, the sound of wind echoing around them. Derp, they mutter. Below, Tancherin's face is etched with determination. What will you do? Can you do anything without a weapon? The armored figure responds simply, nope. The armored figure and Tancherin face off in the distance. Tancherin, clutching a large, blocky weapon, declares, I'll be back. Tancherin walks away, the armored figure watching from afar. Two figures stand together, one with pink hair and the other with black hair, a silent exchange passing between them. A spear hurtles through the air, leaving a trail of displaced wind in its wake. The spear pierces the arid ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The weapon stands embedded in the sand, a lonely sentinel in the desolate landscape. The spear is caught in a swirling vortex of energy, propelled forward with renewed force. Stella hurls the spear with a grunt, her red cloak billowing behind her as she puts her full weight into the throw. A figure clad in dark armor braces for impact, the sound of scraping metal echoing in the air. The armored figure lets out a sharp laugh, the sound distorted by the helmet. Huh. The spear strikes the armored figure, a shower of sparks erupting as the blow is deflected. The spear continues its flight, now veering off course. Stella faces the armored figure, a blue aura emanating from her as she prepares for the next attack. A powerful impact shakes the ground. Plutia looks on, muttering, "Tink did? Trudia? Trudia?" Her eyes widen, a realization dawning on her face. Couldn't be, she thinks. Stella smirks, thinking, "I knew I heard about you somewhere." Stella continues, "So, have you decided to speak to me with regard?" Plutia remembers now. "You were also on the list to drag you to Malto." Stella states, "But before you were assigned, you were released." Meanwhile, a red-haired man yells, I'm sorry. I didn't teach her well. Shut up and fix what she screwed up." The red-haired man exclaims, Yes. Damn it, why is Tangerine doing this?" Elsewhere, a cloaked figure announces, "Head priest, we've all gathered." Another cloaked figure responds, "Good. Is everyone here?" Stella stumbles upon the cloaked figure. Plutia thinks, "Humph, this should be enough for me alone." Stella thinks, the weakness mostly had to do with family. Better she doesn't know about it. A grave warning hangs in the air. If things continue as they are, annihilation is inevitable. A man with blonde hair references the immortal and Mushia, questioning if others know what they are planning. A figure stares intently, a bubble of thought reading. A voice declares that if they are left like that, one of the figures exclaims, "What kind of bullshit are you spouting?" A hooded figure declares, "I will save humans, the world." The sound of something being thrown echoes as two figures stand before another. A figure raises a fist, stating that he just says what he wants. Arrows slice through the air, dropping to the ground. A close-up reveals a hooded figure with red hair, their face marred with dirt and scratches. A hand slams down, creating steam. A figure plummets from above, descending rapidly. A hooded figure looks up, startled by the sudden arrival. The descending figure swiftly grabs an arrow. The hooded figure realizes the falling figure's intent. It was a feint. He just made the noise and didn't shoot. The figure inversely uses the drawback, pulling the arrow back, sensing the moment. The arrow pierces through the air. It hit. The hooded figure stands ready. Tension etched on his face. The arrow explodes with a deafening roar. The figure with the bow startles, raising his guard. The hooded figure blocks an incoming attack with a resounding clang. A finger taps rhythmically. The sound of something whirring fills the air as a voice mutters about a third molar. A blade slices through the air with a resounding pong and snap. A finger taps against the surface. A sword slashes through the air, aimed at an unseen target. The warrior's face contorts in disbelief. It broke. A bow made from a dragon's horn. A hooded figure stands silently, their expression hidden in shadow. The dark-haired warrior presses the attack, his blade a blur of motion. The warrior, Nock, declares, "It's over, Nock." The blonde warrior watches the battle unfold. Nock continues his relentless assault, his sword a whirlwind of steel. A spear thrusts forward, meeting Nock's attack head-on. Nock spins his sword, preparing for the next clash. He reaches out with a gloved hand, fingers outstretched, ready to grasp. His hand closes firmly around the weapon's shaft, securing his grip. The figure swings the weapon in a wide arc, the air whistling as it cuts through the space. The swing continues with tremendous force, the weapon blurring as it gains momentum. The weapon slams into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing outwards. Spinning, the figure whirls the weapon around, preparing for another strike. Plutia's eyes widen in shock as the weapon comes crashing down again. The weapon slams into the ground once more, the impact echoing through the air. The force of the blow strikes Plutia, sending a jolt of pain through her body. She struggles to regain her balance, her face contorted in pain and effort. Nock tosses the weapon into the air, a maniacal laugh escaping his lips. He snatches the weapon from the air, ready to unleash another devastating attack. He whirls his weapon, the wind whistling as it cuts through the air, aiming for Plutia. The spinning blade continues its deadly dance, closing in on the knight. With a shout, the weapon slams into Plutia's defenses. Plutia grunts, blocking the attack. Block that as well. What a boss. Nock pulls his weapon back, preparing for another strike. He grips the weapon tightly with both hands, ready to unleash its power. Energy crackles around the weapon as he prepares to strike again. Plutia once again blocks the incoming attack. Now, Plutia retaliates, her sword glowing with power as she strikes. Nock manages to block the counterattack, but the force of the blow is evident. Haha, blocked it. Nock's eyes widen in surprise. Can't be. The two warriors clash, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. A surge of power emanates as a charge attack is initiated. The force of the blow crushes the ground. The armored figure exclaims, "Wow, complete jackpot." The blonde knight states, as expected of Hinsher, just like the legend. The armored figure asks, "But I'm curious about something. Why are you doing this much for the immortal?" Plutia responds, "Malicious group. Irrational. The weak. You saw Mushia earlier, right? Malto's leader." Plutia continues, "In the past, she was badly hurt in an incident. That's why she can't walk." The armored figure presses, "So, based on what you see, is she weak or not? What are you trying to say? Just because they're weak doesn't mean they're good." Plutia asks, "If one goes against the good, does that make them evil? What about the reverse? What do you do if both of them aren't evil? The armored figure demands. Just what do you want to say? Did you also beat down demon knights in that way? A close-up reveals Tludia's intense gaze. The armored figure muses, HRM? The reaction. Could it be that your amazing instinct revealed that to you as well? That demon knights are evil. A scarred hand grips a weapon tightly. The figure, face etched with fury, commands. I said, don't talk about it. It's dangerous. A figure stands in the distance, cloaked in red. The armored figure questions. What's this? Are you angry? The armored figure thinks, if I'm able to win against that. A voice declares, no, that's not right. Besides that, there are 3 others. Tludia sprints forward, her red cloak billowing behind her. The armored figure declares, of course, there's me. Tludia's face is etched with determination. The armored figure exclaims, huh. The clash of steel rings out as the 2 blades meet, sparks flying from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends vibrations through Tludia's arm. The armored figure absorbs the impact. Debris scatters around them. Tludia grits her teeth, blood trickling from a fresh cut on her cheek. The armored figure remains unmoved. The armored figure retaliates, slashing at her with a spear. Tludia cries out. She narrowly dodges the attack, the spear whistling past her face. The armored figure declares, it can't go on like this. The armored figure follows up with a sweeping slash of its sword. The armored figure lunges forward, spear aimed directly at her. The armored figure declares, as long as you're seeing this, I can't let you leave here alive. Tludia grips the spear tightly, a secret determination hardening her gaze. The armored figure's spear looms. With a resounding crash, the spear pierces the ground. Tludia and the armored figure stand face to face, the tension palpable. A close-up reveals the scratches marring Tludia's face, testament to the brutal fight. The armored figure strikes, the blow landing squarely on Tludia. Her face contorted in pain, Tludia grits her teeth, refusing to yield. With a desperate swing, she retaliates, the spear arcing through the air. The armored figure intercepts the blow, sparks flying as metal clashes against metal. The spear is blocked, the force of the impact reverberating through Tludia's arms. A spiral pierce attack erupts from the ground, a geyser of focused energy. She glances upward, her expression unreadable. Tludia executes a shaft strike, aiming to cleave through the armored figure's defenses. The armored figure's leg remains planted, unyielding against the assault. Another spiral pierce attack manifests, the air crackling with energy. She presses her attack, a blur of motion against the unmoving armor. The weapon gleams, a testament to its sharpness and power. The armored figure is struck, the impact sending tremors through its frame. The armored figure speaks, its voice distorted by the helmet. Art. Another spiral shaft strike is unleashed, a vortex of destructive force. The weapon slashes through the air, seeking its target with deadly precision. The armored figure stumbles, its footing faltering under the relentless assault. She gasped for air, blood dripping from the scratches on her face. Each breath came in ragged bursts, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. The armored figure, equally winded, spoke, his voice distorted by the helmet's vocoder. Yes, this is it. Standing amidst the shattered earth, the armored figure declared, his voice echoing across the desolate battlefield. This is a battle of knights. The spear blurs through the air, aimed at Tludia. The blow lands, and Tludia cries out. Nox stands tall, his armor gleaming. Another blow lands, sending Tludia reeling. Nox stands over Tludia, his spear ready. The spear is raised, ready to strike. Nox prepares to strike. The helmet of Nox is shown. Tludia coughs, struggling to stand. Nox lunges forward, spear aimed at Tludia. Meanwhile, a glow appears in the distance. A starfall attack erupts, accompanied by a deafening kablum. A deep rumble echoes through the area. The rumbling intensifies. A figure stands tall, gripping a long, dark weapon. The figure bids farewell, so long, Hippo. The figure exhales, releasing a plume of vapor into the air. The figure admits, that was exhausting. A large, blocky weapon rests on the ground. The weapon is raised. A character states, it's almost done. The weapon seems to speak, wait a bit more. Once I'm done with you, I'll let you meet your greatest owner. With that thought, she knew she was also placing herself in dangerous situations. Tludia resolved to protect her, just as she had been protected. But she knew she was a weakling. She realized she couldn't protect her with her current strength. But Tludia knew she could make her more powerful. She would protect her in her stead. Her hand tightened around the hilt of her weapon. A figure stood ready, weapon in hand. The armored figure turned sharply. The figure stood ready to strike. A voice echoed, foul. A hooded figure stands at the edge of a rocky outcrop, gazing towards a distant flash of light. The figure mutters a soft, ho. The hooded figure observes, looks like that side is settled too. 2 hooded figures stand over 2 people lying on the ground, one with dark hair and one with blonde hair. One of the hooded figures asks, now, shouldn't you pay the price for your betrayal? So is everything in order? The blonde-haired person, face bruised and scratched, whispers, Tancherin. A hooded figure, standing atop a rocky outcrop, remarks, there was also that side. One of the hooded figures says, well, good work, Tink. A foot steps down onto the rocky ground. A red-haired person says, "He's a hostage. Please treat him." A hooded figure responds, Okay." A hooded figure stands silently. A hooded figure states, "A hostage is needed, so that there are many more hostages." A hooded figure looms over someone, stating, "He will die in pain." The hooded figure remains silent, their gaze fixed on something unseen. The man's eyes flutter open, a flicker of awareness returning to his face. "I can see a little now." A lone figure with pink hair and a single horn sits slumped against a crumbling wall. A figure lies prone, gasping for breath. Blood dribbles from the figure's mouth as they choke, struggling to breathe. The man's face is etched with pain, his eyes narrowed. A faint smile plays on the man's lips. His eyes snap open, revealing a glint of determination. The ground crumbles, dust rising from the impact. A viscous liquid drips, splattering on the cracked earth. A heavy boot steps forward, leaving a deep impression in the sand. The camera focuses on a damaged helmet, lying discarded on the ground. Two figures are visible in the distance. One stands tall, while the other is collapsed on the ground. A dry, humorless laugh echoes through the desolate landscape. A muffled cough emanates from behind the helmet. The figure behind the helmet declares, "Let's fight again, next time." The blonde-haired figure's face is marred with scratches and bruises, a testament to the brutal fight. She thinks, "I wish it would be an honorable duel next time." Limping, the blonde-haired figure walks away, leaving a trail of footprints in the sand. A voice calls out, "How long are you going to live like that, Hincher?" The hooded figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy. A blinding explosion erupts. The hooded figure tilts their head, a sinister amusement in their tone. "How's that? Wakes you right up, doesn't it?" A face, streaked with grime and sweat, is revealed. "You were being so bothersome." The figure's eyes narrow, a cold determination hardening their features. The voice echoes with a chilling conviction. "Because the likes of you." Lightning crackles around the hooded figure as they prepare their next attack. "You're prepared to receive pain, right?" The figure raises a staff wreathed in crackling energy. "How fortunate, since you won't be making so much noise." A blinding flash of light explodes from the staff. The hooded figure pauses, a question hanging in the air. Tink and Perrin are called out as the hooded figure continues upward. The hooded figure navigates a treacherous path, dodging bolts of energy. The hooded figure wonders how someone got over there. A powerful gust of wind blows through the area. The wind flutters around a figure. A red-haired figure shouts, expressing hatred. A figure understands something and raises their hand. A beam of light shines from below. The hooded figure prepares to head up, a shining light emanating from their weapon. The hooded figure is attacked from both front and back. A character wonders if something like that really exists. All the magic around them feels like it's getting sucked in, a palpable drain on the atmosphere. The figure, staff raised, struggles to maintain a barrier. It must be blocked. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a sharp, echoing shoot. A soft blue dash drifts through the air as the figure with black hair stands silhouetted against the sky. The figure with black hair looks up, a question forming on their lips. One figure calls out, asking what the other is doing. The second figure responds, urging them to listen to the sound of a song. A third figure says there is too much to do. The first figure insists they come and receive the customers, and the second figure agrees. Something flaps in the distance. The figure with pink hair murmurs, "Ooh." The figure with pink hair blinks. Something drips and settles. The figure with pink hair and horns stares intently. Something drips nearby the figure with pink hair. Plutia stands before a towering, scarred figure shrouded in shadow, the air thick with tension. A sinister smile creeps across the scarred face of the shadow figure. A voice echoes, wondering if the attack was blocked. The shadow figure slides back, unfazed. Plutia stands firm, her expression unreadable as she prepares for the next attack. The shadow figure's feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to strike. Huandang states that he understands and will try. Warunsha asks if he will try and tells him to do it. Huandang exclaims that he got it. Warunsha and Huandang stand together. Huandang is shown. Warunsha instructs Tink to stay and watch over the hostages, telling the rest to go up with her. Huandang agrees. A dark liquid drips from above. Huandang is shown, looking distressed. Warunsha is shown. Tink is shown. Warunsha and Tink stand together. A surge of energy erupts from the ground, accompanied by a deep, resonating roar. A woman with long blonde hair, her back turned, wonders aloud if the ritual is complete. A man with short blonde hair states that the ritual is complete, but the invocation will require more time. The man from the previous panel shouts for them to stop right there, a question mark floating above his head. A group of figures cloaked in white approach the ritual site. The man from panel 3 wonders who the approaching figures are and if everyone is all right. A cloaked figure questions if this is a betrayal, but another voice denies it. The woman with long blonde hair demands to know what they are doing. A cloaked figure prepares to destroy the world, declaring they are saving it from traitors. The man from panel 3 prepares to use magic, a swirling orb of energy forming in his hand. A voice declares that the immortal one can't do anything. The man from panel 3 looks on with a questioning expression. The cloaked figure declares that they have hostages below. The figure expresses annoyance, stating that belittling them as if knowing everything comes to an end now. The cloaked figure's hand is shown, fingers slightly curled. The cloaked figure's hand is shown again, with text indicating they're nervous. The light-haired man pauses, perhaps considering his next move. The cloaked figure questions something with a raised tone. The cloaked figure is shown with another person standing behind them. Seeing as how they're nervous, it seems that they don't have a firm grasp of the situation. The light-haired man reveals, I'm holding a hostage as well. It'll be better for you to surrender peacefully. The cloaked figure retorts, what bullshit are you spouting? You're now throwing empty bluffs. Then admits, you're right. It was a bluff. The cloaked figure exclaims in surprise, then threatens, I can also make as many of these kinds of threats. The light-haired man states, you made a mistake. If you wanted to make a threat, you should have brought the hostage here in person. The cloaked figure's voice echoes, questioning the value of comrades. He continues, stating that even a traitor can make such claims. The light-haired man wonders if he should be concerned about his comrade's safety. The cloaked figure repeats his earlier statement, while two other figures stand nearby. The light-haired man asks how that sounds. The light-haired man speaks, belittling someone as if he knows everything. The cloaked figure urges someone to hurry and bring a hostage, stating that he will handle things there. The hooded figure stands, a silent challenge. The man with light hair looks on, a smirk playing on his lips. See, how's that? The man with light hair holds a small orb of light in his hand, his expression one of smug confidence. Belittling you as if I know everything. Doesn't seem like it's over yet. The hooded figure's hands tremble, barely contained rage bubbling beneath the surface. Don't make me laugh. Lightning crackles around the hooded figure, the air thick with magical energy. The man with light hair watches from a distance, unfazed. The man with light hair speaks, his voice laced with amusement. You must be flustered. The hooded figure responds, a hint of desperation in their voice. To send the rest down to bring one hostage. On top of that, the ground begins to crack. Debris flies around the man with light hair as he prepares to unleash his magic. To face me with magic. The man with light hair continues, a hint of challenge in his voice. Do you even know whom I learned magic from? The man with long light hair looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. He repeats to himself that everything is fine, that he just needs to concentrate on the ritual. The cycle must be amended continuously. Meanwhile, two hooded figures stand silently as the light-haired man continues his incantation. He reminds himself to do as he was instructed. The light-haired man sighs, a wave of relief washing over him. He thinks to himself that this is the right side. Elsewhere, a hooded figure struggles to breathe, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The light-haired man's eyes narrow. He realizes he lost his nerve. In truth, the situation isn't good. It seems like the situation has gone way beyond his expectations. If they really have a hostage, no, they probably do. The light-haired man raises his hand, energy crackling around him. He declares that he'll end this. Back with the hostage, the hooded figure continues to struggle for air, their breath shallow and ragged. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Tink. Tink remains silent, their expression unreadable beneath the hood. Tink lies prone, unmoving. Tink's eyes are barely open, their vision blurred. Tink declares that he is a knight, addressing someone called Grey Weasel. Three cloaked figures stand guard over two others in a cracked, desert landscape. Blue energy pulses between the cracks. A hooded figure looks off into the distance, muttering inaudibly. The hooded figure looks up, exclaiming, what kind of bullshit is that? A red-haired figure wonders why he is being troublesome as well. A diagram illustrates the forces at play, showing that if Tink betrays them, there is no chance of winning. The red-haired figure grits his teeth, thinking they have to at least secure a hostage. They have to abandon Tink. The cloaked figures stand in the desert landscape. The hooded figure stares intently. A blonde-haired figure states that although they have the numerical advantage, they are still knights in training, and to face off against a knight, numbers hold no meaning. The hooded figure thinks about their weakness. His eye twitches, a sharp flinch betraying a deeper unease. A voice demands, you'll have to hand over your eyes, Tink. A note explains the Hayas, a spell or curse put upon someone to make sure they fulfill their task and don't betray their master. His Hayas was to only be able to attack those he could see with his eyes. Hands cover a pair of eyes, obscuring the world. Tink's eyes glow with an eerie light, the power of the Hayas surging within him. A figure states, he'll become nothing if the Hayas is used. 3 apprentice knights should be enough. One of the figures says, I just need to hold on to this kid. A cloaked figure declares, I'll be bringing one. The sound of steel scraping against steel fills the air as a sword is drawn. Tink, tears streaming down his face, declares, I said that I'd uphold my vow. Another voice questions, to uphold a vow, Hayas, are you saying that you will disregard your other vows? The cloaked figure replies, no, I'm not disregarding anything. Another voice pleads, don't look down on us. The hooded figure declares that he isn't looking down on them, reminding them that they are still apprentice knights. The knight states, with conviction, that he is a knight. The knight raises his arms, bracing for an incoming attack. A voice calls out, pleading for Tlutia to answer. The knight, standing firm, acknowledges their presence. The knight's eyes widen as he narrowly avoids a strike. The knight continues to block the relentless barrage of attacks. Surrounded, the knight deflects a flurry of blows with his sword, the sound of clashing steel echoing through the arena. Despite his efforts, multiple blades find their mark, slicing through his defenses. One of the apprentice knights observes that the knight can only block at best. The knight grips his weapon tightly, preparing for the next exchange. The knight's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. A monstrous roar echoes through the desolate landscape. A figure stands silhouetted against an intense, blinding light. The air cracks with the sound of a powerful impact. Another strike sends debris flying. Two figures stand on floating islands amidst the destruction. A red-haired figure, tears streaming down their face, declares, "I'll face you without attacking." A hand touches the ground, fingers splayed. A cloaked figure groans in pain, clutching their arm. The armored figure wonders, "Have I somewhat recovered?" With a heavy step, the figure advances. "Good." The figure in the elaborate helmet muses, "I should head back as well." To be continued. The man advises to go with what one thinks is honorable and to choose what's right. A sword is shown. The hand grips the sword, declaring that they are knights, and a knight is a knight. The figure states that a knight is a person that fulfills their justice. The figure declares to become a knight. Tears stream down the character's face as they grip their head. Multiple figures stand on floating platforms. A hooded figure staggers, the sound of rumbling echoing. The hooded figure looks up, a block of earth falling nearby. A figure in a hooded cloak brings their sword down with a resounding crash. The light-haired man stumbles back, gasping, "Kook, have you forgotten? Despite what you're doing, we're still apprentice knights. Did you think?" He grits his teeth, bracing himself, "that this would suppress us?" The cloaked figure swings their sword again, the blade whistling through the air. The light-haired man manages to block the blow, the swords clashing with a sharp clack. The swords meet again, the sound echoing with a caw. The light-haired man blocks another strike, the clang of metal ringing out. The cloaked figure twists their sword, seeking an opening. The sword slices through the air with a chwack. The cloaked figure stands panting, blood trickling down their face. The light-haired man stares, breathing heavily. A voice calls out from below, "Did you guys forget? Although they are covered in each other's blood here on the West Bridge, the next generation must be different from them." The light-haired man admits he doesn't know much about that, only how to fight. Since that was her decision, he guesses it's right. Hincher states that the world is changing. Because of her, the world has become a place where the weak can be protected. And if it's him, she believes he could make the world a place where the weak won't need protection. He has that kind of potential in him. A figure with dark hair looks off into the distance, a grim expression on their face. A blonde-haired woman stares ahead, her face streaked with dirt and determination. A butterfly rests on a hand. A cloaked figure kneels, their head bowed. A figure coughs, limping through a rocky landscape. The blonde-haired woman thinks of Tink. Pludia's expression is grim, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The shadow figure remains silent, his expression unreadable. Lady Mushia instructs, "Nephrin, look after Hadar." Nephrin responds, "Okay." Meanwhile, someone races through a rocky landscape, kicking up dust with each stride. Even I need to confirm something for myself. A figure is sent flying through the air, crashing through the rocky terrain. A fierce battle unfolds, the clash of weapons echoing through the desolate landscape. The word "break" is emblazoned across the scene. A lone figure watches the battle from a distance, their expression hidden in shadow. Elsewhere, the light-haired man looks on, concern etched on his face. "Trudia?" The shadow figure is questioned. "Mister, do you even know what happened below?" The light-haired man presses, "Just what were you doing up here?" The light-haired man states, "I can't exactly tell you that." The shadow figure retorts, "No, I need to know." As evening falls, a lone figure walks away, their destination unknown. A figure walks, their footsteps echoing. Two figures stand facing each other. One of the figures thinks, they all think they're right, as if they're justified. And people think that's cool and shit. The status of a knight has become law. Tink is mentioned as a hand touches something embedded deeply in its position. One of the figures declares, "I hate knights." A close-up of a hooded figure with red hair. Someone presses their hands together. A figure in a helmet says, "But you, I didn't." "Death? What is death?" The light-haired figure gazes into the distance, lost in thought. Humans will die someday. It can't be predicted and is always sudden. Also, it isn't as dramatic as one might think. It's rather hollow. What does it mean to die? Am I unable to die, or do I die and come back to life? Can I even say that I'm alive? Can I be seen as human? She states with a somber expression, "Tink is dead." The blonde-haired man reacts with shock, his eyes widening. The blonde-haired man stands beside two hooded figures, their voices hushed. "Tink is dead? That makes no sense." Hincher and Warren are identified as the hooded figures. The blonde-haired man reflects. And even Tink was subdued. Then, what happened to the apprentice knights? A hooded figure reacts with disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" A man with neatly styled light blonde hair states, "I see." Plutia is questioned. "You see? You're not surprised. Mister, did you?" The light-haired man responds, "That's absurd. It was entirely his decision." The light-haired man continues, To say I used him would be an insult to his character. Pludia's expression shifts as she hears. That's not all. Hadar has been fatally wounded. He's dying. Plutia is questioned further. What do you think of life? You didn't take advantage. Accusations fly as Plutia is confronted. For your objective. You used other people's lives. Even I. The light-haired man muses on the implications of his immortality, wondering if his repeated returns to life render his existence meaningless. Plutia's eyes widen, a flicker of pain crossing her face. In truth, he hasn't been able to think like that so far. The light-haired man states that it wasn't guaranteed that he'd come back to life all the time. Plutia gasps, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Trudia, she exclaims. Plutia reaches out, her expression intense. I have to know what you're trying to do, she demands. The light-haired man stares intently, his gaze unwavering. A cloaked figure declares, I told you. I can't tell you it's destruction. The cloaked figure continues, stating that he wants to die, but since he can't, he wants to drag the world and try to die with it. Plutia says, I won't fall for that kind of talk. The light-haired man asks, is it true? Ram asks the cloaked figure, is what he said true? The light-haired man looks down, a pained expression on his face. A sigh escapes Plutia's lips. She admits she can't lie, perhaps. In the lower panel, she looks up, a question forming in her mind. The light-haired man states that if that formation is invoked, all the world's magical properties will change. A close-up reveals the light-haired man's eye, filled with determination. In the distance, figures stand amidst a desolate landscape. A voice declares that at worst, all living things will die. Plutia's eyes narrow, her expression hardening. She vehemently denies the statement, calling it lies. A sharp point pierces a symbol etched into the ground. A figure prepares to shoot, energy crackling around them. The light-haired man says he can't leave it like that. Another figure warns of the worst-case scenario, mentioning the crimson hippo, Hinsher. A voice declares, starting now, I will stop you, Ram. The light-haired man begins to speak, but his words are cut off. A close-up of the light-haired man's face shows shock and determination. A figure walks away, leaving a trail of ash in their wake. A figure in the distance declares they've dragged enough time already. Someone with light blonde hair says it's already too late to stop them. Another figure says that they finally got all the way here. After all, footsteps echo across the cracked earth as a figure makes their way forward. The armored figure pauses, the sound of metal on stone cutting through the air. The figure stands atop a cliff, gazing out at the landscape below. A woman with pink hair watches as the armored figure raises a hand, emitting a wave of energy. The armored figure seems awkward. A sigh escapes the figure. The figure stands silhouetted against the sky, a spear held aloft. A thought bubble reads, I'm hated till the end. A man with blonde hair looks down, a worried expression on his face. A cloaked figure stands in shadow, a speech bubble reading. What is that next to him? Magic? No, that kind of magic shouldn't exist. The blonde man's eyes narrow as he stares at the armored figure. He thinks, normally, I get a certain sense when I see someone, but the armored figure thinks that I can't sense anything at all. He is certain that this is the thing that told him what to do in his dreams. Why is that here now? Did his dream become reality? He nods, understanding dawning. First, the urgent light. A snap echoes in the air. Darkness descends. It got dark all of a sudden? No, he doesn't think that it just simply went dark. He remains silent, observing. His expression is one of concern. Are you, perhaps, a god? If it's also the flow of the world, then he knows its purpose, and he'll tell it. But he'll have to cooperate as well. That's something that was stopped for the moment. He understands. Even he doesn't wish for destruction. He just took advantage of a weakness. Weakness, he says. Yeah, everything is a weakness. Your existence, the reason you can't die. And nights. Also, that damn formation as well. In truth, you can see them as all being connected as one. Did you know? This world is incomplete. It's imperfect. Everything starts from there. The figure, covered in swirling lines, declares that this world is incomplete and imperfect. Everything starts from there, the figure states. A hooded figure wonders what that means and what the other figure is saying. One figure asks if the other is really a demonic scholar. The figure covered in lines thinks to himself that as a person walking down the path of demonic studies, are they acknowledging the existence of a god? How noisy. A group of figures chatter amongst themselves. One comments that the chatter is even over there. A group of figures stand in the darkness. A snap echoes. Two figures look surprised. A figure looks to the side, saying nothing. The figure covered in lines asks if they shall continue. The hooded figure asks what someone did to them. The figure covered in lines says they didn't kill them or anything. They just let them out of here. The only ones moving right now are those inside this space. The figure covered in lines states, his voice echoing slightly, that he didn't tell them. He can do anything, but he can't do anything. He can't intervene where there'd be an effect. He continues, explaining that it's a special case right now. The world won't allow intervention beyond that. Nock asks, his brow furrowed, just what is this world he's speaking of? The figure covered in lines responds, his voice a low murmur, that the word world might not be appropriate. He muses, wondering if he should say nature, or if the world's will would be better. He concludes that the world's will is closer. The figure covered in lines dismisses the point, stating that it's not important anyway, and there's not much time. Nock states that he'll just finish talking about what he was explaining earlier. The figure covered in lines explains that the world is incomplete, as he told them it's imperfect. He adds that saying it's complete would rather make it unstable, and that incompletion progresses towards completion, which is the most stable form. The figure covered in lines continues, stating that there's no such thing as being complete in the first place. He wonders what he is saying. He elaborates, explaining that weakness exists because the world is incomplete, and that's how it comes to exist. Nock accuses him of trying to threaten by using that weakness. The figure covered in lines concludes that with that as the basis, this was how the worlds regarded it when the world was created. To become stable, it had to be incomplete. To become incomplete, weakness had to exist. That's how the world created weakness. The weakness that was created. Ram stands before the figure covered in lines. Nock looks on, questioning what he is hearing. The figure covered in lines explains that calling it an error would make it easier to understand, but an error was made on purpose before an uncontrollable error occurred later on. That's how the first error was born alongside the world, the figure continues. It was for prevention, so that an unexpected existence that was unable to die wouldn't come out. Nock is confused by the explanation. The blonde-haired man wonders what kind of thing it is. The existence of an immortal. Nock's eyes are shadowed as he listens intently. The figure covered in lines continues, stating that it is not enough, and another weakness is needed. Rule. Being an incomplete world, this world's rule is that there are many instances where it goes beyond its limit. In such a case, the ones that go beyond this limit get a new rule established. She carries the smaller figure, the text describing a knight's strength that transcends common sense. The figure covered in lines muses that he doesn't have to talk about the things related to Hayes, adding that there's another. He continues, explaining that the ability to even penetrate the opponent's thought is a rule that goes beyond the limit. The figure covered in lines asks if the other has felt something similar before. A blonde-haired man looks on with a questioning expression. A close-up of a character's face shows a look of shock. Two figures are shown, one comforting the other. The figure covered in lines responds with a simple, yeah. The text identifies her as Trudia, the next generation's insightful eyes. The figure covered in lines states that something is what should have been. The text reveals that the previous generation's eyes are still in existence. The figure covered in lines concludes that this is the true nature of her cursed sickness. The shadow figure, shrouded in darkness, declares, the reason why Trudia must die. A blonde figure, bearing visible wounds, reflects, because I'm alive, she has to die? Energy crackles in the air. A voice questions, is this enough? The energy intensifies. A voice affirms, good, it's just right. I followed the rule adequately. A sharp snap echoes. The shadow figure pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing their face. The blonde figure's expression softens with a glimmer of hope. If it's to that degree, isn't anything possible? Such as fixing Trudia's sickness. A muffled voice whispers, or killing me. A wave of anguish washes over the figure. The pain and suffering that I dealt with for so long. He mutters, merely was, for such an incomprehensible reason. The masked figure states that they solved the problem by force, as making an unreasonable demand for cooperation would have been unfair. Gilgamesh questions the figure, reminding them that they said they couldn't personally have an effect. The masked figure responds that it would be a bit unfair and by force. Gilgamesh asks what the cost was. The masked figure states that information was given as payment. Gilgamesh is shocked by this revelation. He shouts that this is ridiculous and that he never agreed to it. Gilgamesh flinches. He continues to shout, saying that this is completely one-sided and asks if the figure was even going to ask about them anyway. The masked figure makes a sound, acknowledging Gilgamesh's statement. The masked figure says that they will give Gilgamesh a hint. The masked figure calls Gilgamesh a precocious child. Gilgamesh is taken aback, remembering that it's what he was called during the days when he didn't have a name. A surge of power erupts, the force rippling outwards. He wonders if he unleashed too much. The energy continues to disperse. Oh well, he thinks, then he'll be. He pauses, reaching out a hand. Wait, what does that do? The energy continues to disperse. More energy disperses, the air crackling with unseen power. He stumbles, falling to the ground. He shouts, don't be ridiculous. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He thinks, to have suffered so much for that kind of reason. Is he saying that I should continue living like that? Tears welling, he screams, I don't want to. I'm sick of it. I said I'm sick of it. Seeing Ram, he expresses such fierce emotions for the first time. Perplexed feelings overwhelmed her. The underlying problem was too great. She could only utter a soft, huh. She wiped the blood from her mouth, her expression blank. Her body began to collapse. She stood over a fallen body, her silhouette stark against the pale sky. The light-haired man looked down, a pained expression on his face. He whispered, Trudia. A hand raised, reaching for something, anything. The light-haired man's face was etched with anguish. In the end, am I not even able to save you? Her gaze fell, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Her face was a mask of despair, etched with lines of exhaustion and pain. A voice, barely a whisper, escaped her lips. I'll die. The light-haired man looked up, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. From the beginning, Was there nothing I could do? Plutia stands tall, her staff planted firmly in the ground. The light-haired man sits dejectedly, his head bowed. She declares that she does not wish for someone else to die because she is alive. Plutia states that this problem arose because she didn't die on time, wondering if it wouldn't be resolved if she did. The light-haired man denies her claim, stating that there's no guarantee that such a gamble would resolve it and that kind of method. A shadowy figure emerges, offering a hint. The light-haired man, his eyes wide with determination, thinks there has to be a way. He vows to think of everything he can do. The masked figure declares that he will give a hint. Gilgamesh speaks, his voice echoing slightly. Gilgamesh refers to someone as a precocious child, a name they were called when they didn't have a name. The light-haired man pauses, lost in thought. Immortality. Unable to die? He wonders if that's why death wasn't recognized. He recalls someone saying that his existence was created on purpose. The man questions if there was really a need to make one on purpose, if an error would someday take place anyway. It could be that he is unable to die because of that reason. He thinks, trying to recall the hint, using all the knowledge he accumulated over the years. The man's expression is pensive as he continues to reflect. How many years? 100, 1,000, 10,000. How long has it been? The figure struggles to catch their breath, each inhale a ragged gasp against the silence. With a metallic whir, the sword hums to life, its edge shimmering with contained energy. Eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, the figure above looks down at the scene below. Spitting with disgust, the figure wipes their mouth, preparing for what comes next. A voice cracks with desperation, admitting, I can't do it. A figure shrouded in shadow challenges. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Her blue eyes wide with concern, she wonders, is he gonna die? Magic crackles to life, a swirling vortex of energy forming in the character's hands. Magic isn't a miracle. A voice calls out, move aside, parent. A look of surprise crosses the figure's face, their eyes widening in shock. Determination hardens his features as he declares, I'll do it. A young girl with horns calls out to her mom. Below, someone pats the horned girl on the head. A red-haired character stands silently. A blonde-haired character states that magic isn't a miracle, and that they are a doctor in the first place. A blonde-haired character carries a bald character. Around 8 years ago, a lone figure stands on a desolate landscape under a twilight sky. The dark-haired character sighs. The character thinks to themselves that they are hungry. The character grabs a sword and thinks they need to get something to eat. The character wonders if this will be okay, noting that it's a bit heavy. The character scratches their face. The character drops something. The character thinks that this will be fine. Even today, Plutia thought, she must survive. She was only 12 years old. A figure in a dark cloak asks if everything was gathered, urging someone to hurry up. Another figure replies that they know, rummaging through something. Someone declares they've found it, holding a knife. Another person asks what it is. A blade pierces through flesh. The victim collapses. Someone sighs in relief. Someone rustles through something. Feet walk forward, then stop. A body lies on the ground. A hand reaches for a sword, its grip tightening on the hilt. The light-haired man asks, what are you doing, kid? Plutia's eyes widen, a look of shock washing over her face. Plutia sits, the sword resting beside her in the snow. The light-haired man questions, are you the one that's been ransacking us lately? Plutia wipes her face, smearing dirt across her cheek. The light-haired man and the other man look in the same direction, their expressions grim. Plutia blocks an unseen attack, the force of the blow reverberating through her arms. She is thrown backward, crashing into something unseen. Plutia's face is contorted in pain, her eyes squeezed shut. She dodges another attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. A hand grips a sword, ready to strike. The light-haired man and the other man stand near a tree. A blonde woman asks, aren't you guys cold? Knock, wearing a red hooded cloak, states that the original owner has no use for the money since he is dead. The hooded figure is seen walking away from a scene of destruction. Plutia nods in response. Knock tells her to leave and go. He then says that the money is not hers. Plutia says that she just retook the money that those guys took by doing bad things. Knock says so. It's not yours. Plutia states that the original owner has no use for it since he is dead. Knock replies, so what? Anyways, it's not yours. Knock says that bad is bad and that she should stop trying to justify it. Plutia says that what he says is something only powerful people like him can do, and that how to live is a privilege. The light-haired man says that for someone like him, he is just desperately surviving. Knock laughs, asking if the light-haired man is mocking him. The light-haired man says that there's truth to it. A hand reaches out to grab something, the sound echoing in the air. It's amusing. Candintia, a knight, greets someone, calling them an amusing kid. A young woman declares her intention to become the strongest knight. Candintia expresses interest in what she was saying, feeling like having a conversation. Another figure offers to share their provisions. The dark-haired girl responds with indifference. A hand points, as if to say, anyways, leave that behind. A piece of paper is ripped. Plutia tosses something into the air. Plutia stands before a fire. She remarks that it's given to knights, finding it interesting. It's said that even this is a magic skill. Candintia finds it amazing that knights have this skill. Plutia responds that it's not that amazing, and anyone can become a knight. Candintia tells her that she's able to say that because she's strong. Flutia asks if she knows who she is. Candincia says no, whether she was born strong or was weak and became strong. Flutia stands over Candincia. Flutia tells Candincia that she already told her, and not to carelessly come to a conclusion based solely on what she saw. Kid. She moves closer, her expression unreadable. Candincia stands, reflecting on her origins. She wonders how strong she can become and if she can truly become a knight. Flutia tells Candincia not to speak so rashly, as even she doesn't know. Flutia states that she really likes that Candincia speaks her mind and doesn't cower in front of a strong person. She also notes that Candincia gets frightened and shaken up, but doesn't avoid eye contact. Flutia tells Candincia that she could definitely become a good knight. Candincia wonders if she honestly thinks she can even become a knight, to which Flutia replies that even she doesn't know that. Flutia looks on, a silent question hanging in the air. Candincia states that nobody knows that. Only how you live will give you the answer. Flutia recalls telling Candincia earlier that how to live is a privilege. Candincia says that people like her can't even think about tomorrow, and that just thinking about what to eat today is tough enough. Candincia holds up a skewer of food. Flutia tells her that she doesn't have to think about what she's going to eat today, so? Candincia asks what she wants to do and what she wants to be. She adds that although it's just one meal right now, going out every day, Candincia states that making it possible for kids like her to live and think about tomorrow is their duty as knights. An eye opens, a single thought echoing in the darkness. Can she also become someone like her? Candincia smiles softly. Someone like her? Strong, upright, helping difficult people with that strength. Candincia continues, stating that it's enough, that Flutia already knows. She advises to just do what she can, step by step, and if she can help, then she helps others. Candincia muses that it might be cumbersome helping difficult people, but it's alright work. Who knows, the person she helped could save her someday. Flutia's eyes snap open. She sits up in bed, the dream still fresh in her mind. Flutia wonders if it was all a dream, questioning where it started as a dream. She lies in bed, bandages wrapped around her torso. Flutia realizes it wasn't a dream, all of it. It was all of it. Huan Dang lies in bed, bandaged and asleep. He murmurs in his sleep, relieved to be alive and thankful. Elsewhere, a town sleeps under a starry sky. A voice asks if that is what has been decided. Another voice confirms that it is. Someone exhales. Hinsher expresses gratitude, thanking someone for everything. Huan Dang looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. Below, Hinsher stares intently. Hinsher expresses her gratitude. Thanks for everything. Hinsher. A horned figure stares ahead, her expression blank. The horned figure, Nephrin, questions someone off-panel. Nephrin. A man bursts through a door, shouting in alarm. What is it? Nephrin points towards a bed, stating, she's awake. Huan Dang, looking disheveled, takes in the scene. Oh, I see. A woman with long black hair wonders, how long have I been sleeping? Huan Dang replies, about 2 days. Below, the woman from the previous panel is shown sleeping. A speech bubble indicates, Hadar hasn't woken up yet? One of them remarks that someone is sleeping after eating dinner. Without warning, the dark-haired figure delivers a sharp slap. The pink-haired figure looks up, utterly bewildered by the sudden attack. Sparks fly as the dark-haired figure confronts the pink-haired figure. The dark-haired figure demands her bow back. The pink-haired figure is taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. Seizing the initiative, the dark-haired figure grabs the pink-haired figure by the hair. The dark-haired figure strikes again, landing another blow. The pink-haired figure tumbles. The pink-haired figure runs, the dark-haired figure in pursuit. The pink-haired figure hides behind another. A voice declares that enough is enough. The pink-haired figure growls, while another voice tells her good girl. The pink-haired figure rubs her head, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She lies on the bed next to a light-haired man. A woman with black hair asks what happened to everything. The light-haired man replies that nothing was really resolved. A shadowy figure says that Warren disappeared all of a sudden, and Malto. The black-haired woman says that the country will take care of it. She guesses. The light-haired man asks if she just let them go. The black-haired woman says that's true, but still. The black-haired woman says that the country will probably handle it well since Hinsher said she'd report it. The black-haired woman asks, and Hinsher? She left, just now. The black-haired woman asks, really? She laments that she didn't even get to say goodbye. What a shame. Flutia lies on the bed. Flutia and the shadow figure run in opposite directions. Two figures note that they got a lot closer. The black-haired woman says no. She just knows when she sees it. The light-haired man asks if her body is okay. Flutia beams, declaring that she feels much better, perhaps because she slept for 2 days straight, finding it quite refreshing. Huan Dang's eyes are shown in a close-up. Flutia states that there is a saying that before a candle burns out, it flares up big once. A close-up of Flutia's face is shown. A text bubble states that really, nothing was resolved. Huan Dang's eyes are shown in a close-up. Flutia asks if she told this story before, followed by a close-up of Huan Dang's eyes. A man carries another man on his back, with a text bubble stating the story of crossing over to the eastern continent. The story of crossing over to the eastern continent is mentioned as a character is shown with a knife. A figure stands in shallow water, facing away. A woman with short, dark hair asks, out of nowhere, what eastern continent? A light-haired man says, you wanted to hear about it. The eastern continent story. The woman responds, I am curious about it. A red-haired woman with horns states, it was after I was murdered by the first dragon I met. A figure arrives at the eastern continent, wondering what's next. Below, a character grips a sword. A character is sliced, exclaiming, wait. A figure splashes in water. A character makes a noise. Lying in bed, Huandang muttered for someone to wait. Standing on a beach, the light-haired man looked out at the ocean, a question forming on his face. The narration spoke of a legend in the eastern continent, a spiritual being whose existence established Qi long ago. It was said that this being crossed the ocean to train his Qi, returning only when his training was complete. Huandang explained that his regeneration led others to mistake him for the returning spiritual being, believing his immortality was the result of Qi training. He simply taught them whatever they wanted to learn. Pludia's eyes widened in surprise. But then, another problem arose. Arose was being asked to teach others. So, Arose just taught them whatever. Arose's credibility went up. While he was being treated like the spiritual being, another problem arose. Plutia, watching the scene unfold, wondered what was going on. One among them was bullying a kid. Plutia asked if they were bullying the kid. A voice declares the child mute and utterly useless. The boy looks up, his expression unreadable. The boy wonders what's okay, as a man thinks to himself that it can't be natural. A girl asks what the other is thinking about, before telling them to let's go. A hand reaches out to the boy, as a voice calls him a monster. A voice questions if this is natural or instinct, before stating no. Huandang thinks to himself that it can't be natural, and if it's instinct, it must be fixed. He tells the boy to come with him. Huandang tells the boy that he's just different from the others. Huandang tells the boy that he'll make it for him, that he's not a useless existence. He thinks to himself that it seemed like something he was telling himself. A voice declares that's how Nock was made. Huandang thinks to himself that humans were a lot crueler than he thought. Two figures stand side by side. One states, and that's how Nock was made. Another bubble reads, but, enlighten one. A figure says, I've brought the kids that'll become the next Nocks. Below, a lone figure looks up with a concerned expression. Two figures stand together, while below, a close-up reveals a worried expression. A voice reflects, humans were a lot crueler than I thought. Silhouetted figures discuss the creation of Nock, emphasizing the importance of persuasion and reason. Another text box explains that the inability to speak was a source of trouble. A figure reflects on their act of trying to create a place for a kid who couldn't talk, realizing it took away the voice of other kids instead. A view of water, with the text, in the end. A figure walks into the water, stating, I decided to leave the eastern continent. A figure cries out, Awa. Another figure cries out, Aw, ah. Waves crash against a rocky shore. A voice echoes, questioning what someone is trying to say, admitting they just don't know. A figure stands silhouetted against the twilight sky. Stars twinkle in the vast darkness. A figure falls through a deep blue abyss, unsure of what they don't know. The figure's face emerges from the darkness, still lost in thought, still admitting, I don't know. The figure, submerged, wonders if they were the one at fault, concluding that the humans are at fault, declaring, I have no fault. That's how I came to leave the eastern continent. Huandang reflects that it was actually running away. Looking at it now, his life has always been about running away. If it became a bit difficult to deal with, he ran away, saying that it wasn't his fault and that there was nothing to be done. Continuously, since a very long time ago, he just forgot because he had so much time. He remarks that the story wasn't so happy after all. In the background, Nephrin stands with Ramen, the scene appearing different from what she had thought. The eastern continent seemed like a place where fairies shot arrows and frolicked in the woods. It's not like that in reality, Huandang thinks, his expression somber. They're just like humans, battles and wars are never pretty. But Huandang and Nephrin are arguing. He asks why they are fighting again. Ramen asks what it is this time. Huandang wonders if he did something. Ramen shouts that he grabbed her horn before, and she just thought of it again. Ramen swings at Huandang, who is being scolded by Nephrin to stop it too. Nephrin shouts at Ramen, telling her no, bad girl. A flash of light erupts. Nephrin and Ramen raise their hands in the air. In the distance, three figures stand on a desolate plain. A speech bubble floats above them, urging, be nice to each other. The light-haired man speaks, recalling a saying. There's also a saying that you become friends after fighting. The woman with black hair reflects. A while back, there was also a time when I fought with a friend. I thought all my hair would burn off. The light-haired man continues, but you guys are too strong to do that. I'll tell you a story from back then. The woman with green hair stands with her arms crossed. The text reads, to be continued. The blonde-haired character remains silent. The green-haired character asks what the other intends to do, then sighs. The green-haired character tells the blonde-haired character that they are really funny. The green-haired character asks if the blonde-haired character thinks they are different from others, and what makes them so special to do that. The blonde-haired character says never mind. The green-haired character says that they will live like that forever, all lonely. The blonde-haired character thinks that even if he told her, she wouldn't understand. The blonde-haired character thinks that her father's operation that they were going to embark on together, he ended up watching it from afar, alone. The green-haired character is being cheered on. The blonde-haired character thinks that's how he never saw her again, not even being able to reconcile, forever. Lydia thinks to herself that she found out after a very long time. Below, it's mentioned that her father was the very first knight. A woman with black hair exclaims that it wasn't just some normal story after all. A blonde man asks what she means. A man with long gray hair states that he has seen the beginning of knights. Another character thinks to himself that he should have been proud like that. A woman with black hair tells a blonde man that he is a very interesting man and has met the most important characters from all over the world, asking if it's a joke. The man responds that they should just go. A character with rabbit ears tells the others to stop fighting. Lydia responds with an okay. Someone asks where they're going now. The group is going to the end of the world. Someone asks what the other thinks a knight is. Lydia raises her fist. Lydia stands next to a pink-haired man, who says yeah. The pink-haired man says that a sword is the emperor's sword, a sword that'll cut all enemies of the empire. He wonders if there is anyone else. A spear pierces its enemies, an axe cleaves all its enemies, and a hammer crushes all its enemies. She admits she's not sure how to define it, but if she had to, it would be a shield. Huan Dang remarks that's quite novel. Lydia asks what the correct answer is. Huan Dang states that a knight is a person. Lydia is taken aback, simply uttering, what? The man elaborates, saying a knight is a person, just like a person, a bit stronger, but still a person. Huan Dang continues, whether it's a sword or a lance, it's dangerous to think that you've become something special. He reminds her that they're people, and the ones they cut down are also people. Lydia asks if that is the correct answer, adding, of course not. Huan Dang says that's just what he defines a knight as, and the important thing is what you define a knight as. Her eyes snap open. Huan Dang asks if she is awake and if she had a nightmare, telling her to go back to sleep. Lydia calls him Mr. Near a crackling campfire, one of the figures wonders why Tink acted like that all of a sudden. The light-haired man remains silent, staring into the distance. The dark-haired man wonders if it could be the Mr. The light-haired man is asked if he took advantage of his life, by any chance. The figure wonders if it could be. Lydia asks if Huan Dang took advantage of his life, by any chance. Huan Dang responds, well, take advantage. As a monstrous figure lurks below. Huan Dang admits that he didn't know he'd go that far, putting everything on the line. Huan Dang confesses that he honestly did use him, since he was the biggest obstacle in that situation. In a smaller panel, another figure wishes he would break away from Malto, even for him. Huan Dang states that it is for his justice to be, for his honor to be that much. Lydia asks if he is trying to say that it was his decision in the end. Huan Dang exclaims, that's Mr. Lydia tells him not to avoid it. Huan Dang says, raise. Huan Dang realizes that she was right, and he hasn't changed at all. He thinks to himself, time stopping only for him, a body that can't die. Deep down, he thought that he was different from the rest, living while distancing others. The times he ran away, squeezing his fist, thinking that they were like him, but he was wrong. He realized it too late. In order to understand each other, the first step is to know that they can never understand each other. Lydia remains silent, her expression unreadable. Lydia is presented with a choice. Dying or living forever, what would he choose? Lydia crosses her arms, her gaze intense. She sighs, lost in thought. Still, snow falls softly, blanketing the landscape in a serene white. A pink-haired figure stares blankly ahead. The pink-haired figure makes a series of excited noises. Lydia observes something. It's dirty. Lydia turns her head, listening to someone speak. Yeah, I'm listening. So as I was saying, he was only doing this to me because the others weren't listening. Huan Dang speaks to Lydia. Meanwhile, a lone figure stands atop a rocky cliff, gazing at the starry sky. A figure runs through the snow. Lydia reflects. Maybe it was because of my ability, but just listening to it felt as if I experienced it myself. So it wasn't really boring. The pink-haired figure continues to make noises. Lydia looks up, sensing a change. Isn't the snowstorm gradually getting worse? Huan Dang speaks. So is there really a reason to go over there? It'll soon be the end. The wind howls as Huan Dang looks back. Lydia stops, looking concerned. She excuses herself. The snow continues to fall. A gloved hand stomps through the snow. A voice warns that going further will be dangerous. Lydia asks if they are fine. Huan Dang looks back at Lydia, who calls him Mr. Lydia asks if that is so, adding that it would be dangerous and they could even discount it. Huan Dang says it's nothing and they should first go and rest. Huan Dang tells Lydia to follow him. The wind howls as Huan Dang walks through the snow. Lydia hums in response. In the beginning, there was nothing. A woman with long blonde hair stands amidst a desolate landscape, a faint breeze rustling through her hair. Then, the woman is now on her hands and knees, crawling through the dirt. She rises to her feet, silhouetted against the pale sky, and begins to walk across the barren land. Elsewhere, a wolf-like creature snarls, its teeth bared. Two men stand nearby, their expressions grim. A hooded figure stands before a series of standing stones, their back to the viewer. A woman with long blonde hair smiles, her expression serene. She holds a flame in her hand, its light dancing across her face. The woman's eyes glow red, her smile widening. Two women stand together, one holding a book, the other raising her hand in a gesture of triumph. A man holds a knife, his expression grim. Below, he sits with his head in his hand, looking distraught. A man with a ponytail stands against a backdrop of swirling colors, his expression unreadable. A woman with red hair grins, lightning crackling from her fingertips. Below, a figure stands on a beach, facing another who emerges from the water. Feathers fall through a dark blue expanse. An old man with a long white beard drinks from a small cup. A man in a robe stands with a staff in hand, gazing into the distance. An elderly man in a red robe stands solemnly. Below, two figures stand facing each other. A pink-haired girl with horns stands next to a gray-haired man. A man with black hair and red eyes looks up. Below, a blonde woman in a red cloak stands with her hand on her chest. A close-up of a hand holding a glowing object. A blonde woman stands with a gray-haired man. A blonde woman holds a sword. Below, a blonde man with a beard looks up. A blonde man with a long beard stares intently. A woman in a sailor uniform looks to the side. A group of figures trudges through a snowy landscape. The injured man wheezes, his face contorted in pain. One of the figures asks, "How is he?" The pink-haired girl with horns asks, Is he gonna die?" Another voice assures, "No, it's all right." The light-haired man says, "It'll get better if he gets some rest. There's no choice, but..." The dark-haired man asks, "You want to leave him here?" The pink-haired girl looks confused as she receives a pat on the head. The dark-haired man remains silent, his expression unreadable. The wind howls through the desolate landscape. The light-haired man and the dark-haired man stand outside a small building. Two figures walk away in the distance, their destination unknown. Plutia exhales, the frosty air swirling around her face. She wasn't even the least bit curious about the world's end or whatever. Behind her, Huandang kept talking about his old stories. And that's how it came to pass. Huandang pauses, his expression unreadable. Plutia asks if they have to go to the place that's the world's end in this, leaving Hadar and Nephrin behind like that. Plutia states, with a cold finality, that Huandang will soon die. Huandang remains silent, his face partially obscured. Plutia asks if they are saying they're going to the place of death. Huandang replies, basically yes. Huandang says that Plutia could see it like that. Huandang says it's okay, it'll be okay. Rather, parting this way might be better. Plutia admits she got a bit annoyed. Plutia questions if those old stories are more important, and if it's because Huandang can't sympathize with other people's deaths. She hasn't been surviving so that she'd die in this kind of a place. She and Huandang stand together on the barren landscape. The air hangs heavy with unspoken words. It's the end, Huandang observes. Huandang's expression is unreadable. Plutia's eyes betray a hint of uncertainty. Huandang gestures towards the horizon. My story is only up to here. Before them lies the world's end, a sheer drop into the unknown. Plutia stands alone, the vast emptiness mirroring her thoughts. It's more barren than I thought, she muses. Huandang turns to her, a hint of amusement in his voice. You're right. In truth, the end isn't that theatrical. Huandang's gaze is intense as he calls out, Plutia, I asked you before. Huandang's voice echoes in the desolate landscape. Plutia, if you can choose between. Huandang continues, his expression serious. Dying or living forever, what would you choose? Huandang's gaze softens. And you answered. Plutia's eyes are filled with determination. Still, if it were me, I definitely would like to live, no matter what. Huandang looks at her, a question in his eyes. Right. Plutia gently shakes his hand, a silent affirmation. Huandang exhales, the cold air turning his breath into a visible cloud. Below, Plutia shivers, feeling the chill. She finds it strange. Huandang asks if she remembers the stories he told her. Plutia confirms that she remembers his old stories. Huandang says, of course, she should remember it vividly because of her ability. Plutia calls out to Huandang, telling him not to come closer. Startled, Trudia looks at her hand. Huandang asks if any part of his story felt odd to her. Plutia asks what he means. Huandang says it's an odd part, where something doesn't add up, whatever it is, definitely. Plutia says she doesn't want to say it, asking what he is trying to get her to do. Huandang calls out to Trudia. Plutia shouts that until he tells her what it is, she won't ever tell him. The two stand far apart, a silent tension hanging in the air. Huandang thinks to himself that the reason he can't die is the real reason the world won't let him die. He states that this world is maintained through him. Plutia responds, that's. Gilgamesh declares that he is proof that this world has existed for a long time, a similar existence to a record. Plutia says she doesn't know what he's saying, recalling that that hazy thing said it. A voice calls out, referring to someone as a precocious child, stating that it's what they were called during the days when they didn't have a name. Gilgamesh states that he is a word from a country, now long gone, from about 2,000 years ago. Plutia repeats, 2,000 years? Gilgamesh says it's been about 2,000 years since this world was created. Plutia listens intently. Plutia asks if the history before that is a lie. Gilgamesh responds that it can't be called a lie, as it earnestly exists in his memories and experiences. Plutia asks how there can be something before that if he said that the world was created 2,000 years ago. Gilgamesh states that it means that long ago, there existed a history of a world that was created more than 2,000 years ago. A voice calls out, referring to someone as a precocious child, a child that acts like an adult. He stands alone in the desolate landscape, a question hanging in the air. Is there a word that better suits me in this world? The light-haired man muses. In such a world, there definitely should be a contradictory point or a gap. Below, Tlutia wonders. If you told me that. If I do tell you? The man's eyes narrow, a hint of something unreadable flickering within. Two figures stand silhouetted against the dark sky. Tlutia considers. Then a separation in reality would be felt, and the role of maintaining the world would be lost. Then, does that mean the world won't be maintained? If that happens, a voice declares, there's one other person. A person that knows the history of the world. The light-haired man states, so back then I. The man continues, if you can choose between dying or living forever, if it were you, which would you choose? Plutia's eyes widen in shock. It can't be. Plutia's expression hardens. The old stories you were telling me was for that. The light-haired man looks away. Plutia realizes, saying it was the end, that it was the place of death, that was all. The man stands on the shore. 100 years ago, when I tried to die by submerging myself in the ocean, in order to save me, the ground shot up. The light-haired man looks off into the distance. This place where everything freezes up, even if I die, there probably won't be something going wrong. Plutia clenches her fist. I can't do it. Plutia demands to know if Stella is suggesting that she should kill him to live in his stead. Stella replies that it's not killing him. He reflects that even while living like this, he accomplished nothing. He laments that he couldn't save any of his friends, Nephrin and Stella. Stella says that this life can't even be considered as living. He adds that having been dead during those times, he's gaining a real life by saving Plutia. Plutia stares at Stella, speechless. Plutia remains silent, processing Stella's words. The wind howls around them. Plutia's expression hardens. A gust of wind blows past them. Stella looks down, lost in thought. A cliff face crumbles, rocks falling below. Stella says that he said he was saving Plutia, but in truth, she's saving him. It was only torment for him, but if it's her, surely. Plutia takes a step forward, calling out to Stella. A man with blonde hair stares forward, his expression unreadable. A hand reaches towards a shining object in the sky. The hand continues to reach, fingers outstretched. The hand grabs something tightly. A woman with dark hair looks off to the side, her expression thoughtful. A close-up of a girl's face reveals wide, expressive eyes. The girl exclaims, "It's Mom," as she stands over a sleeping woman. She slaps the woman to wake her up. The woman yawns while the girl shouts, "Mom!" The girl's expression shifts from excitement to concern. Since then, Nephrin cried for many days. As time passed, everyone got used to it and is moving forward. The woman reflects, we still haven't found Hadar's sister, although we're trying. Still, I'll make sure that they meet up someday. Hadar seems to be gradually getting accustomed to this place as he munches on some food. The pink-haired girl tells him to stop yawning, wondering if he may have gotten closer to Nephrin. The pink-haired girl tells someone to stop stuffing their face, adding that although she still stutters a bit, the next candidate is the final one. Plutia. Hadar and the pink-haired girl clap, exclaiming that she's here. The pink-haired girl cheers, W-win, as Plutia stands in the distance. Now, then Plutia smiles. The main night assessment tournament shall begin as Plutia walks towards it. What is death and what? Living without anyone knowing, being dead while everyone still remembers you, which is seen as being more alive. Well, even though I think it's both. So this is me being selfish so that he isn't forgotten. In the beginning, there was nothing, is what was said. A book lies still. A hand raises, indicating a successful candidate for the night assessment. Two figures stand together, discussing the new night. A figure huffs, seemingly out of breath. The two figures from before are seen again. A figure walks forward, a red cloak billowing behind them. Two figures watch as the cloaked figure walks by, one of them thinking that person is the... Two figures watch as the cloaked figure walks by, one of them saying it must be true. The cloaked figure is revealed to be Hinsher, also known as the Crimson Hippo. Four figures stand together, watching. Six figures stand together, watching. Hinsher walks forward, making a sound. A figure walks down a hallway, thinking you must be. The night, Crimson Hippo Hinsher, announces her return after about 500 years. Hinsher states there is something she'd like to report, an organization called Malto and a general from the east. Huan Dang remarks that he heard Hinsher really returned, finding it interesting that she is still alive. Hinsher wonders if that means she is 500 years old, or if she is the same age she was at that time. Hinsher decides it doesn't matter, tossing something into the air. Catching the object, Hinsher asks what report is being given. Huan Dang touches his face. Hinsher stares intently. Meanwhile, an armored figure walks down a tiled hallway. The armored figure continues their trek. The figure stops, exclaiming in surprise before grabbing something. He reaches out to Candintia, calling her name. Dintia retorts that it isn't her, telling someone to shut up. Dintia insists that it really isn't her, repeating her demand for silence. Candintia warns someone to wait, declaring that they can never win against her. Dintia remarks on how scary something is, but admits to looking forward to it. Dintia states that there's no such thing, as always. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked figures walks across a barren landscape. Someone exclaims that something is amazing, noting that the current state of magic will advance rapidly with these records. Another person comments on having hidden such records, asking if everything is there. A red-haired figure confirms something. stating that it's correct. A view of a town is shown, with someone thinking that they are so close. One person remarks that Trudia also did well. Another explains how to twist someone's neck. Someone else wonders if Trudia couldn't also become an excellent knight in her own way. A figure shivers, exclaiming wah. One figure asks what's wrong. The other replies that they just got the chills. The hooded figure wonders where they have felt this feeling before. A pink-haired figure bumps into something. The pink-haired figure says, "You." One of the figures states that it must be a dragon. The pink-haired figure stares intently. The story was over. The wind blows as a figure with long black hair looks up. However, the world. A figure with black hair says, "I see." Someone says that Warun Shah is probably dead, and then concludes that they are most likely dead. A figure with a hat says, "Ready. The ship. Move." A voice declares that they are going to the western continent. They kept moving forward. A pair of eyes peer out from the darkness. The eyes open. The author reflects on Warren, a character they really liked, noting the weight and impact of the word genius. The author expresses their dislike for knights, stating that they are characters that also brought up the main point. The author recalls being told that Manhwa must be a certain way, but they ended up doing the opposite. The author states that they hammered down in reverse from what they heard back then, and did everything they were told not to do in a manhwa. The author apologizes for rambling and provides contact information for questions or inquiries. The author shares the meaning behind Tludia's name, which some folks asked about. The author describes it as just a play on words. The author congratulates Tanchirin on becoming a knight and hopes they will return from their service healthy. The author congratulates the artist of Boracom on completing their work, noting their skill and speed. The author congratulates Park Ji, who has worked on various series, calling them a great person in many ways. The author thanks Sujiangwa, the artist of Please Take Care of the Meteor Knight, for drawing Nephrin in a sparkling way, expressing their admiration. A congratulatory message from the artist Wanana, known for their work on Banana Tune, expresses their congratulations on the series completion. The message notes that this is the artist's first paid work and their first time creating congratulatory artwork, making it a great honor. A congratulatory message from the artist Gadja, who has worked on Punishment Girl and Vanishing Twin, includes artwork of Tludia and Huandang. The message expresses an attempt to capture Nephrin, Tludia, and Ram's deaths in the series conclusion, but due to the number of characters, Ram was omitted and the artist included themselves instead. The artist jokingly suggests that if anything happens to the author, they should be suspected first. The author expresses gratitude to everyone who congratulated them on the series completion. They also thank Commander Saja and Topap for their help, and finally, thank everyone for watching Precocious Child until the end. The author shares a note about the title, Precocious Child, explaining that it is the actual translation of the Korean title. They mention that previous translators came up with Epic of Gilgamesh, which was an influence, but not the title. The author notes that Precocious Child is catchier and has been used since the beginning, so it was left as is. The definition of precocious is provided as unusually advanced or mature in development, especially mental development. The blonde-haired knight shouts, her voice echoing across the battlefield. The pink-haired figure looks down, their expression unreadable. The figure stands on a battlefield littered with debris. The knight continues to yell, her face contorted in anger. She declares that the act is just a massacre and an unpardonable evil deed. A device is activated, emitting a mechanical sound. The device continues to operate, the sound growing louder. The knights stand behind the device, their faces grim. They have come to this place. Knight, Crimson Hippo, Hinsher looks down, listening intently. The speaker declares that Hinsher and the following 207 knights are no longer recognized as knights. The pink-haired figure is told that they are no longer the blood-red spider. Hinsher is told what she is now. A voice calls out, announcing their arrival. Master, I have come. Hinsher stands near a window, looking down at someone. The pink-haired man approaches, and she asks why he is so late, considering he just got here. She then lowers her head, questioning something. Lunar asks if she was sparring, and with whom. He then wonders who would dare. Hinsher replies that it was Lunar. Lunar questions if it was him, and someone off-panel comments that he must have gotten strong to be able to give Hinsher a bruise. Someone wonders how that guy is. Another person comments that he probably won't be able to get up yet, asking if he is okay. Hinsher states that she doesn't know why Lunar is always out to get her, raising a stick. Lunar catches the stick, wondering if it could be something like jealousy. Lunar swings the stick. Hinsher wonders if it's jealousy. Lunar states that she became a knight at the top. Lunar adds that the guy has never even won once against her. Also, he deflects the incoming attack with a sharp shoe. The wooden staff rings loudly as it connects. The force of the blow leaves him feeling numb. Hinsher remarks that Lunar has the current generation's strongest knight as his master. Lunar mutters about jealousy. He states that he doesn't understand, and questions if it's such a big deal. Hinsher says that it is something great, and also isn't such a big deal. Lunar asks if he is alright. Hinsher states that becoming a knight as a woman is a historic event. Hinsher says that since Lunar did something that amazing, there will be a day when it doesn't become such a big deal. Lunar replies that it was Hinsher who opened the world to such a beginning. He grips the wooden staff tightly. Hinsher tells Lunar that he must have a lot on his mind, and suggests they leave today's training up to here. Lunar replies that he is fine. Well, she raises her hand in greeting, a wide smile on her face. Hinsher, Lunar, standing beside another figure, looks up at someone in a window. Jinoges. A close-up reveals Jinoges, a young woman with short pink hair, looking down from the window. Meanwhile, Hinsher walks alongside Jinoges. It'll soon be complete. My weapon that's only for Hinsher. You'll be surprised. Lunar listens to Hinsher, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is that so? Lunar apologizes, a hint of regret in his voice. I'm sorry. I just have a lot of useless thoughts. A close-up on Lunar's hand, fingers interlaced, reveals his inner turmoil. Or would it have been better not to become a knight? Lunar reaches out, gently touching Hinsher's hand. Don't say such things. Lunar squeezes Hinsher's hand, offering reassurance. Having a lot on your mind means that your heart is becoming stronger. Lunar's expression is earnest as he speaks. I believe that Hinsher is a strong and most honorable knight that will never lose to anyone. Lunar's gaze is intense as he thinks of Jinoges. A vow is made, a promise whispered into the silence. I vow. Jinoges states that the only one who can win against him is just one person. Only him. Hinsher declares that he will become a knight that Lunar won't be ashamed of. Hinsher states that he made a vow to Jinoges. When that incident soon occurred. To be. A blade pierces downwards with immense force. A figure collapses to the ground. Two onlookers observe the scene, one uttering a choked sound. A hand flips a blade downwards. A figure with pink hair grins, a sword strapped to their back. The figure strides away, declaring, "Don't piss me off." One of the figures asks, "What the? Is it Spider again?" Another responds, "Still, he must really be strong." A voice wonders why he is acting like that. One of the figures sitting down asks, "Why can't he just get along with the other knights?" One of the figures replies, "Who knows?" Another figure says, "To be honest, I can understand his rough manner. Are you talking about Master?" A figure stands silhouetted, described as having overwhelming strength, unmatched in the history of the knights. That kind of existence, however, will always be surrounded by jealousy and envy. The blonde-haired woman listens intently as the white-haired man states that such an existence ends up being respected or feared by the people. The woman admits she's not sure if he's felt it as well, since he also attracts attention. The white-haired man declares he can't acknowledge her and challenges Hinsher to a bout. The white-haired man thinks that might be why he treasures only her. Hinsher looks on, a question mark floating above her head. A voice echoes, stating that since she's just like him. Hinsher's name is called out. The white-haired man, fists clenched, demands another bout, unable to accept it. Hinsher sighs. A hand reaches out, while the white-haired man looks tense. A hand pats someone's shoulder. She asks, concern etched on her face, "Are your wounds okay?" The pink-haired figure responds, "It was my bad." Elsewhere, three figures watch with wide eyes. One of them exclaims, What was that? Did she acknowledge me? That's it, right?" The pink-haired figure remains silent. She moves away, her expression unreadable. The pink-haired figure walks into the distance. A voice calls out, "Master, I have come." Plutia wonders, "Master? Are you going somewhere?" The pink-haired figure replies, "Yeah, I'm headed south." She thinks to herself, "A mission? It's probably similar." A faint smile plays on her lips. She paused, considering something. The blonde-haired figure stated that she was different from her. Plutia tilted her head, a silent question hanging in the air. The blonde-haired figure turned her head away. The blonde-haired figure walked towards Plutia, explaining that Jinoges was here and had something for her, a weapon and some kind of clothing. The blonde-haired figure confirmed and wished her a safe trip. Plutia watched the blonde-haired figure leave, and the blonde-haired figure told her to see her later. A weapon was pulled from the ground with a resounding boom. The blonde-haired figure sighed. Walking through a desolate landscape, the blonde-haired figure thought it was more difficult to handle than she thought. Holding the weapon, the blonde-haired figure thought it was a finicky weapon. Hinsher calls out, her expression questioning. "Hinsher." Jinoges bends over, panting. "Oh, Jinoges." Hinsher holds up a staff. "This hippo's jaw. I really like it. It's difficult to handle, but once I can handle it properly." Hinsher pauses, looking off-panel, lost in thought. Jinoges also looks off-panel, a troubled expression on his face. It's Spider. A lone figure in armor sits amidst a field of corpses, the aftermath of a brutal battle. The text reads, "The incident. The royal family occurred." The blonde-haired woman wonders if that is the kid. Chatter fills the air as the woman with blonde hair listens. Huandang states that the guy was born to be a knight, just like that. The blonde-haired woman says, "Of course, since Master is really strong," and when she saw him, she was certain. The blonde-haired woman wonders if it could be possible that, from the outset, such a thing as being a knight was created for someone like Huandang. Huandang says, "Just like that." The blonde-haired woman states that he'll become the greatest knight. The blonde-haired woman recalls people seeing her and saying. The panel shows the name of Huandang. Huandang tells Hinsher not to let it get to her. Someone says that the knights are gathering around the emperor. The knights walk. A crowd of figures pledges their loyalty, their faces a mix of determination and apprehension. Huandang observes the scene with a critical gaze, his expression unreadable. Another figure watches with a concerned look. A lone figure stands on a raised platform, bathed in light. The crowd below seems to be looking up at them. Huandang's gaze hardens as he listens to the words spoken from the platform. The air crackles with unspoken tension. that they're different from Spider. Huan Dang turns to the crowd, his eyes narrowed. Why are you all here? He asks, his voice carrying a hint of challenge. Confusion ripples through the crowd. One figure whispers, what? Another murmurs, that's. Hinsher steps forward, her expression resolute. What are you all doing here? She demands, her voice cutting through the murmurs. Another figure retorts. Why are you asking like you don't know? Because of your master's brutality, in order to prove our loyalty as knights. Huan Dang's gaze intensifies, his eyes piercing. So, why are you here? He repeats, pressing for an answer. A figure reacts with surprise, their eyes widening. Because. Hinsher turns and walks away, her words echoing in the air. The place where we should be isn't here. The path to proving we're different from him. That's. A figure holds up a tying object, a knowing smile playing on their lips. Use this to tie it. It shouldn't break apart in most cases. Hands reach out, grabbing at her long blonde hair. She walks away, her red cloak fluttering behind her. A knight, the Crimson Hippo, Hinsher. Hinsher kneels before a distant figure, promising to bring the severed head of Spider. Standing, she affirms her commitment. Yes, without fail. A crowd gathers behind Hinsher, their faces a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. Hinsher turns, her gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Is there anyone who will follow me? The crowd stares back, a silent sea of faces. A long line of figures stretches into the distance, following a path through the desolate landscape. Hinsher walks alongside another figure, their expressions unreadable. She pauses, a moment of quiet contemplation. Two figures observe the growing procession. Where are you all flocking to? Candincha's expression is unreadable as she looks down. The pink-haired figure asks why she did what she did, addressing her as master. Clenching her fist, Candincha thinks she should no longer regard him as her master. Her gaze hardens, a resolve forming in her eyes. The word Hayas hangs in the air, a binding vow. Candincha recalls the knight's oath. Her vow was not to kill those that didn't speak with her. Even now, if he doesn't speak with her, she won't kill him. What will she do? The pink-haired figure exhales. The pink-haired figure challenges her, asking what she's waiting for and to come at him. Energy crackles around Candincha as she prepares for battle. A trail of light streaks across the sky. Candincha stands on a platform, facing a figure wielding a large hammer. A close-up reveals the two figures facing each other, one with pink hair and the other with blonde hair. Two figures stand poised, facing one another. The air crackles with anticipation. Their eyes, windows to the soul, lock in a silent battle of wills. Met. A blinding flash erupts, signaling the clash of powers. Eyes of insight pierce the veil, seeking the truth within. Hinsher's ability allows her to see through everything of the opponent. It penetrates the opponent's will, seeing what's hidden inside. However, this ability has its ups and downs, adjusting based on Hinsher's current state. Hinsher's state was at its peak. Tragically, the name Huan Dang appears. Two figures stand atop a mountain of rubble. Candincha stands ready, her spear planted firmly on the ground. The shadow figure lunges forward, spear aimed at Candincha. Hinsher prepares to unleash her power. A projectile hurtles through the air. Three figures watch with concern. Candincha clashes with the shadow figure, their spears meeting with a resounding clang. A blue light emanates from below. The shadow figure and Candincha continue their fierce battle. Genoges exclaims that someone has made something incredible. The shadow figure lunges forward once more. He is caught in the blast as the ground erupts in a violent explosion, sending debris flying towards the onlookers. The force of the attack leaves the shadow figure surrounded by crumbling earth, struggling to maintain his footing. Candincha soars through the air, cape billowing behind her as she relentlessly pursues her quarry. Another explosion rocks the battlefield as Candincha continues her assault, the ground trembling beneath her feet. The shadow figure grimaces, a thin line of blood trickling from a fresh cut on his cheek. Candincha's expression hardens with determination, her eyes fixed on her opponent. She continues her advance through the shattered landscape, closing the distance between them. Candincha raises her weapon, a surge of energy crackling around the blade as she prepares to strike. The shadow figure braces himself, knowing the next blow could be decisive. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving the shadow figure battered and bruised. Candincha leaps forward, her weapon poised to deliver the final, crushing blow. The weapon connects with devastating force, the sound echoing across the ravaged landscape. The pink-haired warrior stands firm, spear in hand. A blonde-haired figure watches from behind. A fierce grin spreads across the warrior's face. Debris rains down around them. The warrior stands victorious over a fallen foe. A voice booms. Honor is a luxury to a devil. Two figures join the pink-haired warrior. One declares, "We'll also help, Hinsher." The blonde-haired figure cries out, "Wait. Stop." A spear flies through the air. The warrior is surrounded by a swarm of enemies. The warrior glances down at the blonde-haired figure, who struggles to rise. The blonde-haired figure looks up at the warrior with concern. The warrior declares, "You can't kill them, since the role of a knight is precious." The Crimson Hippo unleashes a guttural roar, her power intensifying. Plutia clashes against her, blue energy crackling between them. The onlookers are amazed, witnessing a battle between equals. Hinsher's expression hardens, her focus absolute. A figure with white hair observes, wondering if Hinsher is being pushed back. Another wonders if she is hesitating, and if they should help. No. No. Knights are a dangerous existence. They have the strength to flip the world over. Reins are needed to restrain them. They're not horses, but dragons. To rein in a dragon, is that even possible? The knights, themselves, will become reins. Through me. She stared, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Lydia thought, those eyes. I was worried. But in the end, a voice, strained and weak, echoed in the emptiness. Why? Come, Hinsher. My pupil isn't that weak. The arrogant and heinous Devil Knight slaughtered the royal family of an empire because he didn't like them. The hero that punished the Devil Knight was Crimson Hippo Hinsher. Through this event, the name of the Devil Knight disappeared from the annals of history without a trace. The color of blood and the word spider were no longer given to knights. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she brought forth the age of honor. Did the Devil Knight really commit massacre for no reason at all? Huandang says, come, Hinsher. Because knights are dangerous beings, in order to restrain them. Why? Huandang asks, you planning to hesitate? He thinks, my pupil isn't that weak. Truly a devil. Huandang says, I don't plan to go easy on you just because you're my pupil. He stands over Hinsher, ready to strike. Huandang throws a punch. Hinsher crashes into a wall. Hinsher's allies call out her name. Hinsher lies on the ground. Hinsher's face is shown. Hinsher wonders what is happening. Huandang stands over Hinsher, who wonders what a knight is. Knights have enormous power. It's true that as time passes, knights become stronger. Something is needed to restrain them. That is also true. However, even if that is the case, the others are insignificant. The pink-haired character thinks that though that difference will eventually catch up as time passes. It could be that in a couple hundred years, some people at their level might be scattered around. Huandang asks if the pink-haired character's hair is bothering them. The pink-haired character is tense, wondering what's bothering them right now. Even if that is the case, it is you. The pink-haired character stares intently. Huandang says that the pink-haired character's thinking could be right, and agrees. In the end, their actions will have brought positive results. But even if that is the case, evil deeds are evil deeds. Huandang says that the pink-haired character was wrong. The pink-haired character coughs. But a distant battlefield stretches out, tiny figures locked in combat amidst the dust and smoke. A lone figure stands amidst the devastation, the air still crackling with energy. The figure gazes up at a massive, glowing structure looming in the distance, a silent boom echoing in the air. Energy blades clash, sparks flying as two warriors engage in a fierce duel. One with white hair shouts, "This isn't the time to be like this. Let us go as well." Another, with pink hair, responds, "Put our life on the line." Silhouetted figures stand together, weapons raised, a unified cry rising from their ranks. For honor. A close-up reveals a hand, scarred and weathered, reaching out. Staggering back, the blonde-haired warrior struggles to regain their footing, breathing heavily. Hinsher walks away, her expression unreadable. A close-up shows Hinsher's face, etched with determination and weariness. A voice calls out, "Raise your head, Hinsher. You're a hero. You have to do it." A hand clenches into a fist, the sound of impact echoing. Standing before a vast battlefield, Hinsher declares that they are now engraved in the history of the world. She warns that no matter how strong a knight is, they will fall if they turn their backs on honor. She asserts that those present will turn their backs on her, the Crimson Hippo Hinsher, and all knights. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the horizon, gripping a long weapon. Candincha asks about Hinsher. Another replies that she said to go on ahead. Candincha looks up, thinking of Hinsher. A figure stands on a cliff, the wind blowing. The figure stands, the words stand appearing nearby. The landscape stretches out under a dusky sky. A young man with white hair stands in the wind. Hinsher grips her staff, her expression unreadable as she stares into the distance. A gloved hand knocks firmly on a wooden door. "Are you in?" a voice calls out. Inside, a man turns his head, startled by the sudden knocking. Someone wipes down a surface, preparing to greet their visitor. One moment, they call out. The man stands in the doorway, waiting. The hand reaches for the door's handle. The door creaks open, revealing the man. He smiles. "Ah, you've come." A voice says, "I've finished what you ordered." The scene shifts to a view of a cobblestone street lined with buildings. The man's face is partially obscured. He exclaims, "Master." "Ah, yes." A woman states, "The order for the keel wood." One of the men says, "Ah, the same quantity as last month will be fine." The woman replies, "Yes." The man apologizes, "Sorry, Talton." The woman responds, "No problem. There are times when people space out." He flinches, reacting to the news. "They said that Hinsher did it." Talton says, "Talton, I'm sorry but..." The woman gestures, saying, "Please go ahead. Take." The man nods. A figure watches as a crowd runs. One of the men says, "As expected, he must have been very worried. It was no joke." Another man lifts a heavy object, saying, "Ah, so damn heavy." Hinsher smirks. The name Hinsher echoes, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Hinsher's name is spoken with a hint of longing. A small figure weaves through a crowd, muttering apologies. The crowd erupts in cheers and shouts. Someone exclaims that they're really back, while another wonders if it's true. Hinsher's name is mentioned again as someone looks around. The person continues to look around, a hint of concern in their expression. The individual stands alone, seemingly searching for someone. A figure stands before a cheering crowd, their silhouette stark against the sky. The narration states that on that glorious day, Hinsher wasn't there. No one knew the reason for Hinsher's absence, while others were drunk on honor and glory. He waited for her, under the fading light of dusk and the cold gaze of the stars. Two figures approach each other on a desolate landscape, their footsteps echoing in the silence. A voice calls out, addressing someone as master. The pair stands together, a brief moment of connection before one of them blows a cluster of glowing sparks into the wind. And around the time when the season changed, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the sky. Footsteps echo between towering pillars as a figure walks through the grand structure. A close-up reveals a face, a flicker of hope in their eyes. Luna had come back. It was stated that Hinsher wasn't behind them, so he had gone to search for her. But in the end, he couldn't find her, so he came back. Again, he waited for her. Time passed, the seasons shifting around the solitary figure. Time kept passing, the leaves falling like tears. The seasons continued to turn, but still, she did not return. The season he had spent together with her returned, but that season, she was no longer there. And so, cruelly, time kept passing. A voice spoke, questioning the situation. How could something bad have happened to the world's strongest knight? Talton spoke, stating that he would be going, wondering if Hinsher might have just gotten lost. A request was made to look after the smithy. He walked away, the wind carrying fallen leaves around him. A sigh escaped her lips. It was heavy, really heavy. And again, the season he had spent together with her returned. And that season, she was no longer there. And now, he too was no longer there. He walked, pleading, "Wait for me, Hinsher, for I can no longer wait." The wind howls across the desolate landscape, a mournful cry echoing through the emptiness. Footsteps mark the barren ground, each footfall a testament to a journey through this forsaken place. The footsteps continue, a silent promise of perseverance in the face of desolation. Having set off to find Hinsher, Plydia recalls this was the first location she arrived at. Plydia stands before a place that has now been etched into history. She wonders if there is nothing here. Plydia is surprised. Plydia stands with her sword. Plydia's eye is shown. Plydia wonders where Hinsher could have gone. She continues her search, her expression resolute against the backdrop of the desolate sky. A silent vow echoes in her mind. She won't give up, ever. Where could Hinsher have gone? Going to where she might be, Plydia's boots crunch on the debris-strewn ground. This was the next location that she arrived at. It was a battlefield. Standing amidst the ruins, she continues her relentless search. Lowering her head, she pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. This land, Nalton, was once caught in a long state of war, on the defensive due to Spider, the Devil Knight's massacre of the royal family. She came thinking that maybe Hinsher would be here, but is she not here? A rustle in the distance makes her pause. Plydia's search ends as she finds Hinsher huddled amongst the rubble. She notices a child in the desolate landscape. Plydia remarks on the danger of the place, warning the child. Plydia asks where the child's parents are, the wind whistling past. The sound of a horn echoes in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of battle. A battle cry pierces the air. Plydia's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling on her face. A dark-haired woman clutches her head, seemingly overwhelmed by the sounds of conflict. Close-ups of Plydia's eyes reveal a deep concern. Her gloved hand trembles slightly. Plydia clenches her fist, a silent struggle evident in her posture. However, Plydia steels herself, her gaze firm despite the woman's distress. A voice echoes, stating that thinking what's right won't protect this child. She reflects on the existence of knights, beings who pursue what's right and are able to save people. Hinsher is no longer next to her. Right now, he pulls out his sword. He says not to worry. They yell that they are civilians and not their enemy. The text describes an excited state and a high level of tension due to fighting, and a lot of their own kin have died. Emotions that have piled on due to a long war made it a difficult situation for the right decision to be made on the battlefield. He swings his sword. He says it's all right, unless it was a knight. Someone asks who Hinsher is. Plydia asks if he got hurt anywhere, but he says it's not her and thanks her. She asks him to please leave, since she's here. That side will also call a knight, and this place will become a mess. He reflects that almost all of the royal family is dead, and wouldn't it be similar to the war's meaning and purpose disappearing? That's correct, the pretext of war, that's important for waging war. With the royal function almost gone, it could be seen as there being no longer a reason for this war. But with the war becoming longer, a reason has now taken form for the soldiers. A soldier declares a reason to see the war to its end. Lunar remains silent. Plydia states that it will soon end, the sound of metal clanging in the background. In the first place, there wasn't sufficient justification to deploy enough knights. Plydia is told that she is handling quite a large sword. She responds that she received it, but a greatsword really isn't her preference, using it mostly as a shield. Lunar exclaims, offering Plydia a dagger, stating that it is for saving her and will really come in handy. Lunar asks her to please use it justly. Plydia thanks him. Lunar grasps the hand of a dark-haired woman, wishing her the fortunes of war and telling her to let's go. Plutia runs, while Lunar feels something. Plutia notes that it's a good dagger. Because of the dagger that Noges gave, the Naltan Empire was able to win this battle and avoid being destroyed. They set off again. Will they be able to meet her? To be. 5 years pass. A gloved hand raises a heavy hammer. The hammer strikes the metal, sending sparks flying. The blade glows with heat as it is hammered into shape. The blacksmith pauses, sweat beading on his brow as he gazes at his work. He still wasn't able to meet her. The finished blade is plunged into water, the hiss of steam filling the air. A young voice calls out, "Dad, Dad." 2 children brandish their wooden swords. One exclaims, "See which is better." The other replies, "Yeah." Kosan is asked what happened to his face. He replies that he hit him. Another voice confirms with a yeah. The woman asks why Kosan hit him. Kosan's father explains that it was because he kept saying his was better. The woman replies that he still shouldn't have hit him. The father looks on. The woman asks if Kosan did wrong, and he confirms. She tells him to stay quiet. Plutia states that since it's dangerous, he will make sure Kosan learns how to make it properly from now on, and that dad will teach him. Plutia says that Korin's is definitely. The woman says HRM, and that she tried making it so that anyone could use it to easily kill a person. Plutia says no, it can't be that way. The woman thinks that if it's made that way, the weapon will end up consuming both the wielder and the weapon itself. Plutia states that when a weapon is made, each weapon may have a use, but that can't be the purpose. The woman thinks to herself. Plutia says that it must be difficult to understand, but knowing that is the job of a blacksmith, and it is also his job to teach them that. Plutia says that he'll make the strongest weapon and have the strongest knight wield it. The woman thinks that is who you give the weapon to. Plutia states that because despite how a weapon is made, it'll be up to the wielder on how it's used in the end. Noges pats Plutia on the shoulder, reminding him to keep in mind that it's not over once he's done making it. Since he's also a blacksmith now, Plutia looks thoughtful. Genoges was a great blacksmith who ushered in the masterpiece era. During his lifetime, he went to war zones and gathered the children. Most of the children became excellent blacksmiths that also gathered other war orphans. Time passed. Plutia gasps, thinking of his dad. He wasn't able to meet her yet. Corin. Plutia clasps his hands together, listening. You're Genoges now? Ensure that the Genoges name doesn't disappear. Plutia gasps. Even if I'm not here. A torso is shown. Genoges died at the age of 39. To find her, he set off once again. A building stands in the distance. The blonde-haired woman exhales, while the black-haired woman looks on. The black-haired woman asks what she is doing and why she doesn't go in already. The blonde-haired woman admits she is nervous, thinking that coming back tomorrow will be better. She finds this frustrating. The blonde-haired woman and the black-haired woman push something forward. Nephrin and Hadar urge them to come and push, with Nephrin saying it looks fun. Hadar tells her to stop making such an annoyed expression. The blonde-haired woman and the black-haired woman continue to push. A man welcomes them to the Genoges smithy. The blonde-haired woman asks if they did not come here for them. The blonde-haired woman looks on. A woman wonders aloud, while another sniffs and asks a question. A third exclaims that someone is crying. It has been 544 years. She was back. A woman believes that magic can make everyone happy. The hand lowers. Plutia asks if he will be all right. Another figure responds that he probably can't even die. Plutia says to worry about their own road ahead. A gust of wind blows past. A voice says goodbye, hoping that they find happiness. Plutia is asked if she has decided on the destination. She responds that of course she has, but then admits that she hasn't. Plutia knew it. She sighs, saying that they should head east, as her mother once told her that there were people living there. A figure says that's Mushia for you. Another figure tells them to shut it. Huandang asks if it's magic. A figure responds yes. She gives a thumbs up, stating that you could believe in a miracle, but in truth, Huandang wonders what the others are doing to kick them out, questioning if they can even hear everything. She then wonders if they could be that capable of believing it. The other woman states that it seems they don't really trust people. A man shakes his head, while Plutia and Huandang look on. Plutia and Huandang are seen from a distance, while a man questions if it's magic. Plutia says yes. A man looks on with a serious expression. Huandang asks if they can show them, and Plutia responds with a huh. A voice says of course. A hand reaches out, and a whirring sound is heard. A voice says that magical energy is everywhere, it's just that they don't recognize it. Another voice says that they're basically asking for a favor from these magical energies. A voice says, with your heart. Another voice says that they believe that magic can bring them happiness. A man thinks to himself, and then says that he truly hopes so too. A man is seen with a fur coat, and Plutia exclaims, really? Of course, Huandang hopes so. Speaking of which, he asks if she can help them with her magic. Plutia wonders what seems to be the problem. Huandang explains that she just needs to cast destructive magic at the place he's pointing at. Plutia looks surprised. Plutia notices people over there. Huandang says that they're getting ready for another assault, and that his tribe will probably get massacred by them. Huandang says that her magic can bring them happiness. Plutia waits a minute, wondering if it's her magic. Huandang says that it can definitely bring people happiness. Huandang says that's correct. They're people, the people that killed their tribesmen. He mutters to himself. Plutia wonders what that means, referring to Huan Dang as Big Brother. Huan Dang says that nobody believed in them, but these people, that they found through hardship, believed in them. Plutia uses her magic to bring people happiness, asking for a favor from energies. A hand glows with an ethereal light, energy coalescing within its grasp. The power seems to pulse with a life of its own, waiting to be unleashed with heart. Huan Dang cries out, channeling the magic. He commands it to bring people, his hands radiating a blinding light as the incantation echoes around him. It was the first time. The landscape warps under the strain of the magic, the earth smoldering as the air crackles with unseen energy. In the distance, Plutia watches, a terrible magic in her heart. The sky above shifts, a canvas of purple and pink reflecting the turmoil below. Exhausted, Huan Dang collapses, his body unable to withstand the raw power he has unleashed. His eyes flicker, reflecting the chaotic energy that still courses through his veins. A faint smile graces his lips as figures materialize in the distance, brought forth by his magic. It can definitely work. A flash of light illuminates the scene as the summoned figures begin to take shape, solidifying into reality. Bring people. But the smile fades as a wave of pain washes over him. Huan Dang screams, a desperate plea to stop the process. He gasps for air, his body trembling as the magic continues to ravage him from within. Mui Thin, if it's your magic. His hands clench, squeezing something unseen as he whispers an apology. I'm sorry, Maltian. Huan Dang's face contorts in agony, his scream echoing through the ravaged landscape. What is it? A close-up reveals a face with a sharp gaze and pointed ears. The text identifies Mui Tin as the first to be aware of magic, the first almighty magician, a legendary magician that was loved by magical energy. The words echo. These were, please get rid of magic. His last words. One man states that the chief and another person are gone. Another man asks what happened. A lone figure stands in a vast desert. Someone walks. The wind blows through someone's hair. Someone says they are really sorry, Big Brother. They ask to please get rid of magic. Someone stands in the desert and says those words, I can't do it. Someone is called the first magician. Text states that the first magician had the most talent and was loved by magical energy. Text states that the magic wasn't invented by him, but rather discovered, and with that amazing talent, it was merely realized. The journal that had everything recorded lies open. Could magic be erased if the journal was destroyed? Mutin's name echoes in her mind. Magic won't disappear. A genius like Muitin will someday be born. Magic will then be discovered and realized through that person, and that person could then be used by other people, just like Muitin. So that such a thing won't ever happen again, magic can't disappear. Rather, it needs to be protected so that magic can be used correctly. So that there won't be a second instance of Muitin ever again, she thinks, resolving to stop that. Even if it's for Muitin? No, that's not it. For not being able to honor your last words. In order to, rather than the words of the dead, she'd like to think about those that are living. It will be done for that reason. In order to protect magic so that magic won't be misused, and so that magic can be used correctly, gathering kids that had talent was established, and teaching them magic was a huge success. Muitin. His talent was enormous. I'm sorry, Muitin. What is it? Lady Mushia rushes forward. It's Malto. The talent in magic was distinct, and there were cases where many problems arose due to the adverse reactions of magical energy on the body. The majority of the cases were of hair falling out. I know. It's obvious. A kid that's intact was teasing and bullying a kid that wasn't intact. No, it can't be this way. A hand demonstrates how things won't progress like this, cutting a lock of hair. Malto calls out, wondering if it's Lady Mushia. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air as the hair is raised for the cut. Lady Mushia executes the cut with a sharp snip. Someone reacts to the cutting of the hair, their expression a mix of surprise and concern. The severed strands of hair lie scattered on the ground. Lady Mushia remains silent, not uttering a single word. The hair cutting continues, observed by a group of onlookers. It was enough. From that point on, cutting your hair held great meaning in Malto. Mushia, although paradoxically she couldn't use magic at all, was the second magician that was wise. Although Mushia wasn't a magician, there were no shortcomings in calling her the second wise magician. In the end, what kind of end would she meet? It wasn't all easygoing. Lady Mushia scribbles on a piece of paper. There were only so many that reached the realm of magic. There were no more than that. The magic research they were doing was merely realizing their magic. Muitin wonders when their magic exceeds hers. She sighs, questioning if she made the right choice. Just as Muitin said, should she have gotten rid of magic? As such, she worried about such inconsequential things, and time passed by. Because beside her was Malto. Malto gives her flowers. Muitin smiles, thinking her big brother's death won't be known. Without people knowing about Mutin's unfortunate death, Malto thinks he will always be praised as the first magician that discovered magic. Malto vows to make it so. She concealed her concern and worried. She searched for a solution and was happy, while also harboring her unhappiness. In a manner of speaking, it could be said to have been an ordinary life. A couple hundred years later, she became a legend, and Malto was still around. Then one day a young girl. It was the appearance of a genius magician. Morin is called out. The teacher scolds her for spacing out again, asking if she was even listening. Morin thinks to herself that everyone is putting their expectations on her, but it's so easy. The teacher says that even without her doing that, magic is extremely difficult. Magician Morin. The teacher exclaims that she's taking another shortcut, but Morin thinks that writing it this way is more convenient. The teacher asks if that should really be the state of mind of a person that walks the path of magic. It was an age where magic was influenced by talent, where the order and way of magic was in disarray, and her theories were despised. Morin wonders if Lady Mushia were alive, would she really hate it? At the age of 15, she had already surpassed her teacher. A few years later, she formally presented her theories. However, the people chatter about her theories, questioning if it's even valid and how dare a young one try to teach them. The bald man declares that the research into her theories is hereby prohibited. Magic was exclusively for those that were chosen. That was Malto's position. The man asks if she understands. They aren't getting through. There was almost no chance of anything being able to leave Morin's lips. What a stubborn group of old folks. She was timid, elder, that brat Morin, but bold. Her thoughts were executed into action. Morin was timid. She escaped Malto after looking through all of Mushia's handwritten records that only elder-level magicians were permitted to read. Although it could be seen as being inconsequential, it was considered a serious offense in Malto, causing such a fuss over that. Although her viewpoint didn't leave her lips, her beliefs wouldn't bend. Try following me. It was the beginning of the third legend. She must be found and brought back no matter what. This day, Morin. A year has passed. Morin is seen in the distance. Kandinsha responds, yes. Morin is surrounded. He shouts, we've finally caught you. You can no longer run away now. Give up, Morin. Kandinsha thinks to herself, I haven't been captured yet. Also, no, forget it. Morin thinks, if you come quietly, the best I can do will be to sentence. Since you're in existence that can become a great magician. He then wonders about the clothing. Morin exclaims, it's a joke. Kandinsha remains silent. Morin asks, teacher, I have a question. He thinks to himself that she is taking the question in the midst of all this. Kandinsha wonders, who's the immortal? She thinks there's definitely something to learn from that person, and that it's stated as Malt Yun in Lady Mushia's records. Morin thinks about the clothing, noting it wasn't to his liking. He wonders what it could be, and realizes it can't be. Morin and Kandinsha stand before the code. He thinks, just what, in this situation? He realizes it was all solved. The code is shown. It reads, Mushia, no, every magician writes their research in code. It's so that their magic won't easily be leaked. The few elder-level magicians knew this and attempted to decipher Mushia's documents for many years. However, not even half of the code was solved. The question remained, how was it solved? It wasn't by stealing the records. Was it transcribed? No, there wasn't time to do that. Walk forward 7 steps. Oh right, wait. Teacher. Anyway, thanks for answering. Also, you should study more. A group of figures walks across the desert landscape. She didn't get caught by us. She had something to ask. So it was on purpose? The title card reads, Huan Dang. A close-up of a red-haired character shows a surprised expression. The ground. You rescued me, right? Anyway, thank you very much. You were the one who did that. Just come along. Why? Are you really curious about why? He runs, his expression unreadable. Huan Dang's face is blank. Kneeling before a complex diagram, Huan Dang mutters, it's not working. He thinks, so easy, why can't he do it? For it to work, you have to understand it. Are you a beginner? He continues, she brought me along. No, intermediate. Huan Dang muses, wouldn't this serve as a warning to Malto? He thinks, hurry up and give it a try. It's to prove that in theory, this method is generally better. So to speak, I am a hostage here. Huan Dang performs magic, then exclaims, I did it. I did it right. He then cautions, be careful of fires, followed by a disappointed, He is told, you did well. Huan Dang replies, that was exactly it. He is then told, still a long way to go. Huan Dang blushes, thinking, did she smile? He reflects, being a hostage or whatever no longer mattered. He just wanted to see the sight of her smiling. Huan Dang stands alone in a bright space, thinking, I guess I do feel somewhat proud. Kandinsha asks the red-haired character what their name is. The character responds, Henji. Kandinsha acknowledges Henji's name. She thinks to herself that Henji must be embarrassed and wonders if that is important right now. Kandinsha explains that in the end, what's important is that there are no errors. She continues that if there's an error in the method, it won't be invoked properly, and in fact, it could also go wrong. She adds that in the case of the order, emotions are also important. Henji mumbles to themselves. Henji opens their eyes wide. A small flame appears in Henji's hand. Kandinsha asks if they are sure this works. Henji replies that they are, but it's not working. Kandinsha tells Henji that they are just not able to do it. Henji thinks to themselves that if they just do it normally, they can make at least this much of a flame. Kandinsha says that it's probably because Henji is not influencing the magical energy. She reminds Henji that just reciting it isn't everything, and that she told them that emotions are also important. Henji says that they don't lie. Kandinsha replies that Henji can do that much, at least if they do it her way, in theory. Henji asks if they did it properly, this place would have all been burnt. Kandinsha tells Henji to stop lying. Henji says, and asks where they are going, telling Kandinsha to keep practicing. Henji, beaming, asks if Kandinsha doesn't normally smile much. Kandinsha, looking away, asks what he means. Henji clarifies that he didn't mean it in a bad way. Kandinsha thinks to herself that she's never felt the need to laugh. Kandinsha states that she also objects to the need to laugh, finding something about it cool. Henji wonders if it means the effectiveness of her magic will increase. Henji asks if Kandinsha can smile broadly just once. Kandinsha refuses, asking why she would. Henji sniffs, then says it would be motivating and he thinks it'd be good. Kandinsha considers the motivation, wondering if it means the effectiveness will increase. Henji asks if she'll consider it, and she says yeah. Henji giggles, declaring he'll do his best, first running and having dinner prepared before he gets there. He exclaims yes. Henji hums. Kandinsha thinks it's too hard. Kandinsha attempts to smile, thinking it's just why it would be motivating. She declares that special training is starting today. Below, Morin is shocked, exclaiming that this is the first time he's hearing this. Tlutia states that Morin probably didn't say anything. Morin asks why she didn't tell him, and Tlutia responds that it's because she just decided right now. Tlutia stands on a beach, looking out at the water. Morin is practicing rolling, falling, and cramming. Tlutia thinks to herself that she needs an existence to reproduce her method, in theory. Morin asks if Tlutia couldn't do it herself. Tlutia thinks to herself, not me. She then wonders why. Tlutia states that she is proof. Tlutia thinks about the need to prove the method, in theory, because she must exist as that proof. Below, Tlutia and Morin walk on the beach. Tlutia thinks to herself that this is what she couldn't ask, didn't want to ask, and didn't want to know. However, Morin yells Morin's name, stating that he didn't want to know that. Below, Tlutia huffs. Tlutia asks if Morin is okay. Below, Morin and another character walk through a forest. Morin thinks to himself that it's finally happening. The text states that parting ways always come suddenly. A gust of cold wind blows through the scene. The speaker considers the potential consequences. If he gets sick, it will hinder his learning. A frustrated shout echoes. Morin complains that it's too difficult, but the other person assures him it's easy, stating that it can be like that. Morin is told that if he masters the order, it's possible to invoke magic without cutting his lips. The other person adds that it's just the same as the existing magic. The other person explains that it's the same up to the casting part, but it changes after that. The narrator describes the effects as similar to a spoon or a ladle, but Morin doesn't think it seems like much of a difference. The other person states that it feels like they're getting somewhere, and that it feels like they're trying to cut these days. Morin is asked what he means by acting cute, and the other person says it's disheartening. Morin is devoted. Someone grabs Morin. She looks back, a worried expression etched on her face. A hand suddenly reaches out, fingers closing around Morin's arm with a firm grip. Malto asks, concern lacing his voice, "Are you okay?" No matter how twisted the path may be. Morin thinks back to her teacher. She recalls someone saying that he doesn't seem like a magician, and another voice saying that they hired him in order to catch her. A voice declares that when it feels like they've almost caught her, she escapes like it's nothing. Another voice says that they judge that they can't overcome her, and that's why this man was hired, in order to catch her. Someone thinks about magic. A voice says that's why they can't be overcome, by you people. Huan Dang yells at Morin to get behind him. Someone says that's why this man was hired, with a sword that's not. He tells someone to move. Someone is attacked by fire. A figure is consumed by a roaring inferno, the heat radiating outwards with explosive force. Someone stumbles away, fleeing the intense heat and chaos. A sudden attack descends from above, the impact shaking the ground. A voice cries out, stopping the yelling. A surge of magical energy erupts, a swirling vortex of power. The figure's eyes widen in shock, a silent scream etched on their face. The figure cries out, "Morin!" The figure thinks, how lucky, is it not luck? No, now's not the time to be thinking about this. Morin, her face grim, unleashes a torrent of crackling lightning. The figure watches with concern. A desperate cry echoes, "Oh, Earth!" A powerful force slams into a figure, the ground rumbling from the impact. The blonde-haired figure states to the red-haired man, "See that?" The red-haired man places a sword into the wall, stating, "I told you it works." The red-haired man asks, "Did you memorize the order?" The blonde-haired figure responds, "Yes, as well as the formation that was written here before." The red-haired man asks, "Is it amplified when used together?" The red-haired man says, "Let's go." It's just a matter of time for them to climb over it. The blonde-haired figure turns and says, "Morin." The red-haired man responds, "I'll." Morin mumbles his own name. He says he'll go. The light orange-haired character trails off, before saying they said let's go. A hand squeezes something tightly. The character tells Morin not to smile. Morin's name is called out. The time has come. The light orange-haired character is told that he said so before. He says that he's in existence to spread the method, in theory, for him to go back to Malto. He'll spread it once he returns to Malto, now's the time. The light orange-haired character is told that in other words, he's saying that he'll be bait. The light orange-haired character is told that's it, and to shut up. He says that he changed his mind, and doesn't need something like that. A crack echoes as something shatters. If they keep going like this, they'll both get caught. Please, escape while I persuade the elder. Rubble crumbles around him. He states that he'll be fine. He remembers a promise. It's not that kind of an expression. You said you'd smile. Lightning crackles around him. He stands alone in a desolate landscape. Someone says he's quite bold, Henji. You've also learned some useless things. Move. He thinks to himself that he won't stay still. He can't stay sad like this. He can't get caught here. He states that he's Morin. No one can break me. A mountain looms in the distance. Henji's persuasion succeeded. A sigh escapes the hooded figure. It's possible that Malto could have been killed, and they are more than capable of doing so. But if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of a will to learn, the figure straightens. He decided to find out about Melidian, the immortal that was written in Mushia's documents. If he finds him, he's sure that magic will go up a level. He memorized it, but he just couldn't recall it. Morin states his name. He won't be broken. Henji says thanks to Morin, he's changed a lot. He's no longer here, and he just needs to go on as usual. If there's no will to learn, Malto ought to perish. There's no longer anyone to stop him. Morin smiles. A voice declares that something is true. Two figures converse, while another confirms the truth of a matter. The story ends. Plutia exhales, then begins to walk away. She turns around, her expression unreadable behind her mask. A cloaked figure walks through the forest. The cloaked figure says, "Peekaboo." The cloaked figure asks if she is Magenta Falcone, and then states that he knows she is Black Rooster. He adds that the rumors of the night hunts were true. The cloaked figure states that there is no need to explain. Plutia asks how he could have forgotten about the morals of the Devil Knight, and if he isn't worried about the consequences. She thinks that he was somewhat crazy, but looks completely gone. Huandang attacks Plutia. She stands in the ruined landscape, her voice laced with annoyance. Plutia says, "Fundamentally, you guys talk too much. I almost got dizzy." Plutia's eyes narrow behind her mask. She mutters, having it circle around. A distant explosion rocks the area. Plutia reels from the force of the blast, gritting her teeth. She finds herself in a forest, the trees stark against the sky. Plutia launches an attack. She coughs, the air thick with dust and smoke. Huandang stands before her, seemingly unfazed. He remarks, "Not bad." Huandang continues, his tone condescending. "Can't get your bearings straight? To attack in that situation. Incredible. I had the advantage, yet I took more damage. You're in that state because you were careless. How arrogant." A smile plays on Huandang's lips. "You know, this hurts a bit. How about letting me go? Honorably. You think I'll let you escape? You'll never lose me." Huandang's smile widens. "Oh really?" Plutia launches another attack, moving with blinding speed. The two figures face off in the distance, ready to continue their battle. Plutia is shocked by something. Huandang spins, preparing to attack. He attacks, his weapon slicing through the air. Huandang is coming out to a clear area, making it easier to swing around. Plutia wonders if he lured her. Plutia looks down. She sees that the wound is real. Huandang's hand shifts, claws extending from his fingers. Huandang, the Black Rooster, says he should start seeing an end to this. Black Rooster and Magenta Falcon stand ready, their weapons drawn. A figure laughs, asking if this is a joke to them. The figure questions their own motives, stating they put their life on the line for a joke because they do. The figure grits their teeth, realizing something is gone. Black Rooster scoffs, remarking that there's not even a shred of honor in the figure. He adds that other knights are honorably putting their lives on the line elsewhere, and asks how a guy like them could be a knight. He says they are saying their life amounts to nothing more than a joke, and proposes a nice fight with their foul prides on the line, asking if they shall see which bird is stronger. The figure tells them to look here. The figure states that it'll all go as they planned. The figure is shocked. The figure thinks to themselves that if they were even a little bit late, they would not be careless. The figure claps, saying excellent, excellent. Black Rooster declares that they are starting now, and says let's have some fun. He moves with blinding speed. Plutia considers the spear a moving spear. She circles around, feeling dizzy. Huandang moves again with incredible speed. Plutia realizes he's able to see things from the spear's perspective, and he's able to control the spear. She thinks that she needs to avoid being between the spear and the rooster. Plutia realizes that since earlier, he's been using his left hand in every situation. A chance will come soon, she thinks, to hide the beak until then. Huandang prepares to stab, asking how's this? He says let's have a fair and square fight. He moves with blinding speed. Huandang and Plutia face off. He thinks he can take that as his right hand being ineffective in the fight. Plutia thinks fair and square? My standard, she smirks. The shadow figure tosses a weapon into the air. Plutia thinks to herself that she needs to avoid it. She says no. The shadow figure pierces Plutia with a spear. Plutia is shocked. She is surrounded by a white aura. The shadow figure holds the spear. With the spear out, the shadow figure prepares to attack. A voice declares that all knights are stupid. They all will get to know about that person. Just in case, let's not even touch it. The shadow figure attacks with the spear. The shadow figure spins, black feathers blurring as he prepares to strike. He catches her arm, his grip tightening. The shadow figure strikes, the blow landing with brutal force. Plutia grunts, the impact reverberating through her armor. Her mask activates with a whir, electrical sparks dancing around its surface. Plutia prepares to counterattack, the beak of her mask gleaming with a menacing light. The armored figure unleashes a devastating attack. Plutia stumbles backward, struggling to maintain her footing. The armored figure prepares another attack, energy crackling around them. The attack hits Tlutia, blood splattering as energy discharges around her. The armored figure advances, confident in their assault, but it has a special deadly ability. The armored figure pauses, a question forming in their mind. Tlutia wonders why someone created her to do this and what kind of scheme they are plotting. This is her honor. The armored figure declares that there's no need to talk about it. Tlutia asks if those are the armored figure's final words. Tlutia attacks, declaring nonsense. Both figures are sent crashing through the air, colliding with a resounding impact. Their swords met in a shower of sparks, the force of the blow reverberating through the air. The clang of steel echoed as the blades locked, each warrior pushing against the other with immense strength. Another deafening clash erupted as they traded blows, the air crackling with energy. The swords pinged as they connected once more, the battle continuing with relentless intensity. Kandensha's gaze hardened, her resolve etched onto her face. A thought surfaced, I like knights. She wished Tlutia didn't hate knights so much. For honor. Is this honor? The actions of knights, as well as any violence, gets covered in honor and justice. People don't even suspect. They want to believe that it's because knights are always justified, since that makes it easier. Is it hypocrisy or honor? Is it justice or violence? She thought to herself that she didn't like knights. A small object falls to the ground. Kandensha sighs. She raises her hand, letting droplets fall. She imagines squeezing something as much as she wants. Her armor creaks as she takes a step forward. The knight continues forward. She breathes out, finding it refreshing. She stops, sensing someone nearby. That's close enough. Malto appears, stating, It's Malto. I have no ill intentions. Kandensha responds, That's fine, what is it? I told you that I'd crush you if you made one more errand request. For you to still come would mean, there's an involvement? Of a knight. She asks who it is, then states, It's Grey Weasel Tink. Then, get going. A gloved hand is shown against a gray background. The gloved hand is visible again, as a character with red hair looks on. A speech bubble reads, Weasel. A character with a smirk is shown in a close-up. A speech bubble reads, Weasel. A silhouetted figure stands with a spear. The figure declares, I can't wait to see how disgusting your justice is. Two speech bubbles appear. One says, Did you hear? That newbie. The other says, I heard that the level of arrogance is that of a devil knight's. A blonde-haired character with green eyes says, What are you waiting for? Come at me. Boots step forward on a hard surface. One of the figures asks if the other heard something. The other asks what it was, and the first figure responds that it was that elephant. One of the figures says that they heard that she's arrogant, and that she declined all the private weapons. The other figure asks why. One of the figures says that she said she couldn't use them because they looked like they'd break. The other figure says that she is arrogant, and asks what her name is. One of the figures says that they think it was something. One of the figures says Kandensha, startling the other. One of the figures calls Kandensha a pure white elephant. The figure says that she is the one that'll become the strongest knight, and to engrave that deep into their skulls. Someone calls the others miserable gossiping bastards. She was the youngest knight, having achieved the rank at the unprecedented age of 14. Kandensha was someone that should have received everyone's hopes and expectations. You lousy bastards, trying to start something, she thought. She thought to herself that it was a disrespectful attitude towards others. Was that the attitude of someone who's going to be a knight? Kandensha asked what they were going to do, since she was strong. It was the truth. She was so strong that she had to become a knight. However, Kandensha stood out in the community of knights, where honor was held higher than anything else. Not even having a family tree, she felt out of place like a solitary island. It was a community that carried out its own shamefulness, contradicting the very honor that it held so high. In the midst of all that, there were also those that she came to like. Someone said they were certain this time, calling out elephant. It was the blacksmiths. The blacksmith that made the weapon that Kandensha uses was certain that the effects of such publicity would bring fame and prosperity. Yes. Kandensha thought it wasn't even funny. It's not that good, but it wasn't easy. Famous blacksmiths were no exception. Teeth. A large sword is embedded in a rock. Kandensha thought this is kind of useful, although it doesn't really suit her. A disembodied voice declares that they will give it to someone later. Tlutia hears someone calling her elephant repeatedly, and she wonders what they mean. Warren, a reporter from the monthly news article, asks if she is free. Tlutia responds that she is somewhat available. Warren asks if Tlutia has decided on a weapon, mentioning that one has arrived from Genoges. Warren mentions an assessment comparing Tlutia to Hinsher, asking for her thoughts on the matter. Tlutia flinches slightly. A wide shot shows several knights standing in a courtyard, seemingly observing the interview from a distance. Someone thinks that the question is dangerous to mention Hinsher. They believe that she is trying to exploit Elephant, who's been restrained in so many ways, and that everyone is probably pretending not to be looking. Tlutia responds, well. Tlutia states that they would know if they faced each other, but questions what she can do, as it's not like she can be revived. Someone slams their fist on a table, declaring that Tlutia can decide that on her own. Someone thinks that Tlutia is arrogant and wonders how she dares talk about Hinsher with that kind of attitude. They also believe that nothing can be done about it, since there's no basis. Someone thinks that her public image isn't good either, stating that there were some expectations, but after she got pure white, more than a few were disappointed. Another person asks if pure white is just a false rumor. and the first person responds that there were many strong knights that received dark colors. She states that how she came to be perceived is not important, but what is important is the fact that people were disappointed. Knights are also keeping an eye on her, of course, in a negative way. Someone asks what that means by miserable. A blue-haired man yells that someone has gone too far. A black-haired woman responds, asking if he isn't worse. In the background, Tlutia asks if she said something wrong and what they'll do if she did go too far. Tlutia asks if someone wants to have a match. The blue-haired man asks if she thinks she can solve everything with strength and tells her to have a more respectful attitude towards others. Tlutia states that's what pussies say when they can't manage to win with their strength, but she can sense she's strong. Tlutia asks what about respect. A red-haired man stands in a room with other people. The red-haired man thinks to himself, wondering if she is planning to make enemies of all the knights. A man smirks. The blue-haired man states that it looks like even her character is comparable to the Devil Knight. The black-haired woman reacts in shock, saying, "Oh, shit." The red-haired man thinks that was excessive. Bringing him up like that is an affront to a knight, and she crossed the line. A group of figures stand in a large, open space, their expressions unreadable from this distance. A subtle smile plays on her lips, hinting at a hidden agenda. Tlutia's eyes gleam with confidence. Who knows? Maybe in talent as well. A figure in the distance speaks, their voice laced with defiance. If there is a difference, it's that you guys can't kill me. The provocation is directed at all the knights. In the end, is Elephant crossing the line even further? They'll probably. The knights react as predicted, drawing their swords with a chorus of metallic scrapes. Take the bait for sure. Elephant. As if seizing an opportunity, a foot slams down with earth-shattering force. However, Tlutia stands amidst the shattered ground, radiating an aura of power. A confident smirk spreads across her face. Perfect. Whoever's discontent can come at me one at a time. The narrator reveals, actually, all of you should come at me. Was her. Candincia had no teacher. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, she received overwhelming marks on the knight's exam. As a rising star, she received all the expectations as well. Without any personal ties, she received that kind of attention. The knights were expectant and cautious at the same time. But her aggressiveness destroyed the balance between expectation and caution. Many knights disliked her and were only looking for an opportunity. Not all of the knights disliked her. However, it only meant they didn't dislike her. They had no loyalty to take her side. To put it another way, she had no one on her side. The pure white elephant, Candincia, demands, "I said, what are you waiting for?" The elephant was definitely alone. "You should all come at me." The knights chatter amongst themselves. The knights continue to chatter. One comments that Candincia is arrogant. Candincia inhales. Candincia screams, "I said come at me, you fucking cowards." A group of people watches with concern as the fight is about to begin. One of them flinches. The man in the red coat grits his teeth, his expression hardening. The shadow figure and Candincia stand apart, sizing each other up before the clash. With a swift motion, the shadow figure kicks Candincia away. The shadow figure yells, "I'll fix that attitude of yours before you become the second Devil Knight." Candincia's expression is unreadable. The force of the kick sends Candincia tumbling through the air. The shadow figure prepares for another attack, their eyes narrowed with determination. The shadow figure unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike carrying immense power. Candincia struggles to defend against the relentless assault, sparks flying as their weapons clash. The man in the red coat watches with a grim expression. With a final, devastating blow, the shadow figure slams Candincia into a nearby wall. A figure slides across the ground, kicking up dust. The blonde-haired woman stares ahead, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Next, a red-haired figure sits with a sword, while the blonde-haired woman looks back at him. What was that guy? Brown roe deer? Auburn Deary corrects the blonde-haired woman. Get it right. Yeah? So what? Is there a need to remember that when he's that weak? Just tell him to live as the brown roe deer. Eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping the figure's lips. Eli, Fant. A knight's name is passed down by the emperor. That was a very serious insult just now. Elephant, do you plan on going up against all the knights? Do you really think that you could win against all those knights? What are you waiting for? Come at me. A figure trembles, muttering, "This isn't a disgrace. This is to stop the birth of another Devil Knight." Voila. A sinister smile spreads across the blonde-haired woman's face. The figure in black unleashes a sweeping strike with their massive blade, the air whistling as it cuts through the space between them. Tlutia parries the blow with a smaller blade, sparks flying as the weapons clash in a shower of light. The figure in black lunges forward, attempting to seize Tlutia with a desperate grab. Evading the grasp, she retaliates with a swift kick aimed at the figure's chest. The figure in black intercepts the kick with the flat of their blade, the impact ringing out like a bell. Seizing the opportunity, the figure in black finally manages to ensnare Tlutia in their grasp. A blinding explosion erupts, consuming both figures in a cataclysmic blast of energy. The force of the explosion sends Tlutia hurtling backwards through the air. Meanwhile, the ground trembles as the dust settles, revealing the crater left by the devastating explosion. Tlutia lands hard, struggling to regain her footing amidst the wreckage. Her face etched with concern, Tlutia grits her teeth. A man with red hair stares in disbelief, muttering, "Just what?" The aftermath of the battle left a scene of utter devastation. Debris littered the floor, and the once pristine room was now a shattered ruin. It was an unbelievable situation, something beyond comprehension. A cloaked figure watched the destruction unfold. "Good thing I just watched," the figure mused. "That's a monster." Out of the 10 knights who were involved in this incident, 5 of them ended up retiring. The rumors also reached the highest spot. A figure clad in navy blue armor sat hunched over, head bowed. "Tell me what you think," they asked. The red-haired man's brow furrowed with concern. "Elephant, can't be left alone like this." The man with the red hair pleaded, "Please, leave this matter to me. It shouldn't be a big problem." The red-haired man's eyes narrowed. "I'll take care of the pure white elephant. To be." After beating up the knights, Candicia spoke, knowing that she was being scoffed at for receiving a pale color. Candicia smiled, stating that she is not just white, but pure white. She asks if the other person gets it now. Candicia declares that no one can even put a stain on her, because that's what pure white is. She asks what the others can do about her white color. Candicia asks if it's a citizen evacuation mission for her. The other person states that the emperor has personally appointed her. The other person says that they can't help it, they guess. Candicia says whatever. Candicia and the other person walk together. Candicia is asked if she wants to die, and she responds no. The other person states that it's an accompanying mission for them. Candicia asks why they are on her ass. Candicia states that of course she hates it, and if there wasn't any warning, the other person would be dead. The other person responds that that's so. Candicia grumbles that if he's going to give her a mission, he should just give it, and asks why he added baggage to it, stating that she is more than enough. The other person wonders if that would really be the case. They think that it doesn't seem like Candicia has a high sense of loyalty, but it also doesn't seem like she has the will to commit treason. She just has a terrible personality. A vast, desolate landscape stretches beneath a sky painted with the fading hues of twilight. Candicia stands on a rocky outcrop, her gaze fixed on the horizon. A man with red hair stands beside her. She sighs. The red-haired man prompts her to recite the mission in detail. Candicia questions the contents of the mission. Candicia asks if there is a need to evacuate, suggesting they simply destroy the demons. The red-haired man explains that according to the information, they are planning an attack to reclaim what was lost. He continues, saying that the citizens must be evacuated in order to minimize the casualties. Candicia states that instead of using her in a useless evacuation mission, he should have just sent her to the enemy camp. She adds that she would have just killed them all. The red-haired man is silent for a moment before prompting Candicia to recite the mission in detail. The red-haired man turns away, his expression unreadable. Candicia looks on, a question in her eyes. The red-haired man states that they are not killing the enemy in order to kill them, but in order to protect these people. He adds that destruction without justification has no meaning. Candicia is told that the enemy can be killed anytime, but a dead ally will never return. She thinks to herself that she will just do it. Candicia is told that she talks so damn much. She is asked why she is talking like that to him. The red-haired man says that she has been talking this way since the beginning, calling her an elephant. Candicia is told to just stay there and watch, as he will take care of this nice and quick. The red-haired man says that he will be waiting. A figure leaps into the air, a trail of white energy following behind. She insists that they must all move, as the demons will soon be attacking. The knight urges them to follow her, stating the evacuation will now begin. One of the men questions if they are dealing with demons. He then asks who she is. Candicia tells him to raise his head, stating that she is a knight. Another man thinks to himself that a knight wouldn't introduce themselves in such a manner. Candicia declares that she is the pure white elephant, Candicia. The group begins to chatter amongst themselves. They say she's like the devil knight. One of the men states that they won't be following her, since they don't trust her. Candicia asks why they can't trust her, even though she's also a knight. The group continues to chatter, ignoring her. Even though they're weak, they won't even listen. Candicia quietly asks them to just quietly follow her. The group hears a rumble. One of the men thinks that it's definitely a devil knight, stating that a knight wouldn't do that. He yells for Rooney. Candicia thinks to herself that she just wants to save them. The group yells for help, stating that she's going to attack them. They believe it's the second coming of the devil knight. Candicia pleads with everyone, asking them to please listen. The group, still wary, demands that Candicia calm down. One of them insists that she stop. Suddenly, Daljan arrives, announcing that there won't be any problems as long as they follow him. He declares that he has come to protect them all, identifying himself as a knight. One of the group asks who the newcomer is. Daljan asks if they are curious about that now. Plutia asks what a knight is to him. Daljan responds that he is the strongest knight, and no one would object to that. He then asks if that makes him the best knight, concluding that he is actually the worst. Plutia sits on the ground, thinking that taking down a strong person is simple as long as you're stronger than that person, but getting the weak to follow you isn't that simple. Daljan tells Plutia that it won't work just because she's strong. A voice wonders what a knight is to Candicia. She wonders what kind of knight she hopes to be. The blonde character thinks to herself that she wasn't able to answer. The blonde character wonders what she is supposed to do. She thinks that being a knight was harder than she thought. A distant view of a town shows people walking along a path. The blonde character is told to slow down and that she's going to hurt herself. She is told to stop slacking over there, as the demons are coming. The dark-haired character apologizes for the misunderstanding, thinking the blonde character was Daljan's friend. The blonde character says that it can happen and that there is no need to apologize for that. She also says that she is not friends with him. The dark-haired character wonders if that is so. She thinks that nothing bad will come from being close to him, and that there is a lot to be learned from him. The blonde character says HRM. She wonders why the people are so thankful to Daljan, a guy like that. The text explains that their area is in the East Continent, and that the administration process is complex and neglected. A demon is shown, and the text says that what's worse is that he doesn't know when they might get attacked by demons, and that those that are marginalized are living here. The text says that the reason why the administration is most likely neglected is because of that. It is revealed that around 7 years ago, there was an incident where some kids went missing while they went to fetch some water. One of them says they were sure that the demons were involved, but they were reported as missing. The other says they doubt it was properly reported as well. In that situation, the person that mobilized other knights and came here right away was Daljan. The children were safely rescued. It was like a miracle. They who were always neglected. Nothing good was ever said of us in the Central Continent, even if they said they'd help us. He was the one that would always worry about us. To us, he is more of a hero than Hinsher. I see. That's why. I thought he was just a loser, but he's better than I thought. Anyway, where is he? Daljan. He probably went to the house by the cliff. An old man lives there with his niece. An old man. Why does he have that stubborn? We need to get going. The demons will be here soon. Sir Knight, sorry for the trouble. This is my job. Let us get going. Daljan. It's been a long time. Shall we have a chat? 7 demons are awakened. What's worse is that one of them has 4 horns. There's no chance of winning. I must retreat. Daljan. But there's no helping it. Reach. Blow. First, I must get them far away from here. Electrical energy crackles as the shadow figure strikes his opponent, the force of the blow sending the red-haired figure reeling. The shadow figure continues his assault, landing another blow that sends the red-haired figure stumbling backward. Pressing his hands forward, the red-haired figure conjures a shimmering blue barrier, hoping to halt the relentless onslaught. The shadow figure slams against the barrier, electricity arcing from his fists as he tries to break through. It's not budging. Releasing a surge of power, the shadow figure unleashes a devastating energy attack. The red-haired figure is bombarded by multiple energy blasts, each impact shaking the barrier and threatening to shatter it completely. The energy overload culminates in a deafening explosion, the shockwave rippling outwards. A blonde-haired figure approaches the shadow figure. Hey, just because your big sister isn't here doesn't mean you can go around getting beat up, like some loser. A figure collapses to the ground. Huandang wonders if it's an elephant. Plutia raises her hand, asking what they are going to do. The worst of the knights are said to be out. It means that she won't show any mercy. One wrong move, and they could all die. Huandang asks if they can't get a feel of the opponent, calling it a monster. He thinks it's a good opportunity to test a monster like that, saying it'll be a good experience. Huandang says to go all out, stating there can be no mistakes. Opportunity, experience? That's for people that have a next time. Those words have nothing to do with you guys. Tell me, that's yours, right? The thing that's floating. Tell me about its ability. It's a legendary carapace. Press is used to anchor, and release is used to undo it. If you put your arm inside and make a fist, it'll stay fastened. It comes off if you release your fist. Plutia states that if the press is used to anchor, it will stay anchored and won't budge. She wonders if it can break. The red-haired man says, okay, I'm borrowing it. Huandang remarks that knights are pretty dangerous and suggests decreasing their number. He decides to take the monster. A blow lands with a resounding POW. The red-haired man is sent flying through the air with a WHIUR sound. The red-haired man yells, press. Plutia shouts, release it. Hurry, right now. The red-haired man yells, release. Plutia looks on. The red-haired man falls. Plutia exclaims, can't you even time that right? Huandang says to be reasonable and stop making excuses just because he failed. He asks if it's impossible, then decides to try the opposite. Huandang asks Plutia what she calls it, stating that she is smart so she can do it, right? Plutia shouts that she is going. Huandang thinks how obstinate. Plutia attacks the shadow figure, declaring that the right side comes first. The shadow figure slides back from the force of the blow. Plutia dodges an attack from the shadow figure. The shadow figure is told to get ready from behind as Plutia presses forward. The shadow figure attacks Plutia. Plutia attacks the shadow figure. Plutia sees that it works. Huandang wonders why this is working. The figure stumbles, a pained grunt escaping him. A figure slashes with a sword. She exclaims that it works. Another figure states that it's just because her reaction makes no sense. A figure tells another to snap out of it. Lightning crackles around a figure. The figure is told not to be careless. The awakened ones should think of this as putting their lives on the line. The rest should also provide support. A figure looks down, thinking it will be different for them. A close-up of a torso. Lightning flashes. A group of figures stand in a desolate landscape. One asks what they should do. Another states that they all know about their strength now, and their attacks will be focused on them. One asks, so what? What are you going to do? Plutia runs towards the group of enemies. Huandang orders his subordinates to show her hell. Plutia dodges an incoming attack. She continues to evade the attacks, her expression determined. Plutia blocks an attack, gritting her teeth. Huan Dang watches the fight, a grim expression on his face. The enemies swarm Plutia, their attacks relentless. She retaliates, kicking one of the enemies away. Plutia is struck by an attack, sending her flying. Huan Dang expresses concern, realizing the enemies are able to predict her movements. Plutia wipes blood from her face, her eyes narrowed. She clenches her fist, determination etched on her face. She declares that when she reacts, it will be appropriate. Huan Dang looks surprised. Plutia presses her attack. Huan Dang is struck. Plutia attacks the ground. The ground rumbles as Huan Dang squirms. Plutia's eyes narrow. Plutia releases another attack on Huan Dang. Plutia's expression is stern. Electrical energy crackles around the shadow figure's fist, a prelude to the onslaught. The shadow figure's fist slams into Kandensha's face, the impact radiating outward. More electrical energy surges around the shadow figure as another blow lands against Kandensha. The shadow figure continues the assault, each strike carrying immense force. Dazed, Kandensha struggles to comprehend the relentless barrage. The shadow figure's fist clenches, ready for another strike. The blow connects once more, driving Kandensha backward. Hurling through the air, Kandensha loses control. Amidst the sound of getting hit, and with everything around him being destroyed, he shouldn't have been able to hear it, but he definitely heard it. Kandensha crashes into the ground, a distant figure amidst the dust and debris. She states that it is rather easier with them, since she doesn't need to worry about breaking them. A figure with horns presses a button. The figure kicks. The red-haired character is seen with another figure. The red-haired character says that's enough. Kandensha looks like she took care of the rest. The horn figure thinks that there's only one left, so let's finish this up quickly. The red-haired character asks if Kandensha didn't tell her already, and not to forget the purpose. Kandensha asks how she can trust that bastard. Crow's caw. The red-haired character says that if that demon is a noble among his kind, they can't say he can't be trusted. Kandensha says to let him go, and that she's trusting him. The red-haired character says that she said she was the worst knight, right? He says yeah. Kandensha says that she's not trusting that demon bastard. The red-haired character says that she also said that she was the strongest knight, right? The red-haired character says that she's always making the right decisions. Kandensha says that she's not enough, and that she's needed. The red-haired man asks, become my head. From below, another character asks, are you asking me to make you the greatest knight? The other character responds, no. He continues, you and me. Both of us. The blonde-haired character declares, we'll become the greatest. A voice says, okay, let's give it a shot. A sprawling city stretches out before them. The Emperor's personal guard is congratulated. Move. The Emperor's personal guard. Congratulations. The Emperor's personal guard thinks, screw the congratulations. Grey Weasel Tink says, it's a position that will be the strongest. Also, the Emperor's personal guard thinks, rather, isn't it a waste? I don't know if there will be a time for me to use my strength. The Emperor's personal guard says, I know. I heard you're getting transferred to the Western Bridge. Grey Weasel Tink responds, yeah. The Emperor's personal guard thinks, don't forget the purpose. She says, I'll come by to play often. She thinks, I can't be too often. What about your guard duties? Grey Weasel Tink smirks, thinking, damn, nagging me to the end. The Emperor's personal guard asks, it's a sparring event for new knights, right? Another character asks, yes. He asks, what was the name again? Grey Weasel Tink says, yeah. Another character thinks, The Emperor's personal guard thinks, for some reason, I got a good feeling about him. A figure stands, the wind rustling around him. A green bird flaps its wings, soaring through the sky. Below, silhouetted trees stand against the pale sky. Stone pillars rise from a misty landscape, with the green bird flying between them. The green bird lands, its claws gripping the surface. The green bird stands perched, its feathers ruffled. A young man with dark hair looks down at the green bird perched on his hand. An old man leans on a wooden staff, his expression unreadable. The young man with dark hair is confronted by the green bird. So this is where you were slacking off, you rascal. The young man glances at the green bird. Slacking off. The old man looks up. Master. The old man sighs. Always with the excuses. TSK. Huan Dang's name is displayed. An old man winces. He groans, goodness my back. Huan Dang sighs. I'm afraid there's no helping it, since I cannot see. The old man replies, must your old master take care of these chores? The old man says, and isn't that a little unfair? We both use canes, after all. You can fight well enough. Huan Dang retorts, would you like to be blind as well then? The old man mutters, you little rascal. Huan Dang raises his wooden staff, yelling, rascal, and prepares to strike. The old master grabs his cane, ready to block the incoming blow. The cane meets the staff, stopping the attack. Huan Dang asks, is this another surprise training session? The old master looks on. Huan Dang dashes forward, staff raised. The old master blocks the staff again with his cane. The old master continues to block the staff with his cane. The training continues, the sounds of clashing wood echoing through the training area. He swings his staff downwards with considerable force, the wind whistling around the ancient training grounds. The sound of impact echoes through the air. The staff continues its arc. He adjusts his stance, preparing for another strike. the clang of metal ringing out. Huandang thinks to himself that the strike wasn't deep enough, wondering why. He continues his training, the sun glinting off the metal of his staff. Nearby, the old master clenches his fist, his expression unreadable. Tazao coughs, telling Huandang that he still has a long way to go. Tazao muses that perhaps he should pay someone a visit. Huandang tells him to give his regards. Tazao says very well, and that he'll be back. Huandang stands, a plea hanging in the air. Please be careful. A heavy silence descends, punctuated only by the sound of a heartbeat. Leaves drift gently on the water's surface, carried by an unseen current. A small, green bird perches on Huandang's shoulder, cooing softly. Tazao returns, his expression unreadable. Master. He steps forward. You're back. Is Brother Amabu well? A pause. Yes. He seemed very sprightly indeed. Tazao thinks to himself. That's a relief. I should visit him sometime too. He pauses, then remembers. Remember this. You are not to see him. Tazao's face is shadowed as he thinks. Master? What do you? A voice echoes in his mind. You must avoid him at all costs. A staff snaps with a sharp crack, the sound echoing in the empty space. Calloused hands reach out, their owner questioning. Master? Master? Are you tired? The hands remain outstretched, as Tazao's face is shown, his expression unreadable. Master. The Sword Saint has died. A desperate plea echoes, begging for a response from the master. The Sword Saint. All swordsmen knew that name. Suldan. He was worthy of the title, and all revered him. His traces were to be recorded in history. Suldan. He is now dead. Or rather, he was murdered. But who? Master wasn't someone who could be killed so easily. Who would dare kill Master? Amabu, you are. Not to see him. Brother Amabu? No, that's impossible. Even I was stronger than him. He could not have killed Master. And the two were close. There was no reason for him to do that. Don't know. I can't just stay here. The world and I. We cannot. Accept the Sword Saint's death. I'll find the one responsible. There are too many things I'll find them, and kill them myself. Huandang. An elderly man with a long white beard gazes into the distance from atop a rocky peak. A man with dark hair and glasses vows, I will avenge you, no matter what. A figure in white robes walks through a forest, thinking, I must retrace his steps, no matter how long it takes. The figure continues their journey, the narration stating, it wasn't an easy trip for someone who could not see. The narration continues, and the journey took far longer than I expected, until 5 years had passed. A man with auburn hair is approached by another, who says, excuse me, I'd like to ask you a question. He responds, ask away. The man with auburn hair asks, the Sword Saint Suldan, was he not here 5 years ago? A bald man with a long beard. The man continues, thinking, a woman middle-aged I think. She seems to be from around here. He then exclaims, ah, the Sword Saint. Malto asks, you know him? Wherein replies that Sword Saint Suldan did come here a while back. She guesses it was 5 years ago, and she thinks he was bald, too. She asks if Malto could try and remember more about that time, but he says how could he forget? It was a total mess. Wherein recounts that Suldan was a martial artist who was somewhat famous in the continent. He used to live here, and he took in a disciple around 10 years ago. Wherein continues, saying that no one knew, of course, but that disciple was completely out of his mind. After around 5 years, the disciple went completely crazy and killed his own master. He became a crazed murderer. He went on a rampage, wherein says that Malto should have seen it. That's when Sword Saint Suldan appeared. Malto asked what happened. Wherein says that the fight was a little strange. She used to dabble in sword fighting in her youth, so she could tell. The Sword Saint was far stronger, but the fight that should have been one-sided was quite even. It might have been because he didn't want to kill him, but to Wherein, it looked more like hesitation that was unbecoming of. A figure stands over another who is lying on the ground, defeated. The victor is injured. She learns that he was gone along with the murderer. She asks if that's it. That's right, they didn't feel too happy about it either. He asks if there is nothing else, anything about the murderer. Ah, they seem to know each other. He kept calling his name. Wake up. Suldan shouts the name Thrindle. A figure stands with their back to the viewer. He remembers that name. Master was never good with names. Suldan says hello, introducing Thrindle as Amabu, his fellow student. He confirms that is right. He tells Thrindle that he still has a long way to go. Amabu. He is wrong again. It is Thr. Amabu. Suldan says good work to Amabu. Thrindle is seen in close-up. Remember this. Amabu, you are not to see him. The close-up reveals Amabu's face. He vows, his voice a low growl, that he must kill him. Tazao's voice echoes in the air. A darkness has taken hold of your mind. A weathered hand grips a gnarled staff. A mournful howl tears through the silence. Amabu's name hangs in the air, a whispered plea. Eyes dart back and forth, filled with a frantic energy. A face contorts in anguish, a silent scream etched on its features. The hand clenches tighter around the staff, knuckles bone white. Tazao stands amidst shattered glass, his expression grim. Amabu's name echoes again, lost in a swirling vortex. A face is etched with determination, a flicker of defiance in the eyes. Amabu. The name reverberates, a desperate cry in the void. A voice recounts. I traveled in search of Amabu, and it didn't take long for me to find him. The pink-haired figure says to the hooded figure, "You'll find him if you go that way." The hooded figure walks away as murmurs echo around them. The dark-haired figure calls them rascals. Someone asks, "Are you sure you're practicing?" Then, the hooded figure draws their sword. A voice notes that his voice hasn't changed. The hooded figure thinks, "Master, are you really the Sword Saint's disciple?" The hooded figure flinches. Someone thinks, "Sword Saint." The light-haired figure says, "Yes, of course. And we were very good friends, too." The hooded figure thinks, "I wonder how he's doing. I miss him." A voice narrates, "He didn't remember what he'd done." The hooded figure grips their sword. He tapped his staff against the ground, the sound echoing in the stillness. The wind picked up as he turned his gaze towards a distant figure. He continued to tap the staff, the clacking sound a steady rhythm in the silence. In that case, he tapped the staff one last time, the sound resonating with a sense of finality. The Sword Saint's mountain loomed in the distance, a testament to a bygone era. Also known as the Fingers, that mountain no longer had a Sword Saint. The Sword Saint was no more. And in his place was this man. A howl echoed through the desolate landscape. Tazal. The disciple who had killed his master. Is it true? The sword demon who had killed the Sword Saint. A desolate landscape stretches under a pale sky, the ground cracked and barren. A dark, viscous substance splatters onto the cracked earth. He stands silhouetted against the twilight sky, his form looming over a fallen figure. Punishment. The sudden death of a loved one. The confusion. The pain. The hopelessness. A close-up reveals the face of Tazal, his expression unreadable, a scar marring his cheek. He drives his sword down into the prone figure with a sickening thud, forever in despair. Tazal stands alone, the sword planted firmly in the ground before him, a solitary figure against the fading light. The silhouette of Tazal remains, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness. He raises the sword, the blade catching the last rays of light, a silent vow etched in the air. A bird's talons grip the earth, a new presence entering the desolate scene. A small, green bird perches atop a tall, wooden pole, its soft coo echoing in the silence. A small bird flies over a grassy hill, its wings beating softly. A man with blonde hair smiles, expressing his gratitude. He wonders where she is from, speculating if it's the north. A woman snaps her fingers. The east, an unknown land, lies across the ocean. Unlike the demon's continent of the west, the central continent sees constant combat and is connected by the bridge. The central and eastern continents are separated by a body of water, so not much is known about the east. This is due to the eastern continent's isolation policy, which avoids contact with the central continent in most cases. This story is set across the ocean in the eastern continent. To start, the east has Gilgamesh. Knights. They light the path for their sovereign. Generals. They clear the path for their sovereign. While they may look the same, they are in fact different. Knights and generals stand face to face. The biggest difference is this: when the master they serve sets out to do wrong, knights intervene, standing up to them. They do everything in their power to do what is right, and in extreme cases, they may even draw their sword against their master. When given the same situation, they silently follow their master's orders. They do everything in their power to serve their master. This is also why knights are revered and worshipped as heroes. While generals are both feared and respected, they are often despised. One general hates them, while the other doesn't care, yawning. All people of the East, generals or not, train themselves in two things. One is archery. Two figures stand before a collection of arrows, contemplating their next move. One of the figures states that they did it, and the other is ki. Archery is treated more as a pastime, as most Easterners are skilled archers. The Oni have a special arrow rest, given only to their best members, and they say it's more difficult to actually become an Oni. It is more difficult to receive that arrow rest. As for ki, unlike magic, which borrows power from the outside, ki is the power accumulated inside the body. Ki is similar yet different to dragons and demons, who possess mana within their bodies. Gathering ki from within forms a resistance, making it difficult to borrow power from the outside. In other words, you cannot use magic. Magic and ki are different. A scholar from the central continent once said this: magic is a power that can be explained, but ki cannot be explained. The narrator states that who this scholar isn't important, so let's skip it. In other words, ki doesn't belong to demons or dragons. Ki is a power exclusive to humans. Mana and ki are similar yet different, and their powers depend on the amount you can control. The power of ki depends on the energy accumulated inside your body. And in the East, this energy is called inner power. All people are born with the capacity to hold this inner power, but the size of this varies widely. Filling that capacity fully doesn't mean you no longer need training. Rather, that's when the real training begins, to build and expand your potential. It is a battle of patience and willpower. The progress is slow, and there are many who give up. In other words, with patience, willpower, and effort, you can overcome the capacity you were born with. In the same sense, even if you're born with great potential, it is all but useless if you are lazy with your training. Do you understand? Waruncha states to not be arrogant. The man with slick back hair is asked if it was Waruncha. He confirms that Waruncha is quite young, but is already a general. He finds it impressive and believes Waruncha must be talented. A shadowed figure states that's not what they heard. The man with slick back hair says that Waruncha just slacks off all day. The shadowed figure questions how he could become a general if he's not talented. The man with slicked back hair reminds the shadowed figure not to forget that General Weryung is Waruncha's older brother. The shadowed figure is shocked to learn that General Weryung is his brother. The man with slicked back hair states that General Weryung is an honorable man, but he's still just a man. He guesses that Weryung was no exception when it comes to family. The shadowed figure expresses their frustration. Waruncha grabs the shadowed figure's shoulder, calling them brother. The shadowed figure says to be patient, but they have been patient and have had enough. Waruncha tells the shadowed figure that they must still be patient, but the shadowed figure questions why. Waruncha tells the shadowed figure that they do not know them, but he does. He says that they are more than qualified to be a general. Waruncha says that there is no need for the shadowed figure to react to those who do not know them, talking about things they do not know of. He suggests that the shadowed figure should be a general instead. The shadowed figure shouts that Waruncha is wrong and walks away in frustration. The man stands silently, his expression unreadable. Waruncha walks away, declaring, "I don't care what they say about me." She continues, her voice hardening. "But insulting you is something I cannot tolerate. You are a great general. You are not someone who should be insulted like that." A figure states, "It angers me that you have to hear such things because of me. I am beyond furious." Waruncha thinks to herself, "And I hate myself for it." The weight of her self-loathing seems to crush her. "I hate myself so much. I cannot." Waruncha looks down, her expression filled with anguish. She lets out a frustrated, "Humph." Waruncha asks, her voice laced with irritation, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's you who bumped into me." Meanwhile, two figures walk away in the distance. She offers her apologies, but her expression remains cold. The peasant woman, she thinks, "Well, I suppose everyone makes mistakes. Who is to be the minister's new concubine?" She hears she is also the sister of that Oni with the arrogant smile. Is it in their lowly blood? She sees they are both irritating. Although it isn't just the peasants who are irritating. The officials, too, are irritating. Of manpower, generals are meant for war. How terribly carefree. Well, it must be nice, now that she doesn't have to starve like before, trying to move up in the world like that. Have they no pride? That's not what I heard. I wonder why. Everything in this country is so irrational. She states that people are put in different classes the moment they're born, that the gap can never be overcome, and that no one is permitted to leave. Plutia questions if this isn't irrational. Waruncha had been wondering what she was going to say. She continues, stating that the difference from birth is only natural. Thinking you can easily bridge that gap is both idle and greedy thinking, and as for leaving the country, that is treason. So she's complaining. Plutia thinks that it isn't this country that's irrational, but this world. Plutia wonders about this world. How does Waruncha know that, when she too is locked up here? Must she see it with her eyes to know? The world is irrational by nature. Waruncha says by nature. You say, huh? Plutia asks who decides what's natural and what isn't. Plutia asks if it is the mountains, or the seas, God, or the nobles. Waruncha states that it is enough. Let us end it here. This debate is meaningless. Waruncha apologizes for earlier. It's fine. Plutia thinks that she didn't even bat an eyelash. What an irritating woman. Plutia thinks that she should be a general, not a concubine. She paused, a moment of contemplation hanging in the air. Plutia reflected. Just then, I had to take a step back. Waruncha walked away, her robes flowing behind her. The fabric of her dress shifted with each step. The sunlight caught the edge of her face as she continued her departure. Voices buzzed with admiration for General Weryung, a bright young man destined for greatness. Plutia smiled softly, thinking, that's my brother, all right. She resolved to train harder and become stronger, so she could become a general like him. And so, she became a general, but Plutia walked away, her expression unreadable. The difference between them was greater than she thought. General Weryung stood in the distance, a figure of authority. Plutia paused, lost in thought. Or, Plutia wondered if she just wanted him to notice her. The moon hung high in the sky, a silent witness to her aspirations. The night hangs heavy over the city, the moon a silent observer of the events unfolding below. A torch flares, casting dancing shadows that writhe against the stark white walls. She walks with purpose, her sword a silent promise at her side. Her grip tightens on the hilt, knuckles whitening with suppressed emotion. Her eyes flicker with a storm of conflicting thoughts. The name echoes in her mind, Waruncha. Plutia looks up at her brother. He confirms her suspicions. Yes, brother. Weryung asks, that's right. Do you hate me? Plutia replies, I see. That's a relief. Weryung continues, let's have a drink together once I'm back. We haven't talked in a while. She says, but I'm too young to. Weryung laughs. Haha, who cares? You're a general. It's just two brothers having a drink. Weryung states, are you going out to your night patrol? I'll use everything in my power to make sure nothing happens. Don't you know who I am? I'm the great Weryung, is what I'll say. Plutia says, of course not. There's no way I could hate you. What I hate is myself. I am aware, but I'm worried someone might hear you. Weryung replies, you worry too much. She waits for Weryung, who says he has a present for her. Plutia responds, acknowledging her brother. Crows caw under the bright moonlight. Young wonders if the gift is to celebrate her becoming a general, musing that it could be the sword he used to use. Plutia thinks that is definitely possible. The wind blows. Plutia wonders when he'll come back, though she doesn't mind that he's later than she thought. The moon is so bright today. A close-up of Plutia's eye. Plutia steps forward, looking at the minister's residence, which is on fire. Plutia is shocked, wondering what is happening at the minister's residence. Plutia thinks that her brother must be running late because of the fire, and she should help. Plutia's expression is determined. Plutia is sure it's fine. The flames flicker and rise. A sword drips, the liquid falling in heavy drops. Eyes wide with intensity stare out. Two figures stand silhouetted against a raging inferno. The burning flames consume everything. A desperate cry pierces the air. Brother! The intent is to burn the world whole. General. Waruncha's name echoes in the air, a title and a person intertwined with destiny. The reason such a great general had lost. What could it be? He had hesitated. What stood in his way? Two things were at play. A young woman? Did she really do this? He needs to stop her. Wait, but this is... What should he do? This is his gift for Waruncha. It wasn't a simple matter of right or wrong, but a matter of personality. Brother. On the other hand, Waruncha? He had no hesitation. This wasn't a simple matter of right or wrong, but a difference in personality. Using his key right away, the figure's eyes glow with an inner power. A flare ignites the sky as someone shouts for their brother. Waruncha is grabbed, revealing a deep wound. A voice assures Waruncha that the enemy has been taken care of, but the injured one insists it's too late and urges them to focus on the enemy, adding that they will be fine. One promises to call a doctor, while the other vows to make sure their enemy dies a painful death. Someone notes the persistence of an unseen foe. Wiping blood away, the injured one says that they don't know who sent the attacker. The injured one is seen again. The injured one is told to be careful. Someone says she's. The scene shows a character preparing for battle. Waruncha prepares to attack, declaring that they will. A powerful explosion erupts. She coughed, the sound raw in the air. Never had she come across such crude swordsmanship. What was she doing? It was clear she was more skilled. It was her first time with a sword, but she was starting to get the hang of it. What? She braced herself. What? A slash of a sword came towards her. It was too late. She couldn't dodge this. I'm Waruncha. Waruncha gripped the sword. Her eyes widened. Her hand grabbed the sword tightly. A sword blast erupted. She panted, catching her breath. She is called by name. A man commands someone not to hold back, referring to that woman. Waruncha is told that she is stronger than him. The man remained silent. Hearing this, he would have concentrated more on the fight, but that was not the case for Waruncha. She was stronger than him. He acknowledged her strength, even in that short amount of time. These words shook him. But despite this, Waruncha persevered, the sounds of clashing swords ringing out. This was the extent of Waruncha's caliber, his latent talent undoubtedly that of a genius. It wasn't that Waruncha had been arrogant. It was simply that this was his first time meeting another genius. The realization dawns on him. Minister Kionkel is dead. General Waryoung is unconscious. The Oni Hadar, the minister's concubine-to-be, escaped to the West Continent. The fire had caused a great disturbance. First, a high-ranking noble was killed. Even with two generals present, the situation wasn't contained, resulting in one being unconscious and the other seriously injured. To make things worse, the perpetrator was a woman, a commoner, and she even got away. Many people considered this a disgrace to the generals. Half a year passed. So what happened to that guy? That Waruncha. Kionkel's incident. I heard he went into seclusion to train. Are you sure he didn't just run away? He was defeated by a commoner girl. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Heard she even gave him a scar. Such a disgrace. Is he even a general? How could he lose to a girl? Honestly, I'm disappointed with General Waryoung, too. Perhaps he's not as great as we thought. Such palpable tension. Animosity hangs heavy in the air as two figures stand in opposition. General Waruncha announces her return. She states that she has completed her training and is on her way back to the palace. Huandang urges her to continue. Waruncha pauses, lost in thought. Huandang remarks that her training seems to have gone well, noting that her ki is completely different. A sword is drawn. Huandang suggests that she should hurry and visit her brother. Waruncha nods in response. A period of time passes. Waruncha wonders how someone can change so much in just half a year. A scroll is unrolled, revealing orders to General Waruncha to hunt down a rebel who killed the minister. The scroll continues, stating that the rebel escaped to the West Continent with the forbidden scripts. Waruncha acknowledges the order. The man states that there are so-called knights in the West Continent, and he wants someone to test their strength. Huandang replies that he wants to bring one alive, if possible, but he is sure they won't be as strong as the generals. A voice confirms the order. Knights stand in formation. A voice expresses confusion. General Waruncha announces himself and demands that someone reveal themselves. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks away through the trees. Someone reports that he has escaped and even took the arrow rest with him. Someone asks what the fuss is, and another responds that it's General Waryoung. Someone asks where Hadar, the Oni, is. A fist clenches. General Waruncha appears displeased. A man commands those around him to heed his words. The man orders that they shall go to the west, and catch those two bastards immediately. Pludia's eyes dart around, her expression panicked. Plutia sits up, her chest and arms wrapped in bandages. Plutia stares at her hand, wondering if she is alive. Someone tells Plutia that she is finally up. Plutia looks off to the side. Plutia looks off to the side, thinking about the east and the end. Someone says that they found it, and asks if everyone is ready. Two masked figures prepare to leave. One of the masked figures says let's go. The words Dragon Hunter are displayed. A hand draws back the string of a bow, preparing to unleash an arrow. The archer continues to draw the string back, the tension building. The archer takes aim, focusing on their unseen target. The string is pulled back to its limit, ready to be released. With a snap, the arrow is released, blurring through the air. These archers are known as the Oni, a powerful combat force from the east, operating entirely unlike the generals. They have no rank, nor status. They only have their objective, and they exist solely to achieve it. That is the Oni. What allows them to do this is the special bow that is given to every Oni, the horn bow. Its ingredient being the horn of a dragon. A bow made of dragon horn is special. Not only is its power increased, but the bow itself is enchanted with mana. And Hadar's bow is even more special because an entire horn was used to craft it. The people who make these bows are called bowyers, or dragon hunters. The figure trembled, his grip tightening on the pole he held. A voice called out, asking why he was so scared. He stammered, admitting it was his first time coming to the Western continent, and he couldn't believe they were hunting a dragon, questioning if they were really strong. The first voice dismissed his worries, saying he was overthinking it and that there was nothing to worry about. The figure responded, guessing dragons weren't that strong. The first voice denied this, stating a dragon could crush a general if it wanted to. The first voice told him not to worry, saying there was always a way. He continued, asking how else they would be dragon hunters, as they weren't stronger than generals. The small creature smirked, saying dragons may be strong, but they're stupid. He added that they don't know the ways of the world, and they're innocent, to put it nicely. The small creature stated, putting it straight, that they're easy targets. Huandang asked if he knew why they came all the way to the Western continent. He said he was told it was because dragons don't live in the East, asking if he knew why that was. The first voice responded, saying it's not that they don't live there. Dragons lived in the East a long time ago, but they all left for the West. The reason being, their ancestors kept taking advantage of them. I don't know if they were smart, or just cruel. Most people would get scared if they saw those creatures, but instead, they analyzed them and used them. Well, that's also why we have to cross the ocean and do all this work now. We're close. Stay alert. A dead dragonbeak. Dragonbeak? Birds that feed off a dragon's energy. When the dragons disappear, they do too. And they also appear wherever dragons live. We still don't know how this happens, but this means there are dragons nearby. Looks like it has starved to death. Why is that? The presence of dragons is more like that of nature. They live off and grow through other creatures' awe and respect. That's why they feed the dragonbeaks with their energy. A dragonbeak starving to death can only mean one of two things. He considers the situation, thinking that either it has no interest in growth or has given up, or it's grown so weak that it cannot share its energy. The masked figure states that either way, this is their chance, and suggests they split up and search. A second figure agrees. The masked figure instructs the other to report back right away if anything happens, and not to approach it alone. The pink-haired figure walks along a path, thinking that they tell her not to worry, then they tell her not to approach it, questioning if it is dangerous or not. The masked figure thinks that it should show up here, a legendary creature, after all. A rustling sound is heard. A rustling sound is heard. A deer peers out from behind some bushes. The pink-haired figure and the masked figure stand together, as the pink-haired figure states that it's just a deer. Dragons. What are they? The central continent has next to no information on dragons. Dragons? There's no such thing. This is because they don't believe in them, and simply take them to be mythical creatures. Is it because the people of the central continent are foolish? Or because they aren't interested in dragons? Rather, this serves as proof that dragons have successfully blended into human society, deliberately controlling information about themselves. But in the East, this was not possible. They could neither blend in, nor control what becomes known about them. Because the cunning Easterners were one step ahead of the dragons. They teased them and bullied them. The dragons left the Eastern continent once they got sick of this treatment. This is why the people of the East know more about the true nature of dragons. Mythical creatures? Goblins? Or could they actually be humans? No, it's none of the above. The presence of dragons is more like that of nature. They live off and grow through other creatures' awe and respect. In that case, are they closer to nature, just as they say? To a certain extent, yes. Dragons have no set form. They could look like trees, beasts, or humans. And though they may have the form of a tree, beast, or a human, in essence, they are different. Dragons are dragons. That is the only way they can be defined. The narrator explains that the concept of dragons is difficult to grasp, and very few dragons understand it. Most of their understanding is limited to being able to switch forms, but those that have a deep understanding of their being can have multiple forms. The narrator continues, stating that dragons can simply exist in a single form. Understanding this concept is key. The narrator states that understanding this concept is how a dragon comes to evolve. As such, a dragon that isn't aware of its own being can only be immature. A character with pink hair says that they miss their mama. The pink-haired character states that on the first day, they'll wash their hair, and on the second day, they'll tie their hair. The pink-haired character continues, saying that on the third day, they'll mumble, and on the fourth day, the pink-haired character sneezes loudly. The pink-haired character walks through a forest, sniffing. The pink-haired character wonders what the reason could be. The pink-haired character sniffs again, looking displeased. She is determined to find her mother. The landscape is desolate. Her eyes reflect a growing sense of unease. 100 years after Ram leaves Nephron, she comes to a realization. Nephron gets it now. She got lost, the wrong realization. Nephron has to find her. And so, Nephron wanders around for another 200 years, coming to yet another realization. What if Mama doesn't recognize her because it's been so long? She should tie her hair, right? Failed. How does she tie it? Where are you, Mama? Mama, you dummy. She takes it back, admitting that the other person isn't a dummy. Nephron begs for someone to come back, regretting her words and identifying herself. Her eye twitches, betraying her anxiety. She takes a step forward, her boots crunching on the ground. The cloaked figure grumbles, wondering what to do. Nephron questions if the figure is human, also wondering where the figure's mouth is. The cloaked figure flinches. Rustling sounds come from the bushes. Nephron sighs in relief, realizing it's just a deer. Nephron asks the cloaked figure to tie her hair for her. Rustling breaks the silence as a deer emerges from the dense foliage. The hooded figure sighs in relief. Phew, just a deer. A beat passes, and the figure seems to consider something. Plutia looks up at the hooded figure with a hopeful expression. Tie my hair for me. The hooded figure seems taken aback. That scared me. What are you doing here, kid? Where are your parents? Plutia explains. I'm out looking for Mama. But Mama might not recognize me, so I have to tie my hair up. See, can you do it? The hooded figure seems confused, replying, I have no idea what you're saying. The hooded figure tilts their head, a question mark appearing in the speech bubble. Dragon? What's that? They say it has horns, sharp teeth, and a huge tail. It's really strong, and it could eat you up. The hooded figure continues. Scary, huh? So you should hurry up and go somewhere safe. The hooded figure ties Plutia's hair with a quick, whip sound. Plutia looks up at them, and the hooded figure asks, safe? Plutia replies, The hooded figure, now with bandages visible under the hood, thinks to themselves, do people from the West have tails? Is that even possible? Should I ask? No. The hooded figure points a finger and says, report back right away if anything happens. And don't approach it alone. The hooded figure gulps audibly. Gulp. Kid, could you wait here for a bit? But what about my hair? The hooded figure says, I know someone who can tie it for you. Could you wait here while I bring them over? I'll be right back. Plutia replies, okay. The hooded figure thinks, he doesn't. She looks off to the side, thinking the person who couldn't tie her hair was a dummy. Plutia stares at the hooded figures. Plutia stands with Huan Dang, who wonders something. One of the hooded figures asks if it is a dragon, but another says he doesn't know. They continue, saying if it is a dragon, the fact that it's not self-aware could end up being even more dangerous, Huan Dang thinks. He wonders if it could be even more dangerous. Plutia says this is the first time this has happened. She continues, saying dragons usually don't use their powers rashly, but if it's not. Huan Dang thinks about self-awareness, saying anything's possible. Huan Dang and Plutia are shown in a close-up. Plutia is greeted by a figure on the ground. Plutia looks concerned. Huan Dang thinks about dragon hunters, saying they didn't earn the title because they were strong. She knew how to exploit the dragon's weaknesses, understanding their characteristics. Their job was to trick and cheat, having come all this way across the ocean to obtain something. A dragon's mind works differently. If they do not succeed, they will not make it out alive. Differently from that of humans. If you help us, you can't tie my hair? But even this depends on the dragon. The current leader of the dragon hunters. Tandun. This was his first time too. He himself hadn't met too many. In fact, he had met a total of 4. 3 of the 4 looked down on humans. They viewed those apart from themselves as nothing more than insects, which made things easier. The other one was kind and friendly, which proved more of a challenge. But in the end, I succeeded in tricking them all. But this was new. A young, or at least, a young-looking dragon. The way she's talking and acting is just like a child. Perhaps even less intelligent? I need to make sure she's a dragon first. That's the main goal. Plutia, visibly upset, demands to know why someone didn't tie it up as promised. The hooded figure attempts to calm her down, noting her anger. With a whoosh, the hooded figure turns away. The hooded figure stands before a large, winged creature. And with that, the hooded figure stands next to another figure in a similar hood. It's a dragon. Plutia sniffs, wiping her nose. In that case, they just need to do their job. This looks like a job for you. Banryung, a rookie dragon hunter of 6 months. Now tasked with the most important mission. To be continued. Banryung, the 6-month rookie dragon hunter, stands beside another figure. Has experience raising children. What does he think raising children is? Watch it doing? I won't die, will I? Sir, we found a dragon beak nest. Good. It shouldn't take long now. I hope Banryung lasts long enough. This one. You got it right again, yay. Her eyesight's ridiculous. The ground's shaking. Whoa, what's up with the handprint? Banryung thought she would be shown something more interesting. The cloaked figure hums in response. The cloaked figure holds up a small, glowing object. Here, look at this. With a snap of their fingers, the figure makes the object disappear. Tada! The figure states that it's gone. Plutia looks on, surprised. Plutia reaches for her ear, a question mark floating above her head. The cloaked figure says, here it is. The figure wonders if Plutia will be disappointed, since dragons use magic. Plutia's eyes widen as she realizes something. Plutia exclaims in shock, realizing it's her ear. Plutia is surprised, remembering that it's magic and that her mother used magic too. The cloaked figure looks on. Plutia asks what kind of person her mother was, then exclaims that her mother is really nice and does everything she asks. Plutia declares that her mother is super strong and never scolds her. She then pauses, looking down. Plutia says that she misses her mother. The masked figure glances to the side, a silent question hanging in the air. A gloved hand twitches, fingers drumming against an unseen surface. The masked figure pats Plutia on the head. He says, she sounds like a really nice person. I'm sure you'll see her soon. Plutia asks, oh really? The masked figure responds, of course. Plutia smiles brightly, her eyes sparkling with hope. Plutia thrusts a small, horn-like object towards the masked figure, shouting, I'll give you this. Eat it. The masked figure takes the offering, a slight wiggle of the object in his hand. He says, I was saving it, B, but you can have it. The masked figure chews thoughtfully. It should be fine, right? It tastes, unusually. Plutia's eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Her expression twists into a mask of horror, her mouth agape. Plutia recoils, pointing a trembling finger at the masked figure. Who? Human. Huh. Plutia screams, mouth. You have a mouth. The masked figure responds, She whispers in distress, lamenting that her mother told her not to meet people. A dark-haired figure wonders what to do. The dark-haired figure greets Banryung, praising their good work. Banryung responds affirmatively. Plutia says she is in big trouble. The dark-haired figure tells her to report so they can tell her their plan. The text asks if she ate something strange that the dragon gave her. Banryung is told that she is lucky and will live a long life, as she must have earned her trust. Banryung asks if that's true. Banryung is told that the stew is all done, and once they feed it to her, it will force her horns out. They will then trick the dragon. The dark-haired figure says yes, since she trusts her. Plutia smiles, revealing fangs. Banryung is told that they will take point for this, so they don't need to worry about it too much, trusting. To be continued. Huandang explains that if things get hairy, they should use the metal rod. He notes that it might look like an ordinary metal rod, but it's made from a mix of metal and dragon teeth. He wonders where they got dragon teeth from. Huandang continues, saying it's simple enough to use, they just need to hit the metal rods together. He explains that when that happens, what will sound like an ordinary clang to them will create an unbearable sound to the dragon. Huandang suggests they think of it as a last resort, if they get out of control. He adds that that kind of thing rarely happens though, so there's no need to worry. Huandang smirks, thinking that dragons are all idiots anyway. Gee gross. The pink-haired girl exclaims that she can't eat this, she doesn't wanna. A voice tells her that she must, her mother sent this. The pink-haired girl says mama, as she gulps. The voice says that her horns will be appearing soon, and to get ready. Huandang and the others walk. Huandang and the others continue walking. The pink-haired girl reacts, wondering She cries out as crackling energy emanates from her body. The man observes, noting that the transformation is working faster than he anticipated. He wonders if it's because she's young and immature, seeing this as their chance. He takes a step away. Plutia turns, asking if something is wrong. She insists that nothing is wrong. Huandang smirks. Plutia denies anything is happening, thinking to herself that dragons are stupid. Huandang asks if she needs help. She thinks that dragons are honest and don't know how to lie or cheat. Some would say they're innocent, but Huandang is not one of those people. To dragons, words hold great meaning, and as long as you say the right words, you can control them, no matter how strong they are, and saw through this weakness. Huandang smirks, thinking that no one has been able to kill a dragon, not until now. He notes that it looks like a horn. Plutia thinks to herself that it's okay. She can't let her horns be seen, right? Huandang says he can help her. Huandang thinks that dragons are all idiots, anyway. He thinks this one is even more stupid than the others. The man in the mask declares that they will be the first to obtain the corpse of a dragon. He says no, dragons aren't stupid. Plutia flinches at a sound, stating that now is not the time, as she has only gotten one horn from her. Banryung is seen in the distance. The masked man thinks that dragons are just innocent, and humans are using this to trick them. Plutia is told to be quiet. Plutia looks concerned. A man says third, and that they shouldn't hurt those who are weaker. Plutia asks a question. Plutia flinches. Plutia growls. She wonders if someone ran away. A smaller figure stands below. Plutia asks Banryung what he was thinking. A man thinks to himself that he is screwed, and that he is so dead. The man continues, stating that he was reprimanded so much that he wanted to, but he has lived over 100 years thanks to that. The smaller figure from before asks if someone got it, calling them a little brat. Plutia yawns. She thinks that if she ends up meeting that horn's owner. The man from before says that is what he thought, but he didn't die. He tells someone to make sure they apologize for him. A woman with pink hair is shown. The woman is asked what she is looking at. Something is hit. Someone asks if they are fighting again. Another person says no, they are not. They are never telling her. The end of Dragon Hunter is shown. The child was destined to be a hero. That was his destiny. Next. But the Western Bridge stands as the last line of defense. Huan Dang pants heavily, his red eyes scanning the approaching threat. He stares at the distant figures, his expression grim. The enemy approaches, their dark skin and elaborate headwear marking them as outsiders. Huan Dang grits his teeth. Horned demons. A 2-horn and a 4-horn. I'll take them on. He steels himself, knowing the odds are against him. 1 is challenging enough, but 2. This won't be easy. But I don't have a choice. The reinforcement knight is late. His red eyes glow with determination. I need to prepare myself. He pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Huh. A figure with red hair appears, sliding to a stop. Is that? All forces. Huan Dang stands on the hill, his back to the approaching figure. Get behind me. The panel simply states Huan Dang. Rumbling sounds echo in the distance. A battle unfolds below. The man with the bowl cut expresses relief at someone's timely arrival. He wonders how a knight from the front lines ended up becoming a mere. Huan Dang gazes pensively. The man with the bowl cut admits he doesn't know the specifics, but guesses it's because of Huan Dang's personality. He asks if they are close. Huan Dang says he can't be bothered. Tink asks if he could tell him more, please. Someone muses that it might look like knights can take on many enemies at once, but the stronger you get, the more outnumbered you are. Tink was at the top of the class. Someone says that they honestly don't like him. Someone apologizes. One figure leaves, offering their seat to another, and there were those who were not fond of him. One of them says that's what they don't like about him. Even if he's a top trainee knight, if he's up against multiple trainee knights, the difference in power is too great. The sound of a powerful blow echoes. But, to put it simply, Tink was a genius. It wasn't that he was strong enough to win when outnumbered. It was that he knew how to fight. When he was up against multiple opponents, they say that's a matter of intuition. But I believe that's what true genius is. He couldn't protect the book. Naturally, he wasn't the only one who thought that. No way. Is that even possible? Those who hated him were in the minority. But, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Tink was a genius. Most liked how quiet and good-natured he was. It was just hard for us to approach him. That's just how it felt. And then one day, a new trainee knight joined us. She says it's nice to meet everyone, and that her name is Solba. The others look on. One of them wonders if she is Solba. Another confirms that she is the badger, and asks if they are serious. He asks if he should stop, wondering if he said too much. Another character wonders if the badger wasn't super popular. He says anyway, there was the badger. The badger was in a league of her own from the start. She was a genius, too. They were amazed. Not because she was a genius. It was because Tink approached her first. Another character wonders if Tink really is who they think he is, noting that he barely even talks to anyone else. 2 figures stand in the distance. The problem was, oh, right, sure. Goodbye then. The badger didn't really like Tink. What? He wasn't particularly interested in either of them, though. Not in the slightest. Huan Dang thinks to himself, remembering a past conversation. He recalls asking, you liked the weasel, didn't you? The man with red eyes glares, thinking to himself. He says, didn't I just say I wasn't interested? I don't think so. The red-eyed man wonders. I wonder why the badger didn't like him. Who knows? He thinks back to someone saying, I thought you said you weren't interested. A woman with light blue hair wonders to herself, why I don't like him. The blue-haired woman is confronted by the red-eyed man. He says, so you somehow noticed, huh? How could anyone not notice? Are you here because he sent you? Tell him to figure it out himself. The red-eyed man is shown in a close-up, looking thoughtful. He says, what? The red-eyed man scoffs, remembering a past conversation. So rude. So I never asked her again. Again, I thought you said you weren't interested. The red-eyed man speaks to another person. I mean, what did she think of me anyway? I'm not sure. The red-eyed man wonders to himself. I wonder why Tink approached her first. Who knows? Knights exist because of their superior strength. They use that strength to lead people. That's what being a knight means. These are knighthood lessons. It's a class where trainees present their theories about what being a knight is to fellow trainees. That's why it's important for knights to know their strength. Plutia states that those who do not know their own strength do not deserve to be called knights, glancing to the side as she finishes. She continues, saying that being intoxicated by your own strength and thinking it makes you special is the worst. That is all. The other students applaud Plutia's presentation. The instructor says, good work, Solba. Solba replies, thank you, sir. The instructor continues, telling Solba to fix the I believe, needing conviction. He adds that some parts were repetitive and that he needs to be straight to the point. He also warns him to be careful, as emotions may move people easily, but they can also spread easily. Knights must be able to convince people. That's why speech is important. A single word is far more powerful than the strength to slay thousands. Solba says that he will keep that in mind. The instructor responds that he won't say anything about his definition of a knight, but that they must all be sure of what being a knight means to them, personally. The instructor announces, next up is Tink. Get ready. Tink responds with a yes. Tink steps forward, glaring at Plutia. He pauses, lost in thought. The word hangs in the air, knights. Tink looks down, the concept weighing on him. Sultan considers the statement. Knights are special people. A glance is exchanged between the students. Or rather, they're already special people. The student wonders if he was contradicting the badger directly. One of the students wonders if that isn't asking for a fight. Another responds, no, it was worse. Special, yes. But even so, Tink addresses the crowd, stating that they're only human. Praising them as knights, he adds that they are people in the end. And they should never forget that. Rather, it was similar to the badger's theory. Except it was far simpler, and it resonated more with those present. Good work, Sultan is told as he is applauded. Tink is told, that's Tink for you. He must have thought that he was backing up the badger's presentation. Tlutia wonders if the badger thought the same. Tlutia clenches her fist. The narrator explains that the badger had a strong sense of pride. Everyone was worried that they would start fighting right then and there, except for Tink and Tlutia, who yawn. Luckily, nothing happened, at least not then. Tink and Tlutia face each other. Meanwhile, everyone was at the sparring match the next day. They were up against each other. Tlutia thinks this is going to be fun. Tink tells Tlutia, good luck. Tlutia looks down, concerned. The sound of a bell rings. A hand gesture signals, get ready. Someone says, yes, it was a good match. She lies on the ground, exhausted. Tink stands over her, asking if she wants to know who won, and then asks who she thinks won. A voice whispers, let me sleep. The figure with red hair lunges forward, closing the distance with alarming speed. His fist connects with Tlutia, the impact echoing with a resounding boom. His knuckles whiten as he clenches his fist, preparing for another strike. Huan Dang says, your punches are getting stronger and stronger. You must have been controlling your strength until now. Just shut up and fight, Tlutia thinks as another blow lands. Huan Dang's expression hardens. He attacks again, a whirlwind of motion. Tlutia's eyes widen in response. Huan Dang's legs blur as he moves with incredible speed. Tlutia's face is contorted in pain. Huan Dang says, you have. He grabs Tlutia, saying, this kind of strength. So why? He is struck with a powerful blow. Huan Dang reels from the punch. Despite the blow, Huan Dang manages to grab Tlutia's arm. He clenches his fist, a sinister intent brewing. Tlutia is caught off guard. Huan Dang recovers his balance. He stares intently. His grip tightens, energy crackling around his fist. Tlutia, caught in his grasp, shouts for him to wait, concerned about his arm. Huan Dang retorts, telling her to worry about her own face instead. Huan Dang's grip on Tlutia intensifies. Meanwhile, another character sits, seemingly asleep, as someone asks if he is sleeping, lamenting that it is the most important part of all times. A figure calls out, searching for Rabbit. Huan Dang, catching his breath, wonders if the badger won. Huan Dang realizes that was where he stopped. He recalls that Tink was the one who won. Tlutia fainted right after. Huan Dang contemplates something. Huan Dang thinks about strength, wondering why. Huan Dang pauses, considering his next words. Tlutia humps. Tlutia mutters the name Solba. Huan Dang asks if she came to make fun of him for fainting like a pathetic idiot. Huan Dang insists that she wasn't pathetic at all, really. He continues, saying that she is strong and really amazing. He tells her to take care of herself, and that she needs to learn to look ahead. Tlutia asks if he can tell her why he doesn't like her. Above, a strange blue energy swirls. Below, Tlutia looks up, her expression unreadable. Huan Dang states that she never uses her strength properly. Tlutia asks what? Tlutia exclaims that they attacked her first, and that it was a misunderstanding. Huan Dang asks if she knows anything. Huan Dang tells someone to never mind, and please go. Someone says that he says he wasn't interested, but he listened in on them. He wonders what the badger meant by that. Huan Dang says he doesn't know, and still doesn't. The narration states their relationship stayed bad even. After that, Tlutia, Huan Dang, and another figure stand together. Two figures stand close together, the wind whipping around them. A group of figures stand in the distance as a voice declares the beginning of the final exam, emphasizing that it's not a simple battle. A figure with red hair is told that they must prove themselves to the world. Tlutia is told to show them her strength, while another figure is told to prove that they can. The red-haired figure is identified as a knight. The name Gilgamesh is displayed. The name Huan Dang is displayed. One figure remarks that the finals are very entertaining to watch, and another asks if the badger and weasel fought again there, confirming that they fought in the semifinals. One figure wonders what the other did. A figure reacts, saying not to tell them, admitting they got beaten up badly. The gray-haired figure says huh, and it is revealed that they met in the quarterfinals. Tlutia is asked if she is okay and if she can hear them, as someone dashes forward, suggesting they shouldn't hold any grudges. The memory stings. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. Her fist clenches, the frustration palpable. The accusation hangs in the air, a dirty player. Tlutia reflects on the encounter, the word dirty repeating in her mind. She recalls being in the middle of greeting someone. She thinks she shouldn't have asked. The memory fades. And so the two met in the semifinals. Huan Dang warns, you'd better go all out. Don't make any excuses later, because I'm much stronger now. Tlutia responds, right. But you were always strong. Both stare intently at each other, the tension building. She dashes forward, a blur of motion. The impact of a punch echoes. Tlutia's fist connects with Huan Dang's face. The force of the blow is devastating. She winds up a powerful punch, her fist clenched tight, ready to strike. The punch connects with a resounding thwack. The force of the blow sends Huandang flying backwards with a whoosh. He hurtles through the air, a blur of motion. He crashes into a pile of rocks, sending them crumbling to the ground. Plutia watches, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. The impact creates a deafening boom. Huandang's fist slams into the rocks. Using the rocks as leverage, he launches himself back towards Plutia. He prepares to strike again, his eyes narrowed. Plutia's eyes widen in surprise at his sudden counterattack. A voice observes, using his surroundings in that moment. He's adapting to his circumstances through pure intuition. The arena floor explodes. He stands amidst the rising dust and debris, unfazed. A colossal foot descends, the earth trembling beneath its weight. Plutia is visible in the background. Huandang's face twitches as he says, "You really are strong." Splintered wood and stone fragments rocket through the air. Another explosion rocks the arena. The whole arena falls silent. Even the judges, who were knights themselves, are stunned into silence. One observer remarks to another, "Donkey, isn't that? I told you." They were completely focused on the fight. The only noise that could be heard throughout the silence was the cracking of stone. The two of them were fighting one another. Calling that a fight between two knights would not have been an exaggeration at all. She winds up a punch, the force coiling in her fist as she prepares to strike Huandang. The punch connects, sending Huandang reeling from the impact. Huandang clenches his fist, pain etched on his face. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. He falls, the ground rushing up to meet him. The world spins as he struggles to regain his footing. His vision blurs, the impact taking its toll. Plutia looks down at him, her expression unreadable. The air rushes past as she moves with incredible speed. She stands over Huandang, the victor in this brief exchange. Her eyes narrow, a hint of determination in her gaze. She explodes forward, fist clenched and ready to strike. Huandang answers in kind, meeting her charge with a furious advance of his own. Dashing forward, he leaves a trail of shattered earth in his wake. His fist slams into the ground, the impact sending a shockwave rippling outwards. Bracing herself, Plutia meets the attack head-on, her arm raised to block the devastating blow. Her knuckles whiten as she clenches her fist, preparing to retaliate. With a roar, she unleashes a counterattack, her fist a blur of motion. The punch connects with brutal force, sending Huandang hurtling backwards. He crashes into the ground, the impact echoing through the air. Staggering, he struggles to regain his footing, his body wobbling precariously. He pauses, still for a moment. Then, with a determined step, he advances once more. He wobbles, his body battered and bruised from the fight. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of shouts and cries. A voice declares, in the end, Tink won. One asks, what about the final? Another responds, the opponent forfeited after watching that fight. A voice states, forfeited. In the end, the only ones who passed were. Tink is mentioned, Tink, and me. That was it. A fist clenches. There's no need to be disappointed. Solba is told, you're more than strong enough. But there's a reason why you couldn't become a knight despite that. He is told, as long as you realize that, you'll pass the exam next time, and you will become a knight. A voice explains, there is an important tradition that follows the finals. The top trainee gets the honor, and usually that top trainee is also the winner. Huh. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The guard says, don't be too nervous, Tink. The guard continues, just think of it as any other class. There's just more people this time. Tink replies, that's only going to make me more nervous. The guard reassures him, but I know you'll do just fine. That's the kind of guy you are. Don't be scared. The guard smiles slightly, saying, you're a knight now. Tink looks down, a nervous expression on his face. He stands before a brightly lit doorway, steeling himself. Yes, he declares. Tink remembers the tradition. The tradition requires the winner to give a public speech on what being a knight means. The guard explains, a knight is, on behalf of all the new knights, a speech given to all existing knights and the rest of the continent, to each and every citizen. The guard continues, the level of pressure is completely different. You're not just practicing in front of your fellow trainees, but lecturing your seniors on what being a knight truly means. While it is an honor, the pressure, too, is great. Tink looks up, a determined expression on his face. He looks down, lost in thought. His gaze lifts, a question forming in his eyes. His eyes fall again, the weight of the world settling on his shoulders. Tink muses, power and strength are two different things. He lowers his gaze once more, the words hanging heavy in the air. Tink continues, strength. He reflects, is choosing not to kill, even when you have the power to do so. Tink concludes, to be strong is to be great. A voice calls out, raise your heads. Tink declares, for we must be great. Powerful words, even to this day. And with it, Tink became known not only as a genius, but as Tink himself. Tink looks up at the speaker, determination etched on his face. A wave of anguish washes over the figure, his red eyes wide with horror. Two figures stand over a body. One whispers, Tink. Another voice echoes the grim question. Is dead? Power and strength are two different things. Power is what you use to kill the enemy in front of you. Strength is choosing not to kill, even when you have the power to do so. A knight must be strong. To be strong is to be great. My fellow knights, raise your heads, for we must be great. Tink was that person few steps ahead, guiding and leading us. Flap. Sir, are you leaving? Yes, it's the Knights' Conference. And I have to see Tink. Have a safe trip. The rain dripped steadily from the edge of a stone marker, each drop echoing the quiet sorrow of the graveyard. The wind howled a mournful dirge, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of countless lost souls. A knight is one for whom funerals aren't held. The rain continued its relentless drumming on the stone. A hooded figure stood silently before a grave, the rain plastering the fabric to their form. The figure asked, "What are you doing here?" A sword stood plunged into the earth, a silent testament to a fallen warrior. The inscription read, Tink. Knights are destined to live and die on the battlefield. They have no funerals, even if they die. The hand wiped rain from the cold stone, a gesture of grief and remembrance. In some ways, the knighthood ceremony is a funeral in and of itself. Why? The hooded figure stood silhouetted against the rain-swept sky, their voice echoing in the empty graveyard. What are you doing here? The figure's red eyes burned with a fierce sorrow, reflecting the somber mood of the scene. You were better than all of us. Plutia stood in the distance, her expression a mixture of sadness and determination. It was time for us to be great. Tears streamed down Plutia's face, mingling with the rain. And this is the result? Think. The hooded figure stood over the grave, a solitary figure in the vast, rain-soaked graveyard. Plutia's face was etched with grief, her eyes reflecting the loss and sorrow that permeated the air. She walks through the graveyard, the rain plastering her hair to her face. A cloaked figure approaches. Violet Badger pauses, speaking her name. Plutia's expression is unreadable. Violet Badger asks why she hated him so much. The rain continues to fall, each drop a tiny hammer blow against the stone. Plutia's face is shadowed. She is frustrated. A flashback begins. Tink, reading a book, states that a knight should use his strength to lead others. He adds that ignoring those around you despite having that kind of strength is a dereliction of duty. Tink continues, wondering what she was going to say, and that's just how he is. It's Tink's personality. A voice says that when he talked to her, it was because... A man yells Tink's name, asking why she still can't tell. Plutia's eyes widen, tears welling up. She stares ahead, tears welling in her eyes. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down her cheek. She clicks her tongue in annoyance. With a heavy heart, she turns and walks away. A voice calls out from behind her. Don't be late to the conference. The memory shifts to a man with a scar over his eye, his expression unreadable. The sky hangs heavy, the sun obscured by clouds. The man's voice echoes in her mind. This is your chance. Footsteps echo on the stone floor. The memory intensifies, the words burning in her mind. Your chance to prove yourself. She grits her teeth, a surge of defiance rising within her. Don't let anyone call you the little weasel ever again. A figure with fiery red hair shouts encouragement. Show them who you are. Tammin. The sun rises over the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues. A voice groans, complaining about the early hour. He admits to being sleepy. Candintia walks away, telling someone to stay alert. She states that they're coming. A city appears on the horizon, seemingly out of nowhere. The east has sent an envoy, as a group of figures stand on a cliff overlooking the city. Candintia says she'll be back, telling someone to wait there. Someone asks if she's going on her own, only to be told to shut up. Candintia tells someone not to doze off. After all this time of silence, a ship sails on the water. Candintia introduces herself as a pure white elephant knight, stating she's come on behalf of Emperor Lachton. A figure questions why she came alone. She is reminded that she promised to hold herself back 3 times, and that she only has 2 chances left. A nervous turtle watches from below, pleading for her to hold back. The guard laughs, impressed by her spirit. The guard states that the knights are truly something, and tells her to make her statement quick. General Warunsha appears, calling her arrogant. The guard reminds Candintia of the situation in the western continent, mentioning a knight. Though they were infuriated by the news, it seems that the knight, Grey Weasel Tink, is dead. The guard demands that she return upon claiming Grey Weasel's corpse, or else their demands are. Warunsha reiterates that they want Grey Weasel's corpse. The guard gives her a 3rd chance. Warunsha smirks, calling her insolent and giving her 3 weeks. The guard states that it is an important matter, so they will give her time to discuss it. Candintia clenches her fist, her resolve hardening. She tells someone that she will be back in 3 weeks, ordering them to stay right there. Someone leaps. A close-up of Huan Dang's eyes. General Hammond asks why he was stopped. Huan Dang says that she was disrespectful and even threatened them, so they had more than enough reason to rid of an enemy. He adds that they have 3 generals there, and that is precisely why. Huan Dang thinks to himself, before the war has even begun, they cannot afford to lose 3 generals. Huan Dang says, I see. People are walking. Someone slides. Someone says that they hereby open the Knights' Conference. Someone thanks people for coming, saying that this conference isn't a regular one, but a draft, and then tells them to wait. A knight with spiky red hair questions why he is not in charge, stating that it is the pure white elephant's exclusive right. The knight is revealed to be Order Knight Red Haiti Myelgen, whose weapon is the Naren weapon Haiti Horn. A blonde knight threatens to run her fist halfway up someone's face. The blonde knight is revealed to be Order Knight Pure White Elephant Kandensha, called the strongest Order Knight in existence, whose weapon is a bare fist. Order Knight Red Haiti Myelgen is asked to calm down by Order Knight Pure White Elephant Kandensha. Order Knight Red Haiti Myelgen states that the East's demand is for Grey Weasel Tink's body. Murmurs fill the conference room. Order Knight White Dog Marion, whose weapon is Masterpiece Sugar, states that handing over a fellow knight is out of the question. Order Knight Navy Blue Durang, whose weapon is Masterpiece Acorn, states that there is no reason for them to agree to the East's demands. Order Knight Bright Red Parrot Kun, whose weapon is Masterpiece Pulgin 3, asks if the Grey Weasel has any honor to protect. Someone asks if he didn't work with them also, stating that they committed all kinds of crime and that it is a dishonor to the knights. Order Knight Sky Blue Raccoon agrees with the white dog, and Order Knight Blue Lion Pertunin, whose weapon is Masterpiece Lion Pillar, agrees with the parrot, stating that they know too little about the weasel's death. One of the knights wonders if interacting with the East is really the honorable path, given the possible threat. Another knight says that if Tink had stayed alive, he might have ended up like the demon knight. Solba tells the knight to shut their mouth. Solba defends Tink, saying he wouldn't do that. Kandensha tells Solba that all the praise must have gotten to their head and to respect their fellow knights. Solba says that's their line and asks what they know about Tink. The description box states that Solba is an Order Knight Violet Badger. Their weapon is Naren Weapon Needle, and they have a fiery temper but are bad at expressing themselves. Solba reaches out their hand. Hassan introduces themselves as the Peach Rabbit. The description box states that Hassan is an Order Knight Peach Rabbit. Their weapon is Masterpiece Seed, and they can't eat peaches. Hassan adds that they also can't eat peaches, to which another knight replies that no one asked. One of the knights says that not much is known about Tink's death, and that perhaps they're judging him too early. Another knight replies that it's a valid point. One of the knights asks if agreeing with other people is all another knight can do. The other knight replies that they think it's better than picking fights with everyone. A speech bubble says to just give it to them. He stands with Flutia, the two of them observing something out of view. A voice declares that they should be given the Grey Weasel's corpse. Regia, the Free Knight White Crow, states that they will go to war. Flutia is addressed by Badger, who tells her to stay calm. A voice questions if a single dead knight is more important than those who live, implying that people will die if they go to war. Flutia clenches her fist, hearing that handing over some meaningless corpse is a far better deal. Hannarin is told to stay back and not get in the way. Flutia is told that she is just a free knight. A character smirks. A fist clenches. Several characters are gathered together. Hassan is asked what he is doing, and he responds by telling the other character to watch their words. Hassan is here, too. A man states that Kalkadon is a free knight. He adds that they just gave him a reason. Palginia remarks that he is just a free knight. He thinks that is what the high and mighty Order Knights think of them. A character murmurs that they are below them and that he didn't know that. He adds that they have feelings, too, and asks if he can say something. Silence falls over the Knights' conference. Hincher states that she is here thanks to the Weasel, and that she watched his death. She is the Order Knight Crimson Hippo Hincher, weapon, Masterpiece Hippo's Jaw, a hero. Hincher believes that this demand would be unreasonable, even if he wasn't a knight. She thinks it is a mere pretext to begin with. A character states that trying to avoid war despite that is meaningless. They exist for these times. The text states that they must stand. Hincher states that they must be great. A character states that they must be great. And so, the Knights' conference was settled with Hincher's words. Elephant. Flutia expresses her gratitude to Kalkadon. It felt reassuring to have him order knights to protect her. Kalkadon responds, stating that as fellow whites, they have to have each other's backs. Flutia turns away, thinking to herself to just ignore him. Flutia walks away, thinking she would prefer the Easterners over a creep like him. Regia observes that she's ignoring Kalkadon. Kalkadon says he's quite satisfied with the gains from this meeting. There's a rift between the Free Knights and Order Knights. Regia notes that there are more factions among them now, just like them. It will soon be time. Kalkadon states his intent to crush the Knights. He tried to think of other reasons, but in the end, what he felt towards him was inferiority and jealousy. He just didn't want to accept it. Hincher is mentioned. Flutia asks her to please tell her more about Tink. Hincher thinks to herself not to avoid it. She must face him now. What? If something about to happen? Blink.